The kingdom of Luyin follows a matriarchal system. Women are responsible for holding office, going to war, and earning money to support the family, while men are responsible for carrying on the family line and helping their wives raise children. Many new forms of entertainment have become popular among the nobility. They throw money around like dirt just for a chance to see a special kind of opera performer called a flower spirit. On stage, Yue Qing is performing. My lord, do not cherish wealth and glory. I urge you to cherish your youthful years instead. When flowers bloom, pluck them in time. Do not wait until the branches are bare and regret it. Every month, a flower spirit has one day when he blooms. When he blooms, a flower-shaped mark appears on his neck. The crowd below sighed in admiration. So fragrant. A flower spirit in bloom really makes people burn with desire. So seductive. His body gives off a special scent that stirs up lust. A young woman spoke up. So this is the newcomer personally trained by old you? His voice and looks are truly flawless. I heard this boy's talent only appears once in 100 years. If he's cultivated properly, he'll definitely become famous throughout all of Luyin. The girl beside her said, "What's so special about that? His father was an actor, so the son is just another seducer. No matter how pretty he is or how well he sings, he's still lowborn. Just watch for fun, sister. Don't take it seriously." At that moment, Yue Qing suddenly collapsed on stage. "I feel so sick." Yuelian anxiously called out, "Qing." The people below immediately made a fuss. "What's going on? Sing properly. What happened to the flower spirit? Can he still sing or not? Stop wasting our time. Do you know how expensive this place is?" Inside, Yuelian worriedly said, Don't tell me, little brother." Just then, a slap landed across Yue Qing's face. "You unfilial wretch." Old Yu shouted, "I raised you for 15 years. I treated you like my own flesh and blood, and yet you secretly got involved with a woman. Speak, who does this child belong to? Get rid of it at once." Yue Qing quickly explained, "Master, she and I truly love each other. She promised she would come redeem me." Old Yu roared furiously. "And you believe a woman's words? Haven't you heard that merchants, performers, commoners, and lowly servants are forbidden to marry? Those sweet words from noble ladies are all just lies to fool boys like you. How could they possibly marry a lowborn actor?" Yue Qing pleaded in pain. "No, the child is innocent. Master, please let me give birth to it. I beg you." But Old Yu remained firm. "Stop dreaming. You're still young. Get rid of that child now." Tears streaming down his face, Yue Qing said, "Master, I'm a human being too. I have feelings. I'm not a prop for you to make money from." Hearing that only made Old Yu angrier. He kept cursing, "Ungrateful wretch, ungrateful wretch." Then he raised his stick. "I'll break your legs." A scream rang out as Old Yu ordered, "Lock him up. No food, no water. Let's see how long he can endure." In the darkness, a hand slipped something into a bowl of water. "After this, you'll never return to the stage again. Yue Qing, I want you never to rise again for the rest of your life." The shadowy figure smirked to himself. After having his legs broken, Yue Qing crawled across the ground and weakly murmured, "Water, water." He was only able to survive thanks to the charity of a kind person, and that kind person handed him the drug bowl of water. After he drank it, his expression changed, and the bowl slipped from his hands. His throat burned with pain, tears spilling out. "My throat. Who harmed me?" He couldn't see clearly. Yue Qing trembled all over, unable to stop the tears from falling. "My legs, my throat." In the blink of an eye, he had fallen from heaven into hell. 8 months later, in a dimly lit room, voices could be heard. "Push, push. Take a deep breath." Yue Qing trembled as he clutched the bed sheets tightly, crying out in agony. The people around him kept urging, "Push, push harder." Yue Qing was in terrible pain. "It hurts so much." Yuelian immediately said, "He can't deliver. His lame leg means he can't push properly. Hurry, bring in a few more basins of hot water." Looking at Yue Qing, he let out a sigh. "I told you not to keep this child, but you wouldn't listen." Qing, for a woman like that, was it really worth it? Yue Qing said painfully in the end. "She never came." Yuelian anxiously asked the midwife, "Is he going to be all right? What do we do? He still can't give birth." The midwife said he's been pregnant for 10 months, but the wife never stayed by his side. His birth canal still hasn't opened, and the baby hasn't dropped yet. With this much bleeding, if he still can't deliver, then I'm afraid. Yuelian hurriedly asked, "Is there any other way?" The midwife's expression turned grave. At this point, the only option is to cut open his abdomen and remove the baby. Yuelian's face went pale when he heard that. Cut open his abdomen, then can he still survive? The midwife explained, an abdominal birth has always been a near certain death sentence. But right now, there's no other way. The more Yue Qing thought about it, the more his heart ached. I really brought this on myself. The mountain wind whitens my temples. The opera tells of bitter longing. In green robes beneath the lantern light, it is hard to keep a faithless lover. He bit down hard, tears spilling out from grief and resentment. I hate her. I hate her. At that moment, Yue Qing suddenly sat up. Yue Lian anxiously asked, Qinger, do you want to say something? Yue Qing wiped up blood and wrote a single character on his clothes. Cut. Time passed, and 4 years later, in the imperial capital, by the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, Li Tianru, great general who pacifies the West, has rendered meritorious service in suppressing the rebellion. We bestow Yanzhou upon her as a fief and confer upon her the title Prince of Yan. Kneeling below, Li Tianruo received the imperial edict. Your subject Li Tianruo receives the decree and give thanks. Long live our emperor 10,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000 times 10,000 years. Outside the Prince of Yan's residence in Longyang County, Yanzhou, Li Tianruo sat astride her horse. Below her came the crowd's cheers. Look, that's Prince of Yin, Li Tianruo. She achieved great merit at such a young age, won His Majesty's favor, and even married the eldest son of Duke Wan. She's incredible. Looking at the familiar scenery, Li Tianruo felt old memories stir in her heart. This place was deeply nostalgic. All the young masters were thrilled. She's dazzling. If only I could marry her. I heard she has many husbands and consorts, but still no children. Ah, I'd love to bear her a whole brood of good children. Someone else cut in. Keep dreaming. The men who want to bear her children could line up all the way outside the city gates. Of course, only noble-born young masters would ever have the chance to bear children for her. How would it ever be your turn? At that moment, Dodo was chasing after a little bird. Chicky, Chicky, don't run. The little girl ran right in front of Li Tianruo's horse. Li Tianruo's face darkened. Move aside. Frightened, the child burst into tears and ran off. The people below started whispering again. Stop talking, stop talking. Don't you know Prince Yin hates children the most? Children always cry when they see her. So fierce, so scary. As expected of someone nicknamed the Western King Yama. We'd better leave. Li Tianruo feared neither pain, nor death, nor great armies. Back then, she could fight 100 enemies alone, but after returning to the Prince of Yan's residence, there was only one man she feared. Her biological father, Lord Shun, set down his teacup and shouted, You still don't have a child? Our Li family line is going to end. Our family has a princely title to inherit. Lord Shun shouted angrily, 5 years already, 12 of them. 12 men, and not one of them can give birth to a child. What use are any of you? What's the point of keeping you around? He pointed at the husbands and consorts. Crying, crying, crying. What are you crying for? All you know how to do is cry. Just look at yourselves. Every day you eat well and dress well here. One by one, you've all grown so fair and plump, and yet all you know how to do is put food in, not give children out. If you still can't bear children, I'll send all of you away. Otherwise, outsiders will keep gossiping. Back when I was carrying Tianruo, I was only 15. My first child was a daughter at that. Why can't any of you amount to anything? Standing outside, Li Tianruo listened with utter weariness. Here we go again. Father's at it again. She walked in and said, Father, we haven't been in our fief for very long. There's no need to rush these matters. Let's settle the household first. I've been busy handling official affairs lately. I haven't had time to favor these consorts, so don't blame them anymore. Lord Shin came over and patted his daughter on the shoulder. Tianruo, you're already 22. You've been married for 5 years, and you don't even have one child. Do you know what people around you are saying about you? Li Tianruo replied coldly, I don't know, and I don't care. Lord Shin covered his mouth and burst into tears. If you have no heir, how am I supposed to face your mother's spirit in heaven? How am I supposed to face the Li family ancestors? I might as well hang myself. Ruhua also started crying along dramatically. Prince Consort Dowager, don't. Lord Shun immediately said, No, I can't bear it. Come, Ruhua. Come with me and help me pick out a few men with big chests and wide hips. Yes, Prince Consort Dowager. Li Tianruo sighed and said coldly, All right, stop making a scene. I'll do my best to sow the seed. Lord Shin lit up with joy. Really? Can I really hold a granddaughter soon? Good girl, you've finally come to your senses. Li Tianruo continued, 5 years. Give me 5 years to let you hold a granddaughter. Is that enough? Lord Shin looked disappointed. 5 years? One child? No, it has to be 5. Li Tianruo was horrified. 5? Just kill me instead. Just then, someone walked in. Wife Lord, Father, Jior has one. Hearing that, Lord Shun cried out in delight. Has what? Are you pregnant? Really? Really? He joyfully patted Wenjio on the shoulder. I knew it. Jior really is the most promising one after all. Wonderful, wonderful. At last our Lee family will have someone to carry on the line. We must quickly send this good news to Duquin. Let me see, how many months is it? Wenjio said softly. The physician said it's been 2 months. Jior only got pregnant after being married into this family for 5 years. I'm truly ashamed before the Lee family. Lord Shen said happily. What are you saying? You're carrying the eldest daughter of our family now, so you must take good care of your health. I'll have them send the finest tonics in the residence to you. Li Tianruo stood to one side, saying nothing, merely smiling faintly. That night, in the corridor, Wenjio asked, Wife Lord, why did you call Jior here? Li Tianruo merely drew her sword coldly and pointed it at him. Whose child is it? Li Tianruo went on. Wenjio, I don't remember ever touching you. Tell the truth. Where did this child come from? Wenjio still tried to deny it. What do you mean by that, wife lord? On the night of the investiture banquet 2 months ago, didn't we sleep together? He raised his arm. Look, my chastity mark is gone. Li Tianruo said, It's true that I drank a bit too much that night. When I woke up, I did indeed see you sleeping beside me. But if I slept with you, why don't I remember the slightest thing? How can you prove that I'm the one who made your mark disappear? Wenjio cried out in panic. Wife lord, are you doubting Jior's innocence? He dropped to his knees. Jior has been by Your Highness's side since childhood. Even if Your Highness never had feelings for Jior, Jior has always been wholeheartedly devoted to Your Highness. Even though, in the 5 years since our marriage, wife lord has never once touched me, I was still willing to wait. Now that Jior has finally waited long enough to truly become husband and wife with you, you're questioning my innocence? If wife lord does not believe me, Jior is willing to dash my head to death right here beneath this ancestral shrine. Crying as he spoke, Wenjio rushed forward, trying to prove his innocence with his life. Li Tianruo grabbed his arm. Stop. I hope everything you said is true. If this child is really mine, I will definitely give you what you deserve. But if it isn't, there is no place by my side for someone filthy. Take good care of yourself and the child, and settle things properly. With that, she turned to leave. Wenjio quickly asked, Wife lord, where are you going? Li Tianruo replied coldly, Out for a walk. Outside in Longyang's night market, Li Tianruo could not help sighing. Yanzhou really is a fertile land blessed with excellent feng shui. His Majesty gave me this place because he truly wants me to retire here in peace. At that moment, a sharp pain shot through her shoulder. I don't have much time left. Ever since I left the battlefield, I've often remembered someone. In my memories, there's always a graceful figure. A clear, melodious voice singing opera. It feels like I know him, but whenever I try to think about it, my head starts to throb. I must have forgotten something. Just then, someone passing by said, Have you all seen Prince Yin Li Tianruo before? I caught one glimpse of her that day, and she was truly imposing. I heard that less than half a month after being granted her title, Prince Yin defeated Miss Jean and became the #1 woman Yanzhou's men most want to marry. Her side consort position is still vacant, so the young masters of all the great families are trying their hardest to compete for the position of side prince consort. I heard she looks really fierce. Really? Then why doesn't she have children yet? Probably because those men aren't up to it. If it were me, I definitely could. Li Tianruo stood to the side, furious after hearing all that. She had ended up overhearing gossip about herself in person. The two men continued. I heard that tonight, Lixiang Courtyard is staging a flower spirit opera by Yueyan. Say no more. Lixiang Courtyard is so expensive. Just picking a song for amusement costs 10,000 taels of silver. Poor people like us could never watch a flower spirit's performance. Hearing this, Li Tianruo grew curious. Lixiang Courtyard, flower spirit. That sounds so familiar. After that, she went to Lixiang Courtyard. Nearby, a woman was making a scene. Where's Yueyan? Bring Yueyan out here now. I paid 10,000 taels just to have him sing for me. Honored guests, please heed this humble man's words. Yueyan stood on stage and began to sing. No one notices the lovely spring days. With beauty that shames flowers and sinks fish, birds sing and clamor. Her beauty makes flowers sorrow with shame. Willows drift like smoke, drooping like a drunken one. Even 12 splendid pavilions are but wasted effort. Such a fine day and lovely scene leave the heart in turmoil. Who is there to share the joy in this deep courtyard? The people below all sighed in admiration. So beautiful. He sings so well. Even when he isn't in bloom, he can still enchant people. Does Yueyan still have his flower bud? I wonder which noble lady will get to be the one to pluck his flower. Li Tianruo was slightly dazed. This feeling is so familiar. Is it him? Nearby, a woman curled her lip and said, "He really is amazing, but such a nuisance. No matter how much money I spend, he won't even glance at me. If he'd followed me, he'd be living in comfort by now." At that moment, a cup of water was suddenly splashed all over her. She screamed, "It's hot. Who did that?" Nonua jumped down from a chair and ran. The woman shouted, "Fine, so it's you again, you little brat." Others chimed in too. "Why is it this troublemaker again? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because old you protects you. Today, I'll make both you and your father suffer." Nonua said angrily, "She bullied my father first. She burned his hand. I'm getting revenge for him." At that moment, someone lifted Nonua up. "You little brat, do you even know who I am? I'm the second daughter of the in-law family of the nephew of the elder sister of His Majesty's own blood sister. Even if Prince Yin Li Qianrua came here, she'd still have to show me some respect. So what if I splash your father with hot water? Am I not allowed?" Sitting to the side, Li Qianrua gave the woman a cold glance. After hearing that, Nonua spat right her face. The woman flew into a rage. "You damn brat. Let's see if I don't beat you to death." Nua ran straight into Li Tianrua. The little girl looked at her with admiration. This woman seemed incredibly strong, her whole body giving off a mysterious, kingly aura. Then Nu suddenly called out, "Mother!" Li Tianrua was baffled. Nua grabbed the hem of her robe. "Mother, save me. This bad woman is bullying me and my father." Li Tianruo, Bitskit Nono. "Little one, what did you just call me?" Nua repeated it once more. "Mother." Hearing that, the others all sneered. "There she goes again. How many mothers has this little brat claimed by now? Don't think that just by randomly calling someone mother, they'll back you up." The woman stepped forward again and said, "Where did you come from? I've never seen you before. Are you from another place? It's fine if you don't know the rules, but I advise you not to meddle in things that don't concern you." You're in the way. Move. Then she stepped closer until her face was almost touching the woman's. "I can mind my own business, but I can't just let a mad dog run loose." At that moment, a familiar figure was hiding inside, watching. "Nua, what do I do?" "No sin trouble." That person was, the woman's face darkened with anger. "Big words. You dare call me a mad dog? I'll show you just how formidable I am." As soon as she finished speaking, she drew her sword and charged with a shout. Yet Li Tianruo remained completely calm. "Look at that. I only cursed a dog, and already a dog is barking back." The woman's expression instantly froze. Her whole body became unable to move. Her face went pale with fear. "What's going on? This woman hasn't even drawn her blade." Seeing the cold expression on Li Tianruo's face, the woman grew even more panicked. Where was this pressure coming from? Just then, the pregnant Zhang sure hurried out in a panic. "Oh, honored ladies, please don't fight. Let's sit down and enjoy the opera instead. It's rare for our flower spirit Yuan to perform. Anyone who comes here to watch is not someone easy to offend." He glanced at the cowering Yu Yin and continued, "Look, our Yu Yin is terrified." Suddenly, a woman cried out in shock. "Isn't she Li Tianruo? I can't be mistaken. I've met Prince Yin before." At that, everyone present turned their eyes toward Li Tianruo. Li Tianruo. Even the aggressive woman from earlier stared in shock. "What? How is that possible?" "Your Highness, Prince Yin." In a dark corner nearby, Yu Qing broke out in a cold sweat. How could this be? That silhouette looked somewhat familiar. He could hardly believe his eyes. How could it be her? On the other side, Yu Yin blushed deeply again. So she was Prince Yin Li Tianruo. The more he looked at her face, the greater his admiration grew. No wonder her bearing was so extraordinary, her presence far above all the women here. Thinking of this, Yu Yin felt his heart stir. At that moment, the troublemaking woman hurriedly dropped to her knees. "I failed to recognize Mount Tai. This lowly one offended your highness. Please forgive me, Prince Yin." Li Tianruo coldly folded her arms across her chest. A woman daring to bully a man and a child. How disgraceful. Crawl out of here. Hearing that, the woman's face turned pitiful with fear. What? Everyone else present trembled as well. Too terrifying. They absolutely could not offend Prince Yin. Under Li Tianruo's imposing aura, the woman had no choice but to obey. "Why, yes, this lowly one will crawl out right now." Seeing this, Nua laughed and mocked her. "Bad woman, you look so funny crawling. Serves you right for bullying my father." Hearing those words, the woman bit her lip in fury. She viciously stood up and lunged at the little girl. "You really don't know when to stop." Suddenly, a hand appeared and blocked her. It was Yu Qing. Ignoring the danger, he rushed over regardless. Father! Yu Qing looked toward Li Tianrua with eyes full of resentment. 5 years. It really was her. Although he still hated Li Tianrua in his heart, faced with this sudden reunion, Yu Qing still found himself blushing. Right then, Nua happily spoke up. Father, let this big sister be my mother. She's amazing. If she becomes my mother, no one will dare bully us anymore. As soon as she said that, everyone burst into mocking laughter. This little brat is at it again. Do you even know who this lady is? She is Prince Yin, Li Tianrua. Look at your father and look at her. The more they spoke, the harsher the insults became. He's a cripple and a mute. A crippled mute. Promiscuous too, having a child before marriage. It's only thanks to old Yu's kindness that he was allowed to stay here as a servant, and yet he still dreams of clinging to Prince Yin. That's hilarious. Hearing that, Nua became furious. My father is the prettiest one of all. You people are just blind and nasty. Yu Qing looked a little embarrassed at that. Nua stopped talking. Suddenly, a hand reached out. It was Li Tianrua. Young master, are you all right? Hearing that, Yu Qing broke into a cold sweat. She doesn't remember me? Before he could react, Nua was already overjoyed. Big sister, my father's really wonderful. Don't listen to their nonsense. The little girl threw herself toward Li Tianrua without a care. My father is handsome and gentle. He cooks well, and he's hardworking too. In 10 miles around here, you won't find a better man to marry than my father. Be my mother. Before Nua could finish, Yu Qing covered her mouth. No, beviet. He shook his head desperately, then propped himself up on his cane and left. Seeing that, Nua quickly asked, Father, why are you leaving? Yu Qing's face was full of sorrow. If she doesn't remember me anymore, what is there left to say? He silently blamed himself. In the end, it had all been a mistaken sacrifice. Just then, Li Tianrua suddenly called out, Hey, wait. Suddenly, a pair of soft hands gently tugged at her sleeve. Prince Yin, Yu Yin said, Please stop, Your Highness. He hesitantly held out the item in his hand. Your Highness, please accept this. Li Tianrua was utterly puzzled. What is this? Yu Yin shyly covered his mouth. Tonight, Yin'er is willing to offer himself to Your Highness, Prince Yin. Those words shocked Madame Zhang. Yanea, you. The girls present were stunned as well. Look, Yu Yin is giving her the fan. Every spirit flower has a flower-plucking fan. If it is given to the one they love, it means they are willing to offer their flower bud and spend a night of romance together until the dew melts and the flower blooms. The one who receives the flower bud becomes his flower plucker, and in the future may also accompany the spirit flower through his blooming period. But even after becoming the flower plucker, one still has to pay an astronomical price to spend a single spring night with a spirit flower. At this moment, Li Tianrua looked a little awkward. She fell silent, not knowing how to answer. On the other side, the girls began whispering among themselves. Yin has kept his chastity for so many years. So many people begged for him and never got him. Yet he actually offered himself to Prince Yin. But that's hardly surprising. A woman like Prince Yin, even we women would be tempted. Someone else added, We're just here to watch the excitement. A night that expensive is far beyond what I can afford. Another woman forced a smile. I only came to watch a few shows, and I'm already about to go bankrupt. At the same time, after a long silence, Li Tianrua finally spoke. Take back the fan. It is too precious. Tianrua cannot bear such a gift. Hearing that, Yu Yin was utterly stunned. Your Highness, what? She rejected me? Li Tianrua's expression turned cold. Where is that person from earlier? She turned to leave, but Madame Zhang hurried over in panic. What? Your Highness, please don't go. If you aren't satisfied with Yin'er, we still have someone more to your taste here. As long as you like him, you may choose anyone you want. Li Tianrua thought to herself, a servant, and a mute at that. He clearly has nothing to do with me. Her gaze paused on Yu Qing's face. Why am I paying so much attention to this man? Thinking that, Li Tianrua spoke without hesitation. I want him. Hearing that, Madame Zhang gaped in surprise. Huh, well. He forced a smile. Your Highness, Yu Qing is only a servant here. He only does the dirtiest and heaviest work. Why don't you pick someone else? Madame Zhang added, It's not that I mean to say too much, but everyone knows this already. Yu Qing has given birth before, and no one even knows whose bastard child it was. He's no longer pure. Even so, Li Tianrua's attitude remained utterly firm. I want him. Do the people this prince wants still need your guidance? As soon as she finished speaking, She tossed Madame Zhang a money pouch. Is it enough? Seeing the pouch in his hand, Madame Zhang beamed. Enough. More than enough. We'll wash him clean and send him over to you. That night, after hearing the news, Yu Yin was stunned. What? Your Highness wants Yu Qing to serve her. Madame Zhang wore a baffled look. Yes. Tell me, what has gotten into Prince Yin? There's a great beauty right here, and she doesn't want him. Instead, she insists on a mute who's already had a child. He forced a laugh. Maybe she's had too many men and wants to try something new. As long as it can make Prince Yin happy tonight, we'll have someone to rely on from now on. Hearing that, Yu Yin gritted his teeth in anger. How could this be? Could I really be inferior to that useless thing? Elsewhere, a group of people ran over to where Yu Qing was. That's him. Take him away. Seeing that, Yu Qing was greatly startled. He struggled with all his strength to break free from their grasp. What were they trying to do? At that moment, Nuanua shouted angrily, Father! Where are you taking my father? Let him go. The woman sneered. Little brat, this is a happy occasion for your father. Don't get in the way. He's the one profiting from it. No started in confusion. A happy occasion? What happy occasion? A while later, in the bath chamber, Yu Qing sat naked, hugging his body. Around him were servants attending to him. Wash him clean for me. Make sure he smells wonderful before you send him to Prince Yin. Use the best medicine and scented balm. Madame Zhang laughed. You're really lucky. Prince Yin has taken a liking to you. She specifically named you to serve her tonight. If you serve Prince Yin well tonight, I'll triple your wages this month. Hearing that, Yu Qing's face flushed faintly. It's her. It's really her. She actually wants me. At that thought, he resisted desperately. I'm not going. I work as a servant. I'm not selling myself. Seeing this, the servants had no choice but to pin him down. What are you struggling for? Hold him down. Madame Zhang frowned. I really don't know what she sees in you. You're filthy. You've had a child, and your figure isn't anything special. Your skin is rough too. Most importantly, he cast a disgusted look over Yu Qing. Doesn't that scar on your stomach kill the mood? Yu Qing turned away in shame. It has nothing to do with you. At that moment, Madame Zhang stepped forward and lifted his chin. Behave yourself. No matter how Prince Yin plays with you, you must satisfy her. If you make her highness unhappy, not even old you will be able to keep you and your child safe. He threatened. When that happens, you and your little brat can go beg on the streets. Hearing that, Yu Qing's face darkened, and he stopped struggling. Elsewhere, Li Tianrua was waiting on the bed. Although that man is crippled and mute, he gives me a very familiar feeling. She pondered silently. There is a beauty, dancing gracefully and singing sweetly, who keeps circling through my mind. The memory was becoming more and more vague, as if it were about to disappear altogether. Just then, a voice rang out. My lady, Yu Qing has arrived. Li Tianrua answered from inside. Send him in. Hearing that, the servant led Yu Qing inside, leaning on his cane. The moment he entered, Yu Qing's emotions became utterly chaotic. Li Tianru, I want to see what you'll say to me. Have you really erased everything from the past? Seeing him still standing there in a daze, the servant beside him slapped him across the face. Why aren't you kneeling yet? At that moment, Li Tianrua spoke. Your name is Yu Qing? Raise your head. Hearing that, Yu Qing pressed his lips together sadly. She really doesn't remember me anymore? After Yu Qing raised his face, Li Tianrua looked a little surprised. He actually looks decent. Thinking that, she asked, Yu Qing, do we know each other? Yu Qing's hands clenched tight, and he firmly shook his head. Li Tianrua leaned closer and asked again, You can't speak? Were you born that way? And what happened to your leg? Hearing that, Yu Qing grew so tense that he started sweating. On the other side, Li Tianrua showed a look of contempt, just like a block of wood. She waved her hand. Come here, get on the bed. But Yu Qing remained seated, completely still. Seeing that, Li Tianrua walked over, decisively lifted him in her arms, and said, Your legs aren't convenient? Yu Qing was utterly startled. No, that's not it. Li Tianrua used force and threw him onto the bed. Calmly, she pressed close to him. Do we really not know each other? Yu Qing shut his eyes tightly. I don't know a heartless woman like you. Li Tianrua pinned him down on the bed, pressing him like a hungry tiger. Since you say we don't know each other, then I'll have to test it myself. Yu Qing bit down hard on his teeth. Don't. His whole body trembled, not a shred of strength left in him. How could you do this? At that moment, he unconsciously remembered the past. My obedient Qing, in this life and the next, I will never let you go. Yu Qing whimpered. Liar. I can never forgive you. Thinking that, he pushed Li Tianrua away with all his strength. How could you come back as if nothing happened and do this to me, when you've clearly already forgotten me? At the same time, Li Tianruo had noticed his resistance. Pushing me that hard? Are you resisting? Yu Qing pressed his lips together. Yes. Li Tianruo, I only hate that I misjudged you. I never thought you were this kind of person. Li Tianruo looked puzzled. Why are you so stiff? Do you hate this prince? Or is my technique not good enough? She asked with concern. Did I hurt you? As she spoke, her gaze unconsciously drifted downward. Li Tianruo slowly used her soft hand to stroke his body. Don't. That place hasn't. Yu Qing shut his eyes tightly in pain. Seeing this, Li Tianruo gave a faint laugh. Relax a little. Don't be so tense. You'll only hurt yourself like this. Yu Qing's eyes brimmed with tears. I really was wrong about you from the start. I never thought you'd be this much of a beast. Thinking that, he sat up and bit down hard on Li Tianruo's shoulder, making her furious. You bit me? Didn't Chief Steward Zhang tell you why I had you brought here? Yu Qing pursed his lips. You already have 12 consorts at home, and you still come to a troop house for pleasure. You're nothing but a lustful woman. His whole body trembled. Beast! Scoundrel! Don't come near me. Seeing that, Li Tianruo broke into a sweat. Forget it. Since you're unwilling, this prince won't force you. Put your clothes on and go out. She thought to herself, I must have been mistaken. This mute seems deeply repulsed by me. The person in my memories was obedient and gentle. He would never have resisted me so fiercely. Just then, Nuo stormed and holding a shovel. Stop right there. Yu Qing was utterly startled. No. Even Li Tianruo froze in surprise. Before she could react, Nuo charged over. Bad woman, you're not allowed to bully my father. You made him cry. Smack. Li Tianruo took the shovel right to the face. Her vision darkened, and her eyes turned fierce. You're pretty strong, little brat. Only then did Nuo become frightened, and the smile on her face stiffened. Seeing that, Yu Qing hurriedly pulled the little girl into his arms. Stop. He glared at Li Tianruo with eyes full of hatred. Are you not even going to spare a child? Li Tianruo frowned, looking extremely displeased. A beautiful spring night, and now it looks as though this prince is bullying the weak. I'll have to ask Chief Steward Zhang whether he forced you to come here. She thought in confusion. This is the first time a man has shown such disgust toward me. With that thought, Li Tianruo ordered, You may leave. A while later outside, tu get on Zingsleve. Father, are you okay? Did that bad woman hurt you? Don't worry, father. Nuo will definitely avenge you. Hearing that, Yu Qing could no longer suppress the sorrow in his heart. She had vanished without a word. For 5 whole years, his whole body trembled. For those 5 years, she had no idea what I went through. How could I ever forgive her? Yu Qing bit down hard on his teeth. Just then, someone came running over in a panic. Yu Qing, hurry and come with me. Don't you know how to deliver babies? Yu Qing hurriedly dropped to his knees, not even having time to react. The person continued, Chief Steward Zhang is about to give birth. There's no time to find a midwife. The steward is bleeding badly. For the sake of him saving your lives, hurry and save him. At the same time, elsewhere, Manager Zhang was panting hard. It hurts so much. Isn't Yu Qing here yet? Just then, the one who had gone to fetch Yu Qing entered with him. Earlier, after bringing you to Her Highness's room, the steward slipped and fell. Afraid of disturbing Her Highness's pleasure, the steward held it in, but unexpectedly started bleeding and simply couldn't bear it any longer. The moment he saw Yu Qing, Manager Zhang said anxiously, Yu Qing, you're here. Hurry and check on me. Am I going to die? Yu Qing quickly gestured, You won't die. At that moment, Nuo spoke unhappily. Father, why do you have to save this bad person? He never treated us kindly before. Hearing that, Yu Qing put on a stern face and taught the little girl. If I hadn't worked here all these years, how could I have raised you? We must be kind and repay kindness with gratitude. Yu Qing gestured for Nuo to repeat his words. Though unwilling, Nuo still obeyed. Father says, everyone please step aside. Just leave 2 people behind to help. Father says, prepare scissors, hot water, and towels. Also, the clever little girl added, a jade rod, a hanging ring, and a long strip of silk. Hearing that, the other person hurried away. All right, everything must be clean. Then quickly send someone to call the director back. At the same time, Li Tianruo was there as well. She was very surprised. A jade rod, a hanging ring, and a long strip of silk? What are those for? But Nuo quickly noticed her presence. There's a peeping Tom. The little girl put her hands on her hips and shouted, Bad woman, what are you doing here? Don't interrupt my father while he's delivering a baby. Women aren't allowed in the delivery room. Get out. As soon as she said that, Nuo slammed the door shut. Seeing that, Li Qianrua couldn't help thinking, why is this child so fierce? She must take after her mother. On the other side, Nuanua pushed a chair over next to Yu Qing. Father, sit down. At this moment, Yu Qing was completely focused. He's bleeding a lot. Check whether the baby is all right. He quickly placed his hand on Manager Zhang's belly to examine it. Still fine. The baby is still moving. Nothing's wrong. Yu Qing broke out in sweat. The fetal position is correct, but the baby is a little large. It may take more strength. Thinking that, he immediately began. Hang in there. I'll be gentle. Yu Qing started to reach in, but before he could do anything, Manager Zhang was already sobbing. It hurts. I'm dying. Yu Qing became a little tense. The water has already broken. The fetus has entered the womb passage, and the birth canal is more than halfway open, but the baby's head is too large and can't come out for the moment. Thinking that, he signaled for Nua to help. Father says, take a deep breath and slowly push downward. Manager Zhang panted. Yu Qing, I was wrong before. Save me. It hurts so much. I don't want to die. Yu Qing pressed his lips together. The director isn't here. There's no other way to assist the delivery. I can only rely on myself. He gently pressed on Manager Zhang's belly. Push. The pain made him scream out loud. A shrill scream rang all the way outside. Hearing it, Li Qianrua turned pale with fear. It sounded exactly like the scream of someone taking a blade on the battlefield. By now, Zhangshi was almost completely exhausted. Save me. Has my wife still not come back? I really can't hold on much longer. Yu Qing narrowed his eyes. Just a little more. He frowned in intense concentration. I can see the head already, but Chief Steward Zhang has no strength left. If we don't get the baby out now. Thinking of this, he gestured again. Father said we have to bring the baby out directly. It may hurt a lot, so endure it. Zhangshi's eyes brimmed with tears. At this point, what's the use of dragging it out? Just do it. I really can't take it anymore. Hearing that, Nua immediately handed him a cloth. Bite on this. Yu Qing rolled up his sleeves. He had to do it now. At the same time, outside, Li Qianrua frowned and thought that men really did not have it easy when giving birth. The baby cried loudly on the cushion. Yu Qing gently picked the child up in his arms. It was a boy. Li Qianrua stood behind them, peeking curiously. Beside the bed, happily said to Steward Zhang, it's a boy. Chief Steward Zhang looked dissatisfied. What? After all that effort, it's a boy? Holding the baby, Yu Qing smiled and said to him, look at him. Boys are very cute too. Chief Steward Zhang gently poked the baby's cheek, then said between heavy breaths, Yu Qing, thank you. Nua obediently wiped the sweat from Yu Qing's forehead. Father, you're tired, right? Let me wipe your sweat. Yu Qing glanced at Li Qianrua, and she said in surprise, I didn't expect you to know how to deliver babies. Li Qianrua clicked her tongue in admiration. You're really amazing. How did you learn that? Yu Qing thought sadly, there are too many heartless people in this world. I just want to help these pitiful pregnant men. When Yu Qing and Nua were leaving, Nua teased Li Qianrua. Outside, Li Qianrua asked the servant beside her, who exactly is that Yu Qing? How does he even know midwifery? The servant hesitated. Why would Prince Yin be interested in someone like him? Your Highness probably doesn't know. He then recounted Yu Qing's story. Yu Qing was originally the child of an opera singer. His father didn't want him, fearing he would affect his business. It just so happened that old Yu of the Yu family troupe was kind-hearted, so he picked him up, took him in as a disciple, and raised him. When Yu Qing was little, he was obedient and always pestered his master to hold him. Master. Old Yu was highly respected around here and treated him like his own son. He wanted to train him into Liu Yun's finest hualing and someday hand the Yu family troupe over to him. But then he secretly got involved with some woman from who knows where and even became pregnant. At the very height of his youth, he refused to say who that woman was. She must not have been anyone decent. It truly let down all of old Yu's painstaking efforts over the years. The father and son knelt sadly while scrubbing the floor. Although old Yu angrily broke his leg, for the sake of their years together, he still let him stay on as a handyman and scrape by while raising the child. As for delivering babies, he taught himself. From time to time, he helps people around him give birth and never charges a fee. These days, it's hard to find a midwife, and since he doesn't ask for money, people are always coming to him for help. Li Qianrua was dumbfounded after hearing this. So he could speak all along? Then why did he suddenly become mute? The servant gave an awkward smile. This servant doesn't know either. He has never mentioned it to anyone. Li Qianrua stood there in a daze, thinking A midwife who suddenly turned mute. This man is very interesting. Night fell. Your Highness has returned. When Josie timidly asked Li Tianruo, "Wife, have you had dinner yet?" Li Tianruo replied coldly, "No need to prepare anything. I've already eaten." Wen Jiao grew worried at once. "Wife." Earlier, Wen Jiao had been sitting in his room asking a guard, "Why is Her Highness back so late? Didn't I tell you to follow her? Where did she go?" The man knelt and answered, "Well, women who go out at night are naturally going out for pleasure. Why must the prince consort ask?" Wen Jiao was crestfallen. "How could this be? I'm pregnant, and my wife is out seeking pleasure." Wen Jiao shouted angrily, "Speak. Where exactly did Her Highness go? If you don't tell the truth, I'll have you thrown out." The guard turned pale. "Please calm your anger, Prince Consort. Her Highness." Her Highness went to Fragrant Pear Courtyard to watch a Hualing perform. Hearing that, Wen Jiao became even more furious. "I knew it. She's only been here a month, and those vixens outside already can't sit still. Who performed at Pear Fragrance Courtyard today?" The guard stammered it. "It was Hua Yuan. I heard he even offered Her Highness a fan, but Her Highness didn't accept it. After that, I don't know what happened." Wen Jiao narrowed his eyes. "Yuan?" Then he said, "Oh, I've heard of him. A lowly, cheap thing. Even if the prince saw him, he could never be taken into the residence. He really doesn't know his place." Wen Jiao frowned. "I need to teach him a lesson." At that moment, somewhere else, someone kicked over a bucket, standing before Yue Qing and his child. Yuan sneered, "Senior brother, you're already a cripple. Can you hurry up and get out of Pear Fragrance Courtyard? You don't actually think Prince Yin took a liking to you, do you? What are you doing?" Yuan looked contemptuous. "Prince Yin has just never seen a lame you before. She only found you novel for a moment. And you actually dared make me lose face in front of everyone." Yue Qing signed with his hands, "I don't need you to drive me out. Once Nunuo is a little older, I will definitely take him and leave this place." Furious, Yuan shoved Yue Qing. "Speak. I can't understand whatever it is you're gesturing." Nuo angrily stepped in to stop him. "You bad person, you're bullying my father again." Yuan frowned. "What ill omen. Because of you, the entire school has lost face. You've wronged all of us. You've wronged Master, who raised you like his own son. And yet you gave birth to this bastard child from who knows where." Nuo trembled vid frage. Seeing Yuan touch his son, Yue Qing angrily grabbed Yuan by the collar. Nuo is not some bastard child." Just then, a voice rang out. "That's enough. Stop it." Zhang Shi came over carrying the baby. "Yinner, your senior brother has already fallen this low. With your status now, do you really need to bicker with him over this?" Yuan crossed his arms and said, "Courtyard Master's husband, he only helped you deliver your baby once. And now you're taking his side? Stay out of my business and hurry back to feed your child." Zhang Shi let out a sigh. "Fine, keep arguing if you want. I only came to tell you something. Prince Yin came here again today." Yue Qing froze. "Why did she come again?" Nuo raised his voice. "Is that awful woman here to bully my father again?" Yuan, on the other hand, was delighted. "Prince Yin came again? Courtyard Master's husband arranged for me to perform tonight." He happily waved his hand. "Remember to lock Yue Qing and his brat in their room today, too. Don't let him run out and meet Prince Yin. Having me around Prince Yin is enough." Yue Qing frowned. "Even if you didn't say it, I still wouldn't meet her." Nuo shouted, "My father doesn't want to see her at all." A little later, in the room, Yuan happily put on makeup. In a Hualing's entire life, there can only be one flower plucker. Only a flower plucker can help a Hualing through his bloom period. Blushing, Yuan thought, if I had a flower plucker, then every bloom period afterward wouldn't hurt so much. Thinking of Li Tianruo, Prince Yin, such a heroic woman, filled Yuan with delight. She's exactly the person worthy of my lifelong devotion. Just then, footsteps entered. Yuan turned around. "Who's there?" Two people threw sacks over Yuan. "Sisters, it's him. What are you trying to do?" Those people started kicking and beating Yuan. "Beat him for me. You little slut. Let's see if you still dare try to seduce Prince Yin. I'll help." At the same time, elsewhere, Nuo was locked inside a room. "Open the door." "Hey, why do you have to lock us in here?" "Open the door." Nuo grew worried when he saw Yue Qing cough a few times. Father, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" A flower mark appeared on Yue Qing's forehead. "Oh no, my bloom period has arrived." Yue Qing felt miserable. Why has this month's bloom period come so much earlier? Could it be because of her? He panted heavily. "No imposible. I hate her. I stopped having feelings for her long ago. No, no, I can never forget all the torment of these past years. Nua asked worriedly, is your old illness acting up again? But there's no cold water in the room. Iwising the vetohim, signaning Nua infine. Go play by yourself and ignore me. I'll be okay in a while. Anyway, all these years I've always just endured it and gotten through. Suddenly, a fragrance drifted through the air. Nonotoka de bret. It smells so good. Every time Father has one of his episodes, there's a floral scent. It's amazing. What scent is this? Yueching blushed. Children don't need to understand that. You're too young for it. Yueching lay motionless on the bed. I'd rather not have this scent at all. So hot, so itchy. I can't think about her. I can't. Meanwhile, at the stage, the young ladies were in an uproar. Why hasn't Wei Yin come yet? Is it going to be a performance or not? Li Tianhua sat there blankly. At that moment, Zhang Shi came out holding the baby. Ladies and gentlemen, our Yuan isn't feeling well, so someone else will perform tonight. The ticket money will be returned to all of you. Li Tianhua thought to herself, Yueching hasn't shown up again today. I wonder where he went. She stood up and walked out. There's nothing to do here anyway. I may as well go back. If I'm too late, Father will complain again that I don't dote on men. Suddenly, a fragrance drifted over and made Li Tianhua stop short. Why is there a scent here? She looked up. It seems to be a floral scent. It smells so good. Li Tianhua looked around. Where's it coming from? Curious, she walked to the front of her room. Why is this door locked from the outside? Who's in there? Li Tianhua sarat brings yan, Li Tianru. She thought to herself, a child's voice, just as I expected. Lying on the bed, Yueching thought, why is it her? Why does it have to be now? Nua whimpered. You're here to see my father, right? We're locked in, and besides, my father isn't well right now. He can't see you. Li Tianhua immediately asked, not well? What's wrong with him? Nua replied. His face is really red. He keeps panting, and there's a smell coming off him. Moonmosa. Before Nua could finish, Yueching covered the child's mouth. No. Li Tianhua froze when she heard that. Panting? She quickly kicked the door open. Yueching was stunned when he saw this. Li Tianhua's loli wolkting. Are you all right? Nua immediately stepped in front of her. My father's not well. What are you trying to do? Li Tianhu suddenly blusha. The scent is so strong. Why does my body suddenly feel hot? As she spoke, Li Tianhua pulled aside the curtain. Yueching hid completely beneath the blanket. Don't come over. Don't come over. Don't look at me. Li Tianhua stared fixedly at Yueching, and a wave of heat rose inside her. She reached out toward Yueching. It seems I'm getting restless too. Yueching thought anxiously. Why now of all times? Don't touch me. Yueching looked at Li Tianhua, but his body in bloom yearned for her by instinct, wanting her touch, wanting release from this misery. Li Tianhua kissed Yueching on the lips. He struggled, mortified. No, I can't. It's easiest to get pregnant during the bloom period. I can't have another child with her. Yueching gritted his teeth. I have to endure it. Li Tianhua gently caressed Yueching's face. You don't have a fever, do you? Does your head hurt? Nua quickly said, if we put cold water on father's forehead, he'll feel better. Li Tianhua asked, how long does this condition last? Nua ansmered aukmardi, 3 to 5 days. During that time, father doesn't go out and keeps the door locked, not seeing anyone. Li Tianhua said, it's a bloom period, isn't it? I've heard that when wallings are in bloom, they release a fragrance that stirs desire, and only a flower plucker can help them through it. Li Tianhua slowly stepped outside. Don't worry, Li Tianhua, am not the kind of person who takes advantage of someone in distress. I'll go get a bucket of water. The scent is very strong, so you two still need to keep the door tightly shut. Hearing that, Nua was stunned. This big sister doesn't seem all that bad after all. Yueching watched Li Tianhua's retreating figure. Why is she pretending to be some upright gentleman? If she were really upright, why did she betray me in the beginning? In the past 5 years, she never once came looking for me. A little later, Li Tianhua brought over a basin of water. She thoughtfully wrung out a cloth and handed it to Yueching to wipe his face. Standing with her arms folded, Li Tianhua said, how long has your father been like this? Nua answered, how would I know? I haven't even been alive 5 years yet. Li Tianhu fronat. Where's your mother? Nua angrily sighed. Dead. Li Tianruo clasped her hands and put on a cold expression. Is that so? My condolences. Yue Qing turned pale. No, that's not, but Nua's eyes suddenly filled with tears. Even though father says she's dead, I know the truth. My mother abandoned me, and father. Everyone says that before I was even born, she already didn't want father anymore. I was born a child without a mother. She's really not human. A rotten, horrible person. Hearing Nua say that, Yue Qing nodded repeatedly. Nua said resolutely, even if she's still alive, I would never want to see her. Li Tianruo said in agreement. Humph, how could there be such a thing? I can't believe there's a woman worse than a beast, getting someone pregnant and refusing to take responsibility. She said angrily, don't worry. If this prince ever meets that woman, I will definitely have her whipped for 3 days and 3 nights, then confiscate all her property and make her smash her head on the ground to apologize to you. Yue Qing stared blankly after hearing Li Tianruo say that. Nua immediately said, well said, and you should shave her head bald too. Then I'll draw a big pile of poop on her head. Li Tianruo broke out in a cold sweat. You little brat are really vicious. Sitting there, Yue Qing thought to himself, why? If she had already become heartless toward me and forgotten me, why did she come back and draw close to me again, only to make things difficult for me? I am no longer the person I was before. The young and beautiful Hualing with the heavenly singing voice is gone, and you have changed too. I no longer need you now. At the palace, what? You said Li Tianruo has returned? The person asked. The servant replied, yes, Mississippi. While you were at sea, Li Tianruo overtook you and became the top-ranked woman men most want to marry. Jinji asked the guard, where is she now? I heard she's been going to Pear Fragrance Courtyard every day these past few days. Jinji flicked her sleeve. I came up back, Li Tianru. That woman actually dares to come back. At the palace, Shenshi asked Wenjiu with concern, Joer, have you been feeling well lately? Pregnancy is hard. If anything feels wrong, you must tell me. Wenjiu's eyes shone. Father-in-law, you've treated Joer so well. I truly don't know how to repay you. Shenshi took Wenjiu's hands. Oh, just call me father. I think of you as my own son. The child in your belly is the Li family's future heir. What is there to repay? Wenjiu replied aggrievedly. It's just that wife seems not to like this child. Shenshi froze. What's wrong with Tianruo? Has Tianruo not been treating you well? Come to think of it, why haven't I seen her these past few days? Where's Prince Yen? The guard hesitated. Well, Wenjiu quickly shot him a look, and only then did he speak. These past few days, Prince Yen has gone to Pear Fragrance Courtyard every night and returned very late. Hearing that, Shenshi was furious. Oof. With a pregnancy in the household, and she, a dignified Prince Yen, is lingering in such frivolous pleasure quarters? It's utterly improper. Shenshi immediately ordered Ruhua, take people to Pear Fragrance Courtyard and bring Prince Yen back to me. Yes. Shenshi quickly comforted Wenjiu. Joer, don't take it to heart. Men can't expect women not to fool around a little outside. You're Prince Yen's husband. No matter what those outsiders are like, they can never compare to you. Right now, the most important thing is that you safely give birth. As for Tianruo, I'll give her a good talking to. You've suffered. Wenjiu smiled. Father, thank you. That's right. The child in my belly will inherit the title of Prince Yen in the future. That evening, Nua spoke up. Father, big sister Prince Yen is here again. Li Tianruo said, the fragrance seems to be gone now. Is your bloom period over? Yue Qing thought to himself, during these few days of my bloom period, Li Tianruo came to see me every single day. From beginning to end, she never once did anything improper to me. What exactly is she thinking? Yue Qing waved his hand. Don't come anymore. I'm fine now. I'll go to work in a moment. No to get at Li Tianruo's slave. Big sister Prince Yen, why do you keep coming to see my father? Do you like him? Yue Qing was stunned and called out, Nua. But Nua said, if you like him, then come. If you like him, then come. I'm missing a domineering mother like big sister Prince Yen, and my father is missing a wife who will cherish him with all her heart. Li Tianruo said awkwardly. Nua whispered to Li Tianruo, let me tell you a secret. My father is very popular. If you hesitate for a few more days, he might get snatched away by Wang Erqiu next door's mother. A real woman can't hesitate. When it's time to make a move, make it. Li Tianruo's face darkened. Where is Wang Erqiu's mother? Yue Qing swiftly smacked Nuo's butt. Don't talk nonsense. What Wang Erqiu's mother? Li Tianruo said again, young master Yue Qing, let me ask you one more time. Do you really not know me? 5 years ago, I was gravely injured on the battlefield. I've always felt like I forgot someone, and you feel very familiar to me. Yueqing froze. She had been badly injured, so that was why she forgot me. But the person she knew was Hua Ling Yueqing, not a lame, mute, dirty, ugly Yueqing like I am now. Yueqing lightly tugged at Li Tianruo's hand. Did you come back on purpose to look for me? You didn't mean to abandon me, did you? Yueqing tried hard to speak. Your injury, is it all right? Just then, Ruhua walked over. Your Highness, you're here? Ruhua cupped his hands. Your Highness, the princess consort ordered me to bring you back within 10 days. Li Tianruo turned her head. Bring me back? Is something the matter? Ruhua replied. The prince consort is pregnant now. It truly isn't appropriate for you to stay in a place like this. The princess consort sent this servant to invite you back. You should be spending more time with the prince consort. Yueqing stiffened when he heard that. Pregnant? He let go of Li Tianruo's hand. Yueqing panicked. Her lawful husband was already pregnant. Li Tianruo crossed her arms and looked at Ruhua with cold arrogance. This princess, stand upright and honest. I haven't done anything shameful. Do I need you to invite me back? Go back yourself. I'll return to the residence when it's time. Ruhua looked at her awkwardly. This. Li Tianruo narrowed her eyes and roared angrily, Ruhua, your nerve is getting bigger and bigger. Seeing her fury, Ruhua grew frightened and hurriedly backed away. Yes, this servant takes his leave. After driving those people away, Li Tianruo turned around. The door slammed shut. Inside the room, Nuonyuo looked at Yueqing anxiously and asked, Dad, why are you crying? Yueqing lay on the bed and burst into sorrowful tears. I've always clung to a fantasy. She still had no child, so maybe she was waiting for me. But with a lawful husband like young Master One by her side, why would she need someone like me? Seeing how heartbroken he was, Nuonyuo assumed Li Tianruo had bullied him. The little girl glared at the door and shouted, Why? Why did you make my dad cry again? Bad woman. I just thought you weren't so bad. Why do you always make my dad so miserable? Li Tianruo stood outside with a blank expression. Did I say something? How would I know? At that moment, the blonde-haired man came running over in a panic and hurriedly said to her, Your Highness, please hurry over there. Miss Jean is here and is looking for you everywhere. Li Tianruo frowned at him. Miss Jean? Jean? The blonde-haired man quickly replied, Who else would it be? Please come with me at once, or Miss Jean is going to tear Li Xiang courtyard apart. Elsewhere, a cigar was held in one hand, white smoke drifting in the air. Jean Ji sat in a chair and asked coolly, Li Tianruo, you still dare come back? The noble women around them whispered among themselves when they saw the scene. It's Miss Jean, the richest tycoon's daughter in our region. After the new emperor ascended the throne, he issued an edict giving the Jean family control over several major Luoyuan trade guilds. She's truly someone formidable. Miss Jean just got her #1 spot stolen by Li Tianruo in the ranking of women men most want to marry. How can one mountain have 2 tigers? Don't tell me they're going to fight. Jean Ji and Li Tianruo stared each other down, neither willing to yield. Even the air around them seemed frozen solid. Jean Ji looked at her with blatant jealousy. Well, if it isn't Li Tianruo the Rakshasa, who can go to heaven, burrow underground, and fight 100 alone. Haven't seen you in years, and that face of yours looks even more revolting now. Li Tianruo did not get angry. She looked at Jean Ji and said with a half-smile, Well, if it isn't Miss Jean, who has nothing but money and looks. Haven't seen you in years, and your breasts have gotten even bigger. Jean Ji ground her teeth in anger when she heard herself being cursed. You wretch. She cupped Li Tianruo's face and planted a kiss full of longing on her lips. I missed you so much it hurt. Everyone around them stared with mouths agape. Miss Jean still hasn't married. Don't tell me the rumors are true. The rumor that she actually likes women? How could that be? If it's true, the men will die of heartbreak. No, maybe the men also want to read stories about Jean Ji and Li Tianruo. Everyone held their cheeks and looked at the two in envy. These two are amazing. Jean Ji happily hooked Li Tianruo's arm and pulled her away. Come on, sleep at my place tonight. It's been so long since we met. You have to tell me what's happened. Li Tianruo sighed and refused her. Not tonight. There are matters at home. I'll come visit your residence tomorrow. Jean Ji's eyes lit up as she teased her. Oh, is there a sweet little husband waiting for you at home? I heard the prince consort of Yin is pregnant. Looks like he can't spend even a day away from you. Li Tianruo answered helplessly. It's not like that. It's a long story. I'll explain it to you later. You know what my father is like when he loses his temper. It's no ordinary terrifying. Late at night, in the small room, Nuonyuo sat on the bed and looked at Yueching lying beside her, softly comforting him. "Dad, stop crying." Yueching's tears kept rolling down uncontrollably. Nuonyuo patted his shoulder in heartache to comfort him. "Ah, this is making me mad. What's going on? Everything was fine. So how did that woman make Dad cry just by saying a few random words? I haven't seen Dad this heartbroken in a long time. No, I have to get revenge." At the Princian residence. "Mistress, you've returned." Li Tianhua looked at Wenjio and replied coolly. Are you well? I only came to check on you. Rest early." Seeing that she was about to leave, Wenjio called after her in panic. "Mistress, don't go." He pulled open the front of his robe and looked at her with shy grievance. "Mistress is so cruel. Ever since I got pregnant, you haven't touched me once. Don't you know that a pregnant husband in this period has the hardest time suppressing desire?" Li Tianhua, being a straight woman, looked at Wenjio in confusion and asked, "What do you mean by desire?" Wenjio looked at her as if he wanted to cry, without tears. "No way," he replied with embarrassed hesitation and shyness. "It means." "Ah, how could mistress force a man to say such words himself?" Li Tianhua looked at him indifferently and said, "Just say it." Wenjio's cheeks flushed red as he looked at her, utterly embarrassed. Men are most easily aroused while pregnant. The farther along it goes, the worse it gets. Starting in the 3rd month, I need mistress to help me often. Childbirth for a man is like passing through the gates of hell. If mistress won't even help me normally, then how am I supposed to give birth when the time comes? Li Tianhua narrowed her eyes and looked at him coldly. "Wenjio, do you still not understand why I've been so distant toward you?" Wenjio lowered his eyes in hurt and answered softly, "Because I was married in to bring good fortune to mistress, so mistress dislikes me." Li Tianhua looked at him and said coolly, "No. You're when family volunteered to marry you into our house. You chose not to break the engagement, betrayed the one you loved, and abandoned your friend." When Jio looked at her in panic and quickly explained, "No, that's not it. Jiro has always admired mistress. The 3 of us grew up together. You used to be innocent, lively, pure, and kind as well." Li Tianhua looked at him and asked coldly, "Since when did you become like this? Go to sleep." With that, she turned and walked out. When Jio stared at her in panic. "Mistress." His hand tightened around the blanket. "Damn it, do you think I wanted this? Do you think I don't know why I've had to endure the humiliation of carrying this child?" The tears on his face fell uncontrollably. Marriage, childbirth. What choice did I ever have? Why do I have to endure this humiliation? From beginning to end, no one ever asked what I wanted. The next morning on the street, Wang Erqiu, Zhang Sani, Pang Xiong, Daodu, all of you come here. 3 cute little girls with shining eyes shouted in unison, "Sister Nuo, what's the matter?" Nuo, the little boss of the street children, planted her hands on her hips and angrily said to the 3 girls in front of her, "That woman keeps bullying my dad. Yesterday, she made him cry again. He cried so hard it hurt. Help me get revenge on her." Pang Xiong looked at Daodu and said innocently, but my mother says the more you like someone, the more you want to make them cry." Daodu nodded in agreement. "My dad says that too. He says he keeps crying because he likes my mom." Wang Erqiu's cheeks flushed red, and she said happily, I even heard my dad crying while telling my mom to hurt him more." Daodu looked at Nuonyuo and advised her in a grown-up manner. "You should ask your dad first whether he was crying happily or crying sadly. My mom says men are made of water. They cry when it hurts, but they also cry when they feel really good and comfortable." Nuonyuo frowned deeply, looking thoughtful. "That's a thing too." No, that's all nonsense. Come with me." She turned around and ordered the children to hurry up and follow her. Elsewhere, the children hid in a corner and secretly observed. "Stop playing with your pinwheel and get ready." Zhang Sanni, holding a pinwheel, looked terrified and pitiful. "Sister Nuonyuo, I'm scared." Holding a cow dung patty, Nuonyuo said angrily, "When she comes out, we'll throw the dung at her." Daodu, also holding a cow dung patty, nodded firmly. She's coming out." Seeing Li Tianhua walk out absent-mindedly, Nuonyuo immediately shouted, "Attack." Then she hurled the cow dung at her. Li Tianhua easily dodged it and glared angrily at the children. "You!" The children screamed in fright and ran off. So scary, Run." Zhang Sani unfortunately tripped and fell. Li Tianruo walked over to her. Little one, Zhang Sani lay prone on the ground in fear and burst into tears. Wu, don't kill me. Wu. Suddenly, a pinwheel was held out before her. Li Tianruo bent down slightly and returned Zhang Sani's pinwheel. You dropped this pinwheel. Late at night, a voice echoed in the room. You've taken a fancy to a servant from Lixiang courtyard, and he's even mute. The two sat at the dining table. Li Tianruo looked at Jin Ji and sighed. You can't put it that way. It's just that I care about him very much and always want to see him. I keep feeling that he's very much like someone I knew before, but he keeps denying it. I've already had people investigate his background again. The information I got is no different from what I knew before. No one knows which woman he had that child with back then, and no one knows why he suddenly became mute. That child couldn't possibly be mine, right? She gave a dry laugh, trying to reassure herself. Probably not. That little brat has such a bad temper. No matter how I think about it, he can't be my child. He doesn't resemble me at all. Jinji frowned at her and asked, You really don't remember anything at all? Li Tianruo shook her head. I only remember that 5 years ago, that young man and I had just one spring night together. We were mutually in love and had promised that I would bring him home as my husband. Other than that, I remember nothing. Jinji looked at her and sighed. Maybe you really did let him down. She walked over, put an arm around Li Tianruo's shoulder, and analyzed calmly. Look, if the two of you had one unforgettable night back then, and he got pregnant and gave birth, then that child would just happen to be about this age now, right? She held up 4 fingers. Li Tianruo nodded, right? Jinji looked at Li Tianruo with ambiguous eyes. 5 years ago, the western border was in chaos when the barbarian tribes invaded. That just happened to be when you led your troops out of Yenzhou. Later, you were wounded on the battlefield and bedridden for 5 years. So you abandoned him and the child somewhere and never cared for them. She sighed and looked at Li Tianruo with pity and sympathy, as if looking at a heartless lover. Then he thought you had betrayed him, and love turned into hate. He raised the child alone through hardship, and he won't even let the child acknowledge a mother like you. TSK. Ruruo, you really are a faithless woman. Li Tianruo stared blankly at her. Thanks. That actually does feel plausible. In short, the fault lies with me. The reason I came back to Yinzhou this time was to find the person from before and fulfill our promise. This time, I must stay with my family. I never want to go back to the battlefield again. Jin Ji patted her shoulder sadly to comfort her. Stop thinking about it. It's already been 5 years. You should let go of the trauma from back then. Look, even though that campaign was so horrific, didn't you survive by a miracle anyway? Li Tianruo Kudenchit had feasts. I want to know why too. She lowered her face, full of pain and self-reproach. 3,000 sisters of mine. Why was I the only one who survived? Back then, my sisters and I had clearly sworn to live together and die together. 5 years earlier, at the western border battlefield, smoke and flames blotted out the sky. Li Tianruo, dressed in armor and mounted on horseback, looked at her soldiers and shouted, Soldiers, follow me and charge out. Either we live together, or today we die together beneath this city. The female soldiers answered in unison. Yes, General. Li Tianruo raised her spear high. Warriors of Luyun, follow me and fight to the very last moment. Charge. The women charged into battle resolved to die, risking everything in a desperate fight against the enemy. An enemy soldier attacked Li Tianruo from behind. She was severely wounded and gradually lost consciousness. A bloodstained fan fell to the ground. Her trembling hand reached for it. Kingya, I should have died with them. Jinji looked at her and sighed with emotion. Yes, you were wounded that badly, yet you still survived. Even the physicians were astonished. No one in the world is as hard to kill as you. A huge, hideous scar stretched across Li Tianruo's back. I've lied to everyone. I know why I'm still alive. I died there, and my soul returned to the Yellow Springs. Crossing the River of 3 Ways, I wandered upon Naiha Bridge. Deep below lay the underworld. There was even a blood-red full moon. I don't remember how long I lingered there, until one day. A woman in a red cloak walked up behind Li Tianruo and asked coolly, You have lingered here for years. Why do you still refuse to leave? Meng Pe, holding a bowl of soup, looked at her and continued, Do you still have an unfulfilled wish? Li Tianruo stood on the bridge in a crimson robe, her hair fluttering in the wind. Li Tianruo, I've never done a single evil deed in my life. Whether to my country and its people, or to my friends and family, I have always had a clear conscience. It's just, her eyes lowered, concealing the loneliness and guilt within them. I let one man down. I never fulfilled the promise I made to him. If I die now, I will carry that regret forever and never close my eyes in peace. That is why I do not want to leave. Manhwa was silent for a moment before speaking. The dead cannot return to life. The mortal world is full of entanglements, love, hate, and grudges. Not everyone can let them go. She held out the bowl to Li Tianruo and said indifferently, "Drink this bowl of Manhwa soup. Forget your past life and return early." Li Tianruo looked at the bowl before her, her eyes full of reluctance. After a moment, she took the bowl, tears glistening in her eyes. Forget it. Qing'er, what I owe you, I'll repay in the next life." After saying that, she lifted the bowl to her lips and drank. Suddenly, someone rushed over, shouting, "Wait, don't drink it yet." A powerful force shot over and shattered the bowl in Li Tianruo's hand. The judge let out a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his brow. "Phew, I made it in time. Good thing she only drank half." He crossed his arms and looked Li Tianruo in the eye, speaking calmly. "General Li Tianruo, conqueror of the West, Lord Yama has determined that you performed good deeds for all under heaven, rendered great service to the state, and died young in your prime. Therefore, he is returning 5 years of your lifespan to you. You may return to the human world and finish what you left undone." Overjoyed, Li Tianruo quickly knelt down in thanks. "Many thanks, honored lord." Then she gradually vanished. Manhwa beside them cried out in alarm. No, her hand remained outstretched in midair. Elsewhere, a startled cry rang out. "Heavens, she's awake!" Li Tianruo woke up in bed. Shunshi, sitting by the bedside, saw that she had awakened and called out excitedly, Tianruo." When Jiao, standing beside him, also happily wiped away tears. Sitting up, Li Tianruo looked at Shunshi and asked, "I am?" Shunshi looked at her painfully and said, "You were gravely wounded on the battlefield and lay unconscious for 5 years. You finally awakened." He threw himself into her arms, sobbing. I thought you would stay like that for the rest of your life. Tianruo, don't leave your father behind." Li Tianruo smiled and patted his back in comfort. "Father, I'm fine now. I made you worry." Shunshi sat back up and wiped his tears. "It seems this marriage really was useful. Come, look quickly. This is the lawful husband I found for you, Wen Jiao." He pointed to Wen Jiao beside him. "You two grew up together, so you must be very close." Wen Jiao knelt on the ground and looked at her gently. "You est grande mistress." Shunshi happily continued. "After you were brought back from the battlefield, your life was always in danger. You were barely hanging on by a thread. So I discussed it with Duke One and arranged a wedding for you to bring good fortune. There were also 12 consorts taken in for the same purpose. Over the past few years, it was Jiao who stayed by your side caring for you." Li Tianruo sat on the bed, looking expressionlessly at Wen Jiao kneeling below. No, this isn't right. It's not him." Suddenly, a sharp pain stabbed through her head. Who is it? Why can't I remember?" Returning to the present, Jinji was applying medicine to Li Tianruo's back. Jinji looked at her heartbrokenly and asked, "Does it hurt?" Li Tianruo looked at her and said softly, "It hurts a little, but after so long, I'm used to it." Jinji picked up another set of clothes and smiled. "I'll go change into something else, then come back and apply medicine to your back. Don't let it touch water." Li Tianruo looked at her gratefully. "Kimchi, thank you for taking care of my whole family all these years. But why have you still never married or had children?" Kimchi's whole body stiffened. She raised her head, looked at her, and replied with a smile, "I'm not interested in men." Li Tianruo had just put her clothes back on, and when she heard that, she froze in shock. She coughed lightly twice. "Kimchi, I already have some on my heart. So, we'll always be good sisters, okay?" In the dressing room, Kimchi's clothes fell to the floor, and 2 full breasts rested on the table. Kimchi casually flicked back her hair and replied with a smile, I know. We'll always be good sisters." The upper half of Kimchi's clothing had been removed, revealing a firm chest and 6-pack abs. The next morning, a voice rang out through the estate. "I should get going. Duke One is hosting a banquet tonight, so I can't afford not to prepare properly." Li Tianruo rubbed her head in confusion. Kim Chi, tell me, why does every child hate me? Kim Chi linked arms with her and laughed, poking her cheek. You keep such a stern face all day. Of course children are scared of you. Li Tianruo frowned and asked, I heard children like you a lot. Do you have some kind of secret? I want to get close to Diet Tin's little brat. Kim Chi smiled at her. If you want children to like you, it's simple. I'll teach you a trick. Watch carefully. A servant beside them suddenly shouted, Miss Kim is here. Children, come quickly. Hearing that, the children immediately ran over, eyes shining as they looked at Kim Chi, Lord Kim. Miss Kim, most beautiful big sister. Yu likes Miss Kim the most. May Lord Kim's wealth flow in like water. Kim Ki nodded in satisfaction. Mumusa. Then she took out a small wooden box. Good children. Here, take it. Kim Chi opened the small wooden box and poured the money onto the ground. The middle-aged woman and the children hurried to pick it up. The woman looked at Kim Chi with a blissful smile and said, Thank you, Miss Kim. Children, hurry and kowtow to your ancestor. The obedient, sensible children quickly looked at Kim Chi and thanked her. Thank you, ancestor. Kim Chi said smugly. See, isn't it simple? Li Tianruo was stunned, her brows knitting together. That works too. Elsewhere, people came over carrying bundles of firewood. The proprietress sat in front of a table, looking over the accounts, and said coldly, Anyone who wants work, register here. 1 bundle, 51. Each person can only carry 1. Piles of bundled wood were stacked behind her. When she saw Diet Tin arrive with Nuok, she disdainfully drove them away. Why is it you again? A cripple wants to make money too? Don't hold up our business. Move aside. Leaning on his cane, Diet Tin walked over and pleaded with gestures. Please, I won't get in the way. Standing beside him, Nuok hurriedly said, If other people can do it, then we can too. A man beside them hoisted up a bundle of wood and, unable to bear it, spoke up for Diet Tin. Forget it. It's not easy raising a child. Let him carry it. Diet Tin looked at Nuok with delight. That's great. He immediately shouldered the heavy bundle of firewood and, leaning on his cane, left with Nuok. Nuok looked at him painfully and said, Father, give it to me. I'll carry it for you. Seeing how sensible Nuok was, Diet Tin felt comforted. Nuok really was a good child. He split off a portion for her to carry. Though still young, she was very strong. When we get paid today, can we buy candied hawthorn for you to eat? Diet Tin smiled and nodded. As soon as they saved enough money, they could move out of Li Huang courtyard. Nuok was also almost old enough to start school. A little girl like her couldn't keep doing heavy labor forever. She had followed him through hardship for far too long already. The dignity a girl ought to have. She had to have that too. When Li Tianruo saw the big and small figures walking past with wood on their shoulders, she froze. She hurried over and snatched the wood off Diet Tin's back. Give it to me. Why are you doing this kind of hard labor? Diet Tin clutched the bundle tightly and refused to let go. No, the two of them struggled over the wood in the middle of the road. Helpless, Li Tianruo let go. Are you really that short on money? She threw 3 large gold ingots to Diet Tin. Take it. Diet Tin lowered his eyes, his heart stinging. Li Tianruo, are you humiliating me with money? He turned and left angrily. Nuok glared at her and snorted. We can earn money ourselves. We don't need your charity. Seeing how angry the two of them were, Li Tianruo frowned tightly at a loss. Why didn't it work? The bundle of wood was slammed heavily onto the ground. Li Tianruo hugged Diet Tin tightly from behind and demanded angrily, What exactly are you upset about? This prince really doesn't understand you. Diet Tin's cheeks flushed red, his face full of panic. Put me down. Li Tianruo pressed Diet Tin forcefully against the wall and stared straight into his eyes. You need money. I can give it to you. You don't want to live in Li Huang courtyard. I can arrange a better place for you. My memories may be gone, but my feelings won't lie to me. Diet Tin avoided her gaze, not daring to look into her eyes. Li Tianruo gripped his chin, forcing him to look at her. Look at me, Diet Tin. I don't have much time left. I want you to be my man. Standing nearby, Nuok was shocked to hear Li Tianruo say she wanted Diet Tin to be her man. So this woman is finally making a move on my father. Flustered, Diet Tin hurriedly pushed Li Tianruo away. How can you say such things in front of a child? These things can wait until later. And besides, I can earn money myself. I don't need you to keep me. After saying that, he angrily struggled with all his strength and broke free from her grasp. Li Tianruo seized his hand and frowned. Where are you going? You're not allowed to leave. Duke Wen is hosting a banquet tonight. I'm taking you with me, and after that I'll introduce you to everyone as my secondary consort. Naturally, I'll raise your child as my own. Duyet Tin lowered his eyes, loneliness filling them. So you still don't remember me. A secondary consort. If it were the old me, I definitely would have been satisfied. But like this, how could I face the prince consort and Duke Wen? How could they possibly agree to let you be with someone like me? Nuok stood off to the side, secretly observing. Father, just agree to her. With tears in her eyes, she looked pitifully at Duyet Tin and said, even though I don't like this woman, I hate seeing you work so hard even more. At least she has money. We won't go hungry anymore. Duyet Tin looked at Nuok in heartache. Nuok, is this really okay? Li Qianrua didn't waste any more words and immediately hoisted Duyet Tin over her shoulder. Then let's go now. Duyet Tin struggled in embarrassed anger. You villain, put me down. Seeing the two of them leave, Nuok quickly shouted, Hey, what about me? Li Qianrua said coolly, when adults are busy, children go home. Tonight, at the Wen residence. Inside the room, the servants looked at each other in surprise and whispered, Oh, that fits him perfectly. I didn't expect this young master to look so beautiful when dressed up. Duyet Tin, wearing a new set of clothes and leaning on his cane, gave off a gentle and refined air. Standing beside him, Li Qianrua couldn't help looking at him several more times. She took Duyet Tin's hand and pulled him along. Come on, I'll take you to meet my father. Duyet Tin lowered his head awkwardly. How did things suddenly turn out like this? What am I even doing? As they walked, Li Qianrua said, This house is a little plain. Once I bring you into the residence, your room will be much nicer. You won't have to do anything. Whether it's delicacies from land and sea or silks and brocades, whatever you want, I'll give it all to you. The servants will take care of everything else too. You'll only need to raise the child well. And we'll have children of our own too. Duyet Tin lowered his head sadly. Seeing that something was off with his expression, Li Qianrua asked in confusion, What's wrong? Duyet Tin closed his eyes and shook his head. I don't think this is right. You don't understand at all. I don't need those things. I'm not your pet. And I'm not a tool for bearing children. I can't keep living dependent on you. He turned and walked away coldly. Li Qianrua stood behind him and asked, Where are you going? Just then, Wenjiu walked by, saw her, and called out in surprise. Wife Lord. He ran over joyfully and clung tightly to her arm. You finally came. Jiur has been waiting for you forever. Come quickly. My mother has arrived. Duke Wen, holding a teacup, smiled and said, This time, Jiur is pregnant, and our whole family is overjoyed beyond words. While Jiur was staying with the Li family, it was fortunate that he had your care. To the prince consort, I truly hope the child will be a girl. If Jiur can give birth to the Li family's eldest daughter, then all these years of my teaching him won't have been in vain. Madame Shun smiled in reply. Not at all, not at all. You raised such a fine son. I treat that child like my own flesh and blood. Everything he wears and uses is the very best. You may rest assured. When Jiu clung tightly to Li Qianrua's arm and said with a smile, Mother, the child won't be born for some time yet. You're being too anxious. Sitting beside him, Li Qianrua held a teacup in silence. Outside, through the crack of the door, Duyet Tin saw the scene of such warmth and familial intimacy and lowered his eyes. His heart twisted in pain. Wenjiu leaned his head happily against Li Qianrua's shoulder with a smile. Ah, wife Lord treats me so well. Standing outside, Duyet Tin lowered his head in anguish. Those two really are a match made in heaven. As expected of the principal husband from a noble family. 5 years ago, I was someone destined to go to the battlefield sooner or later. You truly didn't mind? Now you belong to me. Their fingers intertwined tightly. They had just finished making love. Li Qianrua looked at Duyet Tin gently and said, Chinger, what do you want? I may not be counted among the truly wealthy, but as long as I have it, I'll give it all to you. Duyet Tin, cheeks flushed red, said happily, I don't need anything. I only want you to be safe and stay by my side for the rest of your life. Li Qianrua gently placed a deep kiss on Duyet Tin's lips. In this life, I will never fail you. I will return victorious and redeem you. Not long after, news came back from the border. It was said that General Li Qianrua, who pacified the West, had returned in triumph and married the eldest son of Duke Wen, with the marriage presided over by Duke Wen himself. Duyet Tin, holding his heavily pregnant belly, heard the news like a bolt from the blue. His face turned deathly pale, while outside people kept talking. They really are a match made in heaven. No wonder General Lee stayed in the capital. She couldn't bear to return to Yinzhou, so it turns out she married a beautiful husband. In the room, Diet Tin's heart ached sharply, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. No, she wouldn't abandon me. Sobbing, he returned to the present. Diet Tin tightened his grip on the cane in his hand. For her, I once gave up everything. For her, I didn't hesitate to defy my master and bring shame upon my sect. And what I got in return was this shattered life. A rag was thrown to the floor. Diet Tin changed back into his old clothes and knelt down to scrub the floor. Even the things I once loved, I let go of. He lifted his head and looked enviously at Diet Yin, beautifully made up and dancing on stage. Do I regret it? My family, my master and disciples, my brothers, the things I loved, I lost them all. If I said I didn't regret it, that would be a lie. Tears spilled from the corners of his eyes. But if I said I no longer still cared about her, that would be a lie too. How could I now? Tears fell onto the back of his hand, and the hand holding the rag trembled slightly. To hand everything I have over to her again, I can never go back to how things were. Late at night, the streets were empty. Anyway, my father isn't home, so I can go home a little later today. Are we still playing make-believe? Let me be the emperor. Zhang Sanner's eyes lit up as he cupped his cheeks in his hands. Your Majesty, didn't you say you'd make me empress? Wang Erqiu, eyes sparkling and refusing to be outdone, said, I was here first, Your Majesty. I want to be empress too. Nuak sat on the stone bench with one child on each side. My beloved consorts, don't be impatient. Run a race tomorrow. Whoever climbs the mud wall the highest will become my empress. And every day you must bring delicious food to the emperor. Then the emperor will like you even more. I'll first appoint Zhang Sanner as noble consort. From now on, your third noble consort. Zhang Sanner stared blankly at Nyak and said, Your Majesty, that title sounds kind of strange. Nuak ignored him. She turned to Wang Erqiu and continued. As for Wang Erqiu, to be fair, I'll make you noble consort too. From now on, your second noble consort. Wang Erqiu happily offered Nuak water. Your Majesty, please drink some plain water. Standing nearby, Ban Xiong cried pitifully as he looked at Nuak. Sister Nuak is biased. Why didn't you appoint me? You dislike me because I'm fat. Nuak looked at him with distaste. Boys who are too fat can't get married off. Lose weight first. Zhang Sanner and Wang Erqiu hugged Nuak's legs, their faces full of flattery. Your Majesty, flip my card. No, pick me first. Nuak smiled at the two boys. Don't rush. I'll pick both of you. Dodo came running over in alarm and shouted, Sister Nuak, your father is here. Diet Tin stood there with a dark face, glaring angrily at Nuak. Nuak, what are you doing? Nuak turned around and looked at Diet Tin in fear. Father. Diet Tin angrily picked Nuak up and smacked her bottom. Instead of studying properly at your age, you're learning from your mother how to become a scoundrel. Nuak burst into miserable sobs. Wah, father, stop hitting me. Diet Tin looked at her in angry heartbreak. What do I usually teach you? If you like someone, you must be wholehearted and faithful for life. You're not allowed to be a flirt. Nuak cried through her tears. Why are you so angry, father? Wah. Is it because I didn't appoint Ban Xiong as noble consort? Wah. Diet Tin glared at her angrily. No. Wang Erqiu, standing nearby, hurriedly spoke up for Nuak. Uncle Diet, stop hitting her. We won't play anymore, okay? Don't hit sister. I feel awful watching. Just then, a woman carrying a basket of vegetables walked over and looked at Diet Tin. What's going on? Erqiu, did you make trouble again? Wang Erqiu turned around and shouted happily, Mother! Wang Chunhua rubbed Wang Erqiu's head, then looked at Diet Tin apologetically. I'm so sorry. My Erqiu is mischievous. I got home late from work today and couldn't keep an eye on him at home. Nothing happened, did it? Diet Tin quickly waved his hand. It's nothing. They're just naughty children. It's my Nuak who doesn't know any better. Wang Chunhua smiled. It's getting late. Come on, I'll walk all of you home. It's not safe at night. Late that night, at the Wen residence, Li Qianruo held a teacup, restless and uneasy. Where had Diet Tin gone? His leg was already bad, and no one had even hired a sedan to take him. Thinking of this, she stood up at once. Everyone, I still have something to do. Please continue talking. Madam Shin looked at her unhappily. Where are you going? This is far too discourteous to Duke One. Duke One smiled and smoothed things over. It's fine, it's fine. Prince Yin has many matters to handle. Let's continue. Wen Jiu frowned at her. What is it? Inside a room, an angry voice rang out. What? You said my wife lord brought a man. The servant, frightened, hurriedly said, Please calm your anger, Prince Consort. Wen Jiu glared at the servant and demanded, Today my mother is hosting a banquet for guests. What man? He dares provoke our one family? The servant answered awkwardly in a low voice. Well, according to the servants who helped him change clothes, he's a great beauty. It seems he's from Li Huang courtyard. Wen Jiu slammed his fist against a pillar in fury. It's him again, a lowly creature. Just because His Highness glanced at him a few times, he dares think of himself as the master? Du Yet Yin, I think you're tired of living. Over here, Wang Chunhua held Wang Erqiu's hand and smiled at Du Yet Tin and his daughter. I heard that when Li Er's chubby daughter on the next street went into labor, it was you and Nuok who helped deliver the baby. You two are really amazing. Nuok said proudly. Of course, my father's medical skills are no joke. Wang Chunhua sighed, her face full of regret. If only back then, when my Qiangzi was giving birth to Erqiu's little sister, Diet Tin had been there to help, it wouldn't have ended in a difficult labor that killed him. I couldn't even save the boy's little sister. Wang Erqiu began crying sadly. Sobi, father, I don't have a father anymore. Standing beside him, Nuok could not help crying too. I don't have a mother either. We're the same. Du Yet Tin sat down, gathered the two children into his arms, and comforted them gently. All right, things will get better. You have to be strong. Wipe your tears. Wang Erqiu looked at Du Yet Tin with shining eyes. Uncle Du Yet is so gentle, and I just happen not to have a father. Nuok doesn't have a mother. If only Uncle Du Yet could be my father. Wang Chunhua flushed in embarrassment and quickly pulled Wang Erqiu back. Erqiu, what nonsense are you saying? I'm so sorry. Children really do say whatever comes to mind. But raising a child by yourself like this and doing odd jobs forever isn't a solution. Children grow up in the blink of an eye, and Nuok is a girl. So in the end, it's inconvenient. My family isn't rich or anything, but at least we do have a few plots of land. We raise a few pigs too. We manage well enough, and we don't lack food or clothes. Du Yet Tin frowned, looking at Wang Chunhua uneasily. Don't tell me she wants to. Wang Chunhua walked up in front of Du Yet Tin, blushing, and said, We've both had families before. If you don't dislike me, then living together and getting through life side by side would be quite good. My savings are enough to send Nuok to school too. Du Yet Tin stepped back in alarm. Hearing this, Wang Erqiu cried out happily, if Uncle Du Yet becomes my father, then I can stay with Nuok forever. Du Yet Tin hurriedly waved his hands and refused Wang Chunhua's kindness. I am sorry. I can't. Thank you for taking such good care of us. Seeing him reject her, Wang Chunhua looked a little embarrassed. Oh, look at me, I was so careless. I am sorry. I didn't mean to force you. I was too hasty. Anyway, I live not far from here. Think it over. You can come find me anytime. If you need help with anything, just say the word. An ordinary, peaceful life is what's real. Du Yet Tin looked at Wang Chunhua gratefully. Thank you. Late at night, the lamp was still lit in the small room. Du Yet Tin sat on the bed, mending clothes, his face full of worry. I suddenly left today. Will it cause her any trouble? I just hope Prince Yan's consort doesn't find out. Nuo stood beside him, frowning as she stared at him. Father, why don't you just agree to second Mother Chiao? His mother seems like a good person. She may not be very pretty, and she may not have much money, but she'd only marry you. I always feel like she'd cherish you and take good care of us. Du Yet Tin looked at Nuo with a serious expression. Nuo, what can a child understand? Stop worrying about my affairs. Nuo got angry and snorted. Father, do you like big sister Prince Yan? Do I think for the... Seeing his expression, Nuo knew she'd guessed right. She bullied father until you cried, so why do you still like her? Could it really be like Dodo said, that when a man gets hurt by the person he likes, he also cries happily? Du Yet Tin jumped in shock and hurriedly covered Nuo's mouth. Where did you learn all this nonsense? Looks like I still haven't been strict enough with you. Sitting in Du Yet Tin's lap, Nuo frowned and said, Every time you see big sister Prince Yan, father, you become sad. Even though Nua doesn't understand, Nua just hopes father can be happy every day. Heart aching, Diet Tin stroked her head. Yes, so even you can tell how I feel about her. Don't be sad. Father will do his best to take good care of you. You shouldn't be worrying about anything else. You're only 5 years old. Before long, Nua fell fast asleep. Diet Tin carefully tucked her in. Sleep now. Even though I've lost everything I once treasured, now I have you. Diet Tin lay down and held the sleeping Nua in his arms. Nua, you are my treasure. The next morning, in the residence. Tianrua, what on earth is wrong with you? Shenshi furiously came to question Li Tianrua. I heard from Jiaoer that you left the banquet halfway through last night because you have some little lover outside. Hai Jiaoer cried his heart out to me last night. I truly can't just stand by anymore. Even if you don't like Jiaoer, he's still your proper husband, the head husband of this household. And he's pregnant too. He's gentle and obedient. Where are you going to find such a good second husband? He's carrying your child. At the very least, you should cherish him. Li Tianrua helplessly covered her ears, expressionless as she listened to Shenshi ramble on. Father, Wen Jiao grew up with me. Back then, he had a marriage agreement with the eldest miss of the Jin family. Have you forgotten? Shenshi frowned at her. You mean Jinji? That was nothing more than childish talk. The Jin family was dirt poor back then. What man would willingly marry into such hardship? Besides, Miss Jin doesn't care about it anymore now. Li Tianrua knitted her brows tightly, her face grave. Even if Jinji doesn't mind, I do. Jinji is my best friend. One doesn't covet a friend's wife. I don't want to bear the infamy of stealing my friend's second husband. Not to mention that child. Father, be careful of Duke Wen. Back then, she and Sister Qing's mother were like sisters. My mother was poor all her life and died on the battlefield. She was even falsely accused, and not even her remains were returned to her homeland. But Duke Wen not only kept rising in rank, she also amassed enormous wealth. Why would someone of her status need her eldest son to marry me just for a good luck wedding? Shenshi lowered his head in pain. Don't mention your mother again. At that moment, a maid came in to report, Your Highness, Grand Prince Consort, Miss Jean has arrived. Jinji walked in, saw that the atmosphere in the room was off, and quickly asked, Oh, what's wrong? Did I come a bad time? Shenshi smiled at Jinji and said, Jinji, come sit. I was just scolding Tianrua. Jinji smiled at him and asked, Why is Grand Prince Consort scolding Ruorua? Let me judge. Shenshi said irritably, Isn't it all because of her marriage matters? Wen Jiao was hiding in a corner, pale-faced as he looked at Jinji in the main hall. It's her. In the hall, Shenshi started complaining again. She already has a gentle and attentive second husband like Wen Jiao, yet she's still not satisfied and goes outside to keep some little lover. He must be some shameless vixen. As for that old marriage agreement between you and Wen Jiao, don't take it to heart. Tianrua and Wen Jiao's marriage back then was also arranged by Duke Wen. Li Tianrua glared at him angrily. Father, Jinji calmly smiled and replied, How could I mind? It's been so long. Men aren't nearly as important as my good sister Ruorua. Li Tianrua looked at Jinji gratefully. Jinji, Wen Jiao stood in the corner, and hearing this was like being struck by lightning. His whole body stiffened. What? She never cared about me? The hand clenched at his chest trembled. Shenshi wiped the sweat from his face and let out a sigh of relief. That's good. I'm getting old. I only hope she can properly take a few more husbands and have a few more children, so your mother and I can set our minds at ease sooner. Hearing that, Jinji quickly said, Speaking of this, I actually came today to propose a marriage. Shenshi was stunned. Propose a marriage for whom? Jinji looked at Li Tianrua and asked gently, Ruorua, do you still remember my twin younger brother, Jin Yudi? Li Tianru nodded. I remember. He was always shut up in his room when we were little because of poor health, so he couldn't come out and play with us. Jinji lowered her eyes and said coolly, He's fully recovered now. He's also reached marriageable age. Jinji took Li Tianrua's hand and asked with a smile, Ruo, what do you think of my younger brother? Would you be willing to marry him? In the small courtyard, inside the room, Diet Tin opened his little money pouch and counted it again. Over the years, he'd almost managed to save 5 taels of silver. That would be enough to rent a small house outside the city. If I keep 1 tael for daily expenses and buy some fabric to make Nua some new clothes. It's just that in less than 2 years, Nua will be old enough to start school. Even the most ordinary private school costs at least 1 tael a year. Suddenly, he noticed the beautiful outfit neatly folded on the table. These clothes, such fine fabric. If I pawn them, I get at least 5 taels. What a luxury. One set of clothes is worth what I've saved in 5 years. But even so, it isn't mine after all. Diet Tin put the outfit down. I can't take it. I have to return it to her. At that moment, Nua ran into the room and looked at Diet Tin. Father, why do you look so glum? It's time to go to work. Diet Tin turned back and smiled at her. Nua brought over the dirty laundry. Diet Tin sat in the yard diligently washing clothes. I should keep working at Lixiang Courtyard for a few more days and save up 1 year's tuition for Nua first. If I help deliver a baby for someone next time, I should charge at least a little. Just as he was absorbed in washing, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. Kingya, senior brother. Yu Yin smiled as he looked at Diet Tin. Kingya, Bisiekin, I'm back. Diet Tin looked at him in delight. Senior brother. Beside them, Nua happily cried out, Ah, it's Uncle Yin. Uncle Yin is back. Yu Yin smiled and picked Nua up. Oh my, after not seeing you for a year, Nua has grown again. Soon I won't be able to carry you anymore. Nua looked at him excitedly and asked, Uncle Yu Yin, is the capital fun? Did you bring any interesting toys for Nua? Yu Yin laughed and handed Nua a lot of candy. Here, children in the capital all love this kind of candy. It's called rainbow candy. Nua seyes litu. Wow, that's amazing. Diet Tin looked at Yu Yin and quickly asked, Senior brother, how is Master's illness? Yu Yin sighed. Don't be anxious. I know what you want to ask. Let's go inside first. This time, I took Master to the capital for treatment and invited the best physicians there. Just checking his pulse, prescribing medicine, and follow-up visits took a whole year, but there was still no improvement. The physician said there was nothing he could do and told us to prepare for the worst. Master has less than a year left. Diet Tin's face changed, turning pale. Yu Yin turned to look at him and asked, Chinger, you and Master haven't spoken for 5 years. Are you still sulking? Back then, Master was angry because he cared about you. He treated you like his own son and heir, but you casually gave yourself to someone else and even got pregnant. He gripped Diet Tin by the shoulders, and Diet Tin said agitatedly, After all these years, even though Master resented me, he still let my child and me stay, gave us a place to live, and gave us work, didn't he? Now Master doesn't have much time left. Come with me to see him. Diet Tin lowered his eyes. Then let's go. Yu Yin immediately led Diet Tin and his daughter to see old Master Yu. When they reached a room, Yu Yin looked at them and said, I'll go in first and speak to Master. Inside the room came the sound of something shattering. Old Master Yu roared angrily. Tell him to get out. He's not my disciple anymore. Even if he kowtows 100 times now, I still don't want to see that ungrateful beast again. Cough, cough, cough. Diet Tin lowered his head in heartache. Nua was frightened and clung tightly to his leg. Diet Tin gently stroked her head to comfort her. Old Master Yu coughed violently and said angrily, I should have broken both his legs back then and had his father take him away. In the Yu troop, a huailing comes along only once every 10 years. And after 10 years of training, this is the bastard we produced. Cough, cough. Get out. Frightened, Nua threw herself into Diet Tin's arms and burst into tears. Diet Tin held her tightly, his face full of guilt. Old Master Yu roared furiously. Take his child and get out. Go find that adulterous woman. Seeing Diet Tin pick up his things and lead Nua away, Yu Yin panicked and hurriedly stopped him. Chinger! Master was only speaking in anger just now. If we soothe him a little. Diet Tin shot Yu Yin an angry look, grabbed the paper and brush on the table, and furiously wrote, If not for him breaking my leg and locking me in a room to train for over half a year, how would I have ended up like this? How could I have become lame and mute, never able to stand on stage again? And how could I have gone through 10 months of pregnancy with no one to take care of me? In the end, I could only cut my belly open to take the child out. I'm moving out now. I don't want to stay at Lixiang Courtyard for even another moment. Yu Yin looked at him awkwardly. Chinger, are you really not going to meet my younger brother? Jinji hooked her arm around Li Tianruo's and asked, Li Tianruoviga. Later, I still want to find Diet Tin and talk to him again. I just feel like there's some misunderstanding that still hasn't been cleared up. Jinji lowered her eyes to hide the loneliness in them, then looked at her with concern and said, You really are foolish. With his background, even if you brought him back as a concubine, Grand Prince Consort probably wouldn't allow it. 5 years have already passed. Even if that person back then really was him, if he no longer has any feelings for you, then you should let go of the past and look forward. His hand tightened on her sleeve. Li Tianrua looked at Jin Ji and said gently, Jin Ji, thank you. Don't worry. If it still doesn't work this time, I'll definitely look forward. After all, I don't have much time left either. Jin Ji gripped her arm tightly. Ruo, I don't have much time left to confess honestly to you either. Li Tianruo waved to Jin Ji. I'm going to Lixiang Courtyard, the subordinate secretly observing the two of them. When Jiao sat in his room, heartbroken. She's gone to Lixiang Courtyard again, hasn't she? I understand. Back at Lixiang Courtyard, Li Tianruo shouted, what? Diet Tin moved away? Yu Yin looked at her and nodded. Yesterday, he argued with Master again, and in a fit of anger, he packed his things and left with his child. Li Tianrua hurriedly asked, then where did he move to? Standing beside them, Yu Yin saw that she only cared about Diet Tin and felt unwilling and jealous. Why does your highness care about him so much? He's nothing but a lowly wretch, disrespectful to his master, shameless, and ungrateful. Master kindly gave him a place to stay, and he still didn't want it. He can go wherever he likes. Blushing, he moved close to her face and said, I'm performing tonight. Will your highness come watch? Li Qianruo turned and left coldly. No need. You don't perform as well as he does. Yu Yan's face darkened with anger. What? That night, Yu Yan angrily looked at Yu Yan and asked, Senior brother, tell me, exactly how am I inferior to Yet Tin? Could Prince Yin possibly be blind? Yu Yan hurriedly soothed him. All right. Why must you compare yourself to Du Yet Tin like this? Didn't you like senior brother Du Yet Tin the most when you were little? Yu Yan gave a cold snort in anger. That was because I was blind when I was young. Who would have thought I'd once take him as my goal? Who knew that someone so outstanding would debase himself like that? He had no respect for the opera stage, and he even offended Master and angered him into illness. I'm different. I'm going to inherit Master's troupe and let Huailing be passed down forever. Just then, Zhang Shi came over, looked at the two of them, and hurriedly called out, Yu Yan, come here quickly. Hurry, something's wrong. A moment later, in the main room, Shun Shi sat in the center, with Wen Jiao and Ruhua behind him. Shun Shi looked at the crowd and asked coldly, which one of you is the Huailing Yu Yan? Yu Yan knelt on the floor and said gently, replying to Grand Prince Consort, this servant is Huailing Yu Yan. Shun Shi angrily slapped him, then lifted his chin, his gaze cold and sharp. So you're the one seducing my daughter. You really are very pretty, but do you know what your status is? Yu Yan let out a cold laugh and looked at him. What does Grand Prince Consort mean by that? When have I ever seduced Prince Yin? Prince Yin only came to watch me perform once. That day, I offered Her Highness a fan and was even rejected. Is that what Grand Prince Consort calls seduction? Wen Jiao glared at him and demanded, if you didn't seduce Her Highness, why has she gone to Lixiang Courtyard over and over again? Yu Yan folded his arms over his chest and snapped angrily. Then you should ask that Diet Tin. A mute abandoned by a woman, with a child no less. How exactly did he make Prince Yin so fond of him? Yu Yan hurriedly tried to stop him. Yanea, Wen Jiao froze. Diet Tin has a child? What child? Meanwhile, outside a small house, Diet Tin carried a large bundle of firewood on his shoulder. Nuo carried a small bundle and looked gratefully at Wang Chunhua beside them. Miss Wang, thank you for helping us move. Wang Chunhua smiled. Not at all. One of you is just a little girl, and the other has trouble with his leg. Of course I should help. I work every day, so I'm very strong. Diet Tin wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled at the little house in front of him. The house may be small, but from now on, Nuo and I can begin a new life here. Suddenly, a handkerchief reached up to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Wang Chunhua looked at him gently and said, look at you. You're tired, aren't you? I wiped your sweat. Go inside and rest a bit before continuing. Li Tianruo arrived just in time to see this scene, and her face darkened. Wang Chunhua enthusiastically helped Diet Tin arrange the house. All right, let's see if there's anything else that hasn't been moved in. I'll help you bring it all inside. Diet Tin hurriedly waved his hands to refuse. It's fine, no need. Suddenly, a chill ran down her spine, and Wang Chunhua turned around. Li Tianruo, murderously furious, raised her fist and sent her flying with one punch. Diet Tin was stunned. Why is she here? Wang Chunhua fell to the ground, clutching her injured cheek, and glared angrily at Li Tianruo. Who are you? Why did you hit me? Li Tianruo stood in front of her and said coldly, I'd like to ask who you are. How dare you lay hands on the man I fancy? Are you tired of living? Diet Tin hurriedly ran over to stop her. Stop. Don't hit her anymore. What are you doing? Li Tianruo angrily grabbed his chin, her eyes filled with killing intent. You moved out of Li Xiang courtyard just to live with this woman? Diet Tin anxiously looked at her. I didn't. A stick suddenly swung down. Wang Chunhua brought the stick down hard on Li Tianruo's head. The wooden stick instantly split in two. Diet Tin, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Blood began to flow from Li Tianruo's head. Diet Tin covered his mouth and stared at her in horror. No, worried, he hurriedly held her head. Your head is bleeding. Are you all right? At that moment, Li Tianruo's subordinate arrived with people and shouted angrily. Where did this unruly commoner come from? How dare she attack Prince Yin herself? Seize her. Wang Chunhua was restrained. Frowning, she looked at Diet Tin and Li Tianruo. She's Prince Yin? Do you two know each other? Thinking of that, Wang Chunhua angrily shouted. So what if she's Prince Yin? We may be poor commoners, but even Prince Yin can't just beat people and arrest them at will, much less force herself on a civilian man. Li Tianruo's subordinate shouted angrily, You still dare yell? If Prince Yin had not shown mercy just now, your head would have fallen long ago. Just then, Nunoa came back carrying firewood. Seeing the commotion in the courtyard, she was startled. When she saw Wang Chunhua being seized, she hurriedly ran over and hugged Li Tianruo as she explained, Don't hit her, don't hit her. Miss Wang came to help us move. Big sister Prince Yin misunderstood my father. Li Tianruo coldly ordered, Take that woman and that little brat away too. The subordinate quickly answered yes. After everyone else had been taken away, Li Tianruo lifted Diet Tin into her arms. Diet Tin panicked, his cheeks flushing red. What do you want to do? The door slammed shut. Diet Tin was thrown onto the bed. Li Tianruo pressed down on top of him and slowly began taking off her clothes. You really have some nerve. A man daring to repeatedly test my limits. Do you like being taken by force that much? She gripped his chin and lowered her head, fiercely kissing those red lips. Diet Tin's hands were pinned down, and his whole body trembled lightly. His toes curled tightly into the bedsheet. She was terrifying. Their lips and tongues tangled together, the air thick with heat. Li Tianruo seized Yueqing's roaming hand and pressed it against her chest. Like a ferocious beast, she effortlessly shattered all my defenses and drove me into a corner. Yueqing slowly opened his eyes, his gaze hazy as he looked at the woman before him, as if she wanted to devour him whole. Li Tianruo's hand slid down and untied the sash of Yueqing's robe. She gripped his chin and said in a low voice, Behave. Don't move. Yueqing shut his eyes tightly, a faint sound escaping his lips. Li Tianruo roughly pulled the clothes from Yueqing's body. His whole body trembled, tears welling at the corners of his eyes. Li Tianruo lowered her head and kissed every inch of his skin. Yueqing tilted his neck back, panting. She was too cold, too rough. Looking into her eyes, there was not the slightest tenderness in them. Yueqing's heart suddenly ached. She had changed. She was never like this before. The image of a gentle, affectionately Tianruo suddenly flashed through his mind. Oh, young master, we meet again. Where had that softly smiling Prince Yin gone? Yueqing clutched at his clothes in resistance. Why had you become like this? He desperately tried to cover his body. Li Tianruo grabbed hold of his clothes. Why are you covering yourself? She looked at him coldly and ordered, Let go. The sound of fabric tearing rang out. Yueqing bit his lip hard, his hand gripping the bedsheet. The moment Li Tianruo saw the ugly scar on his abdomen, her heart suddenly clenched. This scar was... Yueqing wrapped his arms around himself, trembling all over. Ugly, isn't it? Very ugly. How could you ever know this kind of pain? Tears slid from the corners of his eyes. He had been bound hand and foot, his mouth gagged, forced to watch helplessly as a sharp blade cut open his own belly. When I needed you most, where were you? 5 years of pin-up emotion erupted at once. The humiliation, the pain, the suffering of those 5 years. Yueqing glared furiously at Li Tianruo in front of him. I hate you. I hate you. I won't rest even in death. The moment she saw that look in his eyes, Li Tianruo suddenly calmed down. Looking at Yueqing with pain in her eyes, she sighed and said, I see. This wound, it must have hurt terribly, right? It sobered me up. She gently stroked his cheek. You may not be able to speak, but this look in your eyes is enough to tear my heart apart. After saying that, she got out of bed. I offended you. From now on, I won't come bother you anymore. In any case, I don't have many years left, and perhaps it really wasn't you. Yueching struggled upright, pulling the blanket over his body. He stared in shock at the vicious scar on her back. What was going on? How had she been hurt like that? Wait, don't go. What do you mean, not many years left? Panicked, Yueching hurried out of bed and reached out to stop her. Wait, 5 years ago, what exactly did you? Suddenly, he fell heavily to the floor, his eyes full of unwilling pain as he watched her retreating back. 5 years ago, behind the mountain, Tianhua looked up at the sky ahead and said calmly, I wanted to repay my country. A true warrior dies for the nation. Even in death, there is no regret. How could I ignore affairs of state for the sake of love between a man and a woman? She turned back and lightly tapped Yueching on the tip of the nose. Her eyes were full of tenderness and reluctance. Don't marry someone as doomed as me, someone who may die at any time. Don't you agree, young master? Yueching blushed as he looked at her, his eyes soft and gentle. Late at night, in the little house. Father. Nuon Yuo looked anxiously at Yueching sitting on the bed and asked, Father, what's wrong? Did that woman bully you again? Don't be angry anymore. We're all fine. And Wang Erqiu's mother has also been released and sent home. If you're really angry, I'll get revenge for you. Yueching clenched the front of his robe and stared at Nuonyuo in shock. Grabbing her shoulders, he shook his head hard, his expression full of seriousness. Don't ever talk about revenge again. She is your mother. Nuonyuo frowned at him. Why won't father let me get revenge? So father still likes Sister Princian, right? Yueching fell silent for a moment, then nodded. Nuonyuo gave a snort, unable to understand. Father likes her, and she likes father too. Then why don't you get married? Why do you have to argue? Why do you have to cry? No one's playing matchmaker? Then I'll be the matchmaker. Tomorrow let's go to Prince Yan's residence and find Sister Prince Yan, okay? Yueching's hand trembled slightly. He nodded in agreement. I want to know now. I want to understand clearly. Was it fate that would not allow it? Or were we simply too stubborn? I have to go to Prince Yan's residence and find her. The next morning, at Prince Yan's residence. Your Highness, Prince Consort, young Master Jin has arrived. Hearing that, Shunshi quickly ordered the servants. Oh, hurry, invite him in. Jin Yuye walked in and bowed to Shunshi. Yuye pays his respects to Your Highness Prince Yan and to the Grand Prince Consort. Looking at Jin Yuye before her, Li Tianhua could not help but sigh. That face really was exactly like Jin Ji's, as expected of twin siblings. Shunshi stepped down, took Jin Yuye's hand, and asked with concern, Yuye, hasn't your health always been poor? How are you now? Jin Yuye looked at him gratefully. Please rest assured, Grand Prince Consort. I've recovered very well. Having a few children won't be a problem. Shunshi's eyes lit up with delight as he looked at him. Oh, my good child, you truly know how to please me. You should get engaged to Tianhua right away. Li Tianhua looked at Jin Yuye coldly and asked, Where is your elder sister? Jin Yuye looked at her gently and replied, What a pity. My sister had urgent business and had to go out to sea recently. I'm afraid she won't be back for some time. It's all right. She already said that all matters concerning my marriage are for me to decide. Your Highness need not worry. When Jiu stood to one side, quietly observing, his face full of loneliness. If this drags on without end, when will it finally stop? Lately my stomach has started hurting. He gently stroked his swollen belly. I'm so tired. I really can't take it anymore. I truly don't want this child anymore. At that moment, a servant entered and reported to him. Prince Consort, there's a cripple outside with a child. He says he wants to see His Highness Prince Yan. When Jiu frowned tightly. What? I hadn't even gone to find him yet, and he's already come to my door. Thinking of this, he turned and walked out, coldly ordering, Don't tell His Highness yet. I'll go take a look first. Bring a few more men. The servant immediately replied, Yes. Outside, the gate guards coldly told Yueching and his daughter, His Highness Prince Yan is receiving an honored guest today. Please wait here a while longer. Nuonyuo tugged at Yueching's sleeve and said sensibly, Father, sit and rest for a bit first. Looking at the Prince Yan residence before him, Yueching's eyes were full of resolve. No need. I'll stand here and wait for her. A hand holding a drug cloth suddenly came from behind and clamped tightly over his nose and mouth. Nuonyuo looked at Yueching in alarm and panic. Father! Two subordinates grabbed hold of Nuonyuo. She struggled wildly and screamed, "Help! There are bad people!" Yueching's consciousness gradually grew hazy. Nuonyuo, don't touch my daughter! Drugged, Yueching lost consciousness. Nuonyuo shouted anxiously, "Father!" Furious, she broke free from the grip of the two subordinates. "Don't touch my father! You can't touch my father!" Nuonyuo's strength suddenly burst forth, knocking the two servants back. The two servants stared at her in frightened shock. "Oh, how is this little girl so strong? That's terrifying. She's so young and already this strong." Wenjiu, hiding in a corner, angrily ordered them. "What are you standing around for? Hurry up and seize them and take them away." The subordinates hurriedly replied, "Yes." Inside, Shenshi frowned and asked, "What's all that noise outside?" Ruhua hurriedly replied, "It seems someone was making trouble at the gate. This servant just went to check. A man and a child were taken away." Li Tianru fronat. "What? A man and a child?" Worried, she hurried outside. "I'll go take a look." Seeing her like this, Jin Yuye felt a sinking disappointment in his heart. "Your Highness!" Outside, Li Tianru swept her gaze around. There was no one there at all. Taken away already? At Flowerful House, people bustled in and out. The owner of Flowerful House said angrily, "A cripple? We don't take cripples here. If you're giving him away for free, that's another matter." The man smiled. "Free, no money needed. Look, this cripple isn't bad looking. He used to be a flower spirit too. Though he's mute now, he's still quite passionate during his monthly blooming period." The owner of Flowerful House lifted the chin of the unconscious Yueching and nodded in satisfaction. "Oh, he's pretty enough. Fine. Since he's free, I'll take him. Let's see if anyone likes this type. Or, there are other ways to play with him too." Elsewhere, the two subordinates looked at Nuonyuo in their hands, not knowing what to do. "What about this little brat? Kill her? I can't do it. You do it." But the master didn't give any instructions. "How about tossing her into the lake while no one's watching?" Furious, Nuonyuo sank her teeth hard into his hand. The man screamed in pain. Let go. She's about to bite it off." A fist flew over and smashed in his face, sending him crashing hard against the wall. Li Qianruo looked coldly at the other man and asked, "Who is your master?" Seeing her come to save her, Nuonyuo hurried over in delight. "Sister Prince Yen." The servant panicked. We're done for." Li Qianruo picked Nuonyuo up and looked at him coldly. "You still haven't answered me. Who is your master? Who ordered you to do this? Where is that man? Tell me the truth. If you do, this prince will spare your life." Terrified, the man dropped to his knees and begged, "Spare me, your highness. I was only paid to do the job. I don't know who paid me. That cripple has probably already been sold to Flowerful House by now." Li Tianruo's expression changed at once. "Flowerful House? How dare you?" At Flowerful House, Yueching slowly came to. So dizzy, his hands were bound tightly to the bed frame above his head. Startled and frightened, he looked around. "Where is this?" Seeing that he was awake, the owner of Flowerful House sneered. "Oh, awake now? Want to know where this is?" 3 beautiful women appeared behind him. Looking at Yueching, he said coldly, "Where else could it be? This is Flowerful House. These ladies here are your guests. Serve them well, and you'll live comfortably from now on." The green-haired woman licked her lips as she looked at Yueching. "Even if he's a cripple, he's really beautiful. Little beauty, and so cheap too. What a bargain tonight." The owner of Flowerful House grabbed Yueching's chin and smiled at the 3 women in front of him. "Ladies, enjoy yourselves. After all, this one is both crippled and mute. He can't resist. Play with him however you like." Yueching trembled in terror. "No, don't." The green-haired woman could not wait any longer and stepped forward, gently caressing his cheek. "I'm first." Then a gentle voice sounded out. "Wait." Interrupted in the middle of their fun, the blue-haired woman shouted angrily, "What now? I can't wait any longer." Fuyo walked in gracefully and said to her, "My apologies, ladies. This one is no longer for sale tonight." The brothel owner frowned tightly at once. "Wait, Fuyo, what do you mean by that? What gives you the right to make that decision on your own?" Fuyo looked at him indifferently. "Owner, this mute man is a midwife. Taichung is about to give birth and is in terrible pain. Let this midwife go deliver the child. Surely you don't want anything to happen to your son, do you?" The owner's eyes lit up. "Taichung is about to give birth? Go quickly, let's see." Fuyo coldly ordered the servants. "Why are you still standing there? Take him over at once." Yueching was led away by the servants. The three women in the room saw Yueching being taken away and erupted in angry shouts. Hey, what do you mean by this? Is this how you treat customers? That's right, we paid already. How can you go back on your word? Fuyo slipped off his outer robe and said gently, You honored ladies are making this old servant's heart ache. What's so good about a cripple? Could it be that I'm not better than him? The eyes of the three women instantly lit up. Outside, a servant looked at Li Tianrua fearfully and said, Your Highness, please calm your anger. Whoever you want, just pick one. This servant will bring him to you right away. Li Tianrua glared at him and roared angrily. This prince wants to see Yueching. Now, immediately. The servant looked at her blankly. Yueching? Who is Yueching? We don't have a male courtesan by that name here. Smoke drifted lazily through the air from a cigar. You're looking for Yueching? Fuyo looked at her coolly and said, This way, follow me. Inside, Taichung lay on the bed, his face pale. It hurts so much. The owner and Yueching sat by the bed, helping him deliver the baby. Li Tianrua stood outside, secretly watching. Taichung was in such agony, he could hardly bear it. Sobi, I don't want to give birth anymore. The owner stood beside him anxiously. Taichung, hold on. Push a little harder. It's almost over. Yueching, his face serious, helped him deliver the child. Li Tianrua stood there dazed, staring at him intently. Standing behind her, Fuyo suddenly spoke. So it was you? Li Tianrua looked at him in confusion. What do you mean it was me? Fuyo frowned at her and said, I mean the heartless, faithless person who betrayed him. I never expected it to be your Highness Prince Yen. Li Tianru Froza. What do you know? How do you know? Tell me everything. Fuyo looked at her and sighed. 5 years ago, he was chosen to become a flower spirit, but not long after becoming one, he became pregnant. A flower spirit only has one person in his lifetime to pluck his flower. Once he no longer had a flower bud, he lost his qualification to remain a flower spirit. No matter how they forced or questioned him about who that woman was, he remained silent and would not say a single word. He only said that woman would definitely come back and redeem him. Back then, our flowerful house had always wanted to bring in a flower spirit to become our top courtesan. Since he could no longer be a flower spirit, we negotiated with Lixiang Courtyard and offered 5,000 taels to buy him over, on the condition that once the child was aborted and he was nursed back to health, he could start receiving patrons. But old Master Yu of the Yu family troupe beat him into a cripple in a fit of rage. And within days, even his throat gave out and he became mute. So the matter of buying him into Flower Full House was canceled. There are some things, I'm afraid, even Yueching himself does not fully understand. Li Tianrua frowned at him. I never imagined there was such a story. How do you know all this so clearly? Who exactly are you? Fuyo replied blandly. This servant goes by the name Fuyo. He lowered his eyes, hiding the emotion in them. But I'm nothing more than a canary in a gilded cage. Drifting one day at a time, Fuyo for one life, no family name, no given name. A short-lived fate. Even I have forgotten who I really am. Late into the night, the cry of a newborn rang out. A plump, lovely baby lay in Yueching's hands, wailing loudly. Yueching let out a sigh of relief as he looked at the child in his hands. The brothel owner joyfully took the newborn girl into his arms. Oh, it's a girl, my darling little granddaughter. I'm so overjoyed, exhausted all over. Taichung looked at Yueching gratefully. Thank you. I really thought I was going to die. The owner also looked at him gratefully and said, Thank you so much. I offended you earlier. If we ever need a midwife again, I'll definitely invite you. After saying that, the owner pulled out 2 banknotes and handed them to him. This is a small token of thanks. Please take it. Yueching hurriedly waved his hands to refuse. No need. It was only helping someone. Then he saw Li Tianrua standing outside. Yueching was startled. Why is she here? Did she come to save me? Seeing that Yueching had noticed her, Li Tianrua suddenly panicked, not knowing how to face him. She quickly turned to leave. I should go instead. Fuyo looked at her coolly and said, You've clearly already come. Why is your highness avoiding him? Li Tianrua lowered her eyes and said dejectedly, That day, I was blinded by anger and offended him. He surely doesn't want to see me now. Yueching hurried over and embraced her from behind. Li Tianrua stiffened all over and looked at him in surprise. Yueching silently held her tightly. Li Tianrua coughed awkwardly twice. Ayu, it's good that you're all right. I'll take you home. Yueching nodded hard. Fuyo stood to the side, smiling as he watched them. Inside the little house, seeing Yueching return safely, Nuonyuo hurried over. Father! Yueching quickly crouched down and pulled Nuonyuo into his arms. Nuonyuo. In his arms, Nuonyuo burst into tears. Wah, father, are you all right? It's all because Nuonyuo is too weak right now and couldn't protect father. Wah. Yueching hugged her tightly and comforted her. Nuonyuo, it's enough that you're safe. Nuonyuo's eyes shone brightly as she hurriedly said to him, Father, it was Sister Prince Yin who saved me. She's really strong. She sent the bad guy flying with one punch. Li Tianruo coughed awkwardly twice. Ahem, it was nothing. Just consider it compensation for what happened 2 days ago. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. She turned to walk outside, but Yueching hurriedly grabbed her. Don't go. Nuonyuo, being sensible, happily looked at the two of them and said, Sister Prince Yin, father doesn't want you to leave. I'll go outside first. You two take your time talking. The two sat on the bed. Yueching's whole body was tense. They clearly already had a child together, yet sitting side by side, they were still as awkward as strangers. He stole a glance at Li Tianruo beside him, then lightly poked her. Yueching handed Li Tianruo a sheet of paper. Li Tianruo took the paper. Written on it were the words, Does the wound on your back still hurt? She looked at him and said softly, It doesn't hurt now. Only when the weather changes. What about you? Is that wound of yours from giving birth? Yueching nodded. After giving birth, it hurt for a whole year. Now it's healed. Can two wounded people still start over from the beginning? The two of them were so shy they didn't dare look each other in the eye. Li Tianruo gathered all her courage and took Yueching's hand. Yueching's heart began pounding uncontrollably, and her cheeks flushed red. Her hand was so warm. Li Tianruo wasn't doing much better either. His heart was racing just as wildly, and his hand felt cool. Yueching hurriedly pulled his hand back, cheeks burning red, then picked up paper and brushed to write. It was me. Just then someone burst in. Qingya. Yu Yin rushed in, flustered, and said, Qingya, this is bad. Master. The next morning at Lixiang courtyard, Yu Yin stood beside the bed and quickly said to Elder Yu, Master, Yueching is here. Do you want to see him? He's kneeling outside. Outside, Yueching and Nuonyuo knelt on the ground, hearts heavy. Master, last night Li Tianruo had looked at Yueching and said, That day, when you were being entertained at Huaman House, a man told me. When you were pregnant, Huaman House paid 5,000 taels to buy you back, abort the child, and make you their top performer. At the time, the head of Lixiang Courtyard had already agreed to it. That day, the steward of Huaman House brought a group of men to Lixiang Courtyard demanding the person. It was Elder Yu who blocked them outside. Elder Yu looked at the owner in fury and said, Please go back. That wretch broke the rules of our sect, so I crippled his leg. From now on, I'll lock him up here and let him live or die on his own. The owner was stunned and frowned at him. What do you mean by this, Elder Yu? This deal was as good as done, and now you want to go back on your word? Elder Yu bowed and apologized. Sorry. This old man admits his fault before you all. At that moment, Fuyo stepped forward and advised the owner, Enough, father. What use is spending 5,000 taels to buy back a cripple? The owner glared at him angrily and shouted, What do you know? If our Huaman House got a performer as exceptional as Hualing, we wouldn't earn merely 5,000 taels. Fuyo pulled out a stack of banknotes and said coolly, Let's go back. I'll make up father's losses. The owner took the notes and frowned at him. Fuyo, isn't this the money you saved to buy your own freedom? Fuyo put an arm around his shoulders and smiled. Of course not. In this life, Fuyo doesn't want to leave Huaman House. I'll stay by father's side. We're all lowly people no one thinks much of. We see each other day in and day out, so it's better for both sides to leave each other some dignity. No need to make such a scene. Hearing that, the owner snorted. Let's go. Back in the present, Elder Yu lay weakly in bed and said, I won't see him. I won't. Tell him to leave. Yueching knelt outside, covering his face as he sobbed. Yu Yin stood with his hands on his hips, looking at him in disgust. Master won't see you. Go. Nuonyuo tugged at Yueching's clothes and softly called, Dad. Yu Yin angrily shouted at the two of them. It's useless no matter how long you kneel here. Seeing you like this will only upset Master even more. Seeing Li Tianruo about to rush forward, Yu Yin quickly stopped her. Your Highness, the Yu troops' affairs should still be settled by us ourselves. Yu Yin glared furiously at Yueching. With a cold huff, he grabbed Yueching's hand and pulled him away. Come with me. He handed Yueching a costume robe. This is the stage costume you wore 5 years ago. Master still couldn't bear to throw it away. If you can return to how you were before and stand on the stage, maybe Master will be willing to see you once. I'm not doing this for you. but for Master. Master never married in his whole life. He only had the three of us disciples, and he treated us like his own children. Let him leave this world with peace of mind. Yu Yin lowered his eyes. Yueching took the costume, looking troubled. But what should I do? My leg can stand, but I can't stand steadily at all, let alone dance. Even if I could dance, my throat can't sing a single tune anymore. He raised his head and looked at the stage in front of him. A deep longing rose in his heart. Can I really stand on the stage again? Li Tianruo and Nuonyuo stood to one side, watching him. When Li Tianruo saw Nuonyuo suddenly run off, she hurriedly asked, "Little one, where are you going?" Nuonyuo quickly replied, "To think of a way." Li Tianruo walked over and picked Yueching up. "Come, let's go think of a way too." At the medicine shop, the physician looked at Yueching and asked, "Young Master's leg was broken many years ago, wasn't it? If it had been treated in time back then, the bone might have been set. But now it's been too long. The broken bone never healed together properly, and it's already injured the sinews and bones. It aches terribly with the slightest movement. There's no way he can stand for long." Li Tianruo put an arm around Yueching's shoulders to comfort him, then looked at the physician and asked, "Is there any other way? At least to reduce his pain and let him move around more freely." The physician looked at Yueching awkwardly and said, "Making him completely like a normal person would be difficult. I can prescribe some medicine to ease the pain so he can stand a bit longer. But this medicine is rather expensive. One packet costs 100 taels of silver. Enough for half a year." Yueching's face darkened when he heard that. 100 taels. Li Tianruo's expression didn't change as she took out a gold ingot. "I'll take all of it." Yueching panicked and quickly stopped her. "Stop. 100 taels is enough for Nuonyuo to go to school for the rest of her life. This leg is already ruined. There's no need to spend that much money on it." He hurriedly waved his hands to stop her. Li Tianruo misunderstood and thought he was worried about her purse, which only made her pity him more. He really was used to living such a hard life. "If you come with me, will you still be afraid of not having money in the future?" Yueching lowered his head in embarrassment. Who said he was going with her? He picked up paper and brush, wrote something, and handed it to the physician. "Just one packet first. I'll slowly pay the money back later." Seeing that, Li Tianruo didn't force him. She looked at the physician and asked further, "Besides medicine, is there any other way to make walking easier?" The physician looked at her and quickly replied, "Other than medicine, I'm not too sure, but with his condition, if the injured leg could be fixed in place, it might be more convenient." Li Tianruo's eyes lit up. "Something to brace the leg? At the Jin family. Yuya, when will Jin Ji return? I need to ask her for something." Jin Yuya scratched his cheek and answered hesitantly, "Sister, probably not for a few more days. Business is keeping her very busy." Li Tianruo looked at him and hurriedly asked, "Since Jin Ji does business, she must know about many unusual things. Is there anything that can brace a leg?" Jin Yuya froze. "Brace a leg?" He glanced at Yueching, who was standing nearby on a cane, and greeting him politely, and his expression suddenly turned unhappy. Jin Yuya went over to help Yueching sit down. "Let me see. Lift your leg." If we use soft leather to make a leg guard and thicken the knee area, it might provide some support." Li Tianruo looked at him in surprise. "Yuya, I didn't expect you to know so much too." Jin Yuya smiled and replied, "Yes. After following my sister around all these years, I've learned a little. I'll ask her to bring some back." Looking at Yueching in front of him, Jin Yuya suddenly understood. So this was the person? Back then, when he heard that Li Tianruo already had someone in her heart, he had grabbed Jin Ji's hand in shock and heartbreak and asked, "What? Sister Ruo already has someone she likes?" Jin Ji smiled at him and said, "Shh, don't tell anyone else. She only told me. He seems to be a young man in an opera troupe. He's very beautiful and sings very well. These days the two of them are together every day. What a pity, though. To redeem him would cost at least several hundred taels, and Ruo's family doesn't have that kind of money." When Jin Yuya heard that, he didn't know whether to feel happy or sad. Right, in the end, people still had to be properly matched. Who would have thought that the poor daughter of a fallen general's family would become His Highness Prince Yin today? "Thank you. Then I'll send someone to pick it up in a few days." Jin Yuya looked at Yueching and asked, "You can't speak?" He leaned close to Yueching's ear and warned in a low voice, "I'm warning you. Don't think that just because you have a child, you can let your guard down. There have never been too few men around her. I, too, am someone irreplaceable to her. Whether as a friend, a younger brother, or a man, I am the one who will stay by her side for life. So either hold on tight or obediently step aside. I won't wait that long." Yueching lowered his face, his mood turning heavy. Li Tianruo turned around and asked blankly, "What's wrong?" What were you two talking about? Jin Yu stepped forward and smiled at her. Does your highness need anything else? I can ask my sister to bring it back too. Li Tianrua smiled at him and said, bring some more good cloth for my father as well. Standing behind them, Yueqing clenched his hands and looked at the two of them unhappily. Late at night, in the small room, Nuonyuo looked pitifully at Yu Yin and said, Uncle Lien, I need your help with something. That day, Prince Yin had booked out all of Lixiang courtyard early. Yueqing drank the medicine, fastened the leg brace, and changed into Hualing's costume from those years. Yu Yin sighed and smiled at Yueqing, unable to hold back his emotion. Look at you. Once you're in costume, you're still just like back then, still as beautiful as you were back then. Yueqing looked at himself in the mirror, his eyes full of heavy thoughts. It's just that now, with this weathered face, can he still smile the way he did back then? As for your throat, there's nothing we can do. We'll just take it one step at a time. Li Tianrua held out her hand in front of him. I'll help you onto the stage. Yueqing waved away her kindness. I have to walk up there myself. He struggled to stand and took tiny steps. Back straight, walking to the side of the stage. Looking at the familiar view below, Yueqing couldn't stop the tears from falling. The scene from the stage was still the same as back then. He stepped forward, and suddenly a sharp pain stabbed through his knee. His face turned pale, and Yueqing lost his balance and fell to the floor. Li Tianrua couldn't bear to watch him like this. She started to go help him up, but in the end, she withdrew her hand. Get up, Yueqing. Yueqing hugged his knee, his whole body trembling, and slowly stood up. Elsewhere, Yu Yin was trying hard to persuade Elder Yu. Master, Yueqing is going on stage today. I've already arranged a performance for him. Please go and watch. Elder Yu remained silent and turned his face away, his back thin and frail. Over here, Yu Yin let out a helpless sigh. Master won't come out. If only Qing'er's throat were still fine, if only he could sing. Nuonyuo's eyes lit up as she said loudly to everyone, honored guests, please hear a few words from me. The little girl slowly stepped onto the stage. No one expected that a little girl only 5 years old would suddenly sing out with such strong rhythm and resonance. The myriad sorrows drift with the wind into the empty sky. Thanks to the affectionate setting sun, the evening glow is dyed in fragments of red. Standing center stage, Nuonyuo began to sing. She had inherited her father's melodious voice. Yueqing and Li Tianrua stared at the little girl in astonishment. Nuonyuo, sitting inside, Elder Yu heard the singing and his eyes lit up. That voice. He got up in excitement and hurriedly said to Yu Yin, help me outside. Yu Yin quickly helped Elder Yu out. Outside, Nuonyuo stood on the stage, singing with total absorption. I urge you to treasure this robe of golden threads. I urge you to treasure your youthful days. Yueqing smiled at Nuonyuo in happiness and began to dance. Flowers bloom in spring, so pluck them while you can. Do not wait until the blossoms fade and only bare branches remain. Standing below, Li Tianrua's heart pounded wildly. A memory suddenly surfaced in her mind. She had pinned Yueqing beneath her and gently asked, if you give yourself to me, will you regret it? Yueqing had looked at her and softly said, I will never regret it. Li Tianrua's whole body went rigid. She stared at Yueqing on the stage in shock. Qingya, that one call was filled with so many emotions. Joy, happiness, heartbreak, pity. An old memory at Lixiang courtyard. Qing'er, your natural talent is excellent. If you work harder, sooner or later you'll become the most famous Hualing in the whole city. Yueqing knelt on the ground pitifully and said, but master, I've practiced non-stop for 10 days already. Look, my legs are bruised purple. Please let me go out and play for one day. Yu Yin knelt beside him with watery eyes and pleaded pitifully, Master, I want to go out and play too. Elder Yu angrily struck his cane on the floor and scolded them. Play, play, play. All you think about is playing. Look at your senior brother. He's practiced non-stop for a whole month and never once complained. Seeing Elder Yu so angry, Yu Yin hurriedly spoke up for Yueqing and Yu Yin. Master, Qing'er and Yin'er are still young. Let them go out and play for a day. Yueqing and Yu Yin cooperated perfectly, looking up at Elder Yu with tearful eyes as they begged, please, master. Elder Yu sighed. Fine, you may go out and play, but only within Lixiang courtyard. You are not allowed into the city, and you must be back before dusk. Yueqing and Yu Yin happily clapped hands. Great! Seeing Yueqing set up a ladder and climb over the wall, little Yu Yin hurriedly said, Senior brother, master said you weren't allowed into the city. It's dangerous out there. Yueching smiled at little Yu Yin and said, "If you don't tell Master, he won't know. I'll be back before dusk." Looking at the scenery outside, Yueching's eyes sparkled. Suddenly, he noticed something in the distance. Are they fighting over there? The girl on the ground angrily shouted at Li Tianruo. Actually dared hit me? I'm going home to tell my mother. Li Tianruo narrowed her eyes and looked at her coldly. When something happens, all you know is how to run home to your mother. If you got any guts, get up and keep fighting. The other girl shrank back in fear, then angrily pointed at her and shouted, "What's so great about you? Your mother was a traitor. You and your father deserve to live in misery." Li Tianruo's face darkened with fury as she grabbed the girl's collar. "Say one more word about my mother, and I'll make you crawl home today." Terrified, the girl tucked her legs under herself and ran off. "Just you wait." Suddenly, Li Tianruo glanced at Yueching perched on the wall. Yueching looked at her and hurriedly explained, no, sorry, I didn't mean to peek. I was trying to climb over the wall and go outside." His hand slipped on the wall, and Yueching lost his balance and fell. Li Tianruo instinctively reached out and caught him. "Are you all right, young master?" Yueching blushed and hurriedly replied, "I'm fine. Thank you. That was the first time we met." Li Tianruo covered her mouth in shock, pain filling her eyes. "I actually forgot you. For so long." She lifted her head and looked at the one big and one small figure on the stage. "With the ripples of light, my soul drifts afar. My longing stretches endlessly like a dream of 1,000 years. From that night of enchanting love, all else was forgotten. What meaning could the bright moon over the western tower still hold?" On stage, Yueching had been paying attention to Li Tianruo below the whole time. Seeing tears in her eyes as she looked at him, he was startled. What's wrong with her? Distracted, he slipped. Li Tianruo's expression changed. "Careful." She hurriedly ran up and caught Yueching. Li Tianruo held him tightly in pain and said, "Qing, I've finally remembered you." Yueching looked at her in confusion, not understanding what was happening. He blankly patted Li Tianruo on the shoulder. "Why is she hugging me and not letting go?" At that very moment, Yu Yin came in. "Master." Yu Yin supported Elder Yu as he walked over. Yueching held Li Tianruo's hands, and the two of them turned in shock. "Master," Elder Yu said, "So it was you, Your Highness Prince Yin." Li Tianruo didn't dare meet Elder Yu's eyes as she replied, "It was me. I've caused so much trouble all these years. I'm truly very sorry." Yueching paused when he heard her say that. A bit of secret joy appeared on his face. She remembered. Yu Yin pointed at Nuonyuo in shock. "What? Your Highness, are you saying you're the scoundrel?" "No, the old lover of Yueching's? And this child is yours too?" "Over here." Nuonyuo stood there blankly. What are they talking about? What does this mean? She widened her eyes and looked at her father holding Li Tianruo's hand. Nuonyuo was a little frightened. "Big sister Prince Yin is my mother?" Li Tianruo continued. "I never imagined I was the beast. No, this little one really is my child?" Li Tianruo and Nuonyuo stared at each other wide-eyed. Instead of being happy, Nuonyuo cried out and ran away. "No, I don't accept this. My mother is a bad person." Li Tianruo couldn't catch hold of her in time. "Hey!" She quickly ran after the little girl. "Where are you going?" Yueching stood there, feeling consoled. He knelt before Elder Yu. "Master." Elder Yu's eyes were dark with sorrow. I understand. Let be, then." He gently embraced Yueching. "In the end, it was all fate. You rebellious disciple." Seeing Yu Yin crying miserably, Yu Yin found it strange and asked, "Why are you crying like that?" Yu Yin frowned. "Why do you talk so much? Who asked for your concern?" Yu Yin lowered his head and fell silent. That night at the residence, Li Tianruo anxiously said, "What do I do? I can't find that little girl. What did she run off to?" Yueching waved his hand. Calm down. He took Li Tianruo's hand. "Come with me." Yueching pointed in one direction. "Over there. That way." Dodo said to Nuonyuo, "I told you so. Big sister Prince Yin looks a bit like you." Zhang San'er stood beside them blankly, and Ban Xiong added, "You should trust your father's eyes. Isn't this a good thing? You have a mother now." Nuonyuo lowered her head and stayed silent. "Is she really my mother?" Li Tianruo stood in a corner, secretly watching Nuonyuo. "It's really unbelievable. Even now, I still can't describe how I feel. That little girl, what's her name?" Yueching held his cane and wrote Nuonyuo's name on the ground. Li Junnu. Li Tianruo stared intently at this name, quickly committing it to memory. Li Junnu. Nuonyuo sat silently in a corner. It really was a beautiful name. At Li Tianruo's residence, where did Her Highness go? The The guard answered with a worried expression. She went to Lixiang courtyard and booked the entire place. Her Highness told this servant to come back and pass on a message. She said she won't be returning to the residence tonight. Wenjiu and Madame Shun were both alarmed when they heard this. What? Wenjiu suddenly felt unwell. Ugh, Yue, Madame Shun asked anxiously. Don't panic. Wait until she comes back tomorrow, and I will definitely teach her a lesson. You should rest first. As for that opera singer from the U Troupe, leave him to me. Wenjiu thought to himself, this is bad. If Her Highness finds out that child is hers. Wenjiu rubbed his belly with one hand. Then the child in my womb won't be the eldest daughter anymore. On the other side, Yu Lian held Nuonyuo's hand as they walked. Nuonyuo asked, Uncle Yin, why can't I go home? Yu Yin replied, your father and mother finally reunited after so much difficulty. Let them talk tonight. Nuonyuo is such a sensible child. Can you sleep with Uncle Yin tonight? A worried look appeared on Nuonyuo's face. All right, then tell me, Uncle, what will father and Sister Prince Yin talk about? Will Sister Prince Yin not like me? Yu Yin said helplessly, how could your mother not like you? Parents all love their children. As for what they'll talk about, Yu Yin froze, thinking, how am I supposed to explain this to a child? At this moment, inside Yu Qing's room, Yu Qing and Li Tianhua were embracing intimately. Li Tianhua boldly kissed Yu Qing on the lips. She pushed him down and whispered softly, Qing, I've finally found you. Yu Qing could no longer hold back. Your Highness. Li Tianhua slowly removed his clothes. Your Highness. She gently raised her hand to Yu Qing's neck, and at that very moment, the flower appeared on Yu Qing's forehead. The strange flower bloomed. Yu Qing blushed and turned his face away. Has the strange flower bloomed early again? Li Tianhua held Yu Qing in her arms. The strange flower has bloomed at just the right time. Qinger, I've missed you so much. You've suffered all these years. She whispered by his ear, this time, I won't leave you again. So you won't reject me anymore, will you? Li Tianhua moved closer. Qinger, a rich fragrance spread through the air. You smell so good. I remember this scent. I remember. Yu Qing shyly wrote something on a sheet of paper and handed it to Li Tianhua. Li Tianhua took the paper in her hand. Gently, Li Tianhua tightened her grip and pushed Yu Qing down. I will be gentle. Li Tianhua slowly took possession of Yu Qing. Suddenly, Yu Qing stiffened. It must be because the strange flower had bloomed. Yu Qing looked uncomfortable, his body seeming ready to melt away. He was unwilling, yet deeply satisfied. She was his flower picker. Back then at Lixiang courtyard, Qinger, you're sneaking out again? It's so late. If Master finds out. Yu Qing calmly climbed a ladder and slipped out over the wall of the residence. Senior brother, please keep it a secret for me. I'm begging you. He scaled a high wall of Lixiang courtyard. Passing through the bustling streets, he ran down a narrow lane, the thread tied to his little finger leading him onward, all just to meet that person. Li Tianhua was standing there waiting for Yu Qing. She turned and called softly, Qingya. Yu Qing ran to her happily. Sister Ruo, I was chosen to be the flower spirit. Li Tianhua took both of Yu Qing's hands. That's wonderful. Your hard work has finally paid off. Overjoyed, Yu Qing asked Li Tianhua, next month will be my first performance. Sister Ruo, will you come watch me? He blushed. If I become a flower spirit, I hope. Yu Qing paused for a few seconds, then gathered all his courage and said to Li Tianhua, I hope Sister Ruo will become my flower picker. Li Tianhua looked somewhat troubled when she heard that. Qing'ar, I don't know. She turned her head away. I don't know. The fighting at the border was growing more and more tense. No one knew when she would have to go to war. Besides, a flower spirit's performance was so expensive. To become the flower picker, one also needed tens of millions of taels. How could she possibly have that much money? Suddenly, she tugged at the thread on Yu Qing's hand. But Li Tianhua looped that thread around her own little finger and said, if you're willing to wait for me, then I will surely achieve great merit on the battlefield. Once I have made a name for myself, I will immediately come back for you. Yu Qing smiled and replied, He helped her sneak in a Lixiang courtyard to secretly watch his first performance as a flower spirit. Li Tianhua happily waved goodbye to Yu Qing. Dressed in beautiful clothes, Yu Qing smiled brightly. On the night celebrating his becoming a flower spirit, they both drank until they were drunk. lost in passion and desire. Or perhaps the blooming strange flower had made them both lose their reason. They greedily sought each other's warmth, again and again confirming their feelings for one another. Quietly, the seed of love was planted. Now, at this very moment, Yu Qing's lips parted in a gasp. Li Tiannuo wore a wicked expression. Though his throat could no longer form words, he could still let out moans. It truly made one cherish him. They had not even married yet, and they were already doing this sort of thing. Li Tiannuo hungrily took Yu Qing for herself. Yu Qing could not possibly escape, yet he was so happy. Save me. Could it be that this is just how I was born, this depraved? Li Tiannuo wrapped him in her arms. Qinger, come home with me. We've been apart for too long. She promised Yu Qing, if you want to earn your own living, I won't stop you. I'll buy a small house next to the prince's residence for you. Leaning close to Yu Qing's ear, Li Tiannuo whispered, whether you want to do business or help deliver babies, that's entirely up to you. Yu Qing thought to himself, I don't want to leave her. But he sat up and made a decision. Still, I have to see Master off first. The image of old Master Yu, his hair completely white, appeared in Yu Qing's mind. In that room, over the following dozen days, Yu Qing stayed by old Master Yu's side every day. He sat there attentively, taking care of his master. Nuonyuo obediently brought over a cup of tea for his master to drink. Old Master Yu seemed to have accepted Nuonyuo's existence as well. He gently patted Nuonyuo's head. Yinner, after I'm gone, the Yu family opera troupe will be yours. Lying on his sick bed, old Master Yu instructed his 3 disciples, find a suitable flower picker. You're of age now too. The flower spirit must be passed down from generation to generation. Yu Yin obediently answered, Yes, Master. Yu Yin remained silent. Then old Master Yu said, All of you go outside. Liane, stay. After saying this, Yu Qing and Yu Yin stepped out. Old Master Yu sadly said to Yu Lian, Lianer, after all these years, do you know your mistake now? Yu Yin immediately knelt down and admitted his fault. This disciple knows he was wrong. This disciple deeply regrets it. Master Yu's voice tightened. Did you think that without Qinger, you could become the flower spirit? You probably never expected that there was also Yinner. Only the purest and most passionate person can completely absorb the 100 flowers' essence and truly become a flower spirit. You have always been hard-working and diligent. Yet I never chose you, because you were burdened with far more than those 2 children. Old Master Yu continued. Even though Qinger lost his voice and lost his chance to stand on the stage, he now has someone important to him and a happiness of his own. The master looked at Yu Lian and said earnestly, Lianer, as your master, I also hope you will find your own happiness. With a sorrowful expression, Yu Lian said, Master, Lianer knows he was wrong. No matter how Master treats me, I have always regarded Master as my own father. I only ask that Master take care of your health. Lianea, tears streamed down Yu Lian's face. For the rest of my life, I will think of a way to atone. 3 days later, old Master Yu peacefully passed away. His 3 disciples held a simple but solemn funeral for him. It seemed that each of them was about to begin a new life. At Li Tiannuo's residence, her voice rang out, Father, I want to marry a man. Madame Shun was displeased when he heard this. Marry who? Don't tell me you want to marry that cripple from the opera troupe. Tiannuo, have you lost your mind? Do you know how lowly his status is? Playing around is one thing, but you actually want to marry him? Li Tiannuo replied smugly. He's even brought along my 5-year-old child, a daughter. Madame Shun crushed the teacup in his hand in shock. His face lit up. What? A 5-year-old daughter? Where's she? Li Tiannuo immediately said happily, He's brought our daughter. They're waiting outside the residence right now. Outside the residence, Yu Qing stood there waiting, holding Nuonyuo's hand. Nuonyuo asked her father, Father, do you think Grandpa will like Nuonyuo? Yu Qing smiled. Nuonyuo is so lovable. Of course Grandpa will like you. Madame Shun stood in a corner, glancing at Nuonyuo. Is she really your daughter? Li Tiannuo crossed her arms and replied, She is my daughter. Madame Shun looked at the girl's adorable face. She really does look like you. Suddenly, Madame Shun put his hands on his hips and said, Damn it. I never thought the eldest daughter of the Li family would actually be born to an opera singer. Fine then. A little later, inside the room, Madame Shun folded his arms and asked Yu Qing, Yu Qing, do you know your own status? You really are bold. Yu Qing and Nuonyuo lowered their heads and saluted. Madame Shun continued, "But for the sake of the child, this time I will make an exception and allow Her Highness to take you in as a lesser consort." Yu Qing suddenly froze. Li Tianhua quickly cut Madame Shun off. "No, I want to marry him properly, with an 8-man bridal sedan." Yu Qing was stunned to hear Li Tianhua say this. Hearing Li Tianhua's demand, Madame Shun angrily shouted, "Impossible! What nonsense are you talking about? This is a prince's residence. And what is his status? A lowly opera singer. Never mind that commoners and nobles cannot marry. What will people say about us? If the emperor finds out, he will definitely punish you for breaking propriety and disgracing the family. How can you?" Yu Qing hurriedly stopped Li Tianhua. "Please stop arguing." He picked up a sheet of paper and handed it to Madame Shun. "I know my status is lowly and that I am unworthy of Prince Yen. It doesn't matter what happens to me, but Nuonyuo is Her Highness's child. I only ask that the Grand Prince Consort keep Nuonyuo and let her grow up with the status of Her Highness's legitimate daughter." He gently pushed Nuonyuo toward Madame Shun. Madame Shun looked at Nuonyuo hesitantly. Nuonyuo's eyes shimmered pitifully as she softly called out, "Grandpa." Heartbroken, the little girl threw herself into Madame Shun's arms and hugged him tightly. "Grandpa, don't you like Nuonyuo? Nuonyuo missed you. Can you please not argue with father?" Madame Shun's eyes lit up at once. He lovingly hugged Nuonyuo. "I do. Grandpa likes Nuonyuo best of all. Heavens, I'm only a little over 30, and I'm already a grandfather." Overjoyed, Madame Shun kissed Nuonyuo on the cheek, leaving a clear lipstick mark. Seeing the harmonious scene between the old and the young, the stone in Yu Qing's heart finally fell away. "That's wonderful. As long as they accept Nuonyuo, I can be at ease." Li Tianhua put an arm around Yu Qing's shoulders, then looked at Madame Shun seriously and said, "Father, I understand everything you just said. That's why I plan to go to the capital and personally ask His Majesty to grant us a marriage decree. With the Emperor's permission, surely no one will dare spread gossip, and then he can have a status recognized by everyone." Yu Qing looked at her, deeply moved. "Your Highness." Madame Shun frowned at her. "For Nuonyuo's sake, I won't stop you. But what about Jiaor? He's still pregnant. If you make such a fuss now, how is he supposed to accept it?" Yu Qing lowered his head in disappointment. "Right? Her principal husband is pregnant. Bringing the child here so suddenly now also feels unfair to the prince consort." Li Tianhua looked at Madame Shun and replied coolly, "I will personally go speak to Wenjiu and make things clear. Father needn't worry." Inside Wenjiu's room, when Wenjiu saw her arrive, he said softly, "Wife Lord, you've come. Please sit." Li Tianhua crossed her arms over her chest and looked at him coldly. "Wenjiu, even now, you still refuse to tell me the truth? The child is already 6 months along, isn't it?" Wenjiu looked at her sorrowfully and asked, "The truth? What truth?" Li Tianhua looked at him and spoke bluntly, "I don't want to ruin your reputation, and I have also considered Duke Wen's honor, so I have never told anyone else about this matter. I hope you can tell me the truth yourself, instead of waiting until I obtain evidence and expose you." Wenjiu lowered his eyes, despair filling them. Even if Wife Lord wants to take someone new, there is no need to use words like that to frighten Jiaor. Yuer is pregnant. I only ask Wife Lord to think of the child and not make things difficult for Jiaor. Li Tianhua narrowed her eyes and looked at him in silence for a moment. "This trip to the capital is not only to ask His Majesty to grant my marriage. I will also get to the bottom of your Wen family's affairs. I hope you won't regret it when that time comes." After saying that, she turned and left coldly. Wenjiu clenched his fists and angrily swept the teacup to the floor. Damn it! A so-called eldest daughter suddenly appears, and now she wants to go to the capital and investigate the Wen family too. What do I do? What do I do? At that moment, one of his subordinates came in to report, at the prince's residence, a letter has arrived from Duke Wen. Wenjiu said angrily, "Bring it to me at once." He picked up the letter and read through it. Now, there's only one way. Late at night, Li Tianhua led her horse out and looked at Yu Qing worriedly. "The road to the capital is long. This trip may take 1 or 2 months. You must take good care of yourself. Nuonyuo has my father dote on her, so nothing should happen. If anything comes up, go to Steward Ruhua. I've already instructed him to take care of you in my place. I will return as quickly as I can." Yu Qing smiled and nodded. Meanwhile, inside, Madame Shun was holding Nuonyuo lovingly. "Nuonyuo, sleep with Grandpa tonight, all right?" Nuonyuo obediently replied, "Yes." At that moment, Wenjiu walked over. Father, Jiwer has something to discuss with you. Madam Shin smiled at him and said, Jiwer, if you have something to say, then say it. Come look. This is Noonyuo, Tianua's eldest daughter. Wenjiu smiled gently at Noonyuo. What a lovely child. Father, Jiwer wants to keep this child by his side and raise her as his own. What do you think? Duke Wen had written to Wenjiu, Jiwer, Mother knows you've suffered. All of this is for our Wen family, so you must endure it. Now that this 5-year-old eldest daughter has become an established fact, and the child in your womb is not yet known to be a boy or a girl, that opera singer status is lowly. It will be better for you to adopt that little girl. That way, the eldest daughter of the Li family will have a noble upbringing, and surely the Grand Prince Consort will agree. As for her biological father, find a chance to get rid of him. Then that child will be yours. Back to the present. Madam Shun looked at Wenjiu in surprise. You mean you want to raise Noonyuo yourself? Just then Yu Qing walked in. Seeing Wenjiu inside, he was startled. So this is Her Highness's principal husband. Seeing him approach, Wenjiu smiled and said, Oh, you've come at the perfect time. We were just discussing this, and now you've arrived, younger brother. Noonyuo happily called out, Father. Yu Qing walked in and anxiously knelt to salute. Will he be angry and make things difficult for me? Wenjiu gently helped Yu Qing to his feet. Younger brother, no need for formalities. We both serve Her Highness. From now on, we should get along harmoniously. Seeing that Wenjiu did not seem inclined to trouble him, Yu Qing let out a sigh of relief. Oh, he's a gentle person. That's a relief. I hope we really can get along well in the future. Wenjiu sat down, held Noonyuo in his arms, and gently said to Yu Qing, I just spoke with Father. I like Noonyuo very much, so I want to acknowledge her as my daughter and raise her as if she were my own flesh and blood. I wonder what younger brother thinks of that. Madam Shun thought for a moment, then nodded and said, That way Noonyuo will also have the one family support. As Her Highness's eldest daughter, her future prospects will be bright. I think it's a very good idea. Wenjiu looked at Yu Qing with a smile. Younger brother, why aren't you saying anything? Noonyuo looked at him and frowned. No, Noonyuo doesn't want to call anyone else father. Noonyuo only has one father. Frightened, she hugged Yu Qing tightly. Father, don't send Noonyuo away. Noonyuo doesn't want to be separated from father either. Wenjiu hurriedly coaxed her. Your father will only be staying outside the prince's residence for a while. Once Her Highness returns from the capital after asking the emperor to grant the marriage, your father can move in and live with us. We won't be apart for long. Madam Shun looked at Yu Qing and quickly added, Yu Qing, you haven't yet entered the family, after all. You'll have to suffer staying outside for a while. The prince consort and I will take good care of Noonyuo for you. Yu Qing looked at Noonyuo with reluctance in his eyes. Right now, entrusting Noonyuo to them was also the best choice for her. With a noble adoptive father, she really would live better in the future. As for my own matters, I'll think of something. With that thought, he nodded in agreement. Then Noonyuo will have to trouble the Grand Prince Consort and the Prince Consort. Yu Qing smiled gently and patted Noonyuo's head. Noonyuo, be good, all right? I will come see you often. Late that night, in Wenjiu's bedroom, Wenjiu sat on the bed and looked at Noonyuo. Come, Noonyuo. Father will peel an apple for you. He picked up a knife and peeled an apple for Noonyuo. Holding the peeled apple in her hand, Noonyuo looked at him and softly said, Thank you. Wenjiu smiled gently at the little girl. What else would you like to eat? Just tell Father. It doesn't matter if it's mountain delicacies or rare dishes from sea and land. Father will get it for you. Noonyuo took a bite of the apple, looking dejected. But I only want candied hawthorn and roasted sweet potatoes that Father dug up and roasted with me. After finishing the apple, Noonyuo looked curiously at Wenjiu's protruding belly and asked, Uncle Wen, is there going to be a little sister or a little brother in there? Am I about to become an older sister? Wenjiu frowned as he looked at her. Well, Noonyuo excitedly continued, Father even bought me a picture book. It said that after a woman and a man fall in love, the immortals will bless them with a beautiful baby. The baby will look a little like its mother and a little like its father, because the baby is the crystallization of their love. Noonyuo never believed that story before, because I felt Mother didn't love Father at all. But now, seeing Mother and Father like this, I feel that story must be true. So Noonyuo gently rubbed Wenjiu's belly. Little baby, you must be born safely. and grow up pretty and healthy, okay? Even though Noonyuo suffered a lot when she was little, a baby is a little fairy as soon as it's born, and lots of people will love it. Seeing Wenjio suddenly start crying, Noonyuo asked curiously, Uncle Wen, why are you crying? Don't cry. Wenjio hugged Noonyuo into his arms and said gently, Noonyuo, be good. On behalf of the baby in my belly, I'll thank you for your blessing. This child really makes people both hate and love it. Ruhua stood outside silently without saying a word. Before leaving, Li Tianrua had come to her and instructed her, Ruhua, while I'm in the capital, help me keep an eye on Wenjio and the Wen family. They must not be allowed to harm Noonyuo and Yuding. Ruhua hurriedly replied, Yes, Your Highness. Li Tianrua turned back to look at her, her gaze icy. Besides that, I want you to help me find something. Ever since handing Noonyuo over to the prince's manor, Yuding had been so busy every day that he could barely see straight by the time night came, earning a few bits of silver by helping people deliver babies. The family he had helped were deeply grateful and gave him a full basket of eggs. Thank you, Dr. Yu. Take this basket of eggs. Be careful on your way back. Yuding took the basket, his face full of joy. That's wonderful. I can make egg drop soup for Noonyuo when I get back. Then he suddenly froze, looking dazed. Right, Noonyuo is at the prince's manor. I should go visit her. At Prince Yan's manor. Slowly, slowly. Don't fall. Noonyuo stood on the swing, playing happily, and Wang Erqiu and the others were around her too. Sister Nuo, your new home is so impressive. You're a noble young lady of the prince's manor now. Zhang Sani looked at Noonyuo pitifully and said, Sister No, it's my turn now. My turn. Pan Xiong looked at the boy and reminded him, You can't cut in line. I was first. Wenjio sat nearby, smiling as he watched the children, then ordered a servant, Don't rush. Have them make a few more swings quickly. The servant behind him hurriedly replied, Yes, Prince Consort. Carrying his basket of eggs, Yuding walked over. When he saw Wang Erqiu and the others, he was surprised. So Noonyuo's friends came too. Inside, Noonyuo happily ran over to Wenjio. Father Wen, I want to eat an apple. Wenjio gently picked her up and smiled as he agreed. All right. Noonyuo can eat whatever she wants. I see you've worked up a sweat from playing. Seeing this scene, Yuding's heart suddenly gave a sharp pang. Seeing how harmonious they were, I should have been happy, yet there was bitterness in my heart. What's wrong with me? I should be glad for Noonyuo. At that moment, Noonyuo noticed Yuding outside as well. Ah, father, you're here. She happily threw herself into Yuding's arms. Noonyuo hasn't seen father for several days. Yuding smiled, crouched down, and hugged her. It seems Noonyuo has grown taller, and chubbier too. Wenju looked at him and said softly, Since you're here, come in and sit for a while. Preparate. When he saw the basket of eggs, Wenjio tactfully refused. Take the eggs back and eat them yourself. The prince's manor is not lacking in eggs. In the room, Wenjio sat on the bed, rubbing his pregnant belly, and said gently, I truly like Noonyuo from the bottom of my heart. She's lively, kind, and adorable. Ever since she learned I was carrying this baby, she's looked forward every day to her little sister or little brother being born. Beside him, Yuding lowered his head to hide the loneliness in his heart. Wenjio smiled and reclined on the bed, looking at him as he said, You don't have to be so cautious, little brother. I heard you're also a midwife and help people deliver babies. Since you're here, take a look for me and see whether my child is healthy right now. Yuding walked to the bedside and looked nervously at Wenjio's belly. I must be careful. He raised his hand, gently touched the belly, then carefully pressed his ear against it to listen to the fetal heartbeat. Suddenly, Yuding's face changed. The prince consort's body has always been weak, and this child isn't growing well either. It's already this many months along, yet I can barely detect a pulse. If this goes on, I'm afraid. But the prince consort must have the best doctors examining him. So how could none of them have discovered something abnormal about the baby? What exactly is going on? Seeing his expression, Wenjio asked anxiously, What's wrong? Is there a problem with the baby? Why did your face change like that? Yuding looked at Wenjio in panic. The prince consort seems to know nothing at all. It looks like this matter is not simple. What should I do? The hand at his side clenched tightly. Should I tell the prince consort the truth? If I get dragged into something and the baby can't be saved, won't I end up taking the blame? Wenjio sat up excitedly and hurriedly asked, What exactly is wrong with my child? What is with that look on your face? Tell me the truth. Ah, right, you can't speak. Then write it for me. He hurried to get paper and brush and handed them to Yuding. Yuding frantically waved his hands. No, Wenjio's face turned pale with anger. Little brother. He covered his mouth and retched. Black. Yuding looked at him anxiously. Prince consort. Yuding hurriedly supported Wenjio. After all, he is carrying her flesh and blood. How can I just watch him die without helping? Forget it. As a father myself, the child matters most. Yuding picked up the paper and brush and began to write. The fetus in the prince consort's womb is too weak and needs more nourishment. Avoid worry and overthinking. It would be best to invite a highly skilled physician to help restore the prince consort's health. Otherwise, the fetus will be difficult to keep, and I'm afraid it may also damage the prince consort's body. Wenjio's face turned deathly pale. Furious, he threw the paper into Yuding's face. Nonsense. Do you think our prince's manor lacks good doctors? The physician who normally tends to me was sent from my maternal family. You couldn't find a better doctor in all of Yinzhou. You're just a midwife, yet you dare curse the child in my womb. Yuding frowned tightly and sighed inwardly. Sure enough, Wenjio held the paper, his expression pensive. Yuding is only a lowly commoner. How would he dare curse the child in the prince consort's womb? The prince consort may not believe Yuding, but for the sake of the child in his womb, it'd be best to have a few more doctors examine him. Wenjiu lowered his eyes to look at Yuding. This person doesn't seem to be lying. All right, I'll have a few more doctors come take a look. I won't blame you for today. But Yuding, even if you enter the household, you would only be his secondary consort. I'm the principal consort. The two of us are of different rank. I hope you'll be careful with your words and actions, and not do anything beyond the rules. Yuding knelt on the ground with his head lowered, looking dejected. In the imperial palace, the emperor called out, Tianruo, long time no see. I thought you'd finally come to your senses and were willing to return to the battlefield. Who would have thought you came to ask for an imperial marriage decree instead? Our great general of former days has become someone attached to home and family now. Li Tianruo knelt respectfully and said, reporting to your majesty, ever since this subject returned wounded, I have no longer concerned myself with state affairs. I only wish to stay by my family's side and enjoy a happy home. Seated above, the emperor idly played with a lock of hair in her hand and said indifferently, as long as you're happy. It's just that this young master Yuding you want married to you comes from too low a background. The law forbidding marriage between nobles and commoners has existed in Luyuan for hundreds of years. There has never been a precedent for a commoner to be taken as either principal consort or secondary consort. Hearing this, Li Tianruo not only showed no fear, but answered calmly, this subject believes that people should not be divided into noble and base, high and low. Whether court generals and ministers or farmers and blacksmiths, all are citizens of Luyuan. A person's character should not be judged by status. Though Yuding was born poor and humble, he is a kind, loyal, and hardworking man. Marriage depends on mutual love. With this broken body of mine, if Tianruo can find someone to accompany me through the rest of my life, I will have no regrets. I beg your majesty to fulfill this wish. A hand suddenly rose in objection. Wait. Duke Wen glared angrily at Li Tianruo and demanded, Your Highness Prince Yin now wishes to openly arrange a proper marriage with a mere performer? Then what does your highness take Wenjio, Prince Consort or Prince Yin, the eldest son of the Wen family, for? Li Tianruo gave her a mocking smile. What a coincidence. Duke Wen is here too? Duke Wen turned to the emperor and lodged her complaint. Your majesty, my Jioer is still pregnant, yet Prince Yin spends day and night at that performer's side, and now even wants to bring him into the household. What kind of family propriety is that? Does she not care about my Jioer's dignity at all? Li Tianruo refused to yield and said to the emperor, Your Majesty, this subject and Yuding met 5 years ago and even have a daughter together. She is now 5 years old, the eldest daughter of my Princian manor. Duke Wen looked at her with a cold laugh. A man from that sort of place, who knows whose child he was carrying, climbed up by clinging to a high branch. He says it's your highness's child, and you really believe him? Your Majesty, Prince Yin must not be allowed to be deceived by this performer. Li Tianruo looked at her coldly. Duke Wen jests. Of course I remember whom I've touched. It's just that I truly don't remember when I ever touched Wenjio. Tell me then, whose child is in Wenjio's belly? Duke Wen's face changed as she glared at her angrily. You, without evidence, you cannot speak nonsense. You want to frame our family. Li Tianruo folded her arms and leisurely admired her reaction. Then wasn't Duke Wen just now also slandering the background of my eldest daughter without any evidence? Duke Wen was left speechless and glared angrily at the emperor. The emperor, who had been sitting on the throne enjoying the drama, suddenly found herself being addressed and looked blank. Huh, that's it. My turn now. She quickly sat up straight, coughed twice, and said, actually, I also think the rule barring marriage between nobles and commoners is about time to be changed. But Tianruo, after all, you already have a principal consort. This time I will make an exception, so each of you take a step back. I permit you to marry Yuding as your secondary consort and confer upon your eldest daughter, Li Junyuo, the title of heir. But you must promise me that if one day the nation is in danger, you will step forward for the people of Lian. Li Qianruo looked at the emperor gratefully. Thank you, your majesty. I would die 1,000 deaths without complaint. That day, another doctor came to take Wen Jiu's pulse. Looking at Wen Jiu, the doctor said, how strange. What's wrong with the fetus in the prince consort's womb? Who said the pregnancy was abnormal? Yuding looked at the doctor in shock. No, how could that be? Obviously it was. After the doctor left, Madame Shun glared angrily at Yuding. Yuding, now you have nothing to say, do you? Since you meant well for the child, I won't punish you this time. Wen Jiu's face darkened with anger. I think you've gone mad wanting to take my place as principal consort. You actually dared to curse the daughter in my womb. Furious, he raised his hand. I treat Nuonyuo like my own daughter, yet you cursed the child in my womb. What are your intentions? Terrified, Yuding hurriedly raised a hand to shield his face. Ruhua, beside them, quickly caught Wen Jiu's wrist. Prince Consort, please don't get agitated. Perhaps young master Yuding simply misdiagnosed and had no other intentions. Your anger right now is what's most harmful to the fetus. Madame Shen also quickly stepped forward to calm him. That's right, Joer. What matters most is that the baby is fine. Asking a few more doctors to take a look is only to be safe. There's nothing wrong with that. When Jiu frowned at him and said aggrievedly, even so, he cursed my child. I can't swallow this anger. Father, you must punish him. Madame Shun coughed twice and frowned. Then let Yuding kneel here for 2 shurchin. Will that do? Then he quickly helped Wen Jiu outside for a walk. Come, Yue, don't be angry. Let's go stroll in the courtyard. Yuding knelt on the ground and let out a sigh. The Prince Dowager has already shown mercy. In this prince's manner, one really has to be careful at every step. As evening fell, Father, Nuonyuo ran into the room, saw Yuding kneeling on the floor, and asked worriedly, Father, why are you kneeling here? Hurry and get up. Yuding looked at Nuonyuo and hurriedly waved his hand. It's not time yet. I can't get up. Nuonyuo looked at him anxiously and quickly said, Father, what's wrong? Your complexion is so bad. You're completely pale. Yuding looked at Nuonyuo weakly in surprise. Huh, is that so? I don't feel it myself. His face suddenly darkened, and he fainted. Nuonyuo cried out anxiously. Father, outside Prince Yan's manor, the doctor looked at the woman in front of her and said fearfully, You scared me to death. Good thing you warned me in advance. The woman lowered her voice and signaled to the doctor. Shoo. Duke Wen gave instructions. Whether the prince consort's baby can be kept or not, you must make it look as if nothing is wrong. If you dare speak out, you won't keep your life. In short, we'll do our best to prescribe medicine to keep this fetus alive long enough for the prince consort to give birth. As for whether the baby is born alive or dead, that's none of our concern. When Jiu happened to pass by and heard these words, his face turned pale. What? At that moment, Nuonyuo ran in a panic toward the large lake. Somebody, hurry, my father has fainted. In the room, the doctor sat by the bed taking Yuding's pulse. Madame Shin looked at the doctor anxiously and asked, Doctor, he is. The woman behind her signaled to the doctor. Understanding at once, the doctor looked at Madame Shun and said, reporting to the Prince Dowager, young Master Yu is fine. His body is simply too weak, which is why he fainted. I'll prescribe some medicine for him. After a few days, he'll be all right. The abortion medicine. That child will be lost. Madame Shun frowned at the doctor. That doesn't seem right. He looks like he's pregnant. Are you sure you haven't made a mistake? This concerns a child of the Li family. We must be careful. At that moment, Ruhua entered with another doctor and reported to Madame Shun, Prince Consort, this servant has brought Doctor who from the west side of the city. Madame Shun quickly said, let her examine him. The doctor and the woman behind her both turned pale. We're done for. Doctor Who stepped forward to take Yuding's pulse. After a while, Doctor Who smiled and said to Madame Shun, reporting to the Prince Dowager, this young master has been pregnant for nearly 2 months. Hearing this, Madame Shun said joyfully, really? That's wonderful. Yuding was shocked and could hardly believe it. I'm pregnant again. Madam Shan excitedly hugged him. Oh, Yuding, you're amazing. You're carrying another one. I really picked up a treasure. I love it to death. After saying that, his eyes narrowed, and he angrily ordered the servants. Arrest these two quacks for me. Ruhua hurriedly replied, Yes, Prince Dowager. When Jiao stood outside, collapsing to the ground in despair, tears streamed down uncontrollably. Why is this happening? Why? When Jiao sat collapsed on the ground, his whole body trembling. Why? He suddenly got up and rushed at Yuding. Why did a cheap thing like you suddenly appear and then keep getting pregnant one after another? When Jiao furiously grabbed Yuding by the throat. Why are all your children healthy while my child has to suffer like this? Yuding's face turned pale. Madam Shun hurried over and pulled Wenjiao away. Wenjiao, what are you doing? Stop at once. Wenjiao burst into tears, still clutching Yuding's neck as he screamed. I've clearly done everything I was supposed to do, so why is heaven still treating me like this? A hand rested on his. Wenjiao. Li Tianhua looked at Wenjiao and softly urged, Stop. Madam Shun looked at her in surprise. Tianhua, you're back. Li Tianhua supported Yuding and said gently, He is carrying my child now. Wenjiao's face turned pale. He ran outside in agitation. Madam Shun looked at him worriedly. Jiao, where are you going? Wenjiao ran out quickly, tears falling nonstop. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. I have to leave here, leave all of these hateful things behind. Madame Shun glared at Li Tianhua worriedly and shouted, Tianhua, how could you do this to Jiao? No matter what, he's still pregnant. Hurry, send people to bring the prince consort back. Li Tianhua looked at him calmly and said, Father, there's something wrong with the child in Wenjiao's womb. It may not be mine, but I need evidence before I can act. Jinji is helping me look for proof. Madam Shin looked at her in astonishment, hardly able to believe it. What? Really? You're saying Wenjiao's child? Li Tianhua pointed to the palace attendant standing beside her. Father, look at this first. The palace attendant stepped forward and unfolded the imperial decree. An imperial decree has arrived. Madam Shun and Ruhua hurriedly knelt. This. The palace attendant began to read the decree. Though Yuding of the Yu troop was born poor and humble, he is gentle and sensible, and has the merit of bearing and raising the offspring of Prince Yan. He is hereby permitted to marry into Prince Yan's manor as the secondary consort of Prince Yan. Respect this decree. Yuding looked up in shock and at Li Tianhua with moved eyes. Secondary consort? Is that really possible? Li Tianhua took Yuding's hand, her face full of apology. Qing'er, you've been wronged. His Majesty also has her own difficulties. She could only grant you the position of secondary consort for now. Yuding looked at her, deeply moved. What are you saying? Becoming a secondary consort is already incredible for someone of my background. Li Tianhua looked at him gently and said, Once when Jiao's matter is settled, I'll think of another way. She turned to Ruhua and asked, Ruhua, have you found the thing I told you to find? Ruhua hurriedly reporting to your highness, it has been found. Li Tianru nudda. Then there won't be any problem. She walked over, wrapped an arm around Yuding's shoulders, and looked at Madame Shun. Father, Qing'er is pregnant now. We can't wait any longer. I have to hold the wedding and marry him at once. Madame Shun joyfully tossed Yuding up. No problem at all. Ha. Li Tianhua also burst into happy laughter. Ha. I'm going to have another child again. Stop. Don't throw me anymore. I forgot there's still a baby in my belly. Diet Tin looked worried. Prince Consort Yin, nothing will happen, right? Is it really okay for me to be like this? Ruhua frowned, silently watching the harmonious scene before her. She wrote a letter, tucked it onto the little bird's leg, and released it. In the imperial palace, the emperor looked at the little bird in his hand, his expression darkening. I thought that woman was only arrogant because of her status. I didn't expect Duke to be capable of doing something like this. Back then, someone as upright as General Li actually defected to the enemy and betrayed the country. I always found that strange. Now it seems someone deliberately framed her for treason. The guard beside him hesitated before asking. Then Ruhua, the emperor coldly ordered, have Ruhua continue watching Prince Yan's estate. No matter what, even gravely injured, she is still Prince Yan, the one who commands 100,000 troops. This time, we may be able to use Prince Yan's hand to deal with the Wen family. That would be a good thing as well. In the Jin residence, His Majesty ordered me to continue assisting her in investigating the Wen family. Jin Yuya, disguised as Jin Ji, sat at the desk and sighed. Ruoruo, you still brought him home. Does this mean I can only stay by your side in this identity? A servant entered and reported, Miss, someone outside is looking for you. When he saw it was Wen Jiao, Jin Ji was startled. Prince Consort Yin, why are you here? Wen Jiao threw himself into Jin Yuya's arms and pleaded, Save me. Jin Yuya held him up and frowned. Prince Consort Yin, you're pregnant. Why did you come here by yourself? I'll have someone take you back to Prince Yan's estate at once. Wen Jiao looked at him painfully. Are you really going to be this heartless? At this point, I can only tell you the truth. The child in my belly is yours. Jin Yuya froze, his face turning ashen. That scared me to death. There's no way I could get him pregnant. What? Wait, you mean the child in his belly is my sister's? Which means my sister cuckolded her highness? The news struck like a bolt from the blue. Jin Yuya gaped in shock. When Jiao saw that Jin Yuya gave no response, he panicked. What's wrong with you? Do you really not want to acknowledge this child? This child is already very weak. Please save it. Jin Yuya was flustered and didn't know what to do. No, wait, let me think. I'm completely confused. My sister's debt can't fall on me to repay, can it? I suddenly have a child now. Wen Jiao threw his arms around him and burst into tears. Take me away. I'm begging you. I don't care about reputation or dignity anymore. I just want to be free and give birth to this child safely. Jin Yuya frowned at him, but then he thought again. If what he said was true, then this was the child his elder sister had left behind in this world, perhaps the only descendant of their Jin family. Thinking of that, he sighed and held Wen Jiao by the shoulders. There's no other choice. In any case, come inside first. We'll talk there. Wen Jiao followed Jin Yuya inside and asked anxiously, Bringing me here means you're willing to take me in, right? But we'll be discovered sooner or later. Let's run away together. Jin Yuya took off his outer robe and said flatly, No. What I mean is, I'm not Jin Ji. I'm her younger brother, Jin Yuya. Wen Jiao stared at him in stunned disbelief. What? You're Yuya? Then why are you pretending to be her? Where is she? Jin Yuya lowered his eyes and answered dejectedly, My sister is dead. Wen Jiao's expression changed, and his whole body stiffened. She's dead. Clutching his stomach, he collapsed onto the floor. How? How could this happen? So that's why she never came to take me away like we promised. 5 years ago, the Jin family fell on hard times. The old family head's business failed, and he owed a great deal of money. Although Wen Jiao and Jin Ji were deeply in love and had sworn eternal devotion, Duke Wen still married Wen Jiao into the Li family as the consort of Prince Yin, who was lying in a coma. During the 5 years Li Tianhuo remained unconscious, Jin Ji worked desperately in business. Not only did she pay off all the debts, but through opening sea trade, she rose to become the wealthiest merchant in Yinzhou. Still, neither of them could ever forget the other. Wen Jiao waited on a comatose wife, each day feeling like a year. He endured it for nearly 5 years before finally making a mistake. Lying on the bed, Wen Jiao held Jin Ji tightly. Take me away. Let's go somewhere far away and live together. The two of them swore their vows and agreed to elope on the night of the full moon. But that day, Wen Jiao waited for Jin Ji all night, and she never came. She broke their appointment. At that very moment, Li Tianhuo, who had been expected to sleep forever, woke up. My lady, you're awake? At the one residence, Duke Wen angrily slapped Wen Jiao. You wretch, how could you do something so disgraceful? Do you know that if word gets out, our Wen family will lose all face? Remember this, you are Prince Consort Yin. The child in your belly is the Li family's eldest daughter and will surely be of great use in the future. From now on, you are never to mention that woman from the Jin family again. Wen Jiao held one side of his face and cried miserably, returning to the present. Jin Yuya sighed as he looked at him. So that's what it was. Back then, when my sister suddenly told me she would leave the Jin family to me, this is what she meant. But that night, a violent storm suddenly struck at sea. My sister and her ship never returned. To hold up the Jin family, I had no choice but to impersonate her. Wen Jiao clutched his chest painfully. She still cared about me. That's right, the child. This is her child. I must give birth to this baby. At Prince Yan's estate, Wen Jiao knelt on the ground and confessed everything. You all wanted to hear the truth. This is the truth. This child truly is not her highness's. I made a mistake. Wunjio is willing to accept whatever punishment Her Highness and the Prince Consort Dowager see fit. Shenshur was so furious that he fainted, and the two attendants beside him looked on anxiously. Prince Consort Dowager, Prince Consort Dowager, please hold on. Li Tianhua sighed as she looked at Wunjio. Wunjio, I'm glad you were able to say it yourself. Our marriage was forced by Duke when alone. If I had known, I would never have torn you and Jinji apart. Wunjio looked at her in surprise. Your Highness, you're not angry. Li Tianhua frowned at him. Of course I'm angry. Both of you are my friends. Any woman would be angry if something like this happened. But you've treated Nuonyuo very well. She walked over and gently held Diet Tin by the shoulders. And I've already found the one who matters most to me. Everything else no longer matters. I just want to settle this matter as quickly as possible. Shenshur slammed his hand on the table in fury. I refuse. I treated him like my own son, and he went and did something so shameful, making our Prince Yan's estate lose all face. I absolutely cannot forgive him. Standing to one side, Jinya looked like he wanted to cry, but had no tears. My sister's debt, and I have to repay it. She really did me in. But for the sake of the Jin family line, I'll go all in. Thinking of that, he dropped to his knees and apologized to Shenshur. It's my fault. I'll think of a way to arrange this, and do my best to salvage Prince Yin Estate's reputation. Please calm your anger, Your Grace. Your health is most important. Li Tianhua glared at him. Jinji, I treated you as a friend. I never expected you to cuckold me. Jin Yuya was so wronged, he couldn't even explain himself. It wasn't me. Shenshur roared angrily. Calm down? How can I calm down? Because of him, I nearly killed my own biological granddaughter. I must speak to Dukwin. Just then, a cold voice rang out. No need. I already know. Dukwin walked in and sighed. I came as soon as I heard about this. When Wunjio saw her, he softly called out, Mother. Dukwin angrily slapped him. Shameless thing. How'd I end up with a child like you? What a disgrace to the family. From this day on, get out of Prince Yan's estate and get out of the Wen family. We have no relation anymore. Wunjio held his face, sobbing in disbelief as he looked at her. Agitated, he grabbed her by the shoulders and demanded, How can you do this? How can you abandon me? It was obviously you who told me to do it. Clearly it was. Enraged, Dukwin shoved him away. What nonsense are you spouting? Insolence. Without us, you are nothing at all. Even your two younger cousins have brighter futures than you. Jin Ye hurried forward to stop her. Stop! Don't hit him anymore. Dukwin rubbed her wrist and glared at him. Miss Jean, after doing something this shameful, don't think you'll get away unscathed either. At that moment, Nuonyuo also came running out. She rushed to Wunjio's side and glared angrily at Dukwin. Grandpa One, what's going on? Why is everyone treating Daddy One like this? He's still pregnant. Shenshur hurriedly called her over. Nuonyuo, come here. Don't interfere in adult matters. Nuonyuo refused to listen. She glared at Dukwin and shouted, You nasty old woman. Just now you and that doctor said the baby in Daddy One's belly was too weak, and now that it was useless, you were going to let Daddy One fend for himself. I heard everything. Dukwin's face darkened in anger. You little brat. Seeing Dukwin glare at her only made Nuonyuo angrier. Even if you glare at me, I'm not scared. If you dare bully Nuonyuo's family, when I grow up, I definitely won't let you off. Li Tianhua smiled and picked Nuonyuo up. That's my daughter. Then she looked at Dukwin coldly and said, Dukwin, since when Jio married into this household, then he should be dealt with by us. Please leave. There's also something you may not know. While you were busy going to the capital to obstruct me some time ago, I found several letters between you and Wunjio. I've already sent them to His Majesty. You should worry about handling your own affairs first. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll have a hard time explaining yourself to the throne. Dukwin trembled with rage. Damn it. Just you wait. With that, she flung her sleeve and left with her people. Wunjio fainted from exhaustion. Nuonyuo cried out anxiously, Daddy One, late at night in Prince Yan's estate. Looking at the unconscious Wunjio lying on the bed, Jinya said worriedly, It's nothing too serious. It's just that the child in his belly is still very weak. He must recuperate quietly. I'll find the best doctors in the city to treat him. He can't stay in Prince Yan's estate anymore. I'll arrange for him to stay in the small eastern house of the Jin family. After he gives birth, he can decide for himself whether to leave or stay. Li Tianhua looked at him with guilt written all over her face. Jinji, I had no idea you always resented me for separating the two of you. If I give him his freedom, would you marry him? Jin Yi nearly spat blood. I can't. I'm a man. Frowning, he looked at her and said, "About that, Ruo, there's something I need to tell you." It was time to tell her the truth. After hearing the truth, Li Tianhua and Jinya fell silent, staring at each other. The silence was awkward. Li Tianhua let out a sigh. "Take me to visit Jin Ji's grave." Late at night, in front of a small grave, Li Tianhua said with pain and guilt, "Jin Ji, it was because I insisted on going to war that I ended up harming you. Wen Jiao and Diet Tin too have suffered for so many years. I don't have much time left either. I can only wait until I descend to the underworld and apologize to you then." Jin Yuye could not bear to see her like this. Ruo, Li Tianhua looked at him and said softly, "Yuye, I can't marry you. You're still young. You still have a wonderful life ahead of you to choose from. My life is all but set. If this world won't allow Diet Tin to be my principal consort, then I simply won't take a principal consort at all. But can you promise me one thing?" She took Jin Yuye's hand. "I know this is selfish, but you're the only one I can ask. If one day I'm gone, help me take care of my father, Diet Tin, and the children, all right?" Jin Yuye lowered his eyes, hiding the pain in them, and silently comforted himself. Entrusting her important people to me means she trusts me. To her, I'm someone irreplaceable too, right? All right. On the day of the wedding at Prince Yan's estate, a servant stood outside the door, stopping Li Tianhua from entering the room. "Your Highness, you can't go in yet. The groom is still dressing. You can't see him until it's time to lift the veil." Li Tianhua looked at him impatiently. Not even a glance. "Fine then." Nuonyuo ran over holding an embroidered ball and handed it to her. "Mother, I got the wedding ball for you. Later, can Nuonyuo lead father into the hall?" Li Tianhua picked her up and smiled. "Of course you can." Lanterns hung all over the residence. The groom has arrived. Diet Tin, dressed in wedding robes, held Nuonyuo's hand and walked in beautifully. Duyet Lin and Duyet Yin also came to congratulate him, along with Jin Yuye and Wang Chunhua. Li Tianhua looked at Duyet Tin with a happy smile. She had finally waited for this day. Each of them held one end of the embroidered ball. "We have no regrets left now. First bow to heaven and earth, second bow to the elders." Seated in his chair, Shunshur nodded in satisfaction. "Good, very good. Duyet Tin, you must give birth to a few more children." Nuonyuo happily shouted, "Father, Nuonyuo wants lots of little sisters and little brothers." Nuonyuo is about to become the big sister. The couple bowed to each other. As soon as the ceremony was over, Li Tianhua could not wait any longer and turned to everyone. "My apologies, everyone. I won't be drinking tonight. Please enjoy yourselves. This prince is heading straight to the bridal chamber." As soon as she said that, she swept Diet Tin into her arms and carried him inside. Nuonyuo hurried after them. Nuonyuo wants to go to the bridal chamber too. Nuonyuo wants to stay with father and mother. Shunshur quickly stopped her. "What would a child be doing in the bridal chamber? You can't go. How about you come eat something delicious with Grandpa?" Nuonyuo looked at Shunshur curiously and asked, "Grandpa, what is the bridal chamber? Why is it called that?" Shunshur coughed awkwardly twice. "It means the immortals in heaven want to give your parents another baby. Since immortals live in caves, it's called the bridal chamber." He spoke nonsense with a straight face. Hearing that, Nuonyuo's eyes lit up. "Then I want to see it even more." Shunshur immediately grabbed her hand tightly. "No, if the immortals are seen by people, they'll get angry and it won't work." In the bridal chamber, Li Tianhua gazed gently at Diet Tin in her arms. Starting today, she could openly be affectionate with her Qing'er. She had to make up for the past 5 years. Diet Tin looked at her with his whole body tense. Why does this feel like a bandit abducting a pretty man? Li Tianhua stood there in a daze, looking at the man before her. She picked up the small rod and lifted Diet Tin's veil. At the breathtakingly beautiful face before her, she could not help but lose herself. He was still as beautiful as ever. Li Tianhua sat down and gently caressed Diet Tin's cheek. 5 years ago, I owed you this day. Now I've finally fulfilled it. I made you wait too long. Diet Tin picked up paper and brush and wrote quickly, "You must never leave me again." Li Tianhua hugged him and said emotionally, all right, never again." The two shared a passionate kiss. "Tonight is our wedding night." She removed Diet Tin's clothes, and a certain part of him reacted again. Startled, he hurried to cover it. Li Tianhua smiled and teased him. "Qing'er wants it again? You really are a lonely little rabbit. I can't believe I made you endure it for 5 whole years." Diet Tin's cheeks flushed bright red. In a situation like this, how could he not want it? But then, Li Tianhua gently wrapped her arms around him from behind. But the baby is still small, so tonight we can only endure it. Diet Tin narrowed his eyes and nodded softly. Li Tianhua looked at him with a tender smile. Tonight, let me help you this way first. Her hand slid downward, and Diet Tin's body trembled lightly. Li Tianhua leaned close to his ear and whispered, "When you're 5 months along, I'll love you properly, my husband." Diet Tin gripped the bed sheets tightly, the corners of his eyes glistening with tears. In the dead of night, Li Tianhua lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. I can't remember how I lived through the first half of my life. Now, with red candles burning through the night and a beauty beside me, it feels as though something in my heart has finally been filled. It's just that there are still troubles left unresolved. She looked tenderly at the sleeping Diet Tin beside her. "Grow up quickly. Grow up." Diet Tin suddenly turned over, presenting his back to her. Li Tianhua closed her eyes sadly. I wonder how many more years I can stay by his side. The happier I am, the more uneasy and afraid I feel. Only by arranging their future properly can I truly rest easy. Lying on the bed, Diet Tin suddenly opened his eyes. Yesterday, Jinya had come to see him. Tomorrow is your wedding. Congratulations. You don't need to mind me. I won't stand in the way of you two. But there's something I've thought over again, and I still have to tell you. She has less than 5 years left to live, so I hope you'll cherish the time you have with her. Don't wait until you lose her to regret it. Thinking of that, Diet Tin could not stop his tears from falling. Those words still echoed in his ears, making his heart ache so badly he could hardly breathe. Elsewhere in the small house, the room was still brightly lit, and faint sobs could be heard from inside. Wonjio lay curled up on the bed, his face deathly pale. It hurt so much. He struggled to sit up and called out, "Someone come quickly. I think I'm about to give birth." The next morning, cries of pain rang throughout the residence. The doctor looked at Wenjio worriedly and said, "Young master Wen's birth passage won't open. He was already frail to begin with, and the child isn't in good condition either. I am afraid." Standing nearby, Jinya anxiously roared. "Afraid of what?" The doctor shook his head awkwardly and replied, "I'm afraid this child can't be delivered. Even if it is forced out, it may already be stillborn. Eldest miss should prepare herself." Jinya frowned at the doctor and said angrily, "Is there really no other way? You're the best doctors here." The doctor looked at him uneasily. "There's a way, but..." He glanced at the disciple behind him before saying, "If we cut open his abdomen now and take the baby out while there's still time, perhaps the child may survive." Kimnak Deep was so anxious that she fumbled helplessly. "I'm worried sick over my elder sister's child." She hurriedly urged the physician, "Why are you still babbling nonsense? Cut him open now." Terrified, the physician dropped to his knees. "Young miss, we do not dare. Since things have come to this, we dare not hide the truth any longer. If we cut open his belly to take the child, it will be a near certain death for one of them. The chances of both father and child surviving are far too small. This is the eldest young master of the Duke, one household. If we insist on cutting him open and either the father or the child dies, we cannot bear that responsibility. It will be better to let the young master deliver naturally." Lying on the bed, when Gio screamed in agony. Kim Nok Deep's face darkened in fury. "You pack of dogs." She hurriedly urged the servant beside her. "Quick, go get Diet Tin." The servant answered at once. "Yes." Meanwhile, Diet Tin knelt on the ground and respectfully handed something back to Shunshur. Shunshur nodded in satisfaction. "Good, very good. Rest at home during this time and focus on your pregnancy. I'll teach you a few ways to manage the household, so you must learn well." Just then, a servant came in and hurriedly reported, "Dowager Prince Consort. Miss Kim has come to invite the Prince Consort over. She asks that the Prince Consort make a trip there." Shunshur frowned in displeasure and looked at him. "What is the rush about? The Prince Consort was only married yesterday. There are many matters to handle today. He could go another day." The servant, looking anxious, quickly said, It is the prince consort. Ah, no, young master one is about to give birth, but it seems very difficult. They wish to ask the prince consort to go take a look. Hearing that, Shunshur gave a cold snort in anger. And they still dare mention that ungrateful wretch? When he did such shameless things in the first place, why didn't he think of this day? And now he has the nerve to come here for help. Diet Tin quickly gestured to calm him. That child was already frail to begin with. If they've come all the way to Prince Yan's estate for help, then the situation must be truly critical. I'd better go take a look. Seeing this, Shunshur sighed and said, You want to go? Why not wait until Tianrua finishes her business and comes back to go with you? Duyet Tin shook his head at him. I'm afraid it won't keep that long. Seeing how stubborn he was, Shunshur sighed helplessly. Ah, you're too kind-hearted. I won't stop you, but remember, there's still a child in your belly. Whatever happens, be careful. At the Kim residence, Diet Tin, you finally come. Go look at him quickly. It looks like young master one is about to die. He has no strength left at all. Diet Tin went inside and checked him over. His expression darkened. The child heartbeat is almost gone. If we don't hurry, both father and child will be beyond saving. Standing behind him, Kim Nok Deep looked at him anxiously and asked, What do we do? Is there still any way to save them? Duyet Tin frowned at Wenjio. There is only one way left. Surgery. His whole body began trembling involuntarily. But I've never operated on anyone before. Wenjio, lying on the bed, suddenly cried out, Duyet Tin, forget about me. Operate. Hurry and get the baby out. Duyet Tin frowned at him, his face full of hesitation. But he remembered the scene from 5 years ago when he gave birth to Nua. The hand holding the knife trembled violently. The knife in his hand fell to the floor. Duyet Tin clutched his head in fear, his whole body shaking nonstop. I can't do it. That memory was too painful. Wenjio struggled to sit up, tears bursting forth as he looked at him and said emotionally, You're a father too. How could you not understand? For your child, what is there that you can't do? I'm begging you, operate. Duyet Tin's mind went blank. He picked up the knife and walked to the bedside. Li Tianrua rode back to the estate at full speed, her face full of worry. She had only been gone one morning, and something had already happened. At the Kim residence, Ruoruo, you're here. Li Tianrua hurriedly asked in concern, Where is Ting? Kim Nok Deep frowned and quickly replied, Inside. He's helping Wenjio by cutting him open to deliver the child. At that moment, Duchess Wen also arrived and looked coldly at the two of them. Your Highness Prince Yin, what a coincidence. I heard that your newly married prince consort is delivering my Jior's baby, so I came specifically to see how things are going. Li Tianrua frowned and looked at her coldly. Didn't Duchess Wen say not long ago that Wenjio was not a member of the Wen family? So why is it suddenly my Jior today? You change your face awfully fast. Duchess Wen narrowed her eyes in anger. No matter what, if my Jior and his child lose their lives at the hands of Prince Yan's household, then none of you will escape involvement. At that moment, a delighted shout came from inside. He's out. The baby's been cut out. Li Tianrua rushed inside anxiously. Tingyat? Duyet Tin looked at the child in his arms in anguish and self-blame. Dead. No, it seems the baby isn't doing well. Duchess Wen rushed in and dropped to her knees by Wenjio's bed, crying miserably. Jior, my Jior, don't die, my child. You've suffered so much. She turned angrily toward Duyet Tin and demanded, Why isn't this baby breathing? Why isn't he crying? Don't tell me he's in trouble too. Duyet Tin gritted his teeth and tried to rub the baby's chest. Come on, little one. You can't let anything happen to you. He smacked the baby firmly on the bottom. Hold on. Your father endured terrible pain to bring you into this world. You have to hold on. After a while, the sound of a baby crying rang out. Wah, wah. Everyone in the room stared in shock. Duyet Tin let out a sigh of relief as he looked at the crying child in his arms. He's saved. Wenjio, lying on the bed, also woke up at that moment. My child. Duyet Tin hurriedly carried the baby to him. Look quickly. It's a boy. Wenjio looked at Duyet Tin weakly, full of gratitude. Duyet Tin thanked. Before he could finish, he fainted. Kim Nok Deep looked at him in alarm. Wenjio, call the physician, quickly. Outside the Kim residence, Duchess Wen glared angrily at Li Tianrua, and Kim knocked deep and gave a cold snort. If anything happens to Jior, none of you will have peace. I'm going to see His Majesty right now. Li Tianrua gave a cold laugh as she looked at her. Duchess Wen really is getting bolder by the day. Could it be that you don't know you're the one about to be in trouble? Duchess Wen froze. What did you say? Li Tianrua looked at her coldly and said, 15 years ago, my mother got hold of evidence that Duchess Wen was smuggling government salt. Afterward, my mother went on campaign and died on the battlefield. And then she was slandered as having colluded with the enemy and betrayed the nation. Tell me, was that related to you? Kim knocked deep, standing at the side, sneered at Duchess Wen. My Kim family runs maritime shipping. Once, by chance, one of my ships transported a shipment of salt. I spared the life of a servant on that ship out of kindness. But not long afterward, my ship sank in a storm. Was that connected to you too? It took us nearly a year to gather the witnesses and physical evidence. Li Tianrua narrowed her eyes at her. If all of this is placed in His Majesty's hands, what kind of ending do you think awaits you? Duchess Wen glared at the two of them in fury. You dare? Li Tianrua fixed her with a sharp gaze. I advise you to go home and get your affairs in order. From now on, I will settle every last debt with you. Time flew by, and a few months later, after a full investigation uncovered a string of Duchess Wen's crimes, she was ultimately stripped of her title and confined to her home. And in Prince Yan's estate, Diet Tin was already 8 months pregnant. Nuano rubbed Diet Tin's swollen belly and said happily, the physicians all said this time it's going to be a little brother. Even though Grandpa prays to the gods every day for a daughter, whether it's a little sister or a little brother, I like them both. Diet Tin smiled gently at the little girl. Me too. At that moment, Li Tianrua also came over. Looking at the pair, one big and one small, she smiled and said, come, let's walk around the courtyard. She took Diet Tin's hand and strolled with him. Everything has settled down lately. We're married now. The Wen family has fallen, and Wen Jiu's health has recovered. I heard he didn't want to stay with the Kim family, so Knock Deep arranged a small house in the suburbs for him to live in. He'll raise the child himself until the child starts school, and then the child will be brought back to the Kim family. Now all that's left is for this baby to be born safely as well. The two of them clasped each other's hands tightly. Diet Tin looked at her with a happy smile. Yes, I'm so happy. Just a year ago, I never imagined I would one day have a life like this. At that moment, Ruhua came over and reported to Li Tianrua, Your Highness, someone is looking for you outside. Li Tianrua fronat. Who? Ruhua answered quickly. She says she is General Su. Li Tianrua frowned and hurried outside. Su Fang, I'll go take a look. Diet Tin lifted a hand as if to stop her, but no words came out. A sense of unease rose in his heart. When Su Feng saw Li Tianrua, she immediately began reporting something. Nua, standing beside Diet Tin, looked at her with a face full of admiration. Wow, that big sister is so cool. Is she a general? She looks so impressive. Diet Ting Watet Su Feng in silence. A general. Was she Tianrua's former comrade in arms? Noah said excitedly. I heard Mother used to be a great general too. That's amazing. In the future, Noah wants to be a great general too and go fight the bad people. Diet Tin was stunned. He hurriedly cut off that ideal of hers. You mustn't go. You could do anything you want, but you must not go to the battlefield. Noah looked at him in confusion. Father, what's wrong? Why don't you like girls becoming generals? Diet Tin hugged Noah to his chest in heartache. My child can't leave me anymore. Outside, Su Feng frowned as she spoke to Li Tianrua. The enemy army intends to invade and has raised troops repeatedly. We truly need reinforcements. If only your highness were stationed at the border. Li Tianrua turned to glance at Diet Tin behind her, then looked at Su Feng and said calmly, I can lend you troops, but I cannot leave this place. First, I once suffered grievous injuries and am far from what I used to be. I fear I can no longer command troops in battle. Second, my prince consort is pregnant, and in less than 2 months he will give birth. Su Feng frowned unhappily at her. Your Highness, one cannot have both country and home. As a female general, your ambition should lie on the frontier. How can you forget the greater cause for the sake of personal desire? Now, the soldiers still fight in blood and fire on the front lines, while only General Lee has returned to become an official, receive a title, marry a husband, have children, and live in comfort and joy. But do you still remember that all of this was bought with the lives of 3,000 of our sisters beneath that city wall? You came back from the gates of hell only to cling to a man, bear children, and enjoy the happiness of a family. I hope your highness will not forget your original aspiration. We will wait for you. With that, she turned and left. Li Tianruo stood where she was, her whole body feeling as heavy as 1,000 jin. Late at night in the bedroom, Li Tianruo and Diet Tin were wrapped around each other, unwilling to part. Holding Diet Tin from behind, Li Tianruo said gently, "Don't worry. I'll be careful. I won't hurt you or the baby." Diet Tin closed his eyes and enjoyed her caresses, their skin pressed against each other. Li Tianruo leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Ever since you were 6 months along, I've been helping open your birth passage every day. This time it will definitely go smoothly. Back then when Jiu told me that pregnant people find it hard to ease their desires. Only now do I understand the mystery of that." Diet Tin's breathing turned ragged, his face flushing red. Li Tianruo held him tightly. She had reached the point where even she could no longer stop herself. Diet Tin looked at her with intoxicated eyes. "Not enough, still not enough. I'm so obsessed with her. After all these years, how could it ever be enough?" 2 months later, it's born. It's a boy." Li Tianruo stood outside, frantic with worry. "Quick, let me see." Shun Shi was wiping away tears, and Ruhua smiled as she comforted him. "Dowager Prince Consort, don't cry. A boy is very good too. Don't cry anymore." The healthy baby boy was carried out. Li Tianruo and Shun Shi both stared at the child with shining eyes. "He's so adorable." Li Tianruo carried the baby into the room to Diet Tin and said gently, "I still haven't decided on a name. Nuo's name was chosen by you. This time it's my turn. Should we call him Chongyuan or Gaoi?" The two of them looked at each other happily. Diet Tin traced circles in her palm. "Let's name him Chongyuan." Li Tianruo held the baby, her eyes full of tenderness. "Yuan, you must grow up healthy from now on. You must be a sensible child, and take good care of your father and your grandpa." Diet Tin pressed his lips together as he looked at her. Time passed in a blur. Li Tianruo stood with her arms folded and seriously taught Nuo martial arts. "Lower yourself. Straighten your back." Nuo's whole body trembled, and the poor little girl said, "Mother, I want to go see little brother." Li Tianruo was unmoved and lectured coldly. "Your father is feeding your little brother. Don't make trouble. Hold your stance steady. You're the one who wanted to learn from me. It's too late to complain now that it's hard. You are the heir daughter of Prince Yan's estate. This princess will definitely train you well." Nuo was on the verge of tears. "Mother is so scary." A little while later, Li Tianruo walked into the room and asked gently, "Tinger, how is it? Do you need my help?" Diet Tin pulled his clothes closed and looked at her helplessly. "Honestly, men breastfeed. How could you possibly help with that?" Li Tianruo walked over and smiled as she poked the baby's cheek. "This little fellow falls asleep as soon as he's full. So adorable." She sat down beside him and gently stroked Diet Tin's cheek. "Tinger, you smell so nice. Right now, Tinger smells like milk. How could I not? Let me have a taste too." Li Tianruo took the baby from him and set him aside. Flushed with embarrassment, Diet Tin hurriedly tried to stop her. Don't fool around." Li Tianruo smiled at him. "Don't be so stingy. You're my man. Whatever I do to you is perfectly proper." With that, she bent down and kissed his chest hard. Startled, Diet Tin flailed awkwardly, trying to push her away. Just then, Ruhua came in and hurriedly reported, "Your Highness." Seeing the scene in the room, Ruhua froze on the spot. Li Tianruo quickly stood up and pretended nothing had happened. "If there's something to say, say it." Ruhua, eyes bulging, reported, "Your Highness, General Su requests an audience." Li Tianruo's face changed. "Let's go. I'm afraid it's about the war situation." Holding the baby in his arms, Diet Tin watched her retreating back. She wants to leave again. Actually, I know. I can never occupy her entire heart. There have been urgent reports from the border lately. She has tossed and turned over them for so long. She must be suffering too. When I first met her, she was so spirited, more ambitious than anyone, more able to endure hardship than anyone, thinking of the ruler, the nation, the land, and the people. Wasn't that exactly what I loved about her? In the blink of an eye, another year passed. An imperial decree arrived. The Hu army had invaded. Prince Yin Li Tianruo was to immediately lead 100,000 troops to resist the Hu. Shenshi anxiously tried to stop Li Tianruo. No, Tianruo, you can't go, you can't go. Your mother left in exactly this way, and she never came back. You can't go. You can't abandon all of us, old and young. I'm begging you. He burst into tears as he pleaded with her. Li Tianruo lowered her eyes with difficulty. Without a country, how can there be a home? Looking at Du Yet Tin and the two children, Li Tianruo Kunanchet had feasts. Yinzhou is so close to the Hu territory. If Yinzhou falls, she lifted her head, her eyes resolute. This subject accepts the decree. Mother once stepped onto that land as well. She died on the frontier and bore false infamy. Now, although her name has been cleared, I still must personally go avenge her. 2 years from now, she held the spear in her hand, her gaze icy and sharp. In a flash, the day of departure arrived. Father still doesn't want to see me. Li Tianruo stood beside her horse, reins in hand, and said to Get Tin and the two children with guilt, "No apology I make now will be of any use. I'm not a good mother, nor a good wife. Tinger, are you still willing to trust me? 2 years. Within 2 years, I will definitely come back to your side. We must have a beginning and an end." The two of them clasped each other's hands tightly. Du Yet Tin looked at her gently. A beginning and an end. He nodded in agreement. Li Tianruo smiled at Nuo and Chong Yuan beside him. Comment no Yuan. Nuo looked at her with tears brimming in her eyes. Mother. Chong Yuan simply burst into loud sobs. Wah. Li Tianruo hugged both children tightly, heart aching. Nuo, you're a girl. In the future, this household will rest on your shoulders. You're grown now. You can take good care of your little brother, your father, and your grandpa, can't you? No, I nodded sensibly and replied, yes. Leave it to me. Li Tianruo smiled, happy and reluctant all at once. As long as all of you are safe, I can be at ease. I will definitely come back. Definitely. Su Feng, outside, hurriedly urged her, Your Highness, it's time to go. Li Tianruo gripped the reins tightly and leapt on her horse. Let's go. Watching Li Tianruo ride away, Du Yet Tin held back his tears with all his might. He could not let her worry anymore. We made a promise. She must come back. I waited 5 years for her. A few more years make no difference. Even if we only get a few days together, even if it is only for a moment, we must still have a beginning and an end. Her family will always be here. He gently stroked his belly. That year, Prince Yin Li Tianruo once again led troops to the frontier, unstoppable as a splitting bamboo. The enemy forces retreated in fear and held their defense outside the pass. The two sides remained locked at Yuyang Pass. And now another year had gone by. To meet again, only to part again. 5 years of separation. Old operas in the Pear Garden. New faces on the stage. Beneath Tongfu Terrace, tea fragrance rises thick. Golden chambers, jade pillows, brocade and flowers. Half a chine cloak, half a drifting sail. Thatched huts and blue-tiled roofs, guests in the human world. In drizzling rain, thin robes behind bamboo curtains. The old beloved takes a ferry in a foreign land. Over the long river, a lone wild goose asks when one may return. Red-tiled hibiscus, spring dreams too brief. Orchid branches by a painted tower, years drawn long. Longing turns to ink and is written in a verse. Each brushstroke is full of words that tear at the heart. Du Yet Tin sat in the study, writing a letter, when Nuo came running in from outside. Father, news has come. Du Yet Tin tightened his grip on the brush and looked up at her. Across 1,000 mountains, the grass grows thick. A fierce wind travels 10,000 li. On the freezing borderlands, the general returned after 100 battles. Li Tianruo came back leading her horse, one eye injured and covered with an eye patch. In the distance stood a familiar figure waiting for her. Yueqing was holding a child about 2 years old, and below him a little girl clung tightly to the hem of his robe. Nuo was there too, along with Chong Yuan and Madame Shen. After 5 years of separation, on the day of her return, peach blossoms still blushed pink. Though she had forgotten all the old memories, they still savored the tenderness of longing and love, as if being by her side were like their very first meeting. The spring breeze stirred the silk robes, drawing them into the play. Elsewhere, A beautiful young woman held a notebook in her hand, her expression thoughtful. And so the two lived happily together. Truly a touching story. The little ghost anxiously said, Your Excellency, 5 years have already passed. Seventh sister and eighth sister went to search for Li Tianua's soul, but for some reason they couldn't find it. Don't worry, those two are already trying to figure it out. But the little ghost had no idea what damned thing had caused the mistake. The king of hell stepped down and kicked him. What damned thing? I'm your Granny Yama. That's what. The judge then asked, Your Excellency, do you plan to grant Li Tianua more years of life again? The king of hell opened the book of life and death. Last time, she rendered service to the state, so I granted her 5 more years in the mortal world. This time, she made an even greater contribution, so I can only let her keep living. Besides, Li Tianua was never an ordinary person to begin with. Look, she has 5 children already now. The judge stared in astonishment. 5! He kept sighing in admiration. She really is good at having children. The judge threw himself happily into the king of hell's arms and said, All right then, I'll listen to whatever your excellency says. However many more years you say she gets, I'll give her that many. The king of hell rubbed his head. Pan Pan is the most obedient. You understand me best. The little ghost, kneeling nearby, hurriedly said, Your excellency is truly wise and mighty, broad-minded, immensely benevolent, so moving it brings tears to one's eyes. Please forgive this lowly one for my earlier offense. The king of hell replied, Enough. I hadn't even planned to send you off to reincarnate yet. Just then Mengpa walked in. She could not help but be stunned. How can this be? How can this be? Your Excellency, the fate of mortals is ordained by heaven. Life and death are no joke. If you arbitrarily add years to her mortal lifespan, you'll be punished for defying heaven. If it were discovered, the king of hell still remained calm. So what if it is? In this damn place, whatever I say goes. Mengpa, come here. The king of hell lifted her chin, and she softly called, Your Excellency. The king of hell smiled. You really do care about me. Don't tell me you've become like humans and developed the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and learned all that stuff about morals and propriety, so now you've gotten bold enough to lecture me? Her expression turned cold. Mengpa asked, Does your excellency understand what the 7 emotions and 6 desires are? The king of hell clenched her hand. I don't. That's why there was Li Tianua. The netherworld lies deep underground, where sunlight is never seen. Without the love, hate, anger, and obsession of mortals, I would never have understood. But after watching the story of Li Tianua and Yue Qing, I truly found it all very novel. A broken mirror made whole again, parted hairpins reunited. Just hearing it sounds beautiful, but in the end it is only a story. It is precisely because this world is full of suffering that the underworld has so many wrong souls and evil ghosts. At that moment, the judge noticed something in the book of life and death. He said, Your Excellency, in West Valley there was once a giant python that carried the ghost immortal's carriage. After the immortal returned to the western heaven, the python vanished without a trace. Now it has cultivated a human form and even entered the book of life and death. Look, the king of hell frowned as she looked. Neither demon nor immortal. This little thing was perfectly fine as it was, yet instead of cultivating an immortal body, it mixed into the mortal marketplace, wanting to become human. I don't take in things that are neither fish nor fowl, but this story seems rather interesting. At last, a new source of amusement. As she spoke, the king of hell pressed a button. Use my primordial soul to create 9 layers of flesh for me. Let me be reborn and meet them in the mortal world. In the courtyard, 2 sneaky fellows were stealing carrots. Second show's vegetables are growing so well. If we pull a few carrots, she probably won't notice, right? At that moment, Wang Erkiu appeared. Stop right there. You thieves, put down my carrots. The 2 men saw the owner but still shamelessly said, Oh, Erkiu, why be so stingy? It's only a few carrots. Once you're married into Prince Yan's estate, you won't be short of a few roots like these. Just then, a fist smashed into his face. Li Junyo cursed angrily. You really are asking for a beating. Get lost. The 2 men were frightened and hurried away. Spukop Gaokan Gaokao Adi. Air Princess, forgive us. We're leaving right now. Wang Erkiu was delighted. No Onyuo, oh no, Your Highness the Air Princess. Thank you for getting me out of that. Li Junyo immediately grabbed her hand. Come on, let's go to Dowda's Tavern for a meal. I've already called everyone. It's been ages since we all got together. Wang Erkiu asked, "Why do you suddenly want us all to eat together?" Li Zhenuo said, "Tomorrow I have to enter the capital and study martial arts under the Grand Commandant. Before I leave, I want to say goodbye to everyone." Outside Dowda Tavern. "We're here," Dowda called out. "Since you're here, go upstairs and find seats first. Once I finish settling these accounts, I'll have the waiter bring the dishes up." The two of them walked toward the stairs, and Zhang Sanner called, "You're finally here. Over here." Dowdu is basically the boss lady of this tavern now. She's busy as anything. Hearing that, Dowdu replied, "Isn't your family's money house also getting ready for you to take over? Work hard. You're the daughter of the house." Zhang Sanner said, "My mother said if I marry Her Highness the Air Princess, then our money house will have someone to rely on too. But did you all know? Lately a lot of people have been asking for Fat Xiong's hand in marriage." Everyone was shocked. "Really? What family's daughter is that fierce?" Li Zhenuo said, "I know. The eldest miss from the antique porcelain shop on E Street has asked for Fat Xiong's hand too." Did Fat Xiong agree? Could it be that the first one among us to get married will actually be Fat Xiong? Fat Xiong, coming up from behind, spoke up. "I just got here, and I'm already hearing you all gossiping about me. Don't worry, I'm not planning to marry anyone just yet. I still want Mary's sister Nua." Dowdu brought over the food and asked, "When does your Highness the Air Princess plan to marry? Look at all these men. They all want to marry you." Li Zhenuo worriedly said, "My mother says a girl should establish her career before starting a family. So I plan to return only after achieving success, and then I'll find my beloved and marry. This trip to the capital will probably take 5 years. By the time I return, all the men will probably be married off already." One after another, they said, "It's fine. I can wait." "I can too." Dowdu patted Li Zhenuo's shoulder to comfort her. "What are you going to do with all the men you're leaving behind for these 5 years? You're way too popular." Li Zhenuo covered her face and lamented, "My charm is just too overwhelming. Can't be helped." Wang Erkiu then said, "Now you're the heir to Prince Yen. Our status hasn't matched yours for a long time now, so everyone should stop competing. I heard the young master of the Jin family is graceful, beautiful, and naturally uninhibited. The Jin family is also close to Prince Yan's estate, so the marriage candidate was probably decided long ago." At that moment, a little boy appeared. "Sis," he said, "all you older brothers should stop fighting. Big sister can just marry all of you and bring you all home. Grandpa would definitely be happy. Then Big Sister would have lots of babies." Li Zhenuo Siga. "Well, the princely title has to be inherited somehow, right?" Jin Xiangyu stepped up beside her. "Air Princess Sister, I heard that ever since I was still in father's womb, you already liked me. Don't worry, when the time comes, Yuer will definitely bear you many children." The four men glared at one another as if they wanted to devour each other alive. Li Zhenuo Panika. "Help, I said I'm focusing on my career before marriage. Men are terrifying. My father won't let me marry that many." Dowda then said, "At this point, I can't keep the truth from you anymore. Nuonuo, don't forget me either." Li Zhenuo Shota. "No, Dodu. My good sister, you can't." A man was in agonizing pain, struggling to give birth. From outside came a voice, "Shawa, Shawa, hang in there." He held his belly and gasped. "No, I'm about to give birth. I can't maintain human form anymore." With that, Shawa collapsed, and the rabbit screamed. Then what do we do? I'm just a rabbit. I don't know how to deliver babies." Shawa said with effort, "I can do it myself. Guard the door for me. Don't let anyone come in." Hearing that, the rabbit ran off at once. "Leave it to me." Shawa gripped the blanket tightly, and his snake tail gradually appeared. There is no such thing in this world as regret medicine. My fate is mine, not heaven's. After a while, 2 eggs were laid. The rabbit asked worriedly, "Shawa, are you all right? Does giving birth hurt a lot?" Shawa held the eggs and said, "I'm fine. It's just a pity the 2 babies can't grow up beside their mother. In this vast world, how am I supposed to find her?" The rabbit immediately said, "I have an idea. Even if you can't sense her aura, your children are blood related to her. Stop the children from growing for now. When she returns, the 2 of them will naturally go to their mother's side. As long as the children still exist, one day the 2 of you will meet again." Xiaohua's eyes were sorrowful. "We will meet again one day." The scene shifted to the Luohua sect on Mount Xiongyu, where angry shouting echoed through the air. Niet to Yunrong. Where have you run off to play again? You didn't even attend the immortal sacrifice ceremony. Ruffling clasped his hands and knelt. Master, please calm your anger. This time Senior Sister really did go down a mountain to exterminate demons. Ruffling will go bring Senior Sister back at once. Master Yuyong said, tell her this. If she causes trouble again this time, I absolutely won't spare her. It's time she learned a lesson she'll never forget. Ruffin was terrified. Oh no, oh no. This time Master is serious. Elsewhere, a man said cautiously, Immortal Master, thank you. If not for you, how could a weak man like me possibly deal with those rat spirits causing trouble everywhere? Yunrong clasped her hands and said, My Luowa sect is a renowned righteous sect under heaven. I am a disciple of the Luowa sect. Slaying demons and eliminating evil is precisely Yun's duty. How could I possibly accept money? The young man sighed in admiration after hearing this. As expected of an immortal master from the Luowa sect, brimming with righteous energy. Truly admirable, but I still feel terribly bad about it. If not money, is there anything else you want? If a mortal master needs anything, just say it directly. Yunrong said without hesitation, I can just say it directly? Excellent. Young master, can I touch your butt? Upon hearing that, the man was horrified and punched her. Pervert. Yunrong was speechless. You can hit a person, but not the face. Just then, Ruffing found her. Senior Sister, I finally found you. Come back with me quickly. Master is furious. Senior Sister, what happened to your face? Yunrong held her face and said, This is from today's desperate battle with those rat spirits. It's nothing. Males these days are all too fierce. After returning to Mount Xiongyu, the two knelt before Master Yuyang. Yunrong whispered to Ruffin, Master's glabella is pitch black, and her face is green with anger. Looks like today's a life-or-death disaster. Ruffin was frightened. Stop talking, Senior Sister. At that moment, Master Yuyang turned around. Yunrong, do you know your fault now? Yunrong answered loudly, This disciple knows her mistake. Master, please spare this disciple's dog life. Ruffing beside her was speechless. She admits fault quickly enough. Master Yuyang was furious. Look at you. You still don't have an ounce of sincerity. Tell me then, where exactly were you wrong? Yunrong faltered and said, This disciple was wrong in. At that moment, a voice rang out. Master, the offerings for the grand ceremony are all ready. They are currently stored in the mountain storehouse. Tomorrow morning, I'll bring the junior brothers and sisters to set everything out. Yunrong immediately said, Eldest senior brother, today you look so handsome it could topple birds and sink fish, put flowers to shame, and outshine the moon. Your figure gets more alluring by the day. I wonder if you'd like a moonlit date with me, sharing a cup of wine through the night. Buying turned pale at once. Master Yuyang, enraged, slapped Yunrong. I see your rotten habits truly won't change until you're beaten to death. I sent you down a mountain to slay demons, not to go around embracing men. Every day someone comes to our Luowa sect to complain. They say you didn't even spare the idiot son of Butcher Wong. Are you even human? Yunrong still argued stubbornly. But Master, that idiot really was enchantingly beautiful, like an immortal. Master Yuyang cursed furiously. Enchanting, is he? Beautiful like an immortal, is he? Asking for a beating, aren't you? Don't understand human speech, do you? You didn't even spare your eldest senior brother, did you? Ruffin watched in fear. Senior Sister. Though Yunrong was being beaten, she still said, It's fine. After being beaten for years, my resistance has improved. Master, if there's anything else, just do it all at once. Master Yuyang rubbed her wrist. True enough, beating you tires me out too. This time I'm definitely going to make you suffer and teach you a lesson you'll never forget. I will make sure you'll never be able to embrace men again. With that, she transformed Yunrong into a child. Ruffin called out anxiously, Senior Sister, Senior Sister. You've turned into a child. Yunrong stared blankly. Why did I turn into a child? Yuyang smiled and said, That's right. From now on, you will remain in a child's form. Let's see how you go gallivanting around now. Yunrong cried out in anguish. No. After she left, Bai Ying asked, Master, will Junior Sister be able to change back later? Yuyang replied, She was born a peerless genius, but her temperament is stubborn and reckless. If I don't teach her this way, her whole life will be wasted. Don't worry, when her destined opportunity comes, she'll naturally return to normal. Meanwhile, over on Yunrong's side, she wandered around lamenting. Today was terrible. Not only was I beaten by a handsome man, then beaten by Master, but I even got turned into a child. Without my feminine charm, how am I supposed to flirt around from now on? At that moment, she spotted 2 eggs by her door. Why is there a basket in front of my room? Yunrong picked up the 2 eggs. Who's so thoughtful? Even bringing me 2 eggs. It must be Ruffung. These eggs are huge. Ostrich eggs or something. Looks like I can only make steamed eggs to comfort my wounded soul. With that, she poured water, lit a fire, and started boiling the eggs. Tomorrow I have to beg Master to turn me back. Hopefully she calms down soon. At that moment, Ruffung knocked on the door. Senior sister, are you alright? I came to see you. Why is there a basket in front of your room? Yunrong said, Junior brother, I thought you were the one who brought the eggs. Looks like some kind soul wanted to comfort me with food. Could have been eldest senior brother. At that moment, Ruffung discovered a slip of paper in the basket. Senior sister, there's a note in the basket too. It seems to have been left for you. What does it say? The 2 opened it and read, I am tired. These 2 eggs are your children. Please take responsibility for raising them. Their father. Both of them were dumbfounded. Children? Eggs are children. Then they panicked and looked toward the stove. My children. Each of them grabbed 1 egg and hurriedly took them off the fire. Ruffung looked at them and couldn't help suspecting. Don't tell me they got cooked. Yunrong replied, They're not hot to the touch, so it should be fine. They're still warm. Then she added, Come to think of it, this note must just be nonsense. They're obviously just 2 eggs. How could they be my children? Eggs this big are probably ostrich eggs. Ruffung backed away in horror. Senior sister, you beast. I can't believe you wouldn't even spare an ostrich. Yunrong was speechless. What exactly are you thinking? She picked up the egg. Do you smell anything? Seems like a little. Yunrong said, These eggs carry a faint demonic aura. If they're demon eggs, then being this big isn't strange. Ruffung took another 3 steps back. Senior sister, I can't believe that even a demon spirit, Yunrong sighed. Why don't I have any memory of it? Ruffung said, Then you must have been so hungry you just ate wildly, and now a romantic debt from outside has come to collect. Hurry and think carefully. Who exactly is the children's father? Yunrong blankly counted on her fingers. How am I supposed to remember? Was it Shirlu, Hohat, or Xiaoong? No, it can't be Cha-Cha or Liang. Ruffung looked at her helplessly. In any case, face reality. You slept with a demon, and you even had children with a demon. If Master finds out, Yunrong hurriedly covered his mouth. Shush. If Master finds out, this dog life of mine is finished. Junior brother, you absolutely must not tell anyone. I'll agree to anything you want. Ruffung was delighted. Really? You'll agree to anything? Yunrong hugged the egg. I swear on the egg. Ruffung sighed. Forget it. Since they're your eggs, you can think of your own way to hatch them. I'm leaving. Yunrong grabbed his hand. Junior brother, wait. What now? Yunrong said awkwardly. Since ancient times, roosters lay eggs and roosters incubate eggs. A woman like me, how could I hatch eggs? I still need Junior brother's help. Someone has to incubate them, right? Ruffung blushed. Senior sister, I can't believe you want me to hatch eggs for you. Then tell me this. When they hatch, whose children will they count as? As long as they're my children, I'll acknowledge them and be their father. Yunrong hesitated. About that, it feels like your focus is somehow completely wrong. She turned her face away. The children still need to find their biological father, don't they? Hearing that, Ruffung sulked and jumped down from the bed. Then I won't help another man hatch eggs. If I'm going to hatch any, they'd better be my own. Go find your children's real father yourself. Yunrong called after him pitifully through her tears, Junior brother. And so, Mother Loli Yunrong could only pack her things overnight. Carrying the 2 eggs, she set off on the road to find the children's father. She went to ask an acquaintance, Shirlu, it's me, Yunrong. I really am Yunrong. I was just transformed into a child. Shirlu tossed back his hair and said, Wivey, you gotten smaller, you little menace? You still owe me money from last time. Were you finally going to pay it back? Yunrong said, I didn't come here to pay, so I came here to catch demons as a servant girl. How annoying. I'm not interested in little girls. Holding the 2 eggs out in front of her, Yin Rong asked, Shirlu, did you lay these eggs? As soon as Shirlu heard that, she slapped her across the face. Are you crazy? I think your brain's full of water. If anyone lays eggs, it's you. Even after being hit, Yin Rong still cried out, don't hit my face. Then she went to ask Ho Hot, Ho Hot, did you lay these eggs? Ho Hot got angry and gave her another slap. Whose brat is this? Is something wrong with your head? I'm Yun Ron. Even when I go to Little Hong's place, I still get slapped. Little Hong, are these your eggs? Little Hong shrieked, help, a perverted little girl is harassing me. Yin Rong looked at the 2 eggs miserably. I paid such a huge price for these 2 eggs. Just who is their father? Just then, someone walked over. Little girl, those are some pretty fine eggs. Where did you buy them? Yin Rong said, I don't know where they were bought. Can you tell me? The auntie pointed at the eggs and said, there aren't many rare things like these. If you want to know where they came from. In short, if it's something precious and unusual, you can go ask the Hua family of Liangzhou. Chapter 61. Hugging the 2 big eggs, Yin Rong looked at the older woman in front of her and asked, the Hua family of Liangzhou? I think I've heard they're very rich. The auntie smiled at her and said, the Hua family's Guilong firm is the biggest merchant guild in Liangzhou. They have all kinds of rare treasures, so they become very famous over the years. Yin Rong looked down at the 2 eggs in her arms and fell silent in thought. These eggs were clearly not ordinary eggs, and they even carried a trace of demonic aura. Better go to Liangzhou and have a look. What if these eggs really are connected to the Hua family? Don't forget it. They're just 2 eggs. Why should I ask for trouble? The auntie looked at her and warned, let me be nosy for a moment. Don't be like those other young girls and go provoke Widower Hua. Yin Rong's eyes lit up. Widower Hua. The auntie nodded and explained, that's the chairman of the Hua Family Merchant Guild, Boss Hua Chong. Boss Hua is still young, but his wife has passed away, so he became a widower. He also took over all the guild's business. The business is flourishing. He's an exceptionally capable man, although he almost never shows his face. They say he's stunningly beautiful. Every woman who's ever seen him becomes infatuated. Many women have spent themselves into ruin just to see him. But after they meet him, none of them can describe what he looks like. All they know is that they stood there grinning foolishly at him. You may still be young, but don't, before the auntie could finish. Yin Rong had already run off impatiently. Thank you, auntie. I'm going right now. She never expected there to be such a widower. Wherever there are handsome men, there I, Yin Rong, shall be. Liangzhou City was truly bustling. Carrying the 2 eggs, Yin Rong curiously looked around. I wonder if there are any little demons here for me to exorcise. I could make a little money for lodging. Huh? A reward notice? She hurried over to the bulletin board and read the announcement. Looking for 2 eggs. If anyone is found carrying 2 eggs, report them to the Yamen and receive a reward of 500 taels. 500 taels? Wait a second, isn't that me? The people around her all looked at her. Just then, Yamen officers came over, saw that she was holding 2 eggs, and shouted, found her! It's her! That little girl's carrying eggs. Yin Rong jumped in fright. What? She turned and ran. The officers hurried after her. Don't run. Hand over the eggs. Yin Rong's face turned gray on the verge of tears. Ugh, I only just got to Liangzhou and I'm already wanted. In the jail, Yin Rong and the 2 eggs were locked up in a cell. She sighed helplessly to herself. Damn it, even though I still have my cultivation, carrying these 2 eggs around is such a burden. What even are they? When I get to Guilong firm, I'm definitely selling them for a good price. The magistrate has arrived. The county magistrate strode over and glared at her angrily. So this little thief dared to steal the Hua family's property. Setting the 2 eggs down, Yin Rong looked at her and hurriedly explained, this is a misunderstanding. Magistrate, please listen to me. A few days ago, these 2 eggs were left outside my door. I didn't steal them. The magistrate let out a cold snort. If you're going to argue, at least come up with a believable excuse. All I know is that Boss Hua's been offering a large reward for these 2 eggs for a very long time. Now that I've found them, of course I'm taking them to him. Guards, take back the eggs at once. The 2 officers quickly answered, yes. Furious, Yin Rong hugged the 2 eggs tightly to her chest. No, you can't. These 2 eggs are my children. If they're to be handed over, I'll do it myself. The 2 officers looked at her as if she were an idiot. This little girl's head must be a bit off. How pitiful. So young, and already like this. The talisman was drawn out. Holding the talisman in her hand, Yin Rong warned them, take one more step and don't blame me, Yin Rong, for not showing mercy. She slapped 2 talismans onto the officers' chests. With a roar, Yun Rong shouted, "Explode!" A loud blast rang out, and the 2 officers were thrown back, injured. Ah, this little girl is fierce. That looks like a technique from the Luhua sect, seeing that an officer had taken advantage of her distraction to snatch her eggs. Yin Rong was furious. You dare steal my eggs? Stop right there. A talisman stuck to that officer's back, and she cried out, "Ah!" The 2 eggs in her hands fell to the ground and cracked open. Yin Rong's face changed, and her whole body trembled. My eggs! The 2 eggs hit the ground, and the shells on the bottom shattered at once. Yin Rong hurried over, her face pale. My eggs. The magistrate looked at her coldly and said, "Enough. You refused to hand over the eggs obediently, and now they're broken. I'll have to take you to Boss Hua. Take her away." The 2 officers drew their swords and cautiously approached her. Yin Rong narrowed her eyes and glared at them furiously. "Mortals, how dare you treat my children like this?" Suddenly, the eggs began to roll. Everyone stared over in shock. The 2 Yamen runners gaped in horror. The eggs are rolling by themselves. A tiny little foot stuck out from one of the eggs, and everyone turned pale with fright. The egg grew legs. The top half of the shell began to crack open, and a beautiful baby broke out of the egg, blinking its big, bright eyes as it looked around. Yin Rong looked at the baby in shock and excitement. "My child." She hurried over and picked the baby up. "My child, thank goodness you were already formed inside. You scared your mother half to death." The egg beside it also started to wriggle, and 2 tiny little feet poked out. The baby in Yin Rong's arms jumped down beside the other egg and patted it a few times with its tiny hand. Another baby crawled out. Overjoyed and moved to tears, Yin Rong scooped both babies up. "Oh, my children! Double happiness has truly arrived at my door." Seeing this, the magistrate's face turned deathly pale. What is going on?" The pink-haired baby widened its eyes and spotted the bad guy. It rushed forward and slammed hard into the magistrate. The magistrate spat out blood and fell backward, while the 2 Yamen runners screamed in fear. "Magistrate!" Yin Rong's eyes shone brightly. She gave the pink-haired baby a thumbs up and praised. "As expected of my child. Definitely no ordinary person. One look, and I can tell this one's a martial genius with astonishing talent. But we can't stay here long. Come on, run with Mother." As soon as she finished speaking, she grabbed the 2 babies and fled, leaving the eggshells on the ground. Yin Rong frowned tightly, her face full of distress. Though she had escaped, a new problem had appeared. The 2 babies lying on the ground were crying loudly, helplessly holding up a set of clothes. Yin Rong wailed, "I'm doomed. I spent what little money I had on clothes for them. At least they have to wear something. But how do I even dress them? And where am I supposed to find food? I don't have any milk." Seeing that the pink-haired baby seemed to be up to something, Yin Rong's face went ashen as she quickly picked it up. "Wait, what are you doing? Why are you straining like that? Don't tell me you want to." A little pile of poop dropped on the ground, and Yin Rong screamed in horror. "No!" Inside the Hua residence, a servant ran in to report. Boss Hua! The magistrate has just sent word saying they found the person carrying the eggs." The man addressed as Master Hua held a tiny pill dripping purple blood and said coolly, "Found her? Where is she?" The servant answered hesitantly, "Well, due to a moment of carelessness, the little girl escaped." Reclining on the bed, Master Hua coldly ordered, "Send people to find her. Then keep watch on her." He popped the pill into his mouth, the corners of his lips lifting slightly. "At last, I've waited for her. I've waited until the flowers nearly withered. My wife." The 2 babies kept crying nonstop, holding both babies in her arms. Yin Rong was completely at a loss. "What do I do if they keep crying? I'm flat broke now. Where am I supposed to find milk?" Suddenly, she spotted a plump man walking over in the distance, and her eyes lit up. "This young master looks like he has plenty of milk." Yin Rong walked over, patted the plump man on the shoulder, and smiled as she asked, "Young master, could I borrow a little milk from you?" The man's face turned pale with anger, and he punched her. "Pervert! I'm still an unmarried man." Hearing the commotion, 2 Yamen runners rushed over. The moment they saw her, they gripped their swords and became alert. "Found her! Over there!" Yin Rong quickly scooped up the 2 babies and ran. "I've been spotted again." Seeing the 2 children crying nonstop, her heart was in complete turmoil. "Stop crying, please. Mother still has to find a place to hide." when she saw a luxurious two-story building with the lights still on inside. Yun Rong's eyes brightened. Found it, a perfect place to hide. Inside, two handsome men saw Yun Rong carrying the two children over and smiled. What a cute little sister. What brings you here? Oh, are these two babies hungry? Kneeling on the floor with the two crying babies beside her, Yun Rong looked pitifully at the two handsome men and pleaded, "Big brothers, my little sister, little brother, and I grew up without a father. My mother came here to play, and she hasn't even fed my little sister and little brother. I had no choice but to come here and bring my mother home." The madam came out from inside and asked her, "Poor child, what's your mother's name?" Yun Rong made up a name on the spot. "My mother's name is Tian Bao." The madam turned to the man beside her and said, "No idea which guest she belongs to, but we can't ruin a customer's fun. Geyer, get some milk for the children. Once they've drunk it, send them on their way." The man called Geyer hurriedly answered, "Yes, madam." Geyer pulled open his clothes and said to Yun Rong, "Here, the milk's here. Drink up." Watching the two children suck away enthusiastically, Yun Rong's mouth twitched. Something felt a bit off, but at least the milk problem was solved. Suddenly, someone pulled her backward. A crowd of beautiful men surrounded her, fussing over her warmly. "What a cute little sister. When you grow up, you must come play with us. You must learn from your mother." Yun Rong gave a stiff laugh. "Haha, yes, big brothers." Looking at the firm chests and taut, rounded backsides in front of her, Yun Rong's eyes lit up and drool nearly spilled out. "Master, you were wrong. Who says shrinking smaller means I can't hug men? Not only can I hug them, now I can even hug them for free." She looked at the man in front of her with a lecherous expression and said, "Big brothers, Rong Rong wants milk too." The man before her flushed red with embarrassment. Oh, what a naughty child. At that moment, two Yamen runners came in and said to everyone inside, "Someone saw Yun Rong hiding here. Search for her." Yun Rong gritted her teeth in anger. They had to chase me down at a moment like this. Infuriating, absolutely infuriating. The madam hurried forward to stop the two runners. "Oh, sirs, don't go looking for people. Come have some fun instead." Yun Rong quickly picked up the two babies and hid in a corner. Then, while no one was paying attention, she carried the two children out. "How long am I supposed to keep hiding like this? I might as well go find Boss Hua and negotiate with him myself. Since these two babies are connected to him, I should definitely be able to get a good price." Sensing demonic aura coming from a room, Yun Rong frowned. "There's demonic energy here. Well now, so Tianchi Pavilion is actually harboring a demon. Let me, Yun Rong, get rid of it and earn a little reward money from the madam to raise my children." She quickly set the two babies down in a corner. "Be good. Wait here for mother." The two babies looked at her blankly with wide eyes. Yun Rong stood up and walked to her room. The demonic aura was getting stronger and stronger. "It's this room." She carefully pushed the door open. Sure enough, someone was inside. Behind a red curtain was a tall, perfect figure, a glossy back, flowing pink hair. Yun Rong lifted the red curtain. Holding a talisman in her hand, she shouted, "Demon, let's see where you can run now. Surrender." The beautiful merman in the bath turned his head and glanced at her. Yun Rong immediately got a nosebleed. He really is a demon. Master Hua turned his head and said softly, "Who's there?" He sighed helplessly to himself. Sigh, another woman has snuck in a peep again. Sitting behind the red curtain, Yun Rong was too scared to make a sound, staring in a daze. She had gotten caught after being bewitched by the sight. This demon was so beautiful, it was criminal. What should she do? Should she just charge out and subdue the demon now? The pink-haired man, lounging in the bath, said lazily, "If you still won't come out, I'm going to scream." Yun Rong straightened up. She hurried out and pretended to look pitiful. "Big brother, my younger sister and younger brother got separated from me. I didn't mean to come here. Big brother, please continue bathing. Rong Rong will leave right away." Master Hua raised a hand to cover his chest. When he saw her, he was slightly surprised. "Oh, so young and already peeping? And now you want to run? You really deserve a beating." Yun Rong got another nosebleed and hurriedly explained with an awkward laugh. No. Rong Rong really wasn't peeping. I didn't see anything at all." Master Hua smiled at her thoughtfully. "This little girl has immortal energy swirling around her and extraordinary talent. She doesn't seem mortal. Could it be her? Looking at her, he said softly, "You don't need to be afraid. Hurry and stand up. Let me have a look." Suddenly, Yin Rong grabbed his wrist and pinned him against the edge of the bath. "You slipped up. I am Yin Rong, direct disciple of true Master Yu Yang of the Luhua sect. Demon, surrender now." Master Hua chuckled softly. "So you're a little immortal master." "Little immortal master, that's far too much." He put on a seductive pose and asked her, "Tell me, where exactly do I look like a demon?" Yin Rong cursed inwardly. "Everywhere." Grabbing him tightly, she said coldly, "Words are useless. Your tail is hidden underwater." Master Hua raised his slender legs for her to see. "Little immortal master, are you talking about these?" Yin Rong froze. He had legs. Master Hua brought his face close to hers and said gently, "If you wanted to look underwater, you could have just said so. You may be young, immortal master, but you seem to know quite a lot." Yin Rong frowned at him. "Demons can take human form. Legs can be conjured, but your demonic aura already gave you away." "Huh? Demonic aura where?" She looked around in surprise. Why had the demonic aura disappeared? Master Hua smiled at her and asked, "Demonic aura? What demonic aura?" "Little immortal master, can you let go of me now? You're hurting me." Yin Rong got another nosebleed. Staring blankly at his full chest, she asked, "Hurting? Hurting where?" "This immortal master will definitely take responsibility. I'll rub it for you myself." At that moment, a servant rushed in from outside. "Boss Hua." When he saw Yin Rong in the room, taking liberties with his master, he roared angrily, "You little lecherous thief! Stealing the eggs wasn't enough for you. You even dare molest Boss Hua." Yin Rong looked at the man in front of her in shock. "So he was Hua Chong?" Hua Chong smiled at her. "It really is her." The servant hurriedly dragged Yin Rong away from Hua Chong. "Catch this shameless little girl." Yin Rong cried out in grievance. "That's not true. I didn't even get the chance to molest him yet. How can you call me that?" The servant frowned and reported to Hua Chong. "Boss Hua, it was this little girl who brought the eggs to Liangzhou. She was caught by the magistrate, then escaped from prison with the 2 children." Hua Chong put on his robe, then turned and said calmly to the servant, "The magistrate has worked hard. Go collect the reward. Leave this little girl and the 2 children to me." The servant hurriedly replied, "Yes." Hua Chong smiled gently at Yin Rong. "I've finally found you." Frightened, Yin Rong quickly said, "Boss Hua, if the children are yours, then just take them away. Rong Rong is only an ordinary little girl. There's no point in taking me. I brought the children here for free, so I'll just be going now." Hua Chong wrapped an arm around her and lifted her up. "No, you've seen all of me, so I have to take you back and make you take responsibility. I want to see whether the little immortal master subdues the demon, or whether this demon eats the little immortal master whole." Hearing that, Yin Rong's eyes lit up. She quickly grabbed his hand and asked again, "What? There's such a good thing? That suits me perfectly. Let's fight for 300 rounds." Inside the Hua residence, that very night, Hua Chong lay on the bed, utterly alluring as he beckoned to her. "Come here, little immortal master. Didn't you want to fight 300 rounds with me?" Yin Rong got a nosebleed. Lying on the bed, Hua Chong beckoned to her. "Why are you just standing there in a daze? Come here and fight 300 rounds with me." Yin Rong stared at him blankly. He's really giving himself away for free? Is there really such a good thing? She took a deep breath and tried hard to calm down. "Yin Rong, wake up. This is a demon, and a very high-level demon at that. You can't fall for this." She raised her head and said to him with an awkward smile, "Thank you, dear Boss Hua, but I, Yin, am only a little girl. Surely you can't make a move on a child, right?" Hua Chong leaned close to her face and whispered, "Whether I make a move or not, once you're on my turf, that's for me to decide. Or could it be that the little immortal master thinks I'm a widower, a faded flower and a broken willow, and doesn't want to get close to me? Little immortal master, you must at least hear me pour out my grievances." Van Dung wore an utterly blissful expression. "Ah, that smells so good. Ah, no, I, Van, shall cleanse my ears and listen respectfully. Please, Boss Hua, tell me." Hua Thuong sat on the bed, held her in his arms, and began. "Ever since my wife passed away, I've been all alone in this big house. It's been so lonely. I've always been waiting for a soulmate, someone who could love me the way my wife once did." Van Dung looked at him curiously and asked, "Who was your wife?" Hua Thuong lowered his eyes, hiding the pain in them. My wife was once the supreme immortal of West Valley, untouched by mortal dust, immortal, venerable Fu Gue. Back then, I had to exhaust every means just to spend one night with her, but I never expected my own willfulness would cost her life. Van Dung stared at him in shock, mouth hanging open. The immortal venerable of West Valley? Isn't that the one our Luowa sect worships every year during the immortal sacrifice ceremony? Hua Thuong continued sorrowfully. Now my wife has been banished to the mortal world and turned into an ordinary human. I gave birth to the children myself and searched for her for a long time before finally finding her. Thankfully, a friend cast a spell on the children and used the power of their bloodline to send them to her side. Today is the day my wife and I are reunited. He smiled happily and took her hand. What wonderful news. It's enough to bring tears to one's eyes. Van Dung was still staring at him blankly, not understanding a thing. You mean, I'm your wife? Stop joking. If that's true, then I'm immortal Fu Gue, descended to the mortal world. Hua Thuong looked at her gently and said, "It is only natural that my wife remembers nothing of her previous life after descending to the mortal world. But I'm not lying to you. Let the two of us begin again." Van Dung fell silent and thought for a moment. Though she had no idea what was going on, such a beautiful widow had delivered himself right to her door for free. It would be a waste not to accept, and in any case, she wouldn't be losing out. Thinking that, she immediately admitted it loudly. "That's right, it is I. I, Van, am indeed an immortal maiden descended to the mortal world." Just then, there was a knock at the door outside. A servant carried 2 children inside and said to Hua Thuong, "Boss Hua, the children have been brought here." Van Dung looked at the 2 children before her in disbelief. "So according to you, these 2 children were made by you and me before I descended?" Hua Thuong held the 2 children in his arms and asked her, "Well, don't they look like us?" He held up the pink-haired baby for her to see. "Look, doesn't this little girl's face look exactly like yours?" The corners of Van Dung's mouth twitched. "Now that you say it, she really does." "No way." She stepped back in fear. "But those 2 eggs had demonic energy on them before. Don't tell me you really are demons." Hua Thuong laughed softly and dispelled the spell. His snake tail appeared at once. The 2 children's tails appeared as well. Hua Thuong looked at her and smiled. "What do you think now?" Van Dung's eyes widened in shock. "Ah, damn it all. I thought I was getting to enjoy a beautiful widow for free, but instead I stumbled into a snake's nest. Now, are there even baby snakes? I want no peace anymore. If Master finds out, I can forget about ever turning back in this lifetime." Hua Thuong wrapped his tail around Van Dung's body. "My wife, come here. It's our day of family reunion. Why are you standing so far away?" Van Dung forced a laugh as she looked at him. "I appreciate the thought, but I, Van, shall be taking my leave." Hua Thuong leaned close to her ear and whispered, "My wife doesn't like my snake form? Don't be afraid. My wife, it's late at night. Why not make merry with me?" Van Dung looked like she wanted to cry, but had no tears. She hurriedly shook her head. "No, no, no. If you were an ordinary person, I'd have pounced on you already. But you're a demon. That won't do." "Woo-woo." She sprang to her feet, talisman in hand, and frowned at him. "Move aside. I, Van, am a disciple of the Luowa sect, dedicated to exterminating demons. My principles and bottom line cannot be compromised. You made up this story because you want to bewitch me and drain my young energy and vital essence for cultivation, didn't you? You think a few words are enough to make me spare you? You look down on me too much. Today I will eliminate this snake demon for Liangzhou and report back to the Luowa sect." Hua Thuong tearfully wiped his eyes and looked at her in grievance. "The little immortal master still wants to slay demons? I carried your children, went through the hardship of laying eggs, and now, after finally reuniting with my wife, how could I still be deceiving you? Does my wife really want to exterminate both me and our children? You're too heartless." The 2 babies looked at her and began to cry loudly. Van Dung looked awkwardly at the 2 children in front of her. What was she supposed to do now? She, Van Dung, had been exterminating demons for 20 years, yet now she was hesitating over a whole nest of snakes. The 2 babies sat on the bed, crying and trembling. Van Dung's heart suddenly softened. She let out a sigh. Forget it. She picked up the pink-haired baby and said gently, "Whether this is true or not, it's still a child that came from my own egg, so there's bound to be some feeling there. And it doesn't look like an evil demon either. I'll spare your lives. The baby saw her smile and happily stretched out her short little arms, asking to be held. Wah! Van Dung held the baby in her arms, her eyes full of tenderness. A snake tail. She had been startled at first, but after looking a few more times, it didn't seem so bad. It wasn't all that different from a human child. She laughed and lifted the baby high into the air. You little cutie. Well, up you go. Hua Thuong sat beside her, watching her in a daze. The image of the past overlapped with the scene before him. So that's how it is. Holding the baby, Van Dung looked at Hua Thuong and frowned. Boss Hua, can you turn back into human form? I'm more used to seeing human legs. Hua Thuong laughed. Of course. Late at night in the small room, Van Dung lay asleep on the bed, with the two children beside her. Hua Thuong sat by the bed, gazing tenderly at the three of them. I truly never thought I would still be able to witness a scene like this while alive. I only wish time could stop forever at this moment. Just then, there was a knock from outside. Little Hua, you found her? Xiao Jin entered and asked Hua Thuong. Hua Thuong nodded. I found her. Xiao Jin frowned at him and asked, looking at you like this. She really doesn't remember you anymore, does she? Hua Thuong lowered his eyes and said softly, she is now an immortal body, so of course she has no memories of her previous life. I don't mind starting over with her. Besides, perhaps it's better if she doesn't remember, and the pain won't be so great when we part. Right now, I only want to stay in the mortal world a little longer, to spend this time with her and the children. Then I can say I have no regrets. The blue-haired baby suddenly started crying and reached toward him. Hua Thuong looked at the baby with distress. Oh, the children are hungry. Should be good now. Don't wake Mother. To protect you, Mother has been running around for days. He picked up the child and began feeding them. There, be good. Once you're full, go back to sleep. Xiao Jin walked over to the bed and looked curiously at the deeply sleeping Van Dung. So this is immortal, venerable Fu Gue? Why is she still a little girl? Hua Thuong smiled and replied, she was only put under a spell and temporarily turned into a little girl. Xiao Jin, you know these kind of spells best. See if there's any way to undo it. If you hadn't sent the children to her side, I still wouldn't have found her now. Xiao Jin scratched his cheek awkwardly and said, this spell is very strange. Undoing it on its own wouldn't be hard, but if someone deliberately breaks it, another seal will be opened. I just don't know what that seal is. How about trying to kiss her? Hua Thuong froze. Oh, quiche, will she really change back with just one kiss? He lowered his head slightly and placed a gentle kiss on her lips. Immortal energy drifted through the air. Xiao Jin cried out in shock from the side. She changed. She really changed back. Van Dung's eyes were hazy. She slowly grew back to her original size. Xiao Jin's eyes lit up as he stared at her in amazement. So, this is what she really looks like. Hua Thuong looked at her, completely entranced. She looks exactly like her former self. After changing back to her original appearance, Van Dung toppled forward and fell on top of Hua Thuong. Xiao Jin transformed into a cute little white rabbit and panicked, clutching his head. Wait, something feels wrong with her. She doesn't seem to have any awareness at all. Pinning Hua Thuong down on the bed, Van Dung stared at him blankly and asked, why are you lying beneath me? Why are you stirring mortal desire within me? Hua Thuong wrapped his arms around her waist and called softly, my wife. Even without consciousness, her body still remembers me. Xiao Jin said in alarm, what do we do? What do we do? Why is she like a completely different person now? Little Hua, run. Be careful, or she'll devour you. Hua Thuong cupped Van Dung's face, his eyes full of infatuation. It's all right. If she wants to eat me, then let her. From the very beginning, I was the one who seduced her. I was the one who dragged her down into the mortal world. An immortal maiden sat cultivating in the middle of a lake. Her entire body radiated an elegant aura untouched by any mortal dust. An orange snake slithered out from the grass. Without opening her eyes, the immortal maiden said coldly, Snake demon, you are truly bold to intrude upon my place of secluded cultivation. With tears shimmering in its eyes, the snake demon looked at her pitifully. I did not mean to offend you. Please don't kill me, immortal venerable. My friend is injured and needs the spring water here to heal, so I sneaked in to take some. The immortal maiden did not spare a glance and said indifferently, petty demons like you are hardly worth my hand. It's only spring water. Take as much as you like. Hearing this, the snake demon looked at her with joy and gratitude. Many thanks, immortal venerable. The corners of the immortal maiden's lips lifted slightly. Interesting. Who would have thought even demons know how to risk their lives for a friend? The snake demon secretly stared at the immortal maiden, eyes shining brightly. The immortal venerable is so beautiful. Like ice and jade, untouched by dust. It was I who ruined her. Back in the present, Hua Thuong let out a soft cry. Ah! Seeing this, Xiao Jin became so anxious he spun in circles. What do we do? What do we do? My spells won't work. I can't stop her. Hua Thuong's cheeks flushed red. He shut his eyes tightly, his voice trembling. Xiao Jin, don't stop her. Don't look. Van Dung bent down and kissed his neck. Xiao Jin hurriedly picked up the two children and ran outside. All right, I'll take the children away first. In the room, the two of them lay on the bed, embracing and kissing passionately. MMH, from the heavenly clouds to the dark depths of desire, all because she had become entangled with me. 1,000 years of cultivation vanished completely. If she ever remembers the past, she will surely never forgive me. But I do not regret it. After an unknown length of time, the sound of children crying rang out. Van Dung rubbed her eyes and woke up. Phew, the children are crying. Are they hungry? She hurriedly sat up. I fell asleep here last night. A sharp pain shot through her waist. Van Dung shut her eyes and quickly supported her lower back. My waist. Why does my waist ache so much? What happened last night? I don't remember anything at all. Lying beside her, Hua Thuong yawned. Good morning, my wife. Not a shred of cloth covered his body as he looked at her and smiled. Was my service last night satisfactory? You tire me out so much. Van Dung stared at Hua Thuong beside her in stunned panic. Last night, I slept very well. Nothing happened, right? Hua Thuong sat up and leaned against her, looking full of grievance. My wife is so heartless. Last night you were holding me and calling me good boy, but now that it's over, you turn your face and deny everything. Van Dung scratched her cheek and stared at her blankly. Did that really happen? She angrily grabbed his hand and demanded, Why didn't you wake me up? Now I don't remember any of it. What a pity. Such a waste. Hua Thuong looked at her speechlessly. Van Dung sighed and said calmly, Boss Hua, you don't need to worry. Van, I'm not someone who doesn't understand affection. I won't really lay a hand on you and the children. And Boss Hua doesn't need to make up these stories to deceive me. Today Van, will be leaving this place. Hua Thuong looked at her in alarm. Why you want to leave? I truly wasn't lying to you. Van Dung turned back to look at him and smiled. Boss Hua, you said last night you and I were very passionate, but I'm still a little girl, so how could I possibly consummate anything with you? Don't tell me I suddenly grew up and then shrank back again. Hua Thuong lowered his eyes. That is exactly what happened. You grew up and then became small again. At that time, did she really have no memory at all? Van Dung put her clothes back on and continued. Besides, if I really am an immortal maiden descended to the mortal world, then my master would surely know best. Don't worry. I'll go back and ask master, then come back and give you an answer. If what you said is true, I, Van, will not fail you. Hua Thuong lowered his eyes and asked sadly, You still want to go? He flopped face down onto the bed and began throwing a tantrum. Go then, you heartless thing. Ooh, you turn your face the moment it's over. If the whole world learns the true identities of me and the children, our family won't be able to live anymore. Van Dung hurriedly comforted him. I won't tell anyone. Just then, the servant entered and quickly said to Hua Thuong, Boss Hua, there's a Luowa sect priest outside, demanding to see immortal Master Van. Hua Thuong frowned, his expression darkening. Zolfast? Who is it? Outside, Ru Feng cheerfully waved and shouted, Senior sister. So you really are here? Seeing who had come, Van Dung called out happily, Junior brother. Hua Thuong followed behind her and asked in surprise, Junior brother? Van Dung walked over to Ru Feng and introduced him to Hua Thuong. This is my junior brother. We grew up together since childhood. He's no different from a real younger brother to me. Ru Feng looked at her unhappily and said, But right now you look younger than me. I want to be the older brother. Hua Thuong placed a hand before his abdomen and bowed gracefully. So you're a little Gio. This is our first meeting. I am immortal Master Van's consort, Hua Thuong. I hope little Gio will take care of me. Ru Feng frowned at him in astonishment. You're the one who laid the eggs? A demon? Damn it. This widower Hua really is devastatingly beautiful. Hua Thuong gave a soft, oh, and smiled at Ru Feng. And how does little Gio know about the eggs? Ru Feng glared at him. Who's your little Gio? Some demon from who knows were sent over 2 eggs and made my senior sister take the blame. And you still dare call yourself her consort before there's even been a proper wedding? Senior sister, you came down the mountain without permission, and Master is furious. Master said that once he sees you again, he'll turn you into a baby. And if he finds out you're together with this demon, then forget about leaving Luo sect for the rest of your life. Thinking of true person Yuyong's furious face, I was too soft-hearted. Next time I'll turn her into an infant and stuff her in a swaddling cloth. Then we'll see how she runs off to fool around again. Van Dung stepped back in fear. That vicious? Looks like I really can go back to Luo sect. Hua Thuong smiled gently and wrapped his arms around her. It's all right, my wife. You can stay here with me forever. I will definitely serve you well. Nestled in his arms, Van Dung laughed so hard she nearly forgot herself. Ah, that feels great. Ru Feng glared at Hua Thuong and roared, "One my wife, to my wife. You sure are calling her intimately. How do you prove the ones in those eggs are your children with my senior sister?" Just then, Xiao Jin came out carrying the 2 children. I brought the children over. They were crying for father just now. When he saw Ru Feng in the main hall, Xiao Jin broke out in a cold sweat. Ah, why is there a little Taoist priest here? Ru Feng frowned at Xiao Jin. Why is there a rabbit spirit here? The 2 adorable children stretched their arms toward him and let out a wah. Ru Feng looked surprised and took the 2 babies into his arms. Wah, these 2 babies hatched from those eggs. They seem to like me a lot. As expected of the eggs, I incubated myself. They're so cute. They seem very attached to me too. The black-haired baby gave him a smack of a kiss on the cheek. Hua Thuong frowned and glared at Ru Feng. He incubated them. Jealous, he snatched the 2 children back. Children, come to father. What a blunder. He had actually let another man incubate his eggs. Ru Feng looked at Van Dung and asked, "Senior sister, do you really want to stay here?" Van Dung gave him an awkward smile. "What else can I do? Go back and let Master whip me." Ru Feng looked at Hua Thuong and the 2 children, then sighed. But there's no way you can hide this from Master forever. With Master's abilities, it's only a matter of time before he finds his place. And when that happens, if Master discovers you have children with a snake demon, Van Dung coldly cut him off. "Junior brother, do you believe I'm really an immortal descended to the mortal world? Sometimes even I think it's strange. At times, I suddenly do things that even I can't understand. Sometimes I lose my memory for no reason at all. Do you know why I always sneak down the mountain during the annual immortal sacrifice ceremony? Every time the ceremony comes, there is always a stretch of memory that goes blank. I hate that feeling. It's like my body is being stolen by someone else." Ru Feng frowned as he looked at her. That's true. I also thought it was strange. Every time the immortal sacrifice ceremony comes around, senior sister seems like a completely different person. You even coldly say a whole bunch of incomprehensible things to Master, and then you faint. Master said the immortal venerable was borrowing your body to deliver divine instructions. Van Dung lowered her eyes and fell silent for a while. A moment later, she gave a soft laugh. Perhaps Master already knows my origins. If what Hua Thuong said is true, then these 2 children really are mine. I want to uncover the truth. I don't want to keep living in confusion. If I stay here, perhaps I'll find my answer. Ru Feng frowned at her. Senior sister. Just then, the pink-haired baby mischievously tugged at Van Dung's hair. Hua Thuong looked at her happily and said, "It's truly wonderful that my wife can stay." The children are all very happy. Van Dung forced a smile at him. My hair has already felt the children's joy. Hua Thuong's face darkened. Looking unhappily at Ru Feng, who was playing with the black-haired baby, he asked, "Why is little Jiu staying too?" Ru Feng answered as if it were only natural. "Senior sister and I haven't seen each other in a long time. Of course I should stay a few extra days and chat with her. Besides, just look how much the children like me." Hua Thuong's face darkened with anger. Damn it, an extra 3rd wheel out of nowhere. Holding the baby, Ruffin looked at Yundong and asked, "Senior sister, you wanted to stay too, right?" Yundong smiled and replied, "Of course I'd be happy, but how are we supposed to explain it to Master?" Ruffin grinned smugly. "I'll write Master a letter and say you ran away and I couldn't catch you." The corner of Yundong's mouth twitched. Wouldn't that just be pouring oil on the fire? Hua Chang looked at her in surprise. She already has new ties in the mortal world. Even without me, she wouldn't be miserable. He let out a bitter laugh. Times have changed. I've become someone insignificant to her now. Seeing him like that, Xiao Jin hurried to comfort him. "Little Hua, cheer up. Your rival is just a brat. You even have children already. How can you lose?" Hua Chong nodded hard, his eyes full of confidence. That's right, you're absolutely right. Wife lord, shouldn't it be time for a bath? Yundong stared at him blankly. Hua Chong slipped off his robe, revealing firm muscles as he looked at her seductively. Today, I changed to a bigger bath. Let's bathe together. Yundong's eyes lit up, practically drooling. I like that. Let's go. Ruffeng, not willing to be outdone, stood up and started taking off his clothes too. Bathing sounds good. I'm going too. I'm not hiding it from you. Senior sister and I have bathed together since we were little. Hua Chong was furious. Hey, little nine, next comes adult time. It's not convenient for children to join. Ruffeng crossed his arms and sneered at him. Right now, my senior sister is the youngest child here. I'm worried she'll drown in the bath. He glared at Hua Chong. Where did this snake demon come from? Calling her wife lord all day long. Shameless. Let me tell you, senior sister has long had someone in her heart. Hua Chong froze. What? Someone in her heart? Who? Ruffeng said proudly. Eldest senior brother. The #1 handsome man of our Luo Hua sect, senior brother Bai Ying. The man senior sister wants even in her dreams. He and senior sister are the real match made in heaven. As for you, you'll have to stand way back in line. Yunong quickly looked at Ruffeng and asked, is eldest senior brother doing well? Ruffeng smiled. He's doing fine, but if you still don't come back, some other senior sister might steal him away one day. Yundong cried out in anguish, no. Hua Chong lowered his eyes painfully. Sure enough, she really cared about that man named Bai Ying. Elsewhere, Bai Ying stepped into the room and politely asked, Master, did you call for me? Real person Yugu looked at him while holding a letter. This is a letter Ruffeng just sent back by carrier pigeon. He says he still hasn't found Yundong. Bai Ying frowned. What's wrong with the letter? Real person Yugu handed it to him. Smell it. Bai Ying lightly sniffed the letter, and his handsome brows drew together. The letter. Why does it have demon aura on it? Real person Yugu said calmly. And this demon's cultivation is very strong, likely several hundred years worth. Anything involving this sort of demon can't be good. Ever since she was young, that child Yundong has never been serious. And now, even Ruffeng has been led astray. She still refuses to come back. The immortal sacrifice ceremony cannot go on like this. Bai Ying, go down the mountain yourself. The immortal sacrifice can't be delayed any longer. Bai Ying quickly answered, yes, master. If I meet that great demon, what should I do? Real person Yugu narrowed his eyes and said coldly, eliminated. On the other side, the streets were bustling with people. Are all these shops owned by the Hua family? The Huaguay trading house is really impressive. Yundong looked at Hua Chong with admiration. Boss Hua is amazing, managing such a huge merchant guild all by yourself. Hua Chong smiled at her. Not by myself. In the past, I had a few friends. At first, we did small business together, selling little things we'd collected. Later, after we saved up some capital, we opened a small shop and sold rare antiques, paintings, and calligraphy not commonly found on the market. Little by little, the business grew. Yundong looked at him curiously. Where did those friends go? Hua Chong lowered his eyes and answered gloomily. They're all gone. They were clearly just little demons trying hard to survive and blend into human society. But they were slaughtered by immortal masters in the name of exterminating demons. Yundong stared at him in shock. Her face turned pale with fear. Oh no, all those spider demons and rat demons I killed before. Don't tell me they were his friends? Hua Chong laughed when he saw her expression. Wife lord, there's no need to worry. That was a long time ago. It definitely wasn't you. Yundong felt guilty inside. How did he know what she was thinking? Meanwhile, Xiao Jin and Ruffeng were each carrying a child, holding up a yellow outfit. Xiao Jin frowned and argued with Ruffeng. This yellow one looks better. Ruffeng refused to back down and lifted a blue one. What kind of taste is that? The blue one is better. Hua Chang's mood grew heavy. By my side, only Xiao Jin is left. Xiao Jin once learned immortal arts and knows how to protect himself, so he barely managed to survive. But in that dark hell, please, I beg you. Covered in chains, Hua Chong looked at the immortals before him and pleaded, please, give me a little more time. Please. Tears rolled down his face as he begged them. Please give me just a little more time, enough for me to give birth to this child. Suddenly, there was a disturbance outside. Hua Chong froze. Two constables looked at the woman who had suddenly blocked the carriage and asked coldly, who goes there? Hua Chong lifted the carriage curtain and asked his close servant outside. What is it? The servant quickly replied, Boss Hua, there's a woman blocking our carriage. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his sleeve. The woman stared at Hua Chong and anxiously asked, why, you're one of us too, right? Save me. There are Taoists after me. Hua Chong frowned at her. This woman was also a demon, sitting inside the carriage with one leg crossed. Yundong looked at the woman coldly and said, "Hello. The Taoist is sitting right here in the carriage, so you can talk to me instead." A group of Taoists holding swords ran over and glanced around. Where did that she-demon go? Seeing the luxurious carriage in front of them, they angrily shouted, "Whose carriage is this?" daring to shelter a demon. The she-demon had her head forced to the ground and groaned in pain. Yundong held the talisman in one hand and grabbed the demon woman by the hair with the other, looking coldly at the Taoists. "Fellow immortal masters, you're a step too late. I, Yun Mu, disciple of real person Yugu of Luo sect, captured this demon first." The lead Taoist saw her and cupped his hands politely. "So you're a fellow Taoist from Luo sect. We are disciples of Tianling's sect, ordered to capture this demon. May Immortal Master Yun hand her over to us for disposal." Yundong hauled the she-demon into the carriage and said indifferently, "Sorry, but Yun Mu just happens to need to take this demon back to my sect to report in. I'll be leaving now. Until next time." The female Taoist was stunned. Late at night in the Hua residence, Xiao Jin smiled at the she-demon and asked, "Are you all right, big sister?" The she-demon smiled back. "I'm Fine. Thank you, everyone. If you hadn't saved me, I would have been exterminated by those rotten Taoists." Yundong let out a cold laugh. "Save you?" She smiled as she pulled out a pile of talismans. "Who said I was saving you? I'm taking you back to Luo sect and handing you over to Master to prove I'm finally doing proper work. Then Master might spare my life." Hearing that, the she-demon snorted angrily. "I thought you were different from them. I didn't expect you were all the same. If you want to capture me, then today I'll fight you to the death." As soon as she finished speaking, a huge tail appeared behind her as she furiously attacked Yundong. "Give me your life." Ruffing hurriedly drew his sword and blocked in front of Yundong. "Senior sister, be careful." Hua Chong was startled. "A snake?" Yundong's face turned ashen with fright. "Another snake demon? This is terrifying. Did I walk right into a snake nest?" Hua Chong looked at the she-demon and asked, "You're a spirit snake too?" The she-demon looked at him in surprise. "What? You are too?" Ruffing leaned close to Yundong's ear and whispered, "Same kind." Hua Chong excitedly grabbed the she-demon by the shoulders. "Are you a red snake? How is that possible? Was it the spirit snake clan exterminated?" A while later in the room, the she-demon sat on the bed and told her story. "I'm a red snake, Shang Yun. In the past, the spirit snake clan had white snakes, green snakes, black snakes, red snakes, and flower snakes. After the 5 great sects besieged and massacred us 100 years ago, our clan was practically wiped out. My father shielded me with his body. Because I was still young then and badly injured, I was left barely clinging to life, which is why I escaped their hunt and survived. But as far as I know, the flower snakes all died. So how are you still alive?" Hua Chong lowered his eyes and sighed. It's a long story." Shang Yun took his hand and smiled to comfort him. "But this is wonderful. As long as the 2 of us are still here, the Spirit Snake Clan can be saved." Hua Chong lowered his eyes without answering. Ruffing looked at her in surprise. "Save how?" Yundong frowned. "Don't tell me the dead can come back to life?" Xiao Jin glared at the 2 of them and scolded, "You 2 idiots. Shang Yun means she wants to have a whole bunch of baby snakes with little Hua." Ruffin was stunned. "More babies?" Shang Yun pulled Hua Chang's hand and pressed it to her chest, speaking gently. "Among the Spirit Snake Clan, only 1 male and 1 female remain, us. This is clearly heaven's will. Only when our clan grows strong again will we have the power to take revenge." Hua Chong quickly withdrew his hand. "Miss Shang Yun, this servant already has a wife lord, and besides, I have no desire to seek revenge." Shang Yun's eyes gleamed as she looked at him with infatuation. "I know. Who here doesn't know that Boss Hua is the richest widower around? I don't mind that you're no longer pure. I only want to have lots of descendants for the Spirit Snake Clan with you. As for revenge, leave that to me." Hua Chong picked up the 2 children and glared at her angrily. "No need for your tolerance. This servant already has children. Look, these are my children." Shang Yun cupped her face and looked at the 2 babies happily. "That's fine. I don't mind being a stepmother. As long as you're willing to have a few more with me. Of course, the more children the better." Seeing how stubborn she was, Hua Chong finally lost control and flared up. "Xiao Jin, arrange accommodations for Miss Shang Yun. This servant will take his leave first." With that, he carried the 2 children away. Xiao Jin looked at him in surprise. "Little Hua." Shang Yun scratched her face and looked at him in confusion. Why did he get angry? Yoon-dong helplessly slapped her forehead. Ugh, how can there be such a foolish woman who meets a man for the first time and immediately asks him to bear her children? Ruffung shivered with goosebumps. Yeah, saying it that bluntly. That's disgusting. Shang-Yun crossed her arms and frowned at Yoon-dong. What are you trying to say? Yoon-dong sighed. Do you need me to teach you how to woo a man? It's not impossible, but you have to come back to the sect with me and help me report in. After that, whether you live or die will depend on you. Shang-Yun snorted at her. Why would I listen to nonsense from a little girl like you? I don't need your help. If I want a man, I'll naturally go after him myself. Yoon-dong angrily lunged and grabbed her. Then right now, I'll subdue your snake demon ass. Shang-Yun flew into a rage and raised her fist. If you got the ability, then come. Ruffing also rushed in, unwilling to fall behind. Senior sister, let me help you. Outside, Xiao Jin was frantic. Stop fighting, all of you. Stop fighting. This is the Hua residence. If you want to fight, go outside. Standing outside, Hua Chong lowered his head in disappointment. In the end, she still didn't tell Shang-Yun that she was my wife lord, the mother of my children. Does she really not care if I bear children for another woman? He wept in heartbreak. Xiao Jin comforted him sadly. Little Hua, don't cry. You know she doesn't remember you anymore right now. You said before that you wanted to start over with her, didn't you? Then all you have to do is make her fall for you again. Hua Chong lifted his head and looked toward the room. Make her, like me again? But is that really necessary? Late at night, Yoon-dong lay fast asleep in bed while Hua Chong stood by the bedside, gazing at her. He climbed on top of her, his face slowly lowering. Suddenly, Yoon-dong woke with a start. She looked at him in alarm. Boss Hua, what are you trying to? Hua Chong looked at her gently. Obviously, to sleep with wife lord. Afraid she would refuse him, he immediately put on a pitiful expression and looked at her with teary eyes. Does wife lord dislike Hua Chong? Yoon-dong let out a helpless sigh and patted the empty space beside her. Boss Hua, why say that? Yin Mu doesn't understand. If we're sleeping together, then we're sleeping together. Come on, welcome. Hua Chong kissed her on the cheek and then lay down against her lap. Then does wife lord like Hua Chong? Yoon-dong smiled. Ido, Boss Hua is so beautiful. What woman wouldn't like him? Hua Chong lifted his head and asked further. Then does wife lord also like senior brother buying? Yoon-dong smiled at him. Ido, eldest senior brother, is a beauty too. Is there any beauty in this world that Yinmu doesn't like? My generosity is as broad as rivers and seas. I, Yoon-dong, have a heart wide enough to take in every beauty who comes my way. I won't leave out a single one. My name is Yoon-dong after all, so my capacity for tolerance must be enormous. Hua Chong looked at her intently. She seemed warm and passionate, but in truth her heart was icy cold. She had never truly loved anyone, and just opposite to his master. His master appeared indifferent on the surface, yet could melt him and make him feel what love was. Hua Chong could not soften his heart. You don't have much time left. Thinking of this, he took off his robe and looked at her with intoxicating eyes. Wife lord, this servant is also a man. I'll get jealous too. How can you lump me together with other men? Is there really nothing special about me in your heart? Does wife lord really want to see with her own eyes this servant bearing children for another woman? He sobbed miserably. Yoon-dong couldn't help drooling. She gave him a thumbs up. How could that be? In all 20 years of Yunmu's life, you are the most special beauty I've ever met. A beautiful spirit snake. Hua Chong smiled and winked at her. Then why won't wife lord spend the night with little Hua? Yoon-dong grabbed him by the shoulders and said seriously, Boss Hua is inviting me so enthusiastically. If Yunmu still refused, that would be too rude. She lowered her head and bit his neck. Hua Chong let out a soft cry. Wife lord, would you dislike Hua Chong for being too forward? For begging you to hold me like this? Yoon-dong smiled at him. I like forward. Hua Chong happily wrapped his arms tightly around her. So comfortable. So wonderful. The long night stretched on. Outside the Hua residence, Bai Ying looked in one direction, his brows slightly knitting. Dimonoha. He quickly pushed open the door and rushed in. Junior sister, are you here? Seeing the awkward scene in the room, the atmosphere instantly turned heavy. Yoon-dong looked at Bai Ying in shock. Eldest senior brother, why are you here? Hua Chong frowned at her. He is your eldest senior brother? A sword was suddenly pointed straight at his face. You brazen demon, Bai glared at him furiously and shouted, "How dare you seduce my junior sister? Were you plotting?" Hua Chang laughed. "Plotting? Am I not allowed to become her man?" Yundong clung to Hua Chang's leg and gave Bai an awkward smile as she explained, "Senior brother, this is a misunderstanding, really. Look at his legs. He's not a demon." Bai frowned at her. "Whether he is a demon or not, do you think I can't tell? This house is thick with demon aura. Could it be junior sister can't smell it? Or have you already been bewitched by this demon and committed something forbidden?" Yundong hurriedly got up and waved her hands. "I didn't. I, Yundong, am an upright and honorable person. How could I do anything improper with Boss Hua? The relationship between us is completely pure." Hua Chang froze. "What?" He quickly grabbed her by the shoulders and demanded, "Wife Lord, how can you say that? Clearly we've touched each other before. You just don't remember. We even have children together." Bai stared at the two of them in shock. "Children?" Yundong broke out in cold sweat and frantically signaled to Hua Chang. "Idiot! No, this isn't the time to talk about that. Read the room." Just then, Xiao Jin walked in from outside, carrying the two children. "The children are awake. They need milk. Why is it so noisy in here?" When he saw Bai Ying in the room, he screamed in fright. "Ah, another Taoist." Seeing the two babies in Xiao Jin's arms, Bai Ying looked at Yundong in fury and demanded, "So there really are children? Junior sister, I never imagined you would do something so unforgivable." Yundong hurriedly explained in panic, No, they're not my children. Look, they don't resemble me at all." At that exact moment, both children reached out toward her and called in unison, "Mama." Yundong's heart instantly melted. She turned around and gently stroked them. "How do you suddenly know how to talk? Don't you think learning to speak now is a bit early?" Bai Ying's face darkened with anger. He raised his sword and began casting a spell. "There's no point saying more. I'll exterminate these demons right now and then take you back to Luohua sect to receive punishment." The two children looked at him blankly. Yundong stepped in front of them protectively. "Senior brother, stop. You can't touch them." Bai Ying looked at her in stunned disbelief. "Junior sister, you're actually protecting these demons?" Yundong held a talisman in her hand and said seriously, "Though they are demons, they have never harmed anyone. Hua Chang and I have a past together. No matter what happened between us, that's my business. As long as I'm here, you will not touch them. Senior brother, you can't beat me." Hua Chang looked at her, deeply moved. Right then, Nu Fong also came running in from outside. "Senior brother, stop." He stepped in front of Van Dung, then looked at Bak On and hurriedly said, "This is all my fault. I'll take senior sister back right away. The three of us grew up together. We can't let things like this damage our bond." Bak On looked at Van Dung, standing behind him with heartache in his eyes. "Junior sister, do you know that before we came down the mountain, Master Yu Duong once sought me out and said, 'Bak On, you and Van Dung grew up together. I intend to arrange your marriage, so the two of you can stay by my side from then on. Are you willing?' It's just that her temperament still isn't mature yet. She still needs more training and discipline. Wait a little longer. Once the immortal sacrifice removes that stubbornness of hers, it'll be fine." Bak On had blushed and obediently replied, "Yes, master. I leave it to you to decide." Returning to the present, Van Dung looked at Bak On and asked, "Know what? What is it I'm supposed to know?" Bak On let out a sigh. "Forget it. There's no point bringing it up now. The two of us had a marriage agreement, but no fate together." He looked at her, frowning, and said, "Even if I spare them today, I will still report what happened here to Master. As for whether they live or die in the future, Master will decide." Van Dung panicked and quickly stopped him. "Tell Master?" "No, you can't." Then she said, "In that case, let's just part ways." At that moment, Hung Van suddenly appeared behind Bak On, her eyes full of malice. "You damned priest, don't even think about it." Bak On turned around warily. Hung Van raised her hand and struck at him. "Hand over your life." A large wound appeared on Bak On's chest, and blood began to pour out. Nu Fong and Van Dung looked at him anxiously. "Senior brother." Hoa Fuang hurriedly stepped in to stop Hung Van. "Stop." Hung Van frowned at him. "Why are you stopping me? Didn't you hear what he said? If we let this priest go back, the whole sect might come to our doorstep in a few days. We have to kill him today and eliminate future trouble." Bak On clutched the wound on his chest and glared at her furiously. "I didn't expect such a vicious demon to exist. Then today, I have no choice but to exterminate you as well." Hoa Thuong and Van Dung cried out anxiously from the side. "Stop fighting. Nu Fong Hudit Fawat Do Support Bagang." "Senior brother." Van Dung looked at Bak On in alarm. This is bad. If Master finds out senior brother was hurt, He definitely won't let anyone off. Hoa Thuong grabbed her hand and asked worriedly, "What do we do, mistress?" Nu Fong examined the wound on Bakon's chest, then looked at Van Dung and said anxiously, "Senior sister, I'm afraid senior brother's heart meridian has been damaged. This is bad." Bakon gritted his teeth and endured it. "I'm Phoenix." Van Dung looked at him and hurriedly said, "I'll go find a doctor to treat him first." Hoa Thuong quickly replied, "I'll go get some healing medicine." A while later, Hoa Thuong came over in a hurry, carrying an armful of medicine bottles. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded behind him. "Little snake Xiao Hua, where do you think you're going?" A long chain shot out and wrapped tightly around his neck. Two women, one dressed in white and one in black, looked at Hoa Thuong with cold smiles. "Did you really think we wouldn't be able to find you just because you ran off?" Hoa Thuong looked at them in fear. "My ladies," the black-haired woman looked at him indifferently and said, "Back then, His Excellency showed mercy and allowed you to give birth. Now 5 years have passed, and you've already had the child. The child's other parent has been found too. You have no more excuses, do you? It's time to come back with us." Her hand tightened on the iron chain, and Hoa Thuong cried out in pain. So this moment had finally come, and it had come too quickly. Hoa Thuong dropped to his knees and pleaded with them. "My ladies, Xiao Hua is willing to go with you. It's just, there's someone at home waiting for medicine. At least let me deliver it first, or his life will be in danger." Hak Bak covered her mouth and laughed at him. "No need to go through all that trouble. We don't mind taking one more person along." Vo Thuong, beside her, gave a cold snort. "Stop wasting time. Quit dawdling and move." The iron chain loosened. Hoa Thuong was in so much pain that tears fell from his eyes. Suddenly, a talisman flew over. "Stop." Van Dung stood in front of Hoa Thuong protectively. "What kind of demons are you, daring to hurt my man?" Hoa Thuong looked at her in shock. "My man." Hak Bak glared at her and shouted, "What, demon? You've got some nerve calling us demons. I am Lord Wu Chang of the underworld. I'll deal with you right now." Suddenly, a hand landed on her shoulder to stop her. "Eighth sister, wait." Hak Bak leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Are you sure you want to make a move against her? She's His Excellency. Votuong Frovnet. I almost forgot. Just look at this little girl. How does she have even the slightest trace of His Excellency's regal bearing?" Van Dung frowned at the two of them. Hak Bak looked at her with a friendly smile and said, "Miss, Xiao Hua's lifespan in the living world has come to an end. We've come to take him back to the underworld. Life and death are decreed by fate. Please don't stop us." Van Dung glared at her angrily. "His lifespan has ended? He's been living perfectly well, not sick or hurt in any way. How could it suddenly be over? Even the underworld should have rules when it does things, shouldn't it?" Vo Thuong angrily pointed at her face. "His lifespan ended long ago. His Excellency herself." Hak Bak hurriedly covered her mouth, then looked at Van Dung with an awkward smile. "Miss, the reason behind this is hard to explain, but we really are acting according to the rules." Van Dung turned to Hoa Thuong and asked, "Is that true?" Hoa Thuong lowered his gaze and remained silent. Van Dung's whole body trembled slightly. She looked at him, then at the black and white Wu Chang, and gritted her teeth. You cannot take him away. He's pregnant right now. The child is mine. You can't possibly lay hands on a pregnant woman either, can you?" Hak Bak and Vo Thuong gaped in shock. "Pregnant again?" Hoa Thuong also stared at her wide-eyed. Vo Thuong frowned at Van Dung. "Impossible. You're still just a little girl. How could you have gotten him pregnant?" Hak Bak leaned to her ear and whispered, "Eighth sister, look." Seeing Van Dung's true appearance, Vo Thuong suddenly became flustered. Looking at her now, she really does resemble His Excellency a bit. "Sister, what do we do? What if they're tricking us?" Van Dung Gat Hua Tong Shohen. "Oh, my Xiao Hua, this is all my fault." Her eyes brimmed with tears as she looked at him, her face full of guilt and self-reproach. "It's all my fault. I was careless and got you pregnant. And now you've been wronged like this. From now on, I'll protect you and the child. If anyone dares hurt you, I'll risk my life against them." Hoa Thuong looked at her, moved. "Mistress, I'm so scared." Van Dung glared furiously at Hak Bak and Vo Thuong. Frightened, Hak Bak quickly said, "How about We go back first and ask His Excellency what to do. Votuong knojet. Fine. Anyway, catching Xiao Hua later will be easy enough. She glared at Hoa Thuong angrily. We'll let you off this time. We'll settle things after we go back and ask His Excellency. If you dare fool us, we'll make you do hard labor in the underworld. Hackbok smiled and waved at him. When it's time to give birth next time, we'll come take you away right on schedule. We absolutely won't give you the chance to get pregnant a third time. The iron chain snapped in two. At last, Hackbok and Vo Thuong left. Van Dung looked at Hoa Thuong worriedly and asked, "Are you all right?" "I only lied and said you were pregnant to fool those two from the underworld. Don't take it to heart." Hoa Thuong looked at her, deeply moved. How could I possibly mind? He wrapped his arms around her neck. But lying to the lords of the underworld still isn't good. How about we make the lie real and have a few more? Van Dung smiled and lifted his chin. "Boss Hua, I care more about the process than the result." Just then, Nu Fong came running over and said anxiously to the two of them, "Senior sister, where did you go? Senior brother is about to lose it, and you two are still over here flirting?" Only then did Van Dung suddenly remember. She cried out in panic, "Oh no, I forgot about senior brother. Senior brother, hang on." Meanwhile, the black and white Wu Chang had returned to the underworld. Vo Thuong rushed inside and complained loudly, Your Excellency, you have to stand up for us." Not seeing the king of hell anywhere, she glanced at the judge and asked, "Chem, where did His Excellency go?" The judge, holding a register, looked at the two of them and said, "Oh, seventh sister, eighth sister, His Excellency went to Naiha Bridge." Vo Thuong asked in confusion, "What did you go to Naiha Bridge for?" "Naiha Bridge." The judge led Hackbok and Vo Thuong over, then looked at the king of hell on the bridge and said softly, "She's been standing by the bridge watching like that for a long time." The king of hell stared ahead, her eyes heavy with unspoken thoughts. Ahead of her, Li Tianrua and Yu Qing were walking hand in hand across Naiha Bridge in happiness. A human life lasts only a few short decades, fleeting as a dream. This love, this scene, was like the moon reflected in water, like flowers mirrored in glass. The king of hell could not tear her eyes away. Standing beside her, Meng Pa said, it was only supposed to be extended by 5 years. Later, it was extended by another 20. After Li Tianrua passed on, Yu Qing followed her. And now the two of them are together again. "Your Excellency, is this what you wanted to see?" Resting her chin on her hand, the king of hell replied coolly, "What are 5 years or 20 years to us? Just a snap of fingers. I only extended their lives. But how things ended was still up to them." In the distance, Hackbok and Vo Thuong waved and shouted to her, "Your Excellency!" Vo Thuong ran over, clung to the king of hell's arm, and began to act spoiled. "Your Excellency, Little Black has been wronged today. That Van Dung woman was so fierce. She even whipped and hit me." Hackbok smiled. "That may be true, but Eighth Sister didn't exactly let herself lose to her either." The king of hell looked at them with great interest. "You two have worked hard. Tell me what happened." In the underworld, only the two of them could ascend to the world of the living. In the king of hell's chamber, she sat in her chair and frowned at Vo Thuong. "He said he was pregnant, and you believe him? At the very least, you should have checked his pulse." Vo Thuong said aggrievedly, "How would I know how to take a pulse? How was I supposed to tell whether he was telling the truth?" Standing to the side, Hackbok smiled and said, "Anyway, don't worry. We'll definitely bring him back in a year." Hackbok and Vo Thuong threw themselves into the king of hell's arms and began acting spoiled. "Your Excellency, when the time comes, you have to reward us." The king of hell smiled at them. All right. Tell me whatever reward you want. As for that little snake, Xiao Hua, debts of kindness and resentment would all be repaid eventually. As for his ending, it would still take a little more time to witness. Meng Po looked at the king of hell and hurriedly reminded her. Before, they were only 2 mortals, so it could still be covered up. But this time it concerns immortal venerable Fuguei, and that means it concerns the heavenly court. Your Excellency, if others find out, I fear. Seeing this, Hackbok angrily pointed at Meng Pa and began scolding her. What's wrong with you? Since when does His Excellency need you telling her what she can and can't do? Don't think that just because His Excellency brought you back, you can be so presumptuous. Let me tell you, I found you an eyesore for a long time. If His Excellency hadn't taken you in back then, you'd have long since been down there doing hard labor. In just a few short 100 years, you rose to a high position, managing Naiha Bridge and the reincarnation well. What else could you possibly be dissatisfied with? Meng froze for a moment, then lowered her head awkwardly. I'm only worried for His Excellency. The King of Hell finally spoke up to stop the argument. Enough. Stop bickering. Come here. The King of Hell gently kissed Hakbok and Vo Thuong once on each cheek. There, no more fussing now, right? Hakbok and Vo Thuong hugged her legs and called out emotionally, Your Excellency. The judge, standing to the side, said jealously, What? Then what about me? Me too, I want one too. He hurriedly rushed over. Hakbok and Vo Thuong looked at him with disdain. Go. Kids, stay to the side. Meng Po stood there silently, looking at the four of them. Countless wandering souls, 3,000 entanglements. They come clean, and they leave clear. This is all I can do. So that was it. Bakon lay unconscious on the bed. Senior brother's wound has been treated. After a few days of rest, he should be fine. Nu Fong grabbed Van Dung by the shoulders and said seriously, Senior sister, you should come back with us. This matter can't be hidden. Sooner or later, Master will trace it here. Hoa Thuong anxiously grabbed her hand. Don't go. If you leave, they'll never let you come back again. Then what will happen to me and the child? You promised we'd make more babies. We can't deceive those two lords of the underworld. Hearing that, Van Dung nodded. That's true, too. She frowned. I don't know what happened in the past, but why did the black and white Wu Chang say your lifespan had already ended? If it's true, wouldn't that mean you don't have many days left? It really wouldn't be good for me to leave now. Just then, Hung Van came charging in from nowhere, excitedly grabbing Hoa Thuong's hand. You want to have children? Then have them with me. Let's have a whole litter, dozens of them. A talisman suddenly slapped onto her face. Hung Van cried out in pain. Van Dung narrowed her eyes and glared at Hung Van in anger as she warned her. Keep your hands off my boss Hua. You injure my senior brother. You're not welcome here. For Xiao Hua's sake, I won't kill you in front of him, but you'd better leave as soon as possible. Hiding behind Van Dung, Hoa Thuong acted pitiful and said, Mistress, she's so scary. You have to protect me. Van Dung stared at Hung Van, her voice firm. Don't worry, I'm here. Hung Van let out an angry cold snort. Xiao Hua, if you stay with these priests, can you still call yourself one of our kind? Maybe I can't beat them right now, but once I obtain the great demon's inner core, I'll kill every last one of these priests. If you want to avenge our clan, then I will. We'll meet again. Late at night, after an unknown amount of time had passed, Bakon finally woke up. And men, Nu Fong and Van Dung both let out a sigh of relief when they saw he was awake. Senior brother, you're awake. Bakon sat up and asked Van Dung, I'm fine. Where's that demoness? Van Dung gave an awkward smile. She ran away. Bakon looked at the two of them and frowned. Junior sister, junior brother, why did you do this? Since we were little, Master taught us that humans and demons cannot coexist under the same sky. We are disciples of the Luhua sect. We must slay demons, eliminate evil, and protect peace in the mortal world. Then he looked at Nu Fong and continued, Junior brother, weren't your parents killed by demons too? Nu Fong recalled the scene of his whole family being slaughtered. His heart became heavy, his eyes reddening with grief. Don't say any more. I was too young back then and don't remember anything. If I find the culprit, I will definitely avenge my parents. But among people there are good and bad, and some demons don't seem like they would do evil. I just can't bring myself to attack them. Van Dung hugged Nu Fong and comforted him gently. Eat san zai, Nu Fong. If we find the culprit, we'll all help you take revenge. Don't be sad anymore. Nu Fong hugged her back, rubbing against her like a big animal as he said emotionally, Senior sister. Seeing this scene, Hoa Thuong's jealousy flared up again. He stepped forward and pulled the two apart. This servant sympathizes deeply with little Ninth's circumstances, but right now, it would be better to let young Master Bak on rest early. Nu Fong glared at him angrily and gritted his teeth. Let go. Hua Tong smai bo zai li. You let go first. Late at night, in the bedroom, Van Dung lay on the bed and asked Hoa Thuong, Boss Hua, what does it mean that your lifespan has ended? Can you tell me now? Hoa Thuong let out a sigh. Mistress. He looked at her gently and said, This servant has never lied to you. You really were once the high immortal of the Western Valley. A very long time ago, this servant was subdued by you. Because you were kind-hearted, you kept me by your side to cultivate. Immortal Venerable Fugue became my master. After cultivating for several hundred years, I went from a little snake to a great python and became my master's mount. I loved my master with all my heart, and in the end, I was finally able to cultivate a human form. Under the moon at the Jade Terrace, my master and I pledged ourselves to each other for life. In the end, the matter was discovered. To protect me, my master gave up 1,000 years of cultivation, willingly had her memories erased, and descended to the mortal world. As for me, even though my master protected me, I still could not escape disaster. The time Hung Van spoke of when the Spirit Snake clan was besieged and slaughtered by the 5 great sects was then. I was there too. At that time, I was already pregnant and about to give birth. I begged bitterly, but that immortal elder still refused to spare me. He killed both me and my companions. But for some reason, after I died, the underworld refused to receive me. Hakbok and Vo Thuong just kept me lingering around Naiha Bridge. Hoa Thuong dropped to his knees and pleaded with Hakbok and Vo Thuong, "My ladies, please at least let me give birth first." Vo Thuong looked at Hakbok and asked, "What did His Excellency say?" Hakbok leaned over and whispered in her ear, His Excellency said. After hearing it, Vo Thuong snorted. "Xiaohua really does have good fortune. Go on then. Go back and give birth. In 5 years, I'll come collect your life." Back in the present, Van Dung looked at Hoa Thuong, her heart aching. "So for the past 5 years, you've been looking for me all along, wanting to give birth to the child, and then reunite with me?" Hoa Thuong lowered his eyes and said softly, "At first, I didn't know where to find you, so I used business as an excuse and searched everywhere. In the end, the children were born first. Xiao Jin used a spell on them. Because the children and you are related by blood, he was able to send the eggs to your side." Van Dung covered her mouth, inwardly relieved. "No wonder. Good thing I hadn't cooked them yet." Hua Tong Fo cooked them. Van Dung looked at him, moved and guilty. She gently stroked his cheek. "Boss Hua, you're really strong. Even though I, Van, was born stubborn, I'll still take responsibility for you and the children. Don't worry. No matter what happens, I'll do everything I can to protect you. I'll raise the children and treat them as my own flesh and blood." Hoa Thuong frowned in alarm. "They are your biological children." He sat up and started taking off his clothes. "Then let's make some babies." This servant bathed in flower nectar today. Van Dung lay flat and said coolly, "Too much has happened today. Let's sleep first." Hoa Thuong looked at her pitifully. "Mistress." He watched as Van Dung closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. Hoa Thuong could not help but smile bitterly to himself. Though she looked stubborn, she was not a heartless or ungrateful person. She agreed with her words, but even now she had never taken the initiative to touch him. Was Bakon still in her heart? Or was she still bothered by the fact that he was a demon and unwilling to be close to him? Taking advantage of Van Dung being fast asleep, Hoa Thuong climbed onto her and lowered his head to place a kiss on her lips. "Wife, I do not have much time left. If I do not use this method, you surely will not agree." Watching Van Dung begin to change, Hoa Thuong's eyes were filled with sorrow. "Will you forgive me?" A moment later, Van Dung opened her eyes and looked at him coldly as she asked, "Oh, you call me out again? What is it?" Hoa Thuong held her tightly and said gently, "I want to leave behind a few more children." Hoa Thuong embraced Van Dung, and the two shared a deep kiss. "No, perhaps I do not only want to leave behind a few more children. Perhaps I am just greedy and want you to touch me." The next day, Van Dung opened her eyes in bed. "How strange. Why do I feel so exhausted and unwilling to get up?" Another night passed, and Hoa Thuong held Van Dung, whispering softly, "Wife, hold me." The following morning, Van Dung opened her eyes, her face full of confusion. "This is too strange. Why does my waist and back ache so much?" Another night passed, and heavy panting echoed through the room. Then, the next morning, Van Dung woke up, her whole body trembling. "No, I cannot even move anymore." She sat up and glanced at Hoa Thuong, who was fast asleep beside her. "Little Hua is sleeping so soundly. How strange. Could it be that sleeping with a demon really does drain one's vital essence?" In the outer hall, seeing Bakon already waiting there, Van Dung looked at him and asked with concern, "Senior brother, have your injuries healed?" Bakon looked at her and replied quietly, "I am fine now. I plan to return to the mountain tomorrow." Hearing that, Van Dung's heart suddenly sank. "You're leaving so soon? What a pity." Bakon looked at her and asked, "What is a pity?" Van Dung scratched her face and looked at him as she said, Back on the mountain, senior brother was always cold to me. Although this time we caused quite a few unpleasant scenes. In the end, senior brother finally spoke a few words to me. It seems that if I try harder, I might be able to touch senior brother's butt. Bakon's face flushed red. He hurriedly covered himself with his hand and looked at her seriously. Absolutely not, junior sister. Why are you still so rude and reckless? A man's body is not something you can touch whenever you please. Just then, Hoa Thuong came out of the bedroom yawning. What is there that cannot be touched? You Taoists really are troublesome. He cocked his hip and smiled at Van Dung. Wife, if you want to touch someone, touch mine. Van Dung's eyes lit up, and she looked at him with blatant excitement. Really? Really can I? Hoa Thuong laughed and looked at her. We are husband and wife anyway. What is there that cannot be done? Unable to resist, Van Dung reached out and touched his butt. She stared at her own hand in shock. For 20 years, I, Van, have upheld justice and righteousness, and this is the first time I have succeeded. As they say, vast mountains and rivers lead one to a true confidant. Boss Hua is truly my soulmate. Bakon turned and stormed off. I cannot bear to watch anymore. Junior sister, if you want to behave wildly, then do as you please. Van Dung hurried to stop him. Senior brother, do not go. She grabbed his sleeve and looked at him. I hope senior brother can stay and take a good look at what kind of demon Boss Hua really is. On the main street, a free porridge stand opened. Come here, come here. The Hua family is giving out porridge for free. Line up properly. The townspeople each held a bowl in their hands, their faces full of joy. Ah, there's food to eat. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Boss Hua. Van Dung took Bakon around the city. Every 3 days, people from the Hua family handed out porridge at Guilong Row in Liangzhou City to help the poor. Bakon was stunned, his face full of confusion. How is that possible? He's a snake demon. How could he possibly? Wearing a veil. Hoa Thuong lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked at him as he asked, why is it impossible? I have always remembered my master teaching me to treat humans kindly and to have compassion. Only stiff old Taoists like you insist so stubbornly on black and white, always trying to draw a clear line. Seeing Hoa Thuong appear, the people around them lit up and looked at him gratefully. Look, is that Boss Hua? Boss Hua is so beautiful. He has lived alone for so many years. He must be terribly lonely. When Van Dung saw people eyeing Hoa Thuong's beauty, she nearly smoked with anger. These women think about widowers all day long. They are practically beasts. Hoa Thuong laughed as he looked at her. Are you not the same? Bakon lowered his face, not knowing what he should do. Junior sister, what exactly do you want me to do? Back on a mountain, Master Nok Jung hurriedly asked Bakon, did you find Van Dung? Did you get rid of the demon? Bakon knelt on the ground and said awkwardly, Master, that great demon does not seem evil. Junior sister has already become friends with that demon. I told junior sister of your intentions, Master, and they said they would return as soon as possible. The immortal sacrificial rite has been delayed again and again. If they do not come back, are you just going to leave them be? Becoming friends with a demon? Listen to the foolish nonsense you were saying. What kind of demon is so formidable that all 3 of my direct disciples have been bewitched by him? Must I personally go and subdue this demon? Looking at the pink-haired little girl lying on the bed with a high fever, a cloth laid across her forehead, Chu Cam looked anxious and full of self-reproach. Big sister has a slight fever today. Let us keep using a cold cloth for now. She must have caught a chill. It is all my fault. It must be because I did not dry her properly after her bath yesterday. Hoa Thuong stood beside him and comforted him. I'm already very grateful that you can help me look after the children. In the future, when I'm no longer here, if you can keep watching over them, I will be able to rest easier. Chu Kim frowned at him. Little Hua. Van Dung looked at him and comforted him. Do not worry. I will not abandon the children. She looked at the 2 adorable children on the bed and smiled. Come to think of it, the 2 of them still do not have names, do they? Hua Tung, not that. That is right. We have been waiting for my wife to name them. Without thinking, Van Dung said, my little darlings, how about naming one Kim Chi and the other Nok Deep? Hoa Thuong gave her a strained smile. Those names are a bit too common. Van Dung frowned slightly and sank into thought again. You said that back then? You and I pledged ourselves to each other for life under the moon at Jade Terrace, right? Then the daughter can be named Van Zhao and the son Van Noyet. Zhao Zhao En Wit. What do you think? Chu Cam and Hoa Thuong clapped and praised her enthusiastically. Good, very good. Hoa Thuong lowered his head, sweetness filling his heart. She used her own surname to name the children. Does that mean she is beginning to accept us? I am so happy. Late that night in the bedroom, Van Dung sat at the edge of the bed with her brows furrowed. Lately, every time I wake up, my whole body aches. Could something be happening after I fall asleep? I will pretend to be asleep tonight and see. Thinking of this, she lay down and feigned sleep. A little while later, Hoa Thuong once again climbed on top of her. I want a night too. Van Dung's cheeks flushed red, and she was too frightened to open her eyes. Oh my, Boss Hua is so proactive. What's he doing? Hoa Thuong lowered his head and kissed her lips. Wife. Van Dung was stunned and opened her eyes wide. Could it be that every day after I fall asleep, he kisses me like this? She looked at her own body in amazement as it began to change. I have grown bigger, and I am still conscious. Why am I conscious this time? Lying on top of her, Hoa Thuong let out a soft cry. Wife. Van Dung stared at him, her eyes shining brightly. So this is what we do every night. Wonderful. I truly have no way to refuse this. Come on, baby. Blood suddenly ran from her nose. Hoa Thuong looked at her anxiously and cried out, "Ah, wife, you are bleeding." Van Dung gently wiped the blood from her nose. Oh my God. Hoa Thuong frowned at her. That is not right. You're conscious. Van Dung covered her nose and nodded. Yes, sorry about that. Van, have been discourteous, ruining the mood like this. I did not mean to. Her body began to change again. Van Dung froda. I changed back again. A little later, the two sat properly on the bed. Hoa Thuong sat beside her, uneasy as he admitted his fault. I am sorry. I did not mean to hide it from you. It is just that the Spirit Snake clan truly faces extinction, and I also wanted to leave a few more children with my wife. He looked at her carefully and said aggrievedly, You never touched me. Was it because you still had not accepted me and did not want to ruin my chastity? Wife, you truly are a righteous gentleman. Van Dung lauget at wadili. Yes. She let out a sigh and looked at him. It is not that I did not want to. I have just always been worried about Master. She is not as easy to talk to as senior brother. If you become pregnant by then, I am afraid her anger will only grow worse, and she may strike to kill you. Lowering his eyes, Hoa Thuong said softly, I do not have much time left. Even if Master becomes angry, at most she can only take my life, and then there will be nothing more to do. He looked at the two sleeping children beside him, his expression full of tenderness. I only hope that when the time comes, my wife can protect our children. Little Hua, knowing he did not have much time left, yet having no idea what she could do for him. At that moment, a cold voice shattered the quiet atmosphere. Well said. Master Nakjun walked in and looked at Hoa Thuong coldly. Snake Demon, it seems you know full well what your end will be. The servant followed in and hurriedly said to Hoa Thuong, Boss Hua, we could not stop this honored master. Van Dung's expression changed. Master, this is bad. She came too quickly. Van Dung quickly moved in front of Hoa Thuong to shield him. Master, please listen to my explanation. Little Hua is not an evil demon. All these years, he has simply run his business peacefully and never harmed anyone. She turned back in surprise. Little Hua. Hoa Thuong stepped out from behind her and cried out in shock, It is you. Master Nakjun narrowed her eyes and glared at him furiously. Flower Snake, you still recognize me? You really are capable. I clearly killed you with my own hands. So how are you still alive? And moreover, her icy gaze shot toward the two children lying on the bed, and her voice turned frost-cold. You even gave birth to children. The two children on the bed had woken by then, their whole bodies trembling in fear. Hoa Thuong hurried over and pulled both children into his arms. No, the children are innocent. Van Dung looked at Master Nakjun in disbelief and demanded, What does this mean, Master? Back then, when the 5 great sects surrounded and slaughtered the Spirit Snake clan, were you the one who killed Little Hua and his companion? Master Nakjun looked at her and shouted angrily. Was it not enough that this demon harmed immortal venerable Fu Kui? Now he has come to harm you as well. Once I destroy this demon, I will take this wayward disciple back to the mountain. Again. No. Just then, Nu Fong also ran in from outside and tightly held on to Master Nakjun. Master Nakjun looked at him in surprise. Nu Fong, do you also want to be punished together with your senior sister? Nu Fong looked at her and hurriedly said, Master, you are too angry right now. Please calm down first. Whatever grievances there are, let everyone talk them through clearly. Master Nakjun closed her eyes, her beautiful brows tightly furrowed. Grievances? If they could have been talked through, they would have been talked through 100 years ago. She angrily released the power within her. Van Dung struggled to endure it. Master, though I've always caused trouble in the past and angered you, I know you have always cared for me, unable to bear seeing me punished, even indulging me to this extent. I did not want to raise my hand against you. Tears welled at the corners of her eyes. Hurry, run. Take the children first. He used magic to send everyone away, and in a forest. Chu Cam led the way ahead as he helped Hoa Thuong and Van Dung escape. After running for a long while, he wiped the sweat from his face and panted as he looked at them. This should be far enough. We probably will not be found for the time being, right? Van Dung Sai, my master has ways for everything. It is only a matter of time before she finds this place. She lowered her head sadly. I truly never expected that in the past, when I caused trouble, Master tolerated me countless times. Yet in this matter she would not yield even a little. She was the one who killed little Hua before. Hoa Thuong looked at her and sighed. Your master hates me because immortal venerable Fu Kui was the person she revered most, and I was the stain that caused immortal venerable Fu Kui to fall into the mortal world. Back then, in order to erase that stain, she did not hesitate to summon the 5 great sects to surround and slaughter the Spirit Snake clan. Van Dung anxiously grabbed his hand and urged him, how could this be? Take the children and run. Run as far away as you can. I will think of a way to stop Master so that she cannot go after you. Hoa Thuong shook his head and refused. I only have 1 year left to live. How far can we possibly run? As for your master, although she did that to me, she truly loves and cherishes you. He gently caressed her cheek and said, do not damage your bond as master and disciple because of me. Go speak with her. Van Dung looked at him with aching gratitude. Little Hua, you are far too kind. Do you not hate her at all? Hua Tung Sumai Fai Li. Because of you, I do not hate her. It is like elders loving the younger generation. Though conflicts may arise, the connection cannot be cut off. Chu Cam, I will have to entrust the children to you for now. Holding the 2 children in his arms, Chu Cam looked at him anxiously. Where are you going? Hoa Thuong took Van Dung's hand and smiled at him. I am going with my wife to meet Master Nok Gyung. The 2 of them returned hand in hand. Seeing that they still dare to come back, Master Nok Gyung shouted furiously, you 2 still dare to return? Van Dung stood in front of Hoa Thuong and looked at Master Nok Gyung calmly. Master, you do not need to hide it from me. I already know that I am the mortal incarnation of immortal venerable Fu Kui. You clearly always knew this, so why did you not tell me? Master Nok Gyung frowned at her and said, I did not need to tell you. Now your cultivation is gone, and your memories are gone as well. You and immortal venerable Fu Kui are no different from 2 separate people. I only hoped you could live this life happily and peacefully. Why can you not understand my painstaking intentions? Van Dung held a talisman in her hand and looked at her with unwavering eyes. Master, if this is the truth, then little Hua is my husband, and those 2 children are my children. Even you, Master, cannot harm them. Master Nok Gyung roared angrily. You still dare call yourselves husband and wife? This demon truly has no shame. If he had not seduced immortal venerable Fu Kui back then, how could the immortal venerable have fallen to such a state? Who knows what demon arts he used? The immortal venerable was completely bewitched by this demon. Hoa Thuong suddenly knelt on the ground. Master Ngok Gyung, I was taken in and taught by my master and cultivated wholeheartedly for several hundred years, originally already becoming a half-immortal. It was only because I gave birth to my master's children that I lost 100 years of cultivation. Back then, it was indeed I who first fell in love and first confessed to my master. Tears filled the corners of his eyes. I know this was something that should never have been allowed, but he raised his head and looked at Master Nok Gyung sincerely. My master and I truly loved each other. I did not use demon arts. I did not seduce her. Master Nok Gyung Zhaofu Osili nonsense. Just because you say you did not does not make it so. You caused her 1,000-year cultivation to fail at the very last moment. And now you think one sentence about mutual love is enough to absolve you? Hoa Thuong closed his eyes, tears rolling down his cheeks. I am guilty, Master Noctium. Even if you do not kill me, I only have 1 year of life left. After 1 year, the black and white impermanence of the underworld will come to take my life. I only hope that you can spare my children. They are truly innocent. Master Noctium Gonli Sao, Innocent. How are they innocent? The children born of a vile demon are tainted offspring. They cannot be left alive. She let out a sigh, but then Master Noctium raised her head and looked at Van Dung as she continued. If Van Dung follows me back to the Lo Hoa sect and promises never to come down the mountain to see you again, I can pretend I never saw those 2 children, if you truly have only 1 year left to live. Van Dung looked at her in disbelief, her heart aching as if it were being cut apart. Master, why must you force me like this? Little Hua truly has only 1 year left to live, yet you still want us to separate. Can you not give me even 1 more year? Master Noctium glared at her. Give you another year, so you can produce a few more snake demon children? Hua Tung Gen Li Tuk Ven Jung She Han. Wife, I beg you agree to her. I will be fine, for the sake of our children. Van Dung looked at him in pain. Little Hua. She lifted her head to look at Master Noctium and said with a frown, Master, you must keep your word. You are not allowed to harm Little Hua and the 2 children again. Master Noctium frowned and angrily agreed, fine. If he truly has only 1 year left to live, then 1 year from now, if he's not dead, I will wipe all of them out. Van Dung, come with me. Van Jung look at Hua Tung Ve Lu Den. Little Hua. Hoa Thuong looked at her, equally unwilling to part. Wife. Van Dung looked at him gently and said, take care of yourself. Wait for me to go back, soothe Master, and think of another way. At the Lo Hoa sect, the immortal sacrificial rite had been delayed for far too long, and it could finally be held at last. Master Noctium had great difficulty bringing senior sister Van Dung back this time. Hopefully nothing goes wrong again. Looking at the statue of immortal venerable Fu Kui before her, Master Noctium's face was full of sorrow. Imotan Vendaben Fu Kui. She slowly closed her eyes and recalled the past. Immortal venerable Fu Kui sat inside the cultivation tower when a beautiful, adorable little girl ran in. Master, master. Suddenly, the little girl tripped and fell flat onto the ground. Oh, immortal venerable Fu Gue walked up to the little girl, reached out his hand, and said gently, Nok Duong, why are you running in such a hurry? Did you fall and hurt yourself anywhere? Little Nok Duong used magic to draw a circle in her palm, then happily held it up for immortal venerable Fu Gue to see. Master taught me a spell. I've already learned it all. Looking at the beautiful flower in little Nok Duong's hand. Immortal venerable Fu Gue smiled and praised the little girl. Very good. Nok Duong is exceptionally gifted. In the future, you will surely achieve great things. Little Nok Duong laughed happily. Haha, once I cultivate into a powerful fairy, will I be able to stay by Master's side forever? Immortal venerable Fu Gue gently stroked her head. Yes. Returning to reality, Master Nok Duong lowered her head, her face full of loneliness. At that moment, Van Dung came over carrying a potted plant. The moment everyone saw her, they stared in shock with their mouths hanging open. Is that Senior Sister Van Dung? Why has Senior Sister Van Dung turned into a child? As soon as she arrived, Master Nok Duong called out loudly, read the sacrificial prayer. Van Dung stood in the middle of the altar holding the potted plant, her brows knitting slightly. Again, every year at this immortal sacrifice ceremony, they put me through this. I really don't know what the point is. Seeing that everything around her seemed normal, she glanced around in confusion. But why didn't I lose consciousness this time? Before, the moment I started reading the prayer, I would pass out. Master Nok Duong looked at her in shocked panic. How can this be? Why can't I summon Master's primordial soul? Could it be Master's primordial soul has already dissipated? Then whose primordial soul is inside Van Dung now? Elsewhere, a sudden sneeze rang out. The King of Hell tugged at his cloak, frowned, and said, I suddenly feel a bit cold down here. A little ghost smiled as he offered him tea. Please have some tea, Your Excellency. Back at Lu Hua sect, a cry of shock sounded. What? Marriage? Master Nok Duong said calmly. Now that the immortal sacrifice ceremony is over, I will arrange a marriage for you. After you are wed, stay on the mountain in peace, cultivate your heart and temperament properly, and never think about that serpent demon again. Van Dung scratched her cheek and replied with an awkward smile, But Master, look at me. I'm still just a child. Who could I even marry like this? At least carry me back first so I can go find a groom. Master Nok Duong turned her back and said coldly, Your groom is your senior brother, Bakon. Van Dung directly spat out a mouthful of blood. That was seriously too tempting. She looked at Master Nok Duong and hurriedly said, "But will senior brother agree? I remember he's always disliked me." Master Nok Duong glanced at her. "Your senior brother is not like you. He has always listened to me the most. He already agreed to the marriage long ago. The date has been set for the beginning of next month. After the wedding, focus on your cultivation and walk the proper path." Van Dung, "I only wish for you to live a peaceful life." Van Dung was flustered and uneasy inside. This is bad. Master is serious. If I don't run now, I'll really get married next month. But married to eldest senior brother. She imagined Bak On taking off his clothes and looking at her as he called out, "Wife!" Van Dung couldn't help getting a nosebleed. It really was something to look forward to. No, if I don't go down the mountain, Little Hua will. How could I abandon Little Hua? Van Dung paced anxiously around the room. But eldest senior brother. But Little Hua. Eldest senior brother. Little Hua. In a small house at the foot of the mountain, things had seemed calm again these past few days. No more Taoist priests had come to cause trouble. Hua Thuong sat by the table, looking at the book in his hand, and said softly, "Looks like she found a way to placate Master Nok Duong. I should also find something to keep myself busy with. Otherwise, my thoughts will keep drifting back to her." At that moment, a woman walked in and asked him, "Boss Hua, why did you call for me?" Hua Thuong looked at her and smiled. "Ah Fei, you've worked at Guilong Trading House for more than 10 years now, haven't you? Next year, I plan to hand Guilong Trading House over to you." Ah Fei stared at him in shock. This is so sudden. Is Boss Hua leaving Guilong City?" Hua Thuong lowered his eyes and replied, "I may have to go far away and never return. I'll arrange the Hua family properties properly. Whatever needs someone to take over, I'll find someone. Whatever can be given away, I'll give away. Consider it a good deed." Chu Cam's eyes filled with tears as he looked at him reluctantly. "Little Hua." Just then, Nu Fong came rushing in a panic and shouted, "Boss Hua, you're still in the mood to discuss business here? This is bad, really bad." Hua Thuong looked at him in surprise and asked, "Little Josie, why are you here?" Nu Fong hurriedly said, "Senior sister is being watched closely by Master. I barely managed to sneak down the mountain. Senior sister originally wanted to calm Master down and then secretly come out to find you. But Master has already arranged a marriage for her. She's about to marry eldest senior brother." Hua Thuong and Chu Kim looked at him in shock. "What?" Hua Thuong suddenly covered his mouth and retched. Chu Kim looked at him worriedly. "Little Hua." Hua Thuong frowned as he looked at his palm. A doctor quickly came over to take Hua Thuong's pulse. "Congratulations, Boss Hua. Boss Hua has been pregnant for over a month already." Chu Cam and Nu Fong cried out in shock. "Little Hua is pregnant again? Whose is it?" "My senior sister's." Hua Thuong laughed and looked at Nu Fong. "Little Gio, no need to panic. Of course it's your senior sister's." Nu Fong frowned at him. "When did you and my senior sister?" Hua Thuong looked at him with a smile. "Naturally, every night. Children shouldn't ask about such things." He gently stroked his belly. "She's about to get married. Let's not tell her. I'll give birth to the child safely, and when the time comes, you can hand the child over to her. This is also the last thing I can leave behind for myself and for the Spirit Serpent clan." Nu Fong frowned tightly, his face full of confusion. "How can that be? You're pregnant, and at a time like this, she's going to marry senior brother?" Seeing Nu Fong run off, Hua Thuong hurriedly called after him. "Little Gio, where are you going?" At Lu Hua sect, the entire sect was wrapped in red. Van Dung was wearing wedding clothes, but she couldn't feel happy at all. This is bad. I couldn't escape. I still have to get married, and the door is even locked. I have to think of a way out." She hurriedly pounded on the door and shouted, "Master, turn me back first. If you insist on making me marry, then at least turn me back so I can consummate the marriage." "What is this supposed to be?" Van Dung turned and looked at the groom sitting silently on the bed. Her eyes suddenly lit up. "Since I'm already here, not taking a look at beautiful senior brother would be such a loss. If I miss this wedding, I'll never see a scene like this again in my life. I'd regret it forever." In her imagination, Bakon lay on the bed bare-chested, looking at her seductively. Van Dung took a little stick and walked over to the bedside. "I'll just take one look. One look won't hurt, right?" Suddenly, a hand grabbed her wrist and stopped her. "Wait." Bakon looked at her and asked, "Junior sister, Master forced you into this marriage, didn't she?" Van Dung nodded. "Ah, yes. But senior brother, don't worry about it. This has nothing to do with you." Bakon pressed his lips together and said coldly, "Nothing to do with me? This is a marriage between the two of us. How could it have nothing to do with me? If tonight you truly intend to marry me and spend the rest of your life with me, never seeing that serpent demon again, then lift the veil. But if your heart still lingers on that serpent demon, then cut it off tonight. Neither of us will owe the other anything. What do you say?" Van Dung frowned at him. "Senior brother, yes, you're an upright man. I shouldn't treat marriage like a joke." At that moment, knocking sounded from outside. Nu Fong opened the window and whispered to her, "Senior sister, it's me." Van Dung looked at him in shock. "Nu Fong, why are you here? What about the guards outside?" Nu Fong looked at her urgently and said, "Senior sister, I secretly went to see Boss Hua. He's pregnant." The news struck like a bolt from the blue. Van Dung stared at him in shock. "What? Little Hua is pregnant?" Bakon sat on the bed in silence. Nu Fong looked at her and urged, "If senior sister wants to go, then hurry and go now. I already knocked out the two senior brothers guarding the place. Climb out through the window. Wait at the foot of the mountain. Chu Cam is waiting there and can use magic to take us away." Van Dung stood there in shock, murmuring, "Little Hua." Bakon stood behind her and said coolly, "Go. Your heart belongs to someone else. There's no need to stay here any longer. If there is no love, why force sentiment?" At that moment, Van Dung suddenly came to her senses. "The person in my heart is Little Hua." She ran to the window, then turned back to look at him, her face full of guilt. "Senior brother, I'm sorry. I have to leave you alone on your wedding night. Take care." As soon as she said that, she ran off without hesitation. Bakon lifted the bridal veil and looked at her retreating figure. "Junior sister, perhaps you still don't understand what love is. But if you understand it too late, only regret will remain. We part here today. In this life, we have no fate together. Junior sister, you take care too." In the dead of night, Van Dung and Nu Fong ran quickly down the mountain. Looking at the passage ahead, Nu Fong urged anxiously, "Hurry, hurry. We're almost out of the mountain gate." Chu Cam stood waiting at the passage, anxiously watching the two of them. I'm dying of worry. You two finally made it." Van Dung ran over in alarm. "Quick, we can't keep Master in the dark for long." The moment she finished speaking, Master Nok Duong suddenly appeared behind her and shouted angrily, "Where do you think you're running to?" Van Dung looked at her fearfully and guiltily. Master Nok Duong narrowed her eyes in anger. "Van Dung." She waved her hand and struck Van Dung with a palm attack. Van Dung's face changed. Nu Fong hurriedly caught her and rushed into the passage. Chu Cam quickly urged the two of them, "Run." In some forest, Chu Cam and Nu Fong collapsed onto the ground, panting. "Huff, huff, we finally escaped." Chu Cam said fearfully, "Good thing the spell worked in time. It was really a narrow escape." Nu Fong frowned and looked around. "Where's senior sister?" A tiny hand suddenly reached up. A 1 or 2-year-old little girl crawled out of a pile of oversized clothes and looked around blankly. Nu Fong and Chu Kim stared at her in disbelief. "Senior sister." When Hua Thuong saw what she looked like, his expression changed drastically, and he cried out in panic, "Wife!" He picked her up and asked with a frown, "Wife, what happened? Why did you become even smaller?" Van Dung looked at him and babbled a few sounds. Nu Fong lowered his head apologetically and said, "When senior sister was escaping, Master caught her, and then she turned into this." Chu Kim looked at him apologetically. "Sorry, I can't undo it either. Try kissing her." Van Dung sighed inwardly. "In the end, Master still made a move on me." She looked at Hua Thuong. Musa. Hua Thuong lowered his head and kissed her lips. The two of them stared at each other, big eyes against little eyes. Seeing that nothing changed, Van Dung's heart sank. "This is bad. Even a kiss won't turn me back this time." Hua Thuong hugged her in distress. "Wife, what should we do? Why are you so foolish? You could have gotten married and lived in peace. I only have 1 year left to live. Why did you have to come find me?" Van Dung frowned at him. "Achi, achi." Nu Fong stood beside them and translated for her. "Senior sister probably means that because she learned you were pregnant, she couldn't stop worrying." Hua Thuong's heart was sweet with emotion, but he still couldn't bear to see her like this. "Wife, I'm not that fragile. Why not take you back to the sect as soon as possible and let Master Nok Duong restore you to normal?" When Van Dung heard that, she shook her head violently. No, no, no. I finally escaped. Why would I go back? No matter what, I'm not going this time. Just then, seeing a strange little girl suddenly sitting on the bed, Yun Jiao and Yun Yu looked at her curiously. The two children came over, grabbing her hair and poking all over Van Dung's body. Van Dung frowned at them. You little brats, stop that. I'm your mother. When Van Dung had suddenly disappeared earlier, Yun Jiao and Yun Yu had teared up, looking miserable. M8.MA. Hua Thuong quickly picked up Yun Jiao and Yun Yu to nurse them. Are you hungry? Come drink some milk. At the side, Van Dung stared at Hua Thuong with greedy eyes. Milk? She stretched her short little hands toward him. Ma kropka ma, I'm hungry too. I want milk too. Move aside, kids. Let Mama have a sip. Yun Yu and Yun Jiao glared at her angrily. Van Dung wanted to cry, but had no tears. Oh, even the kids know how to protect their food now. Hua Thuong pulled his clothes back into place, then laughed and looked at her. Wife, are you hungry? I'll go make you something to eat. Van Dung screamed inwardly. I don't want food, I just want to eat you. But sadly, Hua Thuong couldn't hear her. Late at night, Van Dung lay between Yun Jiao and Yun Yu, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. I can't stay stuck in a child's body forever, unable to do anything. If Master finds us again, little Hua and the children are done for. I wonder if I can forcefully break this spell with inner power. Van Dung sat cross-legged on the floor and forcibly tried to break the spell. Her face turned pale. Gritting her teeth, she endured it as blurry memories appeared in her mind. Immortal Venerable Fu Gue looked at the giant python before him and asked with a smile, Little Hua, why do you keep coming here? Aren't you afraid this Venerable will take your life? Little Hua replied shyly, Immortal Venerable is peerless and transcendent, dazzling beyond compare. Little Hua admires Immortal Venerable and only wishes to see you. Immortal Venerable Fu Gue laughed as he looked at him. Though you are a demon, your aptitude is exceptional. Why don't I take you in? Cultivate alongside me. Perhaps you may even cultivate an immortal body. Would you like that? Little Hua nodded eagerly in delight. Yes, I would. Van Dung coughed a few times and spat out a mouthful of blood. These are my memories from before. My chest hurts so much. Using cultivation to forcibly break Master's spell really is difficult. But she clenched her hand tightly. I have to keep going. Van Dung straightened herself and continued circulating her energy. Immortal Venerable Fu Gue sat on top of Little Hua, looking at the vast world beyond, his heart full of unspoken thoughts. Heaven and earth are so vast. It's a pity that as a high immortal, I cannot leave this western valley. If one day I could obtain a mortal body, then I could travel the world with you and see the rivers and mountains of the human realm. The sky was still far too cold. Van Dung's tiny hands began to loosen. So even though Fu Gue was an immortal, he still longed to enter the mortal world and become human. Becoming human was not only Little Hua's wish, but also mine. At that moment, Hua Thuong came running in from outside and looked at her anxiously. Wife, what are you doing? Van Dung looked at him and replied softly, Master won't let us go. I have to restore my original body as quickly as possible. Since Chiu Cam can't undo it, I can only try forcing my way through Master's spell with inner power. There may be some backlash. She coughed up another mouthful of blood, her face pale. Hua Thuong's heart ached as he hurriedly supported her. You'll die. Van Dung lifted her head and looked at him with stubborn eyes. If you're not afraid of death, then why should I be? Don't worry, I'm not that weak. Seeing how determined she was, Hua Thuong let out a sigh and began channeling his inner power into her. Let me help you. Van Dung furrowed her brow tightly and endured. In her previous life, Little Hua stayed by Immortal Venerable Fu Gue's side every day, secretly watching him with eyes full of infatuation. I like Master, but I'm only a snake. Master, if Little Hua grew 2 legs and became human, would you like me then? Hua Thuong opened his eyes, his face full of self-reproach, and looked at Van Dung. If I hadn't been the one to fall first, how could I have harmed Master and made you suffer like this? Van Dung parted her lips slightly and said flatly, You only see others suffering, but you never see how much you yourself suffer. She reached up, grabbed his hand, and placed it on her shoulder, her eyes full of heartache. Fool. Hua Thuong froze. Looking at her anxiously, he hurriedly asked, Wife, you changed back. How you feel? Van Dung touched her chest and sighed. The backlash injured my heart meridians. It's fine, I can still bear it. Hua Thuong looked at her worriedly and quickly said, I'll go find a doctor right away. You should rest for a while. Van Dung immediately stopped him. We can't delay any longer. It's only a matter of time before they find us. Bring the children and our things. We have to leave. Go as far away as possible. Chanling sect. The roars of demon beasts echoed through the mountains. I fear a great disaster has occurred. A disciple hurried in and reported anxiously to the Tianling sect master. More than a dozen disciples have already rushed into the valley. The Tianling sect master nodded and said coldly, Good. That is where the great demon Han Ling resides. Under no circumstances are you to underestimate the enemy. Before he had even finished speaking, another disciple ran in and reported in panic, Master, this is bad, really bad. A serpent demon has killed the great demon Han Ling and swallowed its inner core. It's slaughtering everywhere. Many of our fellow disciples have already died. Xiang Yun stood there with killing intent radiating from his entire body, his gaze cold and vicious as he stared at the crowd. You damn Taoists. This is your retribution. Nu Fong returned and knelt before Master Nok Duong, taking all the blame on himself. I was the one who let them go, Master. I will not tell you where they went. Feelings are not something that can be forced, no matter who the other person is. Liking someone is something beyond one's control. Master Nok Duong frowned and glared at him angrily. You're still a child. What do you know about liking someone? About love? Nu Fong raised his head and looked at her with firm eyes. I do understand. Master is the one who doesn't. Master Nok Duong lowered her eyes, a lonely look in them. How could I not understand? I arranged the very best for her, and yet she still walked the same old road. Tell me, what other way do I have to keep her? She covered her eyes in pain. Go. I can't keep her anymore. At that moment, a disciple rushed in from outside and urgently reported, Master, the Tianling sect is asking for help. Real Person Yang looked at him, frowned, and asked what happened. The disciple hurriedly replied, There is a snake demon on Mount Tianling. After killing the great demon Han Ling, it devoured his inner core and then went to the Tianling sect to slaughter people. Because their sect is closest to us, they sent someone to ask us for aid. Real Person Yang frowned. A snake demon? Other than that flower snake, wasn't the Spirit Snake clan already wiped out? Could it be? She turned and strode out angrily. Buying, Rufeng, come with me and take a look. The two quickly answered yes. At the same time, Yin Rong took Hua Chang away from Liangzhou. They wandered while also recuperating. As usual, Hua Chang again channeled true qi into Yin Rong's body. I send true qi into my wife's body every day. Wife, are you feeling any better? Yin Rong took his hand and smiled. Although I still suddenly turn into a child sometimes, it's much better than before. Thank you. Hua Chang looked at her gently and said, Why are you still being polite with me, wife? He stood up and picked up Yun Jiao and Yun Yu. Come on, Jiao Jiao. Don't disturb mother while she rests. Play with father instead. At that moment, Xiao Jin came in carrying a stack of bedding and said to them, I brought the blankets and mattresses out. Hua Chang looked at him gratefully. You've worked hard. I'll wash them all together. Yin Rong stopped him. You're pregnant? Don't touch cold water. She took out a talisman and used a spell. Hey! The bedding in the basin washed itself clean. Hua Chang's eyes lit up as he looked at her in admiration. Wife, you even know how to do that. Yin Rong said proudly. Back then, Master always punished us by making us wash clothes, so I figured out this little spell myself. Hua Chang took off the clothes he was wearing and looked at her. The clothes on me should be washed too. Why doesn't wife take them off? Yin Rong's eyes lit up, and she looked at him with blatant desire. Then right now, I want to take them off. Hua Chang laughed and looked at her. I was joking. Right now, wife needs to rest properly and recover. I'll go hang the laundry. As the bedding was hung up, Hua Chang hummed softly while working. Yin Rong looked at him in confusion. He clearly only had 1 year left to live, so why was he still so happy? After everything they had gone through, Xiao Hua had become stronger and stronger. Only I. Just thinking that they would soon part made her heart ache again. Why does it hurt me so much? Xiaohua was kind, straightforward, and resilient. He illuminated half of her vague and muddled life, the part of her that could never face herself clearly. Though he was a demon, he had always lived with clarity and known what he wanted. She remembered what Baiying had said on her wedding night. Your heart isn't here. Yun Rong suddenly woke to the truth. She stared blankly at Hua Chong before her. My heart is here, late at night, in the little house. Now we're basically runaways. And though you keep calling me wife this and wife that, the truth is I've never really given you a proper status. Didn't I almost marry Senior Brother before? Senior Brother is a great beauty. He looked very beautiful in wedding clothes. But at the time, all I could think was, what would Xiao Hua look like in wedding clothes? Hua Chong was stunned. His eyes widened as he looked at her excitedly. Wife, you want to marry me? Yun Rong caressed his cheek and nodded. I'm marrying you. Hua Chong could not hide his joy. He immediately threw himself at her. Wife, right now I want. Yun Rong laughed as she looked at him. Hey, you're still pregnant. Wait, you'll wake the children. Today was Xiao Hua's wedding day. Hua Chong wore a dazzling and beautiful groom's outfit. Nervously, he looked at Xiao Jin and asked, Well, am I handsome? Xiao Jin nodded and praised him generously. Handsome. Xiao Hua has always been handsome. Hua Chong rubbed his belly and sighed. It's just that my stomach is a bit big. I'm afraid the clothes don't fit as well anymore. This immortal pool at Jiao Terrace really is far away. Holding a comb, Xiao Jin looked at him with pity. It's a shame that when you get married, there's no family by your side. Xiao Hua, let me comb your hair for you. As he gently combed Hua Chang's hair, he said, In the human world, they say, the first comb to grow old together, the second comb for husband and wife to honor each other, the third comb for children and grandchildren filling the house. Hua Chong smiled happily. That sounds so blissful. Then he lowered his eyes, looking dejected. But I can't stay with her until our hair turns white. Xiao Jin could not bear to look at him. Xiao Hua. Hua Chong laughed and cut him off. But I can give her a house full of children and grandchildren. Xiao Jin, thank you. You're my best friend. I've long since treated you as family. Back then, because you wanted to learn a few immortal arts, you stole an immortal's secret manual. Listen to me. When I'm no longer here in the future, go home. Go back to where our Spirit Snake clan is. You still have many relatives there, clansmen waiting for your return. They must be waiting for you. Xiao Jin was unwilling to part with him. Xiao Hua. At that moment, Yun Yao and Yun Yu came over hugging a red silk ball. Look at you too, it's time. Put on the veil now. Xiao Jin draped the bridal veil over Hua Chang's head. Green trees bloom and flowers open by linked branches. Wedding robes tied with a knot of one heart. Zither notes spread into shared words and dreams. Flower lanterns smile upon the shy beloved. Heaven and earth are our matchmakers. The sun and moon our witnesses. I, Yun Rong, today take Hua Chong as my husband. We will never part, bound together in life and death. The veil was lifted, and Hua Chong looked at Yun Rong with deep affection in his eyes. Wife. Xiao Jin stood to one side holding Yun Yao and Yun Yu, smiling as he blessed them both. The two held their cups and drank the nuptial wine. How cold and indifferent heaven was. In the human world, there is warmth and chill. One day in the human world is many years in heaven. Yin Rong looked at Hua Chong gently and said, Xiao Hua, our life has only just begun. Hua Chong looked at her and asked, Then can I call you wife now? Yin Rong smiled at him. Haven't you always called me wife? Hua Chong suddenly pushed her down onto the ground. He took off the clothes on his body and looked at her tenderly. Then what about consummating the marriage? There's no one here anyway. Why don't we take heaven and earth as our bed curtains and share clouds and rain together? Yin Rong hurriedly stopped him. That wouldn't be very appropriate. Hua Chong looked at her aggrievedly. Wife doesn't want to? Yin Rong scratched her face awkwardly. No, I mean, you're still pregnant. Hua Chong smiled at her. That. He wrapped his arms around her neck and laughed. I'm a snake, not a human. Why worry about things like that? Yin Rong looked at him helplessly. There's really nothing I can do with you. The two shared a deep kiss. Xiao Jin frowned and hurriedly picked up Yun Yao and Yun Yu. Oh, honestly, you two, the children are still here. He carried them off. Come on, babies, let's go. Don't watch your parents do embarrassing things. Yin Rong pinned Hua Chong beneath her, smiling down at him gently. The fragrance of the mortal world, spring beauty fading. In a blink, loveliness like 1,000 years. Huh, wait. Why did your tail come out? They passed little streams and mountain forests, watched sunsets over the desert, and slept drunkenly in endless seas of flowers. They ate, drank, and had fun everywhere. Xiao Jin, who had become the full-time babysitter, could only sigh helplessly. Where have those two run off to again? Hua Chang's belly grew bigger and bigger. Suddenly, he clutched it and cried out, "Ah!" Yin Rong quickly held him up and asked anxiously, "What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable?" Hua Chang looked at her shyly. "My legs hurt. Wife, rub them for me." Yin Rong looked at him with indulgent exasperation. "You really know how to act spoiled. Stretch your legs out." She sat down and gently massaged his legs. Hua Chang stared at her blankly. Yin Rong suddenly looked up at him and asked, "What is it? Why are you staring at me?" Hua Chang looked at her tenderly. "I just feel that recently, I've already done everything I wanted to do with wife. I should have no regrets. But for some reason, I'm becoming less and less willing to part from you." Yin Rong froze. She lowered her head to hide the pain in her eyes. "I had thought that as long as I could spend this last year happily by his side, that would be enough. I didn't expect that I too would not be able to face separation so easily." Seeing how sad she was, Hua Chang smiled and comforted her. "Wife, don't be sad. We've been out traveling for a long time already. Let's go back to Liangzhou now. First, the birth is getting close. Second, there are still many people there whom I know. In the end, I can at least say goodbye to them." Yin Rong nodded. Let's go back to Liangzhou. I can also..." What could she do? The Tianling sect master frowned and asked, "Then what does that snake demon look like?" The disciple replied with a frown, "It always comes in the dead of night. We couldn't see its appearance clearly. We only know it was about the height of a human, with a snake tail and long hair." The Tianling sect master narrowed her eyes and turned around angrily. A snake demon with that level of cultivation should already be able to take human form. Immediately contact the authorities and post notices, warning the common people to be careful not to be harmed by the snake demon. Seeing that Yu Yang had arrived, she frowned and said, "Real person Yu Yang, you're here." Real person Yu Yang looked at the scene before her and coldly asked, "Was all this done by that snake demon?" The Tianling sect master nodded. "Does real person Yu Yang have any clues about this snake demon?" Yu Yang hesitated. "I do know of one snake demon, but..." She pressed her lips together, looking troubled. "Hua Chang doesn't seem like the kind who would do something like this." The Tianling sect master looked at her and quickly asked, "Where is that demon now?" Yu Yang sighed. "It used to be in Yangzhou, but I haven't seen it for months. This is our sect's compass. It can find demons who conceal their aura and blend in among humans. With a spell, it can detect the snake demon." The Tianling sect master said angrily, "This demon harms people and runs wild. We absolutely cannot stand by and do nothing." In Liangzhou City, a servant stared in amazement at Hua Chang's pregnant belly. "Wow, Boss Hua, we haven't seen you in months, and your belly is already this big. When are you due? I bet it's definitely twins again." Hua Chang covered his face and laughed. "Hee, maybe I'll have 6. Yin Rong stared at him in shock, mouth hanging open. "6? 6 children?" The people around them laughed and looked at the couple enviously. Just look at Boss Hua. Being cherished by his wife really does make a difference. He's positively glowing. From now on, he's not a widow anymore. Hua Chang smiled happily at the crowd. "Of course, you don't know this, but my wife and I live as happily as immortals. From now on, I'll be leaving the Hua family business and Guilong trading house to all of you. We've also prepared first birthday gifts for little Yun Yao and little Yun Yu. Here are some things for the babies to choose from to predict their future. Hurry and bring them over." Hua Chang carried Yun Yao over and set her on the table. "Big sister first. Come on, Jiao Jiao. Pick whichever one you like." Yun Yao crawled on the table and curiously looked at everything. Excitedly, she picked up a die and started playing with it. The corner of Hua Chang's mouth twitched. Who put dice in here?" Then he placed Yun Yu on the table. "Come on, little brother. Baby, hurry up. Pick jewelry or rouge or something." Yun Yu crawled over the table, saw the die in Yun Yao's hand, and immediately snatched it. The two children began fighting over the die, neither willing to give in. Yin Rong and Hua Chang could only smile bitterly at the sight. They were truly worried about the children's future. At that moment, someone nearby suddenly spoke up, breaking the awkward mood. All right, let's go eat." Hua Chong gently rubbed his swollen belly. Thank you all so much for preparing all this on purpose. I hope the children can grow up happily in the human world. Yin Rong looked at him with heartache. Xiao Hua. The compass began to spin. A Tianling sect disciple frowned and said to the sect master, Master, we found him. He's right here. He is the snake demon. Yin Rong hurriedly stepped in front of Hua Chong to protect him. Xiao Hua, get back. The people from the Tianling sect, what were they doing here? The people around them were unhappy too. That's right. What snake demon? You must have the wrong place. We're holding the children's birthday feast here. The Tianling sect master narrowed her eyes and let out a cold snort. It seems these people still know nothing. Then I'll let you see it with your own eyes. Reveal your true form. She poured spiritual power into her magic treasure and forced Hua Chong to reveal himself. Yin Rong looked at him anxiously. Xiao Hua. The people around them gaped in shock. This is, Boss Hua actually is, what is going on? Another person cried out in shock. Are the children the same too? The Tianling sect master glared at Hua Chong angrily, her gaze sharp. Let me make this clear. This snake demon killed more than a dozen innocent disciples of our Tianling sect. We have been hunting him for a long time. This kind of evil demon must naturally be eliminated to prevent future trouble. Hua Chong frowned at her. What do you mean, killing innocent disciples? I never killed anyone. Yin Rong glared at her angrily and said, slandering him outright. Xiao Hua has been by my side every single day this entire time. Besides, he is pregnant. How could he possibly have gone to your Tianling sect to kill people? The surrounding people looked at one another in shock. Boss Hua is a snake demon? My God, I can't believe I've associated with a snake demon for so many years. Yin Yao and Yin Yu, not understanding what was happening, looked at each other. The two children cried out and grabbed the hem of a Tianling disciple's robe to play with it. That Tianling disciple kicked them away in disgust. Don't touch me. Get away. Yin Rong narrowed her eyes. She summoned a sword and glared at him furiously. You've gone too far bullying people like this. The Tianling sect master frowned at her. I think I recognize you. Aren't you the personal disciple of real person Yu Yang of Luohua sect? Yin Rong picked up the frightened Yin Yu and looked at her coldly. I have already severed ties with Luohua sect. The children are mine. The man is also mine. If anyone wants to touch them today, they'll have to get past me first. The Tianling sect master's face turned stern as she ordered the disciple. Quickly send someone to bring real person Yu Yang here. Hua Chong hurriedly gathered Yin Yao and Yin Yu into his arms, comforting and soothing the children. My children, Yin Rong held her sword and said coldly, you say Xiao Hua harmed people. Where is your evidence? Whether one is human or demon, can those who attack a pregnant man and children still call themselves righteous? The Tianling sect master glared at her angrily. Our 5 great sects exterminated the spirit snake clan long ago. How could there still be surviving remnants? He must have come back for revenge. If not him, then who else? Yin Rong and Hua Chong both changed expression. Could it be Xiang Yin? A worker from the Hua family hurried forward and said to the Tianling sect master, Taoist, although Boss Hua is a snake. We've known him for a long time. Boss Hua doesn't seem like someone who would hurt people. Could there be some misunderstanding in this? The people around them also quickly spoke up for Hua Chong. That's right. How could Boss Hua possibly? I don't believe it. Boss Hua has helped so many people. The Tianling sect master raised her sword and pointed it at the crowd, looking at them coldly as she asked, he hasn't harmed you today, but can you guarantee he won't tomorrow? No matter what, humans and demons cannot coexist. Today we must capture him and take him back to the sect for judgment. And as for this disciple of Luohua sect, she narrowed her eyes at Yin Rong. If you wish to make a move against me, then do it. At that moment, Xiao Jin suddenly appeared. Don't fight. Don't hurt the children. He looked at Yin Rong and Hua Chong and quickly said, the two of you, hurry and take the children and run. One of the Taoists angrily raised a sword. There's another demon too? She stabbed Xiao Jin with a single thrust. Xiao Jin forced himself to use his magic to send everyone away. On a mountain somewhere, Hua Chong sat beside Xiao Jin and anxiously looked at the wound on his body. Xiao Jin, hold on. I'll put medicine on you. Xiao Jin spoke weakly. Xiao Hua, I left home for hundreds of years. The spells I learned turned out to be useful after all, didn't they? Hua Chong burst into tears. Xiao Jin, I shouldn't have brought you with me. None of this had anything to do with you. Xiao Jin reached a hand toward him. When I was still just a little rabbit, it was you who brought me spring water from the immortal pond of immortal Lord Fu Gue and saved my life. Whether being your friend or repaying that debt, it was all my own choice. But if there's a chance in the future, if there's a chance to go to my clan, tell them, don't come out. Don't come to the human world. After saying that, he closed his eyes and his hand fell limp. Hua Chong held him tightly in his arms in grief. Xiao Jin, Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin returned to his original form, a little rabbit. Yin Yao and Yin Yu sat beside Xiao Jin's body and cried loudly. Yin Rong stood to one side, lips pressed tightly together, her face full of self-reproach. After cultivating all these years, I still never cultivated into the kind of hypocritical, sanctimonious Tao those people speak of. Now that I look at it, it's laughable, truly laughable. In anger, she drove her sword into the ground, her face cold. Better to abandon this Tao altogether. Late at night, Yin Rong and Hua Chong sat before Xiao Jin's grave with the two children. Hua Chong cried bitterly and said, Xiao Jin, you will always be my best friend. We will definitely go to your clan and pass on your message for you. Don't worry. Van Dao and Van Noyet sat beside them, crying nonstop. Van Dung looked at Hoa Thuong and asked, Little Hua, can you retract your tail now? Hoa Thuong shook his head. I can't use my strength. I don't know why, but after that compass shone on me, it felt like all the strength in my body was drained away. At that moment, a couple happened to pass by the mountain. The moment they saw Hoa Thuong, they were so frightened that they turned and ran. Ah, a monster, a snake demon. Van Dung hugged Hoa Thuong and comforted him. Looks like we have to think of a way to retract your tail first. Do you have any other method? Hoa Thuong frowned and said softly, Well, there is a way, but I'll need wife to help me. One night in the forest, Hoa Thuong said, All right, no one can see us here. Wife, come on. Van Dung asked worriedly. Are you sure this will work? But what am I supposed to do? Where's that thing? Hua Tong Bolin Get Bolang Li. What thing? Van Dung groped around with an eager expression. That thing of yours. Hua Tong's my... Ah, is wife talking about this? A long tail appeared, startling Van Dung. Hoa Thuong took Van Dung's hand and guided it gently onto the tail. Feel it. Here. Van Dung looked astonished. So that's how it is. Just then, two little children poked their heads out from the bushes. Van Dung angrily shouted, What are you looking at? No peeking. Go play by yourselves. What do children know anyway? Van Dung thought to herself, This is the first time I've touched little Hua's tail like this. It feels smooth, and the scales are cool. With a thoroughly satisfied expression, Hoa Thuong said, Wife, a little lower. Van Dung moved her hand downward. Here? This place is so warm. Hoa Thuong let out a cry. Only then did Van Dung realize something. So this spot makes little Hua feel it. Little Hua, why you're wrapping too tightly around me? I can't move. Flushing red, Hoa Thuong said, Wife, stop talking and hurry and pour your spiritual energy into it. Hearing that, Van Dung quickly exerted herself. Hoa Thuong shuddered in pleasure, and his tail began to glow with a sparkling light. Ah, your tail is lighting up. Then the tail vanished, and Hoa Thuong's legs returned. Delighted, Hoa Thuong said, Thank you for helping me, wife. Now I have legs again. Van Dung pressed close against Hoa Thuong and said, Little seductress, having legs really is better. A while later, the two of them carried the two children and walked on. Wife, where should we go now? Van Dung replied, We're going to find Hung Van. I can't fight an entire sect alone. Since we're taking the blame for Hung Van, then we'll just push her out to bear it herself. Otherwise, how could those so-called righteous sects ever let us go? Van Dung closed her eyes tightly. In any case, I don't want to stand on their side anymore. At Hung Van's residence, she lifted her teacup. So the two of you came to see me because of this? Van Dung raised her voice. And you still dare speak so lightly? Because you massacred innocent people in Tianling sect. They took revenge on Little Hua instead. Even Xiao Jin was killed because of you. Hung Van replied indifferently. Massacred innocent people? She pointed at Van Dung. Which eye of yours saw me massacre innocents? Have I ever harmed common people? Were those stinking Taoists really innocent? Hung Van continued. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not like you newlywed lovebirds. with no ambition, only knowing how to flirt and fall in love. From that day on, I carried the blood-deep hatred of my entire clan on my shoulders. Hung Van said angrily, "Even if I lose my life, I'll drag those stinking Taoists down with me." "And you?" Hung Van turned toward Hoa Thuong. "You're from the Spirit Snake clan, yet you're weak and useless. All you know how to do is get pregnant and give birth. Men really are useless. Someone like you, repaying hatred with kindness, is truly pathetic. The ones who killed your friend weren't me, but those stinking Taoists, and yet you don't even dare say a word?" Hoa Thuong replied, "If vengeance breeds vengeance, when will it ever end? Perhaps I really am weak, but my lifespan is almost over now, and all I want is to stay with the children. From now on, the Spirit Snake clan still has these children. They will live better lives than we did." Huyong Fan nodded. "That's true. These children should indeed be left behind." She glanced at them. "Don't worry. I'll go find those stinking Taoists, and next time I'll settle the score with them properly. I won't drag you into it, but you must do everything you can to protect the Spirit Snake children." That day, the snake demon Hung Van swore to wash Tianling's sect in blood and avenge the Spirit Snake clan. No matter how much Hoa Thuong tried to persuade her, it was useless. Because Van Dung had grown disgusted with cultivators, she did not stop Hung Van. A month later, Hung Van led the demons in an assault on Tianling Mountain, determined to drag the entire Tianling sect down with her. Master Yang sent the disciples of Luhua sect to reinforce Tianling's sect, and a great battle with the demons began. When Van Dung received the news, she rushed there overnight. "Master, senior brother, junior brother." But when she arrived, she saw the scene before her. Van Dung stood frozen in shock. Before her, Hung Van and Bai Ying were covered in blood. Bai Ying was taken away for treatment. Van Dung stood there in panic. Her master slowly walked toward her. "Wretched disciple, you finally came." Van Dung said sorrowfully, "Master, in this world, what is true and what is false? What is good and what is evil? It is all tangled and impossible to untangle. I wasted half my life, failed as a wife, failed as a disciple. I couldn't protect my fellow disciples, and I couldn't save my husband. I have no face left to see Master, no face left to see my fellow disciples." Her master said gently, "Since you have come to the mortal world, how could you not know that it is not as pure as the heavens? Those who should live cannot, and those who should die do not. Love and hate, life and death, killing and plunder, they are all intertwined in endless complexity. Even I cannot resolve it." Her master looked steadily at Van Dung. "Van Dung, all I ever wanted was for you to live happily and innocently, forever untouched by hurt. Now that you have gone through the mortal world, do you find it was as you wished?" Van Dung looked at her hand sadly. "There's still too much I need to understand, too many things I want to figure out. This is the path I want to cultivate." She clenched her hand. "It's just that. Van Jungen Li support Hoa Thuong. It's just that Hoa Thuong and I truly love each other. We have already vowed in marriage. Now he's about to give birth. I hope Master will let him deliver the child in peace." As soon as she finished speaking, Van Dung coughed several times. Cough, cough. Hoa Thuong looked at her anxiously. "Wife." Tears streamed down his face. "Master Yang, earlier wife used her inner force to forcibly break the spell and suffered the backlash. Now her heart meridians are injured, and her vital energy is severely damaged. Please, Master, let little Hua give birth first. When the children grow up, they can also keep her company in my place." A light appeared around Van Dung. Yu Yang panicked. Yu Yang, who are you?" Van Dung smiled. "Yu Yang, long time no see." "Master!" Yu Yang seized Van Dung's hand. "How?" "I thought Master's primordial spirit had already dispersed. I tried many times, but I could never summon it back." "Master, is it really you?" The Master's primordial spirit, possessing Van Dung's body, gently stroked Yu Yang's head. "Yu Yang, I never thought you would grow so much and become so outstanding as well. I'm truly happy." Master smiled. "Among the many immortals, I was never someone with much promise, and yet I gained a disciple like you who was willing to see me as an example. I've disappointed you." "Jujian played." No. Master has always been the one I admired most. It's all because of him." Master gently laid a hand on Hoa Thuong's shoulder. "It isn't anyone's fault. Hoa Thuong, and I were together because of our hearts. Sometimes the heart simply cannot be controlled. A life in heaven is still a life. A life on earth is still life. A brilliant life is a life, and a quiet life is also a life. We only need to choose the life we want. Looking at Yu Yang, Master spoke with self-reproach. Indeed, I failed to set an example as a teacher. I was willing to cast everything aside to pursue love. I understand I disappointed you. Yu Yang smiled faintly. No, you don't understand. The light once again glowed around Van Dung's body. Yu Yang, this is the last time you and I will meet. From now on, continue protecting a mortal like me and my children as well. They will grow up to become people who can stand on their own, just like you. Yu Yang stood stunned. She reached out after her master. Master! A small hand appeared. Back then, Yang had once reached out toward Master too. Yu Yang's eyes filled with tears. In the end, you still left me. At that moment, Hoa Thuong worriedly looked at Van Dung. Yu Yang spoke up. Go give birth to the child. Yu Yang quickly left. After that, raise them well. Hoding Van Dung, Hoa Tong Ziplit Tang Ju. Thank you. Ru Feng poked his head out and called anxiously, Senior sister. A little later, in the forest, Van Dung gently supported Hoa Thuong. Little Hoa, how are you? Are you uncomfortable? Clutching his swollen belly, Hoa Thuong groaned. It hurts a little. I think I'm about to give birth. Van Dung imeditan piket Hoa Tong Wu. Wife, I'm heavy, Van Dung said urgently. There's no time to worry about that now. In a room, Van Dung said, I'll go find a midwife right away. Hoa Tong Thou Win. No. His tail suddenly appeared. Ah, little Hoa, your tail is out again. During labor, I can't maintain human form. Other people absolutely cannot see this. Hoa Tong Geli Duvet at Van Dung Shafli. Wife, only you can help me. Now that Xiao Jin is gone, only you can deliver the baby for me. Van Dung asked anxiously, what should I do? Hoa Thuong pulled Van Dung's hand close to himself. Like this. Help me push. Van Dung suddenly froze. Hoa Thuong cried out loudly, ah. Van Dung quickly asked, does it hurt? Hoa Thuong replied, wife, are you joking? How could giving birth not hurt? Hurry. Hoa Thuong cried out again. At that moment, an egg appeared. Van Dung said tensely, little Hoa, hang in there. It's almost out. Van Dung held the large egg in her hands. Ah, the baby's out. You've worked so hard. Hoa Thuong said blankly, wife, don't relax yet. That's only the first one. There are more. Van Dung asked in alarm. And more? How many more are there? Hoa Thuong answered dazedly. I don't know either. Van Dung tried her best to help Hoa Thuong deliver them. Again. And so, just like that, they passed a long, endless night. That night in the house, Van Dung slept soundly with 2 children and 3 eggs beside her. Seeing that, Hoa Thuong felt deeply content. So my final wish has been fulfilled as well. He gently kissed Van Dung on the lips. I can't bear to leave all of you. I truly can't. Just then, someone called out to him, little Hoa. Hua Bai and Wu Chang appeared. 3 more? You're really good at giving birth. It's time. We've come to take you away. Hoa Thuong replied, yes, my lords. I have no regrets left now. Let's go. At that same moment, Van Dung woke up. She got her feet and pointed her sword at Hua Bai and Wu Chang. The 2 of them quickly dodged aside. Wu Chang snapped angrily. What are you doing? Want to fight? Don't interfere with our work. Van Dung stood in front of Hoa Thuong and said, it's the final moment. If I don't try, how will I know? Wife, Hua Bai said, Van Dung, we don't want to fight you. You should know we already let little Hua live far longer than he should have. Wu Chang added, you can't just ignore reason, can you? Have you ever seen an underworld officer as kind as me? Van Dung replied, I understand what you 2 lords are saying, and I'm very grateful. But Van Dung cannot just stand by and watch the person she loves leave. I beg you, my lords, please spare little Hua's life. Van Dung will never forget your kindness. Hearing Van Dung say that, Hoa Thuong's eyes filled with tears. My beloved, Van Dung drew her sword and threatened. Otherwise, my heart meridians are already damaged. At worst, I'll stake my life on one last battle. Even if I die, I can still leave together with him. Even if the king of hell himself comes, I have to try once. Wu Chang whispered to Hoa Bai, "What we do? Do we really fight?" Hoa Bai sighed. "His Excellency will be angry." Hoa Thuong took Van Dung's hand. "Wife, what are you saying? If wife follows me, then what will happen to the children? In this life, little Hoa got to meet you, love you, and bear children with you. I'm already completely satisfied." Hoa Thuong spat something out, then kissed Van Dung on the lips. A glow appeared around her. Van Dung stared blankly. What did you do to me?" Wu Chang folded her arms and asked, "Little Hua, did you give her your inner core?" Van Dung panicked. "Little Hua, how could you? Hua Tong Li Nit Lai Ti Against Van Dung She Xiao De. I owed you to begin with. Keeping would be useless anyway. My inner core can help wife cultivate and restore her heart meridians. Wife must accept it." Hoa Thuong hugged Van Dung tightly and comforted her. "Wife, don't be sad. This moment was always going to come, sooner or later. I've been preparing for it for a long time. Let me go." Tears streamed down Van Dung's face. "But you didn't give me much time to prepare myself." Hoa Thuong held Van Dung's hands and smiled. "See love and hate lightly, and smile at life and death. I hope we can all become people like that. From now on, you'll be the children's example." Hoa Thuong slowly reached out his hand. "Wife, life is long. Thank you for being in it." With that, Hoa Thuong left together with Hoa Bai and Wu Chang. With tears in his eyes, Hoa Thuong said, "Goodbye." Van Dung stood there motionless. "Little Hua, you saw through life so clearly. If I don't pull myself together, I won't have the face to see you again in the future." Van Dung turned her head. "We will definitely meet again." After that, Van Dung bid farewell to her sect and took the children down the mountain. Van Dung carried 2 children in one arm and a bag with 3 unhatched eggs in the other. Sigh, having too many children really is a headache. Better to find a place to settle down first, raise the children, and only wander later. Van Dung suddenly grew worried. "I have to store the eggs carefully. I absolutely can't drop them. They're so heavy." Just then, Ru Feng came running over. "Senior sister." The boy smiled. Senior sister, why are you walking so fast?" "Wait for me," Van Dung asked blankly. "Ru Feng, why are you here?" Ru Feng rubbed the child's head. "Senior sister, I'm no longer a disciple of Luhua sect either. I'm coming with you." Van Dung frowned. "Don't be foolish. Hurry back. From now on, I'm just a wanderer drifting everywhere. If you follow me, not only will you suffer, how will you ever get married in the future?" Ru Feng shook his head. "I don't want to get married." The boy said seriously to Van Dung, "Senior sister, stop overthinking. I'm not chasing after you. I'm just tired of cultivation and want to become a free and easy wandering hero. And besides," Van Dung gaped, "and besides," Ru Feng picked up the 2 children. "And besides, I can help you look after them. Look, there's still 3 eggs. How is a woman like you supposed to incubate them? I'm an egg hatching expert." After hearing that, Van Dung looked a little helpless. "This brat, there's really nothing I can do with you. Fine, suit yourself." Ru Feng followed Van Dung and asked, "Senior sister, what happened to Hoa Thuong after that?" Van Dung replied, "Little Hua, I keep feeling that he's still alive. It's just that he went traveling somewhere far away." She smiled, as if comforting herself. "I always feel that he's still by my side, that he never left. In the future, we will definitely meet again." They lived in a small country cottage. Incubating the eggs was very hard. In truth, neither of them knew how to do it. Sometimes they held them, sometimes they infused them with spiritual power. After incubating them for about a year, the children finally hatched one after another. The 3 children pounced toward Ru Feng. "I don't have milk. I'm not your father." Van Dung walked over carrying a bowl of milk. "Here's the milk." After the children learned to walk, Ru Feng left. He said he wanted to become a great hero, not one who slayed demons and exterminated monsters, but one who upheld justice and helped the weak. Many more years passed, and the children all grew up. Van Dung left home and began wandering everywhere, passing little streams and ancient forests, watching sunsets over the desert, sleeping amid endless seas of flowers. She also found members of Xiao Jin's clan and told them Xiao Jin's dying words. A very, very long time passed. Her black hair had now turned snow white, yet for some reason, her face remained forever young. This body, could it be that she had cultivated an immortal body? At that moment, a branch trembled. Van Dung glanced over. Who's there? 100 years of cultivation to share one boat. 3 lifetimes of trials to cross the mortal world. Van Dung glanced at the pink snake in the corner. 1,000 years in the mortal world still wouldn't be enough. She smiled. "Why did you make me wait so long?" Van Dung held out both hands. Come here. All the bitterness of the mortal world lies within the heart. The pink snake gently kissed Van Dung on the forehead. That year, after little Hua followed Hua Bai and Wu Chang to the underworld, Hoa Thuong looked at them and asked with a frown, "My lords, where are we going? Shouldn't I be drinking Meng Pa soup, crossing the Naya Bridge, and passing through the wheel of reincarnation?" Wu Chang looked at him coldly and replied, "That was the plan, but there are a few troublesome people here. Hurry up and persuade them to leave." Hua Tuong, the troublesome people? Xiao Jin came running from afar, waving at him. Little Hua, little Hua. Hoa Thuong looked at Xiao Jin in shocked delight. Xiao Jin ran over, grabbed Hua Chang's hand, and said with a smile, "Xiao Hua, I missed you to death." Hua Chang could not hide the joy in his heart as he stared at Xiao Jin. "Xiao Jin, this is wonderful. I can still meet you here. Have you been well?" Xiao Jin scratched his cheek and replied with a smile, I've been well. It may not sound very nice to say this, but since I knew there was less than a year left anyway, I figured we'd meet again here sooner or later, so I wasn't that lonely. Ha ha, you really came right on time. Hua Chang laughed, deeply moved, and looked at him. Thank you. As they walked, Xiao Jin looked at Hua Chang and asked, Are the children doing well? How many more did you have? In an excellent mood, Hua Chang smiled and answered 3 more. It's a pity they hadn't been born yet, so I don't know whether they were boys or girls. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. Hua Chang. Buying walked over and looked at him hesitantly. Junior's sister is Master, Junior brother, and the sect all well? Hua Chang had not expected to meet him here, and his face was full of surprise. Senior brother Buying. Hua Chang sighed and said, It's like this. My wife has always blamed herself. By the time I left, half her hair had already turned white. Buying sighed sorrowfully. It had nothing to do with her, yet she still had to bear the consequences. If it weren't for that demoness, before he could finish, a mocking voice interrupted him. Well now, by that demoness, do you mean me? Yin Xiang sat on the bridge railing and smiled at Hua Chang. Xiao Hua, how is it? Did that old lady here torment the Tianling sect badly enough? It really was deeply satisfying. Buying angrily rushed over and grabbed her by the throat. Vicious demoness. Even down in the underworld, you're still this arrogant. Yin Xiang flew into a rage and started fighting him. You stinking Taoist. Even in hell, I still have to fight with you. What rotten luck. Xiao Jin stood to the side, looking at the two of them helplessly. Oh, when they were alive, they dragged each other into death. And now that they're dead, they still fight every single day. Forget about them. Come on, I'll take you to see something good. Hua Chang smiled and asked curiously, what good thing? The two of them sneaked over to a room. Looking at the scroll painting inside, Xiao Jin gave Hua Chang a brief explanation. There was a scroll belonging to Yama there. Through the painting, one could see scenes from the mortal world. Hua Chang asked in shock, Isn't this Yama's room? We should hurry and go. If we're discovered, we're doomed. Xiao Jin said smugly. The ghost guards here are about to change shifts. Don't you want to see how your wife and the children are doing now? Hua Chang's gaze turned resolute, and he nodded. I do. Then let's sneak a look. At that moment, Yin Xiang and Buying also came running over, and the two of them shouted in unison, We want to see too. Elsewhere, a ghost guard looked at Yama and asked, Your Excellency, should we stop them? Yama replied indifferently, No need. Let them look. It's not as if it's anything rare. Hua Chang walked over and picked up the scroll, saying softly, Yama, please let Xiao Hua see my wife and the children. In the painting appeared a scene of Yun Rong playing with the children, while Ru Feng was beside her helping take care of them. Hua Chang cried with joy, Ah, that's wonderful, that's wonderful, that's wonderful. Seeing his tears, Yama frowned slightly, his face full of confusion. Clearly his wife and children were living very well. Yet little snake Xiao Hua was crying so heartbreakingly. It truly made no sense. Meng Pa, standing beside him, said calmly, There is a saying, emotions are tangled. Emotions naturally include joy, anger, sorrow, love, hatred, affection, and resentment. All sorts of flavors. People cry when their hearts ache. They cry when they're happy. When emotions are tangled, they cry. Yama looked at Mengpa and said with a frown, "You make it sound as if you understand it very well. Though that makes sense too. You did come here from the human world, after all. Perhaps you still carry human memories." Mengpa fell silent for a moment, then said lightly, "Your Excellency, it's time to send them into reincarnation. I'll take them." Yama frowned and said, "Go on then. Let them have their fun. Otherwise, this underworld is going to turn into a hall full of blessings." Hua Chong, Xiao Jin, Yun Xiang, and Bai Ying watched the scroll together, unable to hide the happiness on their faces. Jiao Jiao and Yia have grown so big already. Ru Feng looks hilarious while taking care of the children. So many little girls. Our Spirit Snake clan has descendants now. Look at them. The children are so lively. In the underworld, Yama looked at the scroll with great interest. Someone who was born beyond the world, yet chose to enter it with heart. Is the mortal world really that interesting? Even that immortal of wealth and honor says things that suit my taste. Have those few been sent off yet? She raised her head and asked Mengpa. Mengpa nodded. Yes, they've been sent. Cough, cough. Mengpa lowered his head and coughed a few times, his face pale. Yama looked at him and asked blandly, "Feeling unwell again?" Mengpa did not answer Yama directly, only said lightly, "As your excellency instructed, once Hua Snake entered reincarnation, I went to see Yun Rome." Yama smiled at Mengpa and said, "Your body truly can't stand much strain. I transferred so much inner power and cultivation to you. How did it all get used up so quickly? Come here." She raised her hand, beckoning Mengpa closer. Yama grasped Mengpo's chin. The hood on Mengpo's head slipped off, revealing a face identical to Yu Qingyi's. On his right cheek was a mandala flower mark. His left eye was golden, while his right eye was dark green. Mengpa raised his head and softly called out, "Your Excellency." Yama looked at Mengpa and smiled. "I will transfer a bit more inner power to you. Open your mouth." Mengpa looked at Yama worriedly and said, "Your Excellency, splitting off part of your primordial soul and sending it to the mortal world already severely injured your vital essence. You must not transfer any more inner power to me." As soon as he finished speaking, Yama's lips pressed down on his. MMPH. Mengpo's hand clenched tightly around Yama's clothing. "Your Excellency." Yama looked at Mengpa and asked blandly, "What is it? Why you blush every single time?" Mengpa lowered his face and was silent for a moment before answering, "Your Excellency only sees this as helping me, but I cannot." Yama lifted Mengpo's chin and looked straight into his eyes. "I brought you back, exempted you from reincarnation, kept you by my side, and granted you the eye of 10,000 reincarnations because I thought highly of your aptitude and was also curious about you. Tell me, then, why was it that the very first time I saw you, I took notice? Why does this face of yours feel so familiar?" Mengpa said softly, "Your Excellency, what you see is Mengpa, Yu Qing, Hua Chong. But in my eye of 10,000 reincarnations, what I see is not your Excellency." A faint light flashed in Mengpo's amber eye. "What I see, your Excellency cannot see. And what you did see, you no longer remember." Yama frowned slightly. "If I could use that eye, I certainly would not have given it to you. You want to speak, yet you won't speak plainly, always hinting like this." Mengpa sighed and replied, "Even if I told you, your Excellency still wouldn't understand right now. When your Excellency uses your mouth to transfer inner power to me, are you aware that this is a kiss? Does your heart stir at all? Does even the slightest affection arise?" Yama frowned faintly and looked at Mengpa. "You mean, you and I?" After saying that, Yama cupped Mengpo's face again and kissed him forcefully. MMPH. Their lips and tongues entwined, and Yama opened her eyes to look at Mengpo's flushed face. Suddenly, Yama shoved Mengpo away in alarm. I don't understand. What is this? Is that why the female emperor of the Yin dynasty appeared in the Book of Life and Death?" She gathered inner power into her palm. "I will go take a look." Mengpa panicked and hurriedly stopped Yama. "Your Excellency, if you split off your primordial soul again, you'll be injured once more. If it's discovered, it will be an unforgivable crime against the ninth heavens. You don't need to understand. Things can just stay as they are now." The Hall of Yama judges life and death. If it had the 7 emotions and 6 desires, how could it still sit in this position? To dwell in Yama's hall is to. Yama slowly withdrew her inner power, judging the yin and yang of the mortal world. She picked up the book of life and death and sneered. I ferry all living beings across. So who will ferry me? It was her. In the gambling den. Come on, bets down, hands down. Last round. Anyone else? A young woman slapped her entire heavy money pouch onto the table. She even stripped off her outer robe and tossed it onto the tabletop as she said angrily, I'm betting my whole fortune. I am definitely winning back everything I lost today. Betting big, huh? Open it. The dice cup hit the table, and the pink-haired girl standing opposite frowned slightly and sneered. This lady is truly generous. Then let's open it. The cup was lifted, and the woman who had bet everything screamed in shock. Small? What? The pink-haired girl happily gathered up the money pouch. Many thanks for your patronage, my lady. As a gesture of friendship, we'll gift you a pair of underpants. Take care on your way out. The gambling woman clutched her pouch tightly, her face full of rage and resentment as she shouted, No, impossible. You must have cheated. I refuse to accept this. I can't give it to you. A refined young man walked over from behind and looked at her coolly. Could it be that this lady intends to welch on her debt? What a pity. This isn't a place where you come and go as you please. As he spoke, he picked up a rope and smiled at her pleasantly. The pink-haired girl also walked over, rubbing her hands together. Seeing the giant snake tail appear, the gambling woman screamed in terror. A tail? What kind of monsters are you? Help! The pink-haired girl laughed heartily. Ha ha, coward. The young man beside her hugged the money pouch and smiled. Another haul. We're getting rich this time. Just then, Yin Rong suddenly appeared. Furious, she slapped both the pink-haired girl and the young man so hard their faces turned aside. I work myself to the bone, hatching you all, from cleaning up your crap to wiping up your piss. Not so you could grow up into wastrels who eat, drink, and play all day long. Every day you go to the market pretending to be wandering swindlers. Yin Yao held her injured cheek and said aggrievedly, TCH, so what? Can you support this whole family just by drawing talismans for people every day? Yin Yu beside her chimed in too. Besides, we earn money with our own abilities. Didn't you used to travel everywhere, slaying demons and hugging handsome men? Yun Rong nearly blew up in anger as she looked at the two of them. What? How do you know about me hugging men? Yun Yao snorted and glared at her. Master Yu Yang told us everything. You were a real troublemaker when you were young, flirting everywhere you went. You didn't even spare the village idiot next door. Yin Rong could neither laugh nor cry. Master, you sold me out. Yin Rong hugged the big money pouch and angrily left them with one sentence. In any case, it's all confiscated. Go meditate and train properly. You have to set an example for your younger brothers and sisters. Yin Yu looked at her and asked, Mother, have you gone to see little Uncle Ru Feng yet? Yin Rong lowered her eyes and sighed. I've gone several times, but he still refuses to see me. If you have time, go visit him for me. Master is also very concerned about how he is now. Yin Yao and Yin Yu obediently replied yes. As they walked, Yin Yao looked at Yin Yu and asked, You, tell me, little uncle obviously likes mother so much, so why won't he see her? Yin Yu looked at Yin Yao helplessly. Sister, you don't understand men. Little uncle is different from us. We may look like this on the outside, but we're probably already 50 years old. Mother is also quite old, and she still stays forever young. But little uncle is only an ordinary person. He's old now. What man would want the woman he likes to see him old and frail? I see. A shocked cry rang out. What? You want the two of us to take over Guilong's shop? Yin Rong folded her arms and looked at Yun Yao and Yun Yu. Guilong's shop originally belonged to the Hua family. It was built up together by your father and his friends. After your father passed away, the shop was entrusted to his friends to manage. They said they would return it to you once you came of age. Now, rather than let you go around swindling people everywhere, it would be better to use that business talent of yours the proper way. It's time to hand Guilong's shop over to you. She held up a command token for Yun Yao and Yun Yu to see. Yun Yao and Yun Yu's eyes lit up and they hurriedly took the token. Mother, really? You're being so generous. Father actually left behind something this good? Yin Rong looked at the two of them, fell silent for a moment, then spoke. Jiao Jiao. Yeah, I have to go now. Yin Yu frowned and looked at her. Mother, where are you going? Yin Rong smiled and said, Now that you've both grown up and become capable, there's still a few things I want to do. From now on, the two of you must take care of your younger brothers and sisters and live well here. I will come back to visit you. The young masters of Guilong shop were a pair of sister and brother. Thanks to their outstanding business talent, the two of them ran Guilong shop into great prosperity. As for Yin Rong went to find Ru Feng and sighed. Ru Feng, I've made arrangements for the children. I'm planning to go travel the world. Won't you see me just once? Ru Feng, his hair completely white, stood with his back to her and said gently, better not to meet than to meet. Senior sister, in this life Ru Feng has lived freely and happily. I have already seen enough. To have lived until today can already be considered a long life. If fate allows, let us meet in the next life. I definitely won't yield you to anyone else. There is still someone waiting to meet you again. Fate truly is wonderfully beyond words. The age of chaos had lasted nearly 100 years. Among the many feudal lords, Yin Wuling of Western Chu rose like a brilliant star. After defeating the other lords one by one, Yin Wuling's army finally advanced beneath the imperial city walls. Retreat! Retreat, all of you! On the city wall, the emperor held a sword to Li Chao's throat and forced the army below to withdraw. Withdraw from me. If any of you take one more step, I will kill him. Yin Wuling, king of Western Shu, frowned as she looked at the man on the wall. Li Chao, tightly bound, lowered his eyes and looked at her below. Your Highness, the emperor of the feudal state pressed the sword harder against Li Chao's throat and threatened Yin Wuling. Yin Wuling, the man you love is carrying your child in his belly. If you withdraw your troops, I will spare his life. Otherwise, one corpse, two lives. Decide for yourself. General Bai Sujing immediately rode forward and said to Yin Wuling, we cannot retreat. Eastern Yu is already at the end of its strength, and our forces far outnumber theirs. If we attack, we will win. Strategist Yin Bing looked at her and frowned. Our army came here from far away, and supplying provisions has been difficult. We can only fight a swift battle and win quickly. Siege weapons are not easy to transport. Her attendant, Jiang Tai, looked at Yin Wuling and urged anxiously, Your Highness, you must not hesitate any longer. Yin Wuling lowered her head. She placed her hand on the sword at her waist and drew it, tears sliding down her face. Yin Wuling drew her sword and shouted, Attack! The great army surged forward with overwhelming force. Kill! Terrified, the feudal emperor hurriedly let go of Li Chao and fled at once. Damn it, run! Li Chao's tears kept streaming down. His lips pressed tightly together, as if he had long known it would be like this. He stepped onto the city wall and gently said to Yin Wuling, Your Highness, Li Chao wishes you endless prosperity and a unification of the realm. Yin Wuling turned her head and looked at him in alarm. Li Chao looked at her and shouted, My child and I will wait for you together in the underworld. With that, he threw himself down. A heart-rending cry rang out. Li Chao. In the end, Yin Wuling unified the world and ascended the throne as emperor in Yi City, the national capital. The official shouted, Long live our emperor! Long live, 10,000 years. Seated on the throne, Yin Wuling said coldly, Rise. Midwife, hurry and help the Lord lie down. The man lying on the bed held his swollen belly, his face pale. It hurts so much. I'm about to give birth. The servant beside him looked at him anxiously and said, My lord, don't panic. Someone has already gone to fetch the midwife. A loud cry echoed through the manor. A moment later, a servant ran out joyfully to announce, Master, the baby is born. The baby is born. It's a young master. The woman standing outside said regretfully, Another boy? Inside the room, a little boy standing beside the man looked at the baby in surprise. Wow, little brother is so cute. The man holding the child sighed regretfully. Alas, another son. I truly feel sorry for my wife. The baby in swaddling cloth cried loudly. Suddenly, the infant's eyes widened as he stared around in shock. What's going on? Why am I not dead? Why am I crying? The newborn raised his tiny hands, his face full of panic. Me? What's happening? Why have I become a newborn baby? Wah! Suddenly, the baby burst into loud crying again. Why have I become a newborn? A servant walked in and looked at the baby in surprise. The young master is crying so hard. The woman beside them looked at the baby and smiled. This child is rosy and healthy, and his cry is clear and strong. He has the look of one born for nobility. He will surely be wealthy and honored in the future. The Chung family head gave a faint laugh and replied, My Chung family already has 2 sons. I only hope they can marry well in the future and bring honor to the Cheng family. This second son shall be named Chengshi. 12 years later, a voice rang out, "Your Majesty, a great victory in the northwest." An official hurried in and joyfully reported, "General Bai has taken Zhengsahan city. The king of Sahan has surrendered and is willing to submit to our state." The official's eyes widened as he stared at the scene before him in shock. "Your Majesty." Yin Wuling sat on the throne, lifting a beautiful woman's chin in an extremely intimate manner. The official gaped. "Good heavens, His Majesty is flirting with another beauty again." Yin Wuling drew that beauty into her arms and looked at him indifferently. "What are you staring at?" "I'm enjoying grape wine sent as foreign tribute together with a beauty. Isn't by Shang Jun winning a battle just an ordinary matter? Withdraw. Do not disturb my elegant pleasure." That minister scratched his face awkwardly and said, "But, Your Majesty, there is still one memorial from this morning, and it's quite urgent." Yin Wuling replied coolly, "I've already reviewed them all." Seeing that all the memorials had indeed been approved, the minister was once again stunned. "That fast?" The beauty looked at Yin Wuling and said softly, "Your Majesty, I really can't drink anymore." Yin Wuling lightly stroked her chin. "Linger, you're being naughty. I poured this cup with my own hands, and you still won't even open your mouth for me?" As she spoke, she forcibly made the beauty drink the cup of wine. "Look at that. Such a waste would be a pity." Wine dripped from the beauty's lips onto her heaving chest. Yin Wuling lowered her head and licked it clean. Linger's skin is white as snow, so smooth. It goes very well with red wine. Truly seductive. It makes people want to play. The minister covered his face in embarrassment and hurried out. I really didn't see anything at all." The beauty shyly pushed Yin Wuling away. "To receive Your Majesty's favor is a blessing earned over 3 lifetimes. But my alcohol tolerance is poor. I truly can't drink anymore. Please forgive me, Your Majesty." Yin Wuling's expression darkened, and she fixed her with a sharp gaze. "Is Ling truly a lightweight, or did you already drink too much while accompanying Prince Yu? After reporting every move I make to Prince Yu, did he reward you with wine?" Ling went stiff all over and looked at her in terror. Your Majesty." Yin Wuling held the wine cup and sneered at her. "Will you drink this wine yourself, or shall I feed it to you?" The wine cup fell to the floor. Light footsteps entered. Seeing Ling lying in a pool of blood on the ground, Left Chancellor Yin Bing looked at Yin Wuling and asked softly, "You killed another one? What was the reason this time?" Yin Wuling let out a sigh. "She was the hidden spy of my dear little sister." Yin Bing looked at her and sincerely advised, "Your Majesty has always treated Prince Yu generously and with great tolerance. Prince Yu is still young. It is only natural that wicked people may mislead her. Your Majesty should still try to guide her properly. Don't let the bond between sisters be damaged. After all, Your Majesty has only this one younger sister." Yin Wuling lowered her eyes and gave a cold laugh. "So after all that, you still came here to lecture me. We've known each other for 10 years, and that mouth of yours is still just as unforgiving." At that moment, the minister ran in again and reported to her, "Your Majesty, the wine and dishes have all been set out. General Bai has arrived at the city gate and invites Your Majesty to dine." Yin Bing looked at her and asked softly, "This is?" Yin Wuling smiled at him. "Su Jing hasn't been back for a long time. This is a chance for the few of us to get together." In the main hall, Su Jing raised his wine cup, his face full of excitement. Wow, this wine is amazing. Many thanks to Your Majesty for allowing this subject to sit at the same table and dine with you." Yin Wuling, rarely in such a good mood, smiled and said, "There are no ruler and subject here right now. Just a few friends gathering together." Su Jing slung an arm over her shoulder and looked at her suggestively. "Though I live far away on the frontier, even I know that Your Majesty is strong and vigorous, battling 4 or 5 beauties every night until dawn. I truly admire you. I concede defeat." Yin Wuling glanced at him and said indifferently, "You're making things up about me again. I'm also curious. Why have people been stuffing women at my side all these years?" Steward Jiang, the chief palace attendant, came up carrying a dish and smiled at her. "Isn't it because Your Majesty has no interest in men and only likes to amuse yourself with women? Yesterday, the Empress Dowager summoned me and gave me a harsh scolding. Every day, she wants me to persuade Your Majesty to marry soon." Yin Wuling lightly lifted Steward Jiang's chin spoken and teased, with someone as caring and attentive as you by my side. Why would I need those men? Steward Jiang covered their face shyly and turned away. Really, Your Majesty, you're doing it again. Holding his wine cup, Yin Bing frowned at Yin Wuling and said, "But Your Majesty has been on the throne for over 10 years now. You really should begin considering the matter of an heir. If this drags on any longer, I'm afraid there will be no explaining it to the Empress Dowager's side. Announce it to all under heaven. For the sake of the state." Yin Bing, Bai Sujing, and Steward Jiang all looked at Yin Wuling and said in unison, "We have joined with all the ministers and unanimously decided to hold a large-scale consort selection." Yin Wuling's eyes widened. Steward Jiang covered their face excitedly and said, "No restrictions on background, no restrictions on age. From the young to the old, as long as they can bear children, anyone who registers may participate. Surely Your Majesty will take a liking to at least one man." Yin Wuling crossed her arms and glared at the three of them angrily. "You dare decide for me? You truly are bold beyond measure." Bai Sujing patted her shoulder to calm her down. "Your Majesty, calm down. Just taking a look won't hurt you. Why not at least have one look?" Yin Wuling sighed. "As for Imperial Father, forget it. Fine, hold the selection." At the Chung residence, an excited voice rang out. Family head, great news. The palace is holding a consort selection." Family head Chung said in surprise, "Really? His Majesty has been on the throne for more than 10 years, and only now she's choosing someone? But in any case, this is a good opportunity for our family. Ener, come here quickly." Ching-yin, the Chung family's eldest son, 17 years old, walked over and asked, "Mother, what is it?" Family head Chung looked at him with a gentle smile. "Oh my, just look at our Ener. The older you get, the more charming and elegant you become. Whether in looks or upbringing, you're first rate." Just then, footsteps sounded outside. "Mother, are you planning to send elder brother to the consort selection?" Chung-Shi ran in from outside and said excitedly, "I want to go too. I want to join the selection too." Family head Chung put her hands on her hips and scolded him. "Your brother is entering the consort selection. What are you going for? It'll be another 3 years before you're even old enough. You do better to stay home and practice embroidery and singing and dancing and master a skill properly." Chung-Shi looked at her with firm determination. "But didn't the notice say so? This consort selection has no restrictions on background and no restrictions on age. That means I can register too, right?" Family head Chung angrily pinched Chung-Shi's ear. Go. Stop making trouble. How could His Majesty possibly fancy a little child like you? Wait until you're older." Then she gently patted Chung-Yin's shoulder and said, "Come now, Ener. I'll have them prepare a few new outfits for you. You must bring honor to our family." Chung-Yin nodded obediently. "Yes, mother." Chung-Shi stood to the side, frowning. "Yin Wuling, I will definitely find a way to see you on registration day for the selection." The Chung family's eldest son, Ching-yin, age 17. The people around him nodded as they looked at him. Not bad. Proper features, graceful bearing, elegant demeanor. Perhaps this young master truly does have the fortune to be chosen. Suddenly, a small hand shot up. Chung-Shi ran over and loudly registered. The Chung family's second son, Chung-Shi, is also here to register. The registrar frowned at Chung-Shi. "Little brother, what are you doing here? This is where you register for the consort selection." Chung-Shi smiled and replied, "I'm here precisely to register for the consort selection." Chung-yin stared at him in shock. "Sheer, how did you sneak here behind father's and mother's backs?" The registrar frowned unhappily at Chung-Shi and said, "Little brother, don't cause trouble. It's true there is no age limit this time, but no child has come to register. You should hurry home with your brother." Chung-Shi leaned close to the registrar's ear and whispered, "If the rules allow it, then adding me shouldn't be a problem, right? Isn't it just a matter of writing one name on the list and stamping it? Wouldn't you agree, sir?" He slipped a large silver ingot into the registrar's hand. The registrar's expression changed instantly, and with a righteous look, picked up the brush. "Young, but very sensible. Approved." The person beside them stared in shock. "Sir." A while later, on the way home, Chung-Shi looked at Ching-yin and said, "Brother, don't tell father and mother. I want to join the selection, then give them a big scare." Ching-yin looked at him helplessly, his eyes full of indulgence. "You're still as stubborn as ever. There really is nothing I can do with you. But the Imperial Palace is no place for games. Once you're inside, you must stay with me. You're not allowed to run around and absolutely must not break the rules. If we enter the palace, everything we do will affect the family. We have to be careful. Chung-shi smiled and nodded. All right, brother, I know. After countless rounds of screening, fewer than 1/10 of the male candidates remained by the time of the palace election. The selector looked at Chung-shi with a frown and said, "Little brother, you're still so young. Why should we let you enter the palace election?" The old trick again. Chung-shi did not answer, but asked back, "I heard His Majesty still has no children yet, right?" The selection official nodded. "That's right," Chung-shi said loudly, his face full of confidence. "Then that's perfect. The doctor said I have a body type that's easy to get pregnant and excellent fertility. Ever since I was little, I have had one dream, to bear children for His Majesty. 8 of them, to bring blessing to all the people under heaven. And if one of them turns out especially promising, I certainly won't forget your kindness, sir." The passing seal came down. Passed. On the day of the palace election, Chung-in held Chung-shi's hand and reminded him, "Sheer, stay with me. Don't look around everywhere." Chung-shi nodded. "Yes, brother." Seeing Chung-yin's beautiful face, everyone could not help but gasp in surprise. "Look at that one. I wonder which family's young master he is." A young master stepped forward, wanting to make his acquaintance. "This young master has extraordinary bearing. I wonder which family you come from and what official rank your household holds. Let's get acquainted. We may be able to help one another in the future." Chung-in gave a slight bow and answered calmly, "A pleasure to meet you. My mother is a vice director in the ministry. I hope for your kind care." Hearing that, the others sneered at him disdainfully. "So it's not a high-ranking family after all." "Exactly. I thought he was from some noble house. He even brought his younger brother into the palace. Really no sense of propriety. Let's go, let's go." She looked at Chung-in, unable to bear it. Chung-in smiled faintly and said, "Sheer, don't mind them." He lowered his head, looking dejected. "The standing of our family. I will fight for it. As long as I strive hard enough, then one day no one will dare look down on our family again." Elsewhere, Steward Jiang entered and reported to Yan Wuling, "Your Majesty, all the male candidates have arrived." Yan Wuling gave a slight nod. Begin." A proclamation sounded out. "Male candidates, enter the hall." The candidates entered in 2 lines, each one handsome in his own way, every one of them eye-catching. The minister standing to the side lit up and said with smiles, "Wow, such a splendid sight is truly unprecedented. There are so many beauties." Steward Jiang leaned close to Yan Wuling's ear and whispered, "Oh my, your Majesty, look how tempting they are." Yan Wuling shot them a glance. "Would you like that blessing for yourself?" Steward Jiang said cheerfully, "I would." They walked down and pointed at one of the candidates. "Just look at this little fair face and those big, sparkling eyes." Then they moved beside another candidate, looking utterly captivated. "And look at this proud, peerless beauty. Such perfect lines. He must be highly fertile. How could you not be moved? How could you possibly not be moved?" "Bored." Yan Wuling waved a hand. "Enough. The next group." Looking at the next group enter, Yan Wuling said coldly, "Next group." "The one after that, too." The ministers below exchanged shocked looks. They've already changed 3 groups, and His Majesty still hasn't chosen a single one? How can that be? These candidates are so beautiful I'm practically going blind. Why would a woman not fancy even one of them? Inwardly, they panicked. Could it really be that His Majesty only likes women? The eunuch standing nearby said flatly, "Next group." The beautiful Chung-in entered with Chung-shi. The ministers around them stared at Chung-in in amazement. This young master is. He truly is astonishing. That bearing and poise are definitely not ordinary. If he doesn't get chosen, I'll smash my head against a pillar and die on the spot. Vice Minister Chung-yun's eldest son, Chung-in, second son, Chung-shi. Steward Jiang looked at Yan Wuling expectantly and asked, "Your Majesty, what do you think of this one?" Yan Wuling frowned at Chung-shi. Why is there even a child here?" Steward Jiang smiled in reply, "Oh my, didn't we say this election has no age restrictions? Of course children would show up too." Chung-shi suddenly raised his head and looked directly into Yan Wuling's eyes. "Yan Wuling, long time no see. Yin Wuling pressed her lips together as she looked at him. That look. She raised a hand and said lightly, "Him, that one." The ministers walked over to Cheng Yin and congratulated him. "Congratulations, young master. Congratulations, young master." The Cheng family's eldest son, Cheng Yin, may leave his name tablet. Cheng Yin smiled shyly. Yin Wuling coldly interrupted everyone. "No, the one I meant was not him. It was that boy beside him." Chung, she smiled and pointed at himself. "Me, Steward Jiang," and everyone else stared in shock. "Him?" Cheng Yin looked at Chung, she beside him in astonishment. "Elfia," resting her chin on one hand, Yin Wuling said coolly, "There's no need to continue. I don't need to see the rest." Steward Jiang looked at her and hurriedly said, "But, Your Majesty, there's still half of them left to be seen." Yin Wuling stared straight at Chung Shi and said indifferently, "I only want him." She stood up, her expression grave. "I want to make him my empress directly." Everyone's eyes widened in shock once again. What? Yin Wuling frowned at Steward Jiang. "What are you still standing there for? Leave that little one's tablet behind. Send all the other candidates out of the palace." Frightened, Steward Jiang hurriedly replied, "Yes, yes." Then an angry shout rang out. "This is utter nonsense." Everyone in the hall quickly bowed. "Empress Dowager." "Empress Dowager," Lu shouted furiously. "I merely failed to watch for a single day, and this consort selection has already become complete chaos. If the emperor will not think about future heirs, then I cannot help but think about it. If you won't choose, then I will choose for you." Yin Wuling looked at Steward Jiang and asked quietly, "Who invited the Empress Dowager here?" Looking wronged, Steward Jiang quickly explained, "It wasn't me. Really, it wasn't me." Empress Dowager Lu walked down and swept her gaze over the candidates. "Aside from that boy who was just chosen, you, and you as well. Leave all of these tablets behind." The attendant beside her quickly answered, "Yes." The selected candidates cried out in delighted surprise. "Wonderful, I was chosen." Cheng Yin lowered his head in silent dejection. Empress Dowager Lu continued coldly, "The selected candidates will have their ranks decided by me. On an auspicious day, they will be brought into the palace and assigned residences according to rank." The minister beside her quickly replied, "Yes." Only then did Yin Wuling speak again. "If the Empress Dowager wants to lend a hand, fine. But as for me," she pulled Cheng Shi into her arms and continued with a smile, "I only want him to be my empress." At the Chung residence, the two young masters had returned. Family head Chung hurried out and anxiously asked, "Quick, tell me, what was the result?" A servant smiled and quickly replied, "Congratulations, family head. Not only was one of our young masters selected, he was even chosen by His Majesty, who intends to make him empress directly." Family head Chung stared in disbelief and asked again, "Empress? Empress as in that empress? Empress? And my child is going to become empress?" As soon as she finished speaking, she fainted on the spot. The servant panicked and hurried to catch her. Family head, calm down. Family head, wake up." Weakly, Family head Ching said, "Quick, let me see my Ener at once." She grabbed Cheng Yin by the shoulders, her face full of excitement. "Ener, I knew it. You're the finest man in all of Great Yin. His Majesty truly has a good eye. Ener, you're about to become empress. Your mother is so happy I could die." She dropped straight to the ground, weeping with joy. "Ancestors, bless us. The Chung family will finally bring glory to our forebears. Ancestors, bless us." The servant beside her looked stunned and said quietly, "Family head, teach the one His Majesty took a liking to was our second young master." As he spoke, he pointed at Chung Shi standing beside him. Family head Chung froze and stared at Chung Shi in shock. "Why you mean His Majesty took a liking to Shi?" Chung Shi smiled and nodded. "Yes, mother, it was me." A slap came down out of nowhere and sent his face to the side. Family head Chung glared at Chung Shi angrily and began scolding him. "At your age, instead of learning proper things, you learn bad habits. Is this the kind of thing you can joke about casually? If word gets out, aren't you afraid you'll lose your head?" Chung Shi held his injured cheek and looked at her aggrieved. "But it really was me." Just then, an imperial eunuch arrived and interrupted him. "The imperial decree has arrived. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees. The Chung family's second young master, Chung Jing, is gentle in temperament and kind at heart. We intend to confer upon him the title of empress. Chung Jing is to enter the palace at an auspicious hour on the 8th day of the 7th month, after which the grand investiture ceremony of the empress shall be held. Respect this decree." Chung Jing hurriedly received the imperial edict. Chung Jing received receives the decree and thanks your majesty for your boundless grace. The head of the Chung family stared at him in shock, hardly able to believe it. This. She dropped to her knees at Chung Jing's feet, crying as she apologized. Jinger, Empress, that slap just now was my fault. Please, you mustn't blame me. Chung Jing smiled and helped her up. It's fine, mother. Ching Yin could not bear to watch any longer and hurriedly ran outside. A servant looked after him worriedly. Young master. Chung Jing frowned as he watched his retreating figure. Ching Yin ran back to his room, collapsed on the bed, and burst into tears. Chung Jing walked over, looked at him, and asked, Brother, does my becoming empress make you sad? With tears in his eyes, Chung Yin looked up and answered gently. How could that be, Jing? We are both members of the Chung family. Whether it's you or me, either way it brings glory to our house. What difference does it make? Chung Jing folded his arms and looked at him. But it's not the same for me. I'm not entering the palace for the family. I'm doing it for myself. He sat down beside Chung Yin and said with a smile, Brother, it would be best if someone as kind and gentle as you never had to enter the palace. You could find someone you love, have children, and grow old together. Wouldn't that be 100 times better than entering the palace? Chung Yin looked at him darkly and said, You're just a child, and you already know about such things? How do you know life as a palace consort is no good? Chung Jing lowered his eyes, loneliness filling his gaze. I know, because the emperor's heart is hard as stone. For the sake of her grand ambition and eternal legacy, she could sacrifice anything. How could anyone be happy by the side of someone like that? On the day of the investiture ceremony, as Chung Jing put on his magnificent robes, everyone around him hurried to flatter him. Wow, Your Majesty the Empress looks absolutely radiant and resplendent in gold. Her Highness the Empress is still so young, yet already so graceful and beautiful, with such outstanding talent. This servant's eyes have truly been opened. Exactly. Your Majesty the Empress must take care of us in the future. Two officials who saw this scene let out cold snorts. What a bunch of bootlickers, to say such shameless flattery to a mere child. Watching Chung Jing surrounded by sycophants as he strode grandly into the ceremony, several of the selected male consorts, standing to one side, looked at him with unconcealed resentment. Look at that. This is clearly the Empress's investiture ceremony. The Empress gets to enter through the main gate, stand on the main steps of the hall, and stand beside the Emperor. And us? We can only stand down here and look up. Why should he? He's just a child of ordinary birth, and now he's climbed over all of us. Forget us, right now. The one who must feel worst is probably his own older brother. Exactly. Born of the same father, yet from now on their statuses will be worlds apart. The younger brother is Empress, while the older brother is only a minor talent. Chung Yin stood to the side with lowered eyes, silent and expressionless. In the middle of the ceremony, the eunuch held the imperial edict and read aloud. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees. Chung Jing, secondary son of the Chung family, is gentle and benevolent at heart, beautiful in appearance, gifted in both talent and grace, and kind in spirit, fit to serve as the model of the realm. Therefore, with the imperial seal and treasures, he is hereby established as empress. Respect this decree. One of the selected consorts could not stand the sight any longer and let out a cold laugh as he looked at Chung Jing. That consort stuck his leg out in front of Chung Jing's. Chung Jing was startled and staggered slightly. Seeing the smug look on that consort's face, he frowned faintly. This person did it on purpose. So Chung Jing deliberately fell to the ground. The eunuch looked at him in alarm and concern. Your Majesty the Empress. Chung Jing fell to the ground and burst into loud sobs. It hurts. Woo. The eunuch hurried over to help him up. Your Majesty the Empress, where are you hurt? Chung Jing said aggrievedly. I twisted my ankle. That person shoved me just now. As he spoke, he pointed at that consort. The man's face changed at once, panic written all over it. WH. The eunuch glared at him furiously and barked. Impudent wretch! How dare you injure the Empress's sacred person? Drag him away and give him 50 strokes. The consort was dragged away by 2 guards and begged in terror. Spare me, Your Majesty the Empress. The eunuch turned back to Chung Jing, his face full of gentleness. Your Majesty the Empress is still but a child. How could he be so careless? Come, let this servant help your majesty up. Cheng Jing smiled and nodded. I can hold on until the investiture ceremony is over. The eunuch said gently, Your Majesty the Empress, from now on you mustn't refer to yourself as I. You should say this palace. But these rules, this servant will teach them to your Majesty little by little later. The selected consorts, standing nearby, glanced at Cheng Jing cautiously. This Empress, before the investiture is even finished, I've already seen one person nearly beaten to death. He's formidable. The harem is going to be lively from now on. In the Great Hall, Cheng Jing walked step by step toward Yen Wuling. This subject greets your Majesty. Yen Wuling smiled faintly at him. Rise, my little Empress. Cheng Jing's brows drew tight, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. Yen Wuling, at last I can finally see you again. More than 10 years have passed, and it seems you've been living quite well. You seem very pleased sitting on this imperial throne. But now that I'm here, I won't let you have another peaceful day. Yen Wuling wrapped an arm around him and lifted Cheng Jing up. Startled, Cheng Jing looked at her. Your Majesty, carrying Cheng Jing in her arms, Yen Wuling stood high above and looked out over the mountains before them. Well, take a look too. This is the empire I conquered for you. Cheng Jing froze for a moment, then closed his eyes. Yen Wuling. Elsewhere, the eunuch looked at the newly selected consorts and said with a smile, The residences for all the young masters have already been arranged. Please follow this servant. One of the selected consorts held his face, looking full of anticipation. I wonder whose residence His Majesty will visit tonight. The consort beside him looked at him disdainfully and laughed. What backwater bumpkin are you from, knowing nothing at all? Tonight His Majesty can only go to the Empress. Who knows when will ever be our turn? That consort looked stunned. To the Empress? But isn't the Empress just a child? On the other side, looking at the room drenched in red decorations, Cheng Jing stared blankly. This room is. The two palace attendants beside him smiled and said, Today is the investiture ceremony. It is equivalent to the grand wedding of the Emperor and Empress. His Majesty ordered us servants to decorate this place more festively. Is your Majesty the Empress pleased? The corner of Cheng Jing's mouth twitched. Yen Wuling was far too perverted. I'm still just a child. She's not actually planning to consummate the marriage tonight, is she? He looked coldly at the two attendants. You may withdraw. This palace wishes to rest. One of the attendants chuckled at him. You still can't rest yet, your Majesty the Empress. Cheng Jing frowned. What? The two attendants answered excitedly, because His Majesty is already on the way to Fengyi Palace, and we must attend to your Majesty's bath, your Majesty the Empress. Cheng Jing's face changed as he cried out in shock. What? Water splashed loudly into the bath. Standing in the tub, Cheng Jing frowned deeply. That beast Yen Wuling. She's not really coming here, is she? He glanced coldly at the palace attendant beside him. Enough. No need to add so much fragrance. It's not like I'm really going to attend the bedchamber. The attendant replied, Yes. At that moment, the eunuch came in to announce, His Majesty has arrived. With an eager expression, Yen Wuling stepped in. Little Empress, I'm here. Cheng Jing stared at her in surprise. What? She came awfully fast. Yen Wuling entered the bridal chamber, glancing around excitedly. Where has my Empress gone? The two attendants quickly reported, replying to your Majesty. Her Majesty the Empress has finished bathing and is waiting for you. Yen Wuling nodded in satisfaction. Well done. Reward them. The two attendants rejoiced and hurriedly answered, Yes, your Majesty. Then both withdrew. Outside the bridal chamber, the two attendants whispered as they walked, His Majesty's tastes are really unique. Not only does she like beauties, she even likes children. The attendant beside him paled in fright and hurried to stop him. Just stop talking, stop talking. Inside the bridal chamber, Yen Wuling nervously lifted the curtain and stepped inside. Empress. Cheng Jing clutched a candle tightly in his hand, his face deathly pale. Don't come any closer. I'm not ready yet. Tonight, your Majesty should go to my brother instead. Yen Wuling laughed and snatched the candle from his hand. Pointing this toy at the Emperor is enough to get your head cut off. What exactly do you think I want to do? She bent down and gathered him into her arms. Cheng Jing flushed red and glared at her angrily. Why you? What else could you possibly want to do? Obviously that. Yen Wuling looked at him with interest. You're young, but you know quite a lot. Come here. Tonight, we're fighting till dawn. She took his hand and dragged him along. Chung Jing looked at her in shock. What? Several large stacks of books were placed on the table. Chung Jing stared blankly at the stacks and asked, "These are?" Yin Wuling laughed. "Come help me." She opened a memorial and said calmly, "I'll write the comments. You stamp them. Keep up with my pace. No slacking." Chung Jing picked up the seal, looking dazed. "The seal." Yin Wuling smiled and continued, "Once this pile is done, there's still that much more. Bring it all in for me." The attendants at the side quickly replied, "Yes." Holding back tears, Chung Jing kept stamping nonstop. "What exactly am I doing here?" After he finished stamping them, Yin Wuling looked at him again and said, "Done? Come grind the ink for me." Chung Jing obediently replied, "Yes." Standing beside her and grinding ink, he frowned. "Yin Wuling, what on earth are you thinking? You made a child your empress, and on our wedding night you don't talk about anything else. You just make me help you work through the night. You really aren't human." Curious, Chung Jing glanced at the memorial in Yin Wuling's hand. There's trouble in the West again? Every time she saw a memorial about the Western frontier, she became extremely serious. That region had never been peaceful to begin with. Seeing Chung Jing staring at her, Yin Wuling looked up and asked, "Why are you staring at me like that?" Chung Jing came back to himself and answered with a smile, "Your Majesty is heroic and extraordinary. This subject consort can't help but stare in fascination. Though I'm still young, this is the first time I've ever met someone as beautiful as your Majesty. Who doesn't know how to flatter someone?" Yin Wuling looked at him with gentle eyes. "You too. My empress is very beautiful." She raised a hand and lightly caressed his face. "Only, this is the second time I've seen a face so moving." Startled, Chung Jing hurriedly stepped back. Lowering his eyes, he feigned innocence and said, "Your Majesty is much older than this subject consort, so surely you've seen many beauties." Yin Wuling picked up the memorial and replied lightly, "I have indeed seen many beauties, but there has only ever been one who is truly special." Chung Jing looked at her in surprise. "Is she hinting at me? We were once deeply in love, but those vain illusions collapsed in an instant. I will never forget. Our unborn child will never forget either. If that child had been born safely, perhaps they would be as old as I am now." Late at night, Chung Jing lay fast asleep on the bed. The maid beside him looked at Yin Wuling and asked softly, "Your Majesty is leaving?" Yin Wuling looked at the maid and reminded her quietly, "The Empress is sleeping. Don't disturb him. Let him sleep." At the imperial study, summoned by Sujing to see me, the maid hurriedly replied, "Yes." Deep into the night, in the imperial study, Bai Sujing folded her arms and teased Yin Wuling. "Your Majesty, it's already midnight. You may not sleep, but this general still has to." Yin Wuling held a memorial in her hand, her brows tightly furrowed. "The Western Rome are causing trouble again." Bai Sujing nodded. "That's right. That side has never been peaceful." Yin Wuling's gaze turned cold. Such a tiny place, yet still unwilling to behave. They're asking for suffering. I originally had no desire to bother with such a little vermin, but this time they dare to cross the border openly and plunder. Their courage truly knows no bounds. We may as well wipe them out. Bai Sujing looked at her in alarm. As expected, here it comes again. Scratching her cheek, she said quietly, "Your Majesty, if I may say so, you've already destroyed 4 or 5 of the surrounding small states. Our territory keeps growing bigger and bigger. Could it be that your Majesty harbors the ambition to unite the world?" Yin Wuling looked at her. "And why not?" Bai Sujing was left speechless. After a moment's thought, Yin Wuling said, "It has already been 10 years. The neighboring states refuse to stay in line. So long as I do not set them straight, there will not be a single peaceful day. Only then, when Prince Yu takes over this realm in the future, will she be able to live freely and without worry." She lowered her eyes slightly. Bai Sujing sighed as she looked at her. "Your Majesty truly dotes on this younger sister of yours. I only hope Prince Yu can understand your painstaking efforts." Yin Wuling pressed her lips together, her expression calm and heavy. It would be good if she could. The next morning, Chung Jing lay on the bed and stretched. I slept so well." He sat up and rubbed his eyes. "HM, when did I fall asleep?" Yin Wuling already left? She didn't stay here. He walked out and asked the palace attendant, "What time is it now?" Carrying a set of clothes, the attendant walked over and quickly replied, "Replying to your majesty the empress, it is already the hour of sea." Chung Jing let out a sigh. "I, overslept." The attendant smiled and said, "Her majesty the empress was tired from attending his majesty last night, so his majesty instructed us servants to let you sleep a little longer." Chung Jing froze, then hurriedly tried to explain. "Attend the emperor? Attend what? I did no such thing." The attendant covered his mouth and laughed. "Aha, what is your majesty the empress saying? His majesty spent the night here with you, so of course you attended upon her." By now, the entire harem already knows that the empress was favored. The young masters of every palace are all outside in the front courtyard waiting to pay their respects to you. Chung Jing helplessly pressed a hand to his forehead. "I am doomed." Outside in the front courtyard, the consorts stood together in groups, whispering among themselves. "Have you heard? The empress attended his majesty last night. His majesty even specifically instructed that he be allowed to sleep longer. Look, the sun is already high, and he still hasn't gotten up. This is too much. Fine, his majesty may have unusual tastes, but since he's already been made empress, he should understand at least some of the rules. Just because the empress is a child, are we supposed to suffer out here in the sun all morning?" A soft cough sounded. The eunuch stepped out and said softly to the group, "Her majesty the empress has arrived. Young masters, please come in." The group entered, looked at Chung Jing, and knelt in salute. "Greetings to your majesty the empress." Chung Jing smiled apologetically at them. I'm very sorry, elder brothers. This palace came late today and made all of you wait so long." One of the young consorts could not help speaking up. "Indeed, the empress is blessed. Unlike us, who are fated to hardship and had to stand under the blazing sun outside. This servant truly envies your majesty the empress for being able to sleep so soundly." Chung Jing smiled gently. "Elder brother has worked hard. Xiao Fong, serve tea." Xiao Fong hurriedly replied, "Yes," and brought over a cup of tea. "Young master, please have some tea." The teacup suddenly crashed to the floor. Aya, covering his face, that young consort laughed mockingly and pretended innocence. "Aya, your majesty the empress, I'm so sorry. Your tea was too hot. I suppose it must have been left in the sun too long." The consorts behind him could not help laughing. Xiao Fong glared at him angrily. "You." Chung Jing lowered his head and remained silent for a moment, then stepped down and walked up to the young consort, saying coldly, "This teacup was a reward from his majesty last night. It is extremely precious. Can elder brother really just drop it and be done? On the very first day of paying respects, you break a teacup bestowed upon the empress. Who knows what else you might dare do in the future? If this palace does not discipline you now, then I would truly be neglecting my duty as the one who governs the central palace." He narrowed his eyes and ordered Xiao Fong, "Xiao Fong, slap his mouth." Xiao Fong's eyes lit up as he raised his hand. "Yes, your majesty the empress." With a heaven-shaking slap, he struck the young consort so hard his face was turned sideways. Clutching one cheek, the man glared at Chung Jing angrily. Chung Jing did not even look at him as he said calmly, "Men, drag him away and tie him up under the sun. Let everyone see exactly how long he has to bake before he becomes as hot as this tea." The young consort was dragged away by two soldiers and begged in panic, "Ah, Empress, spare me." After dealing with that man, Chung Jing looked at the remaining consorts and said with a smile, "Elder brothers, don't be frightened. Xiao Fong, reward each of the elder brothers with a cup of tea." He sat down, picked up his teacup, and broke into a bright smile. "Everyone sit. We can chat while we watch him roast in the sun." The consorts looked at Chung Jing in terrified shock. As expected, this little empress could not be underestimated. Even Qing Yin could not help feeling astonished as he looked at him. "Yingya, I never expected you to have methods like this." No one knew how much time had passed before the male consorts hurriedly bowed and took their leave. This subject withdraws. After everyone had gone, Trintich wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a soft sigh of relief. "Phew, I'm exhausted. Dealing with that bunch of men is even more tiring than that battle back then." Seeing Trin AM turn to leave, Trintich quickly raised a hand to stop him. "Ah, Trin Am froze, then turned back to look at him and gave a slight bow. Jing Dik Thou Wen. It seemed his older brother was a little cold toward him now. Sure enough, he still cared about my status. Outside you, workers passing by looked on in shock and fear at a young consort who had fainted in the courtyard. Look, I wonder what mistake that young master made, kneeling in Her Majesty the Empress's courtyard all morning. He fainted right on the spot. Our Empress may be young, but his methods are really formidable. Xiao Fuang looked at Trintich and said with a smile, Your Majesty the Empress, we should go pay our respects to the Empress Dowager now. Trintich sighed tiredly and asked, I'm so tired. Can't we do it another day? Xiao Fuang hurriedly replied, No, we can't. Just then, a cold voice rang out. So this is the famed little empress everyone in and out of the palace has been talking about lately. The beautiful young woman smiled at Trintich and said, Greetings, Your Majesty the Empress. Though Your Majesty is still young, you truly are a stunning beauty. His Majesty really does have excellent taste. Xiao Fuang looked at her and hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Your Highness Prince Yu. Your Majesty the Empress. This is His Majesty's younger sister, Prince Yu. Jing Dik Thou Wen. Prince Yu, Yin Wuya. Long time no see. She was the biological daughter of Empress Dowager Lu, and also Yin Wuling's only surviving younger sister. Back then, she had only been a little girl. And now, in no time at all, she had grown this much. When she was young, Yin Wuya had loved looking at him and calling him Brother Lutru. Thinking of that, Trintich gave her a gentle smile and said, Your Highness Prince Yu, what a coincidence. I was just about to go pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. Yin Wuya looked at him and let out an "Oh, you're going to see the Empress Dowager? Then why don't we go together?" At the Empress Dowager's palace, this servant greets the Empress Dowager, greets father. Trintich knelt and saluted Empress Dowager Lu. Yin Wuya, meanwhile, walked right up and wrapped an arm around Lu Empress Dowager's shoulders, acting spoiled. Father, have you been well these past few days? Have you been taking your medicine and resting properly? Lu Empress Dowager smiled at her indulgently. I've been quite well. No need to worry about me. But you, have your riding and archery improved at all lately? Yin Wuya smiled and said, Imperial Father, you're far too strict. Xiao Fuang frowned as he looked at Trintich, who was still kneeling on the floor. Your Majesty the Empress. Trintich stayed silent and thought to himself, Lu Empress Dowager still dotes on this daughter of his so much. Back then he was only a minor consort, and now he can sit in the position of Empress Dowager. He really is lucky. Yin Wuya glanced at Trintich kneeling on the floor and said, Oh, Imperial Father, let's not just keep chatting. Her Majesty the Empress came specially today to pay her respects. Lu Empress Dowager snorted. The Empress? He's nothing but a child. Stop kneeling there and get up. I really don't understand what kind of person the Emperor chose. A child like this. How could he possibly know how to serve His Majesty? Really now, after all these years, there still isn't even a single Imperial heir. Yin Wuya smiled and soothed him. Imperial Father, please don't be angry. Isn't it enough that Wuya has children? Lu Empress Dowager sighed and looked at her kindly. My Wuya is still the one who causes me the least worry. He looked at Trintich, frowned, and waved a hand. Empress, you may leave. You're still young. As long as you don't make more trouble, that's enough. I will arrange for someone else to take over the affairs of the harem. At that moment, Trintich suddenly spoke in a cool voice. There is no need, Empress Dowager. He lifted his head and met Lu Empress Dowager's eyes directly, smiling as he said, This consort can handle the affairs of the 6 palaces and can serve His Majesty as well. His Majesty is very satisfied with this consort, so Empress Dowager need not worry. The Phoenix Seal is currently in this consort hands. Surely Empress Dowager does not intend to seize it by force? Trintich knelt on the floor, looking pitiful, his eyes brimming with tears. If this consort has done anything improperly, then I beg Empress Dowager to instruct me. But if Empress Dowager only wants to take away this consort's authority over the 6 palaces because this consort is young, then where am I supposed to go to seek justice? Woo-woo. Lu Empress Dowager shouted furiously, How dare you? Yin Wuya, who was standing nearby, let out a laugh. Imperial father, why not let him try? I think that although Her Majesty the Empress is still young, he is bold and perceptive. He may truly be able to manage the harem well. Lu Empress Dowager picked up his teacup and said unhappily, and what good is that? He's so young. He can't even bear a dragon heir for His Majesty. Empress, I will see what abilities you truly have. But if anything goes wrong, I will not spare you lightly. Outside the Empress Dowager's palace, Xiao Fuang could not help looking at Trintich in a new light. Your Majesty the Empress, you actually agreed to personally take charge of the harem before the Empress Dowager. So impressive. This servant is deeply moved. Trintich lowered his head and sighed. I got angry for a moment and blurted it out without thinking. But really, why am I helping Yin Wuling manage the harem? That cold-blooded woman, even a child like me, she could drag into the harem. I was supposed to be a ruin-the-nation beauty, making trouble for her and giving her no peace. I should have been making sure she couldn't live in peace. What am I even doing? Seeing Yin Wuling's figure not far away, Xiao Fuang happily called out in a low voice, "Ah, His Majesty is over there. Your Majesty the Empress, let's go greet His Majesty." Trintich frowned as he looked at the people beside Yin Wuling. Those people are. Yin Wuling was discussing state affairs with Yin Bing and the others. Yin Wuling rubbed her chin and said, "But there are only 50,000 troops over there. I'm afraid it'll be rather difficult." Yin Bing looked at her and said gravely, "Then how about circling in from the north?" "Over here." Trintich shook his head calmly. "No need to greet her. His Majesty is occupied with state affairs. It wouldn't be appropriate for us to disturb her. Let's go back to the palace first." Xiao Fuang nodded in reply. "Yes." Trintich lowered his eyes. More than 10 years had passed. Everyone was here, except me. I wonder when they're all together, do they still mention me? Do they still remember me at all? Madame Jiang raised his head and looked in surprise at Trintich's retreating figure. Huh? Was that Her Majesty the Empress just now? Her Majesty saw His Majesty. So why didn't he come over to pay his respects and just left instead? Yin Wuling raised her head and sighed. That little Empress is probably watching us discuss state affairs, so he chose not to interrupt. Bai Sujing gave an interested "oh." So young, yet already so sensible. Yin Bing looked at Trin Tich's back, and a strange sense of familiarity rose in his heart. Why do I feel like Her Majesty the Empress looks familiar? That frail appearance of his is exactly like how Lu Tru looked when he was little. Your Majesty didn't choose him for that reason, did you? Madame Jiang and Bai Sujing looked at him in surprise. Oh, so Minister Yin has seen what Lu Tru looked like as a child? Seeing Yin Wuling turn to leave, Madame Jiang froze and hurriedly asked, "Your Majesty, where are you going?" Yin Wuling smiled and replied, "It's about time. I should be resting too. I'll be with my little Empress." Bai Sujing crossed his arms and said with emotion, "His Majesty really does like this little Empress." Yin Bing lowered his eyes, his mood growing heavy. If she truly likes Her Majesty the Empress, then that's fine. I'm only afraid that she still hasn't forgotten Le True. She could have let go of the past and lived well, but then suddenly a boy appeared who looks so much like someone from those old days. I'm only afraid that she'll never be able to escape the shadow of the past. Late at night, Xiao Fuang ran into the room and said happily to Trintich, "His Majesty is here. His Majesty is here." Jing Tik for the... What? She's here again? When he saw Yin Wuling enter, he hurriedly knelt and saluted. "This subject greets Your Majesty." Yin Wuling looked at him and smiled. "Get up quickly. I'll come to see you." Trintich stood up and asked with a bright smile, "I wonder how many memorials Your Majesty has brought tonight for this consort to help stamp? Your Majesty need only give the order, and this consort will obey." Yin Wuling looked him straight in the eyes and replied with an unreadable smile, "No. Tonight, I only want to sleep with you." Trintich jolted and stared at her in shock. "Sleep? On the bed?" Yin Wuling pulled Trintich tightly into her arms. Looking at him tenderly, she said, "The Empress is really adorable. Holding you feels just like holding a kitten." Trintich forced a bitter smile. He frowned slightly and answered calmly, "Serving Your Majesty is this consort's duty." But in his heart, he had already cursed Yin Wuling hundreds of times. "Yin Wuling, you beast." Yin Wuling looked at him and said softly, "I heard that today you embarrassed the Empress Dowager." The Empress Dowager was very angry and said quite a lot about you to me. Trintich replied with an awkward smile, "How would this consort dare embarrass the Empress Dowager? This consort is just a small, weak, pitiful boy with no one to rely on. At most, I can only try to protect myself and survive in the harem." He turned and wrapped his arms tightly around Yin Wuling, his face full of fear. I'm so scared. Your Majesty must protect this consort well. Yin Wuling gently stroked his head to comfort him. You've been wronged. From now on, you may do whatever you want with the affairs of the 6 palaces. Handle them as you please. I trust you. If anything happens, I will stand up for you. Even after hearing Yin Wuling say that, Trintich could not bring himself to feel happy. Yin Wuling, even if you treat me like this now, I still... MMPH. I can't breathe. He was being crushed against Yin Wuling's chest, his face turning gray. Yin Wuling, are you trying to murder me? The next day, the young consorts looked at one another, their faces full of confusion. Last night, it was the Empress attending the Emperor again. We haven't even gotten to see His Majesty yet. Why is this happening? One of the young consorts finally could not hold back his anger. This is outrageous. With my background and looks, I actually have to pay my respects to a child every single day. The person beside him nodded in agreement. Exactly. The one who fainted yesterday is still bedridden even now. They snorted angrily and looked at Trin AM in the distance. It's all thanks to a certain someone. He hasn't even brought honor to his family himself, and he was already in such a hurry to bring his younger brother along to celebrate with him. Just look at how arrogant and overbearing he is. Must run in the family. When those above are crooked, those below follow suit. He should have taught his family properly before sending them into the palace. Exactly. Trin AM frowned and glared at them angrily. Since all of you know that Her Majesty the Empress is my biological younger brother, aren't you afraid I'll report those ugly words of yours to Her Majesty? That young consort gritted his teeth and glared at him. Trin AM met his gaze and said coolly, Her Majesty the Empress is still young. If he has offended any of you brothers, I ask for your forbearance. No matter what, the Empress is still the Empress, while we are only consorts. How could those below offend those above? Besides, if His Majesty were to find out, I'm afraid she would form an unfavorable opinion of all of you brothers. Wouldn't that be too high a price to pay? Those people muttered in fearful anger. These two brothers really are equally hateful. Exactly. Inside the hall, Trintich looked at the young consorts kneeling before him and said with a smile, Sorry to trouble all of you brothers to come back again today, but there's an important matter I wish to discuss with everyone. Those kneeling below replied respectfully, Please speak, Your Majesty the Empress. Trintich looked at them and said calmly, War has broken out in the west again, and His Majesty is troubled by it. Therefore, I have redrawn the clothing budget for the harem for the coming year, reducing it somewhat from the original plan. As for food and drink, there will be no changes. The main reductions will be in jewelry and incense expenses. The amount of silver, save in a year, could provide the court with several more months of grain. We in the harem can also share His Majesty's burdens. The young consorts frowned and fell silent for a moment. Suppressing their anger, they answered, Your Majesty is right. We usually don't use that many luxurious things anyway. This subject agrees to share His Majesty's worries. Trintich nodded in satisfaction, then picked up a ledger. Good, with that item settled. Next is the matter of all your residences. After leaving the Empress's hall, the young consorts glared at one another and said angrily, This is infuriating. Yesterday, he grandly declared before the Empress Dowager that he wanted to govern the 6 palaces himself. And today, he actually started doing it. I lose 3 bracelets every year because of this. Seeing Trin AM ahead, that green-haired young consort could not hold back his anger and shoved him. What are you standing there for? Are you blind? You're blocking the way. Trin AM straightened up and glared at the green-haired man angrily. Clearly I didn't step on you. The green-haired young consort folded his arms and let out a cold snort, looking at Trin AM mockingly. I am a Shijun, while you're only a Chiron. If I say you're in my way, then you're in my way. So you'd better move aside obediently. Or are you really planning to report even this tiny matter to Her Majesty the Empress? The attendant beside him frowned at Trin AM. Young master. Trin AM shot him a glance to reassure him. It's fine. Once he was done, the green-haired man turned and left coldly. Those two brothers really are cut from the same cloth. After he left, another young consort walked over and asked Trin AM with concern, Are you all right? Don't be upset. Consort Shui has always been this overbearing. His mother holds a high position, and his family is powerful. We can't compare to him. Trin AM smiled gratefully at him. Karen Wu. Thank you. I'm Yufine. Her Majesty has cut expenses in the harem, so everyone is unhappy inside. They're only using me as someone to vent their anger on. Then he looked at the attendant beside him and instructed, Xiaohua, when we get back, take my bracelets and divide them among everyone. Just treat it as making up for the little they're missing. Xiaohua lowered his head, clearly unwilling, and looked at him. Her Majesty the Empress only needs to concern himself with running the 6 palaces, but he doesn't even know his elder brother is living in a situation like this. A child really is just a child. In the imperial garden, the young consorts stood by the lake, watching the fish swim below the water. The weather is nice today. Watching fish in the imperial garden is the best. So pretty. Raising fish really is nice. Since His Majesty isn't coming anyway, we have to find our own amusement. Exactly. Just watching fish is still boring. As soon as the words fell, the overbearing consort Shui shoved Trin AM into the lake. Trin AM cried out in panic and fear. Xiao Hua shouted anxiously, young master. Water splashed everywhere. In the lake, Trin AM flailed desperately in terror. Help! Help! The people on shore looked at him and laughed mockingly. Ha ha, look, it's a fish. What should we do? He can't swim. Just then, Yanwea happened to pass by and asked the crowd, what's going on here? The group looked at her in panic and fear. Your Highness Prince Yu. Yanwea hurriedly jumped into the lake and pulled Trin Am up. Quick, help him onto the shore. Trin Am sat on the bank, his clothes disheveled and soaked through. The people around him looked at him and sneered. TSK, TSK, what a lovely spring scene. Huh, no sense of propriety at all. Suddenly, a cloak was draped over him. Yanwea looked coldly at the men before her and said, all you young masters of the harem had better be careful. If one day this prince doesn't happen to pass by, do try not to fall into the water like this. I will report today's events to His Majesty. Please continue enjoying your fish, gentlemen. Trin M lifted his head and looked at her in surprise. Your Highness Prince Yu. Yanwea stepped into the study and bowed. Your Majesty. Yan Wuling raised her head and smiled at her. We are here. Just in time. I was about to go look for you. The Western Turks have invaded our borders. I intend to wipe them out completely. Are you willing to go in my stead this time? Hearing that, Yanwea paled in alarm and hurriedly said, no way. The Western Turk front is that dangerous. If I go, I may never come back. If General Bai won't make a move, then why doesn't Your Majesty personally go to war? A faint, cold smile appeared at the corner of her lips. Or is it that Your Majesty no longer wants this little sister of yours? Yan Wuling slapped the table angrily. Absurd. If you can eliminate the Western Turks, that will be a great merit. This battle will not only temper your abilities, it will also establish your authority in the army. Otherwise, how are those arrogant soldiers and generals supposed to obey you in the future? Why is it that from beginning to end, you still don't understand my painstaking intentions? Yanwea let out a faint laugh and replied, Your Majesty's prestige reaches the heavens, and your heart holds the whole realm. How would this younger sister dare fail to understand Your Majesty's painstaking intentions? Rest assured, Your Majesty, we absolutely will not steal Your Majesty's glory. Watching Yanwea leave coldly, Yan Wuling looked at her helplessly. Yanwea paused, her eyes flashing. Even if I don't win merit or flaunt my might, your throne will be mine sooner or later. Yan Wuling let out a helpless sigh. Sigh, this little sister of mine, Madame Jiang, standing beside her, smiled and looked at her. Your Majesty is sighing again. Yan Wuling said helplessly, if I were to personally lead the campaign, it wouldn't be impossible. It's just that this trip would last far longer than a few months. Madame Kuang looked at her and asked, Your Majesty still can't let go of the little empress in the harem, can you? Yin Volang looked at her in surprise. How do you know? Hearing that, Madame Kuang furrowed her pretty brows and said seriously, Your Majesty, she is your empress, not your child. It's time to let Her Majesty the Empress get some training too, so he can mature a little more. Yin Volang looked at her calmly and said, I don't see him as a child, but for him, this really is the first time doing these things. I'm very much looking forward to it. How will the Empress grow? Madame Kuang patted her chest and confidently assured her, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. While you're away, I'll take good care of your little empress. You only need to focus on the campaign." Yin Volang gently kissed her on the cheek and said softly, "Madame truly is the most considerate person by my side." Madame Kuang's cheeks instantly flushed red. She covered her face with both hands. Your Majesty, honestly, you mustn't flirt with people for no reason, especially late at night in the study." In the study late at night, Trin Tin stood beside Yin Volang grinding ink for her. After a while, he raised his head, glanced at her, and asked, "This consort heard that Your Majesty plans to personally lead the Western campaign against Take Quiet." Yin Volang looked at him and smiled. "What is it? Is the Empress interested in military and state affairs?" Startled, Trin Tin hurriedly explained, "No, not at all. I just happened to hear of it, that's all." Yin Volang looked at him with a gentle smile. "It has already been a month since the investiture ceremony. How has the Empress been adapting to life in the harem these days?" Trenton lowered his face and said softly, "Everything else is fine. It's just that Your Majesty doesn't spend the night with any of the other consorts. When men start fighting and getting jealous, it's truly frightening." Resting her chin lazily on one hand, Yin Volang looked at him and asked, "Does the Empress want me to spend the night in another man's chambers?" Trenton stiffened slightly, then nodded. This is Your Majesty's affair. How could I possibly control Your Majesty?" But inwardly he grumbled, "Whether you go or not, I don't care at all." Yin Volang smiled gently and rubbed his head. "My Empress is so virtuous. In my heart, there's only the Empress." The inkstick in Trin Tin's hand snapped in two. He lowered his face, lips pressed tightly together, his whole body trembling with anger. "Yin Volang, if there's only Trin Tin in your heart, then what about my place, Latrue's?" Words with rhyme. He furrowed his brows tightly and ground the ink through clenched teeth. "No, what am I even angry about? She was only ever a cold-blooded woman who abandoned me and our child. I can't waver. Once you return from personally leading the campaign, you'll find that I've turned your harem upside down." The next day, Trin Tin woke abruptly in bed and quickly sat up, looking at Chu Fuang. "Has His Majesty already left?" Chu Fuang smiled and replied, "Reporting to Your Majesty the Empress, the army has already reached the city gates." Trin Tin jumped to his feet in anger. "Yin Volang, and you still didn't say goodbye to me." Seeing how anxious he was, Chu Fuang smiled and said, "Oh my, does Your Majesty the Empress want to see His Majesty off?" Such deep affection. Trin Tin stood on the city wall, silently watching the army below. Bak Tikin pointed toward the wall and said to Yin Volang, "Your Majesty, look, Her Majesty the Empress is on the wall. Has he come to see you off?" Yin Volang was stunned and looked toward the wall in surprise. Trin Tin stood there, his expression darkening. "Many years ago on this very gate, I was in despair. Carrying my unborn child, I leapt down from it. I hated her cold heartlessness. So easily she cast aside the affection we had built over so many years, and even our own flesh and blood. I swore that if I lived again, I would take revenge. I would never spare her. But now His hand tightened against the city wall. "But I still hope she can win and return safely. I can't bear to imagine her dying on the battlefield, her body wrapped in horsehide." "Why is that?" Trin Tin closed his eyes, his heart in turmoil. "Have I lost all ambition?" Yin Volang lowered her eyes gloomily. Bak Tikan, standing beside her, frowned and asked, "What's wrong? Why do you look like that?" Yin Volang looked at her, pain stabbing through her heart. When Latrue jumped from the city gate, everyone saw it. The hatred in his eyes still flashes through my mind. If Latrue were still here, he would surely want revenge against me. Bak Tikan's steady voice rang out, "No, he wouldn't." Yin Fulang Forza. Bak Tikan smiled at her and said, "What kind of person was Latrue? Doesn't Your Majesty know that better than anyone? He might hate Your Majesty, but deep down, he would also understand. This realm was built only after everyone fought and bled together for many years. This is a country that emerged from chaos, where at last the people can live in peace and stability. If Latrue were still here, he would certainly stand beside Your Majesty and protect this country." Yin Volang let out a faint laugh. I believe he would." Meanwhile, Trin Tin walked on in silence, deep in thought. "Yin Volang, do you really trust me enough to hand the harem over to me? Just wait and see." At that moment, Madame Kuang suddenly appeared in front of him. Trin jumped in fright, but quickly composed himself. This is Unit Kwong, isn't it? What do you want with me? Madame Kwong laughed as she looked at him. Before leaving, His Majesty entrusted me with the task of taking care of Her Majesty the Empress. If Your Majesty has any instructions, you may command me. Now that His Majesty has gone to war, this servant will remain by Your Majesty's side at all times. Jingding Sayin Wali, I'm done for. This person talks the most nonsense and has the most tricks up her sleeve. If she sets her sights on me, I'll never have a peaceful day again. Thinking of that, he smiled and said, Minister Kwong has worked hard indeed. I just made some candied hawthorn sweets. Shall I have Chu Fuang bring them to you? Madame Kwong immediately snatched up the plate, her eyes curving into delighted crescents as she ate enthusiastically. Candied sweets? Really? I love candied sweets the most. Trin let out a sigh of relief. Finally, I can have a moment of peace. His gaze then shifted to the side. Not far away, Trin AM was holding his jewelry box and distributing his ornaments to everyone. La Tiquan picked up a bracelet and glared at him angrily. You think that just because you're giving us your jewelry, we won't settle accounts with you? This broken bracelet? In my household, we'd only let servants wear something like this. Even if you brought 10 of these, they still wouldn't equal one of mine. Keep it yourself. As soon as he said that, he threw the bracelet to the ground, where it shattered. Trin AM looked at the broken bracelet in distress. Trin hurried over and shouted angrily, Stop! What are you doing? Making a scene in public. It was I who ordered the reduction of harem expenses. Why are you taking your anger out on him? La Tiquan gave a cold laugh and replied, Your Majesty the Empress, you misunderstand. No one in this harem dares take their anger out on you. But Trin AM is only a talented one, while I am a Tiquan. If he speaks offensively, isn't it perfectly normal for me to discipline him a little? The people beside him joined in. Exactly. Your Majesty can discipline those below you, so why can't we? It's because of rank distinctions like this that everything in the harem stays in order and the rules aren't thrown into chaos. Trin AM quickly stepped forward and said to Trin, Your Majesty the Empress, let go. Trin raised his head, his gaze turning cold as he cut him off. Since I saw it with my own eyes today, I cannot pretend I didn't. Talented one Trin's bracelet has been broken. Since La Tiquan said that 10 bracelets still wouldn't equal one of his, then let La Tiquan compensate talented one Trin with 10 bracelets. That would truly prove how rich and magnanimous La Tiquan is. La Tiquan Fuen Angili. What? This isn't fair. Why should I have to compensate 10? Trin sneered as he looked at him. You said it yourself, didn't you? Or were all those words just lies? If everything you said was false, then I ought to discipline you instead. The people nearby hurried to calm him down. Forget it. La Tiquan thought in and Fine, I'll pay. It's just a bracelet. Looking at the bracelets in the small wooden box, Trin AM fell silent and said awkwardly, What would I do with so many bracelets? Trin took his hand and smiled. If I'm giving them to you, then just keep them. Better than letting those people benefit. Come on, brother. Let's go talk properly. Trin AM quickly pulled his hand back. Your Majesty the Empress. He hurriedly stepped back and said politely, Your Majesty the Empress, our statuses are different now. Trin AM dares not be disrespectful. Trin held a small jar in his hand and smiled at him. There's no one else here, so why be so formal? Look, Mother had someone deliver this honey a few days ago. Homemade honey suits our taste best. Trin M lowered his eyes and said gloomily, Mother didn't send me any. Startled, Trin hurriedly said, How could that be? Here, then eat mine. Trin AM could no longer keep his composure and shouted, Your Majesty the Empress. He stepped back and said coldly, Your Majesty the Empress. Trin AM dares not accept these bracelets. Please keep them and distribute them among the brothers in the harem. Trin AM is unwell, so I shall take my leave first. Trin frowned and hurriedly said, Brother, I didn't know they were using you to vent their anger. If I had known earlier, Trin AM glanced at him and said indifferently, Your Majesty is still young. It is only normal that you do not understand these things. There is no need to worry on my behalf. Trin opened his mouth as if to say something, but no words came. It's my fault. I only thought of how to govern the 6 palaces, but never considered that harming those people's interests would make them vent their anger on Trin AM. The more Trin thought about it, the angrier he became. These men are truly troublesome. I'd rather go to war with Yin Volang. Just then, Madame Kwong walked over, smiling as she asked, Your Majesty the Empress, what's wrong? Why are you hanging your head like that? Has managing the harem given you a headache? Trin frowned tightly and thought to himself, I really don't want to admit it. Madame Kwong smiled at him and said, Your Majesty the Empress, managing the harem is a technical job. If you can't properly manage just these few consorts in His Majesty's harem, then after a few more rounds of the grand selection in the future, won't everything fall into chaos? Look at why La Ti Quan is so arrogant. It's because his family has a powerful estate. His mother is a first-rank official, and his father is the cousin of the Right Chancellor. Even if he makes mistakes, people still have to yield to him out of consideration for that. As for your elder brother, his background is far inferior to La Ti Quan's, and he is not favored by His Majesty. Even if he wants to resist, he has no power to do so. The current situation makes that obvious enough. So if you only look at these petty surface-level benefits and deal with people one or two at a time, you can only solve the problem temporarily, not the root cause. Your Majesty the Empress must think further ahead. Jingting Suden Li Fao En Lai. She was right. After all these years, who would have thought Madame Kwong understood so much? She was no longer the little girl who only knew how to run around everywhere with Yin Volang. He smiled gratefully at her. Many thanks, Minister Kwong, for your guidance. I will take it to heart. Elsewhere, Trin Am sat crouched on the steps, sobbing. Yin Vonai happened to pass by and looked at him in surprise. Someone is crying? This person. I remember him. He's the one who fell into the water that day. One of Yin Volang's men. She walked over and asked Trin, Young master, why are you crying so sadly outside Kai Duong Hall? Did something happen? Trin Am looked up in surprise. Prince Duke. He quickly stood and answered softly, And no, it's nothing. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. Trin Am will take his leave first. Yin Von Nai feigned surprise and asked, Could it be that the other consorts in the harem are bullying you again? The same people who push you into the water. Trin Am was startled, and warmth suddenly rose in his heart. She still remembered what happened that day. He turned back to look at Yin Von Nai and said calmly, In the harem, things like this happen often. Thank you for Your Highness's concern. Trin Am is fine. Yin Von Nai stepped in front of him with a smile. That's right. In the harem, if you have no family backing and no favor from His Majesty, you're bound to be bullied. A beauty like Consort Trin. How could His Majesty show no pity at all? Trin Am frowned and turned his face away. Yin Von Nai held his shoulders and continued. If Consort Trin wants to gain His Majesty's favor, this prince has a way to help you. Trin Am looked at her in surprise. Your Highness Prince Duke? Meanwhile, in the military camp, Yin Volang was sitting when she suddenly sneezed. The attendant beside her, who was wrapping cloth around her chest, saw this and asked anxiously, Has Your Majesty caught a chill? This servant will tend to the wound at once. Yin Volang glanced at her and said coolly, It's nothing. Have someone quickly deliver the Lingji mushroom I picked on the road to my empress. The attendant brought the Lingji to Trin. This is the Lingji His Majesty instructed us to deliver. Trin looked at her anxiously and hurriedly asked, His Majesty was injured? The attendant quickly replied, Yes, injured a few days ago, but should already be healing. We'll be back next month. Our emperor is truly incredible. Wherever she fights, she wins. Every battle is a victory. Tu Fuang beside him was equally unable to hide her admiration. Exactly. This time, even Tay Quiet was beaten until they wet themselves and surrendered long ago. Trin's brows knitted tightly, his eyes turning uneasy. She was injured. Why am I worried? With a Lingji that large, she's probably fine. Late at night, Madame Kwong carried over a pile of account books and memorials and looked at Trin curiously. Your Majesty the Empress, what do you need these for? Trin smiled and gestured to her. Chill, I'm just taking a look. Don't tell anyone. Madame Kwong looked at him awkwardly. But the harem must not interfere in politics. Trin's eyes brimmed with tears as he looked at her with an innocent expression. I'm still just a child. What could I possibly understand? Madame Kwong nodded. That's true. Trin examined the memorials one by one, his brows tightening. So many memorials impeach La On, greedy, bullying others by relying on power. This La family is definitely no decent sort. But that's good too. As long as I can seize even one weakness, La Ti Quan won't be able to lord it over everyone in the harem anymore. Seeing him preparing to go out, Chu Fuang quickly asked, "Your Majesty the Empress, where are you going?" "Jing Ding Smai. I'm going to see my brother." Chu Fuang looked at him and said quickly, "Consort Trin isn't in his palace right now. He's gone to the rear garden." "Jing Ding Fo the rear garden? It's so late. What is he doing in the garden?" "Rear garden." When he saw Yin Vo Nai together with Trin Am, Trin Tin was stunned. "Brother, and Prince Duke?" Trin Am bent slightly toward Yin Vo Nai, seemingly saying something to her. Yin Vo Nai, however, cupped his face and leaned close to whisper in his ear. Trin Tin's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. What am I seeing?" "Over there." Yin Vo Nai looked at Trin Am and asked, "Well, don't you like this prince's method? His Majesty will be returning soon. By then the other consorts will surely use every trick they can to attract His Majesty's attention. If Consort Trin still doesn't strive to get ahead, when will His Majesty ever notice you?" Trin Am lowered his eyes and hesitated. "About that, I still feel this isn't very good. Thank you, Your Highness Prince Duke, but I think it's better to forget it." Yin Vo Nai quickly grabbed his shoulders to stop him. "If that's the case, then if one day you change your mind, you may come find me at any time." Seeing how intimate the two of them looked, Trin Tin was left dumbfounded once more. Only after Yin Vo Nai had left did he step out. Trin Am jumped in fright and looked at Trin Tin in shock. His cheeks flushed red. "Tin, why are you here?" You saw it." Trin Tin lowered his face and said softly, "I saw it. What is going on between you and Prince Duke? She wants to help you get close to His Majesty." Trin Am looked at him, his gaze becoming firm. "Why not? In the harem, without His Majesty's favor, anyone can bully me. Prince Duke has a way to help me gain His Majesty's favor. I was only listening. There's nothing more to it." Trin Tin frowned at him. "But I feel Prince Duke's behavior toward you is a little too intimate. The two of you." Hearing that, Trin Am grew agitated. "There is nothing between us. We are innocent, Tin Ni. What exactly are you trying to say?" Trin Tin looked at him worriedly and said, "Brother, although Prince Duke is His Majesty's younger sister, the relationship between the two of them is not as harmonious as it appears on the surface. If Prince Duke asks you to do anything, you must be careful." Trin Am lowered his eyes, looking at him with pain and bitterness. "Tin Ni, are you afraid I'll attract His Majesty's attention and take your favor away? You may be the Empress, but I am also one of His Majesty's consorts. Why shouldn't His Majesty like me?" Trin Tin panicked and hurriedly explained, "No, that's not what I meant." Trin Am stepped back, shaking off his hand. "If that's not what you mean, then leave me alone." With that, he coldly turned and walked away. Cheng Jing watched Cheng Yin's departing figure with worry. No matter what Prince Yu intended to do to his brother, or what he wanted to do to Yin Wuling through him, it was certainly nothing good. Yet Yin Wuling still doted on that little sister. When she got back, he had to make her see that girl's true colors as soon as possible. Hiding in a corner, Yin Wuya's expression darkened. This little empress might be young, but he was not easy to deal with. Leaving him alive would be troublesome. On the day the emperor returned, the consorts in the harem were all up early, dressed, and made up beautifully. Looking at herself in the mirror, Consort Luo smiled shyly and said, "His Majesty returns to the palace victorious today. A banquet like this is a rare opportunity. I must catch His Majesty's eye." Everyone arrived at the banquet in full splendor. Seeing the scene, Cheng Jing could not help sighing. They really put their hearts into it. Xiao Fang behind him smiled and said, "Your Highness, the Empress hasn't seen His Majesty in a long time. You should dress up a little too." Cheng Jing sighed and waved his hand. "No need. I'm not used to it. Back when I followed her on campaigns east and north, when did I ever bother dressing up?" Then he saw Cheng Yin approaching from afar, exquisitely dressed and radiant, and softly called out, "Brother, this is bad. Now, even you've started competing for favor. Life's only going to get harder from now on." Suddenly a cry rang out. "Look, His Majesty has arrived. His Majesty has arrived." Yin Wuling and Jiang Tai came walking over from afar. With a blank look, she asked, Who is that in front?" A beautifully made-up consort in skimpy clothes danced his way up to her. Yin Wuling stared at him in bewilderment and asked, "It's so hot out. Why are you dancing under the blazing sun? Which palace are you from?" Jiang Taitai leaned close to her ear and reported quietly, "Your Majesty, this is Consort Shui." Yin Wuling looked at him and asked, "Who is Consort Shui? He seems seriously ill. Have the imperial physician examine him." Jiang Taitai casually pushed Consort Shui aside and hurriedly answered, "Yes." Shoved aside, Consort Shui looked stunned and stared at Yin Wuling in disbelief. "Your Majesty." At the banquet, Cheng Jing sat beside Yin Wuling, looking extremely awkward. "Your Majesty, this is improper. You can't do this." Yin Wuling stroked his cheek fondly and said gently, "HM, what's wrong with it? I haven't seen my Empress in a long time. I missed you very much." Seated beside them, Empress Dowager Lu let out an angry snort. No decorum at all. The men below were so jealous that their eyes were practically red. The Emperor and Empress are so loving. How hateful. Yin Wuling wrapped an arm around Cheng Jing and smiled at those below. "Today is a family banquet. Eat and drink as you please. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Come, drink more." Those below answered in unison, "Yes, Your Majesty." Down below, Consort Luo frowned at the servant beside him and asked, "Why hasn't Consort Shui arrived yet?" The servant answered softly, "His Majesty arranged for the imperial physician to attend to Consort Shui." At that moment, Yin Weia stood up with a wine cup in hand and said to Yin Wuling, "Your Majesty is wise and valiant, beating Western Rome until they had no strength left to fight back. This consort offers congratulations to Your Majesty and toasts Your Majesty with this cup." Yin Wuling raised her cup and smiled. "Many thanks, Prince Yu. Come, drink." Yin Weia smiled at her and continued, "There's nothing particularly entertaining about today's banquet. Why not have one of the consorts perform a piece?" Carrying a zither, Cheng Yin stepped out shyly and said, "This consort is willing to perform a piece for Your Majesty, the Empress and the Empress Dowager." Cheng Jing looked at him darkly. Yin Wuling looked at him and nodded. Then play." Cheng Yin sat in the center of the hall and began to pluck the strings. Empress Dowager Lu nodded in approval. Truly a beauty gifted in many arts. With such beauties in the harem, Your Majesty need not worry about having no heirs." Cheng Jing lowered his eyes. He glanced at Yin Wuling beside him, and his heart suddenly ached. Yin Wuling was also staring at Cheng Yin. After all, he really was a beauty. But why? Why did she suddenly feel a sourness in her heart? When the performance ended, Yin Wuling smiled at Cheng Yin and said, Very well played. Reward him. What is your name?" Cheng Yin smiled gently and replied, "In answer to Your Majesty, this consort is Talent Cheng Yin." Yin Wuling froze. "Cheng Yin? Oh, so you're the Empress's elder brother? No wonder. Both brothers are such outstanding people." Cheng Yin smiled and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Empress Dowager Lu looked at Yin Wuling unhappily and said, "Your Majesty cannot keep only the Empress in your eyes forever. For the sake of the future, you should also look to the other consorts. I think this Talent Cheng is quite good. Why not let him attend Your Majesty in bed tonight?" Cheng Jing's heart suddenly clenched. Yin Wuling wanted to keep his brother to share a bed. Folding her arms, Yin Wuling said coolly, "I appreciate the Empress Dowager's good intentions, but this is my first day back in the palace, and I still have much state business to attend to. I have no time to linger in the gentle land of beauties." Holding his zither, Cheng Yin looked at her in disappointment. "Your Majesty." Empress Dowager Lu glared at her and demanded, "For 10 years, Your Majesty took no consorts. Now that you have, you still refuse to favor them. Do you think I'm meddling for nothing? If there are no heirs, what will become of the empire?" Then he pointed at Cheng Jing beside her. "Are you expecting this child to bear you a daughter?" Cheng Jing, caught in the crossfire for no reason, turned and looked over expressionlessly. Yin Wuling's face was full of embarrassment. Unable to stop himself, he rose and said calmly, "Your Majesty, this consort would also like to perform a piece for Your Majesty and the Empress Dowager. May I?" Cheng Yin looked at him in shock. "Jinger knows how to play the zither? Why have I never known that?" Hearing this, Yin Wuling happily agreed. "Of course, I would also like to hear a piece performed by my Empress. Bring the zither here." Cheng Jing placed his hands on the instrument and began to play. Cheng Yin stared at Cheng Jing in disbelief, his face full of shock. Impossible. Jinger had never played at home all these years. When did he learn? Looking at Cheng Jing's confident and free-spirited bearing, Yin Wuling seemed to sink into her memories. Li Zhao. After finishing the piece, Cheng Jing sighed inwardly. It's been so long since I played. My hands are stiff. I just hope I can get through this. Yin Wuling's eyes lit up, and she praised him lavishly. Beautifully played. My empress is so talented. I shall reward you generously. Tonight, I will personally bring the reward to the empress's chambers. Empress Dowager Lu angrily cut in. Emperor, you are being far too partial. Yin Wuling smiled and said calmly, Of course, I will not neglect talent, Cheng either. From today on, you are promoted to gentleman. Cheng Yin looked slightly dejected. Thank you, your majesty. Beside him, Consort Luo muttered angrily. How hateful. His majesty didn't even spare us a glance. Consort Shui also looked indignant. Forget the empress. But what is that Cheng Yin supposed to be? He actually dared show off in front of his majesty. Yin Wuling rose and said loudly to the crowd, All right, continue the banquet. Let the music continue. Let the dancing continue. Everyone answered in unison, Thank you for your majesty's grace. Late at night in the empress's palace, Yin Wuling held Cheng Jing in her arms affectionately. So the empress can also play the zither. Why have I never known? My empress really surprises me at every turn. Cheng Jing gave an awkward smile and pushed her hand away. This consort only has a slight understanding of music. I wouldn't dare boast. What happened today really was beyond my expectations. Yin Wuling hugged him tightly and asked with a smile, Then did you suddenly offer to perform today because Talent Cheng was going to share my bed? So you got jealous? Hearing that, Cheng Jing reacted as if his tail had been stepped on and hurriedly explained, I didn't. It was the Empress Dowager forcing your majesty. Your majesty was in a difficult position, so this consort just... Yin Wuling gently took his hand. Thank you, little empress. She smiled as she looked at the small hand in hers. These hands are much smaller than before, but they still make people feel at ease. Yin Wuling held Cheng Jing tightly and gradually drifted off to sleep. Sleep, with you by my side, I can finally have a good dream. Late at night, outside the imperial palace, Bai Sujing stood with one hand on her hip and said with a smile, His Majesty clashed with the Empress Dowager again over the harem. Honestly, I heard the Empress Dowager flew into a rage after tonight's banquet. Jiang Taitai sighed. What can we do? Our emperor likes that little empress. She doesn't even spare the other men a glance. I really don't know what charm that little empress has. Yin Bing, standing beside them, frowned slightly. An emperor doting on only one person is not a good thing. Bai Sujing looked at him with a gentle smile. Prime Minister Yin, being anxious is useless. His Majesty definitely won't listen. Compared to 10 years without marrying at all. At least now, she has some interest in men. It's still early. Why don't we go have a drink together? Someone brought me some fine wine. Yin Bing lowered his eyes and shook his head. No need. I'm not in the mood today. Watching him leave, Bai Sujing called out in disappointment. Prime Minister Jiang Taidai walked over and comforted her. Sister Bai, Prime Minister Yin has always been dense when it comes to matters of the heart. Don't take it to heart. He hasn't been like this for just a year or two. Bai Sujing gave a bitter smile. It's not that he's dense about love. It's just that there's no place for me in his eyes, because his gaze has never once left his majesty. The next day, the consorts in the harem gathered together. Consort Shui shot Cheng Yin a disdainful look and said, What's there to be so pleased about? You showed off in front of his majesty for ages and still weren't allowed to attend her bed. Consort Luo gave a cold snort. You were only promoted to gentleman. You're still beneath me. You only got that because of the Empress's reflected glory. Xiaohua angrily protested on Cheng Yin's behalf. Cheng Yin quickly stopped him. Don't argue with them. Let's go. Consort Shui looked at Consort Luo and frowned. His Majesty is so cold. If we don't take the initiative and think of some way, we'll die forgotten in this harem. Consort Luo nodded. That's right. Even if we can't attend His Majesty's bed, it would still be good to rise a little in rank. Consort Shui lowered his face and ground his teeth. The one who should die is that Empress. As long as he lives, His Majesty will never notice us. Consort Luo's eyes flashed. He's just a child. What's so hard about that? Children disappear with the slightest accident. In the Empress's bedchamber, the head of the Chung family knelt and saluted respectfully. This subject greets Your Highness the Empress. Chung Jing smiled and quickly helped her up. Mother, please rise. There's no one else here, so there's no need to be so formal. Standing behind her, Chung Yin said lightly, Mother. The Chung family head smiled at Chung Yin. Oh, Yiner is here too? Seeing that both of you brothers are well makes Mother very happy. Then she walked over and gently cupped Chung Jing's face. Oh, look at you. It's only been a few months, but Jing'er has grown so much taller, and your face has become more and more delicate. His Majesty truly is His Majesty. She really has a good eye. Ah. Chung Jing forced a smile inwardly. You used to praise only my brother, but you never praised me. Standing to the side, Chung Yin lowered his head and said nothing. The Chung family head smiled and patted both of them on the shoulders. Now that both of you brothers are here, our Chung family can be said to have brought honor to our ancestors. Mother has also been promoted. If anything comes up, as long as Mother can help, I certainly will. Chung Jing looked at her and quickly said, There really is something I need to trouble Mother with. The Chung family head looked at him. Please speak, Your Highness the Empress. Chung Jing's expression turned serious. I heard the Prime Minister has recently been investigating matters in Hebei. The Luo family must surely be involved. I hope Mother can help investigate this and gather evidence related to the Luo family. The Chung family head was startled. The Luo family? They've always been arrogant, and no one has dared meddle with them. Jing'er, do you want to make a move against the Luo family? Chung Jing gritted his teeth angrily. Brother is being bullied in the harem by those people from Consort Luo's side. If the Luo family continues to throw its weight around, Consort Luo certainly won't reign in his arrogance. Chung Yin looked at him in surprise and gratitude. Jing'er is really thinking of me. The Chung family head nodded at Chung Jing. Understood. While our Chung family cannot openly oppose the Luo family, Mother can still secretly gather evidence. No matter who it is, anyone who dares bully my child absolutely won't get away with it. After the Chung family head left, Chung Yin looked at Chung Jing and said hesitantly, Your Highness the Empress. Jing'er, I'm sorry about before. I was constantly targeted by the consorts in the harem, so I was somewhat short-tempered. Chung Jing rubbed his head and smiled. Why say such things between family? If you're well, and I'm well, then our Chung family is well. Just then Xiao Fang came in carrying a small jug of wine and said with a smile, That's right, Gentleman Chung. Where Her Highness saw you being bullied, he was furious. These past few days he's been asking around about the Luo family the whole time. You absolutely mustn't misunderstand Her Highness. Chung Yin picked up a wine cup and smiled. That's right, we're brothers. Late at night, Chung Jing escorted Chung Yin outside and reminded him, If Consort Luo bullies you again in the future, send me a letter and I'll deal with him. Chung Yin let out a laugh. You're the only one who worries so much. Chung Jing looked at Xiao Fang and said, Xiao Fang, go escort Gentleman Chung back. This is close to my palace. Xiao Fang hurriedly answered, Yes. Then please be careful on your way back, Your Highness the Empress. After seeing Chung Yin off, Chung Jing yawned tiredly. He had finally untied the knot in his heart with his brother, and Mother had agreed to help as well. Everything was going smoothly. It truly was something to be happy about. In the corner of the wall, two suspicious figures emerged. They covered Chung Jing's mouth and threw a sack over him. Chung Jing panicked and struggled desperately. Who? The man in black raised his hand, knocked Chung Jing unconscious, slung him over his shoulder, and carried him away. A blazing torch was raised high. Chung Jing, tightly bound and with his head covered, sat in the corner of a room. The assassin held the torch and said coldly, Set the fire. The whole palace burst into flames. Xiao Fang turned around in alarm. What's going on? Is there a fire over there? Chung Yin's face changed dramatically. Yingya, don't tell me something happened to Jing. Hurry and go take a look. The Empress's side palace was engulfed in fierce flames. Inside, Chung Jing slowly came to. Cough, cough, what is that smell? Is it burning? Someone wants to kill me. He struggled to shake off the cloth covering his head. Chung Jing got to his feet and staggered toward the door. Smoke rushed into his nose, making him cough without stopping. Outside, Xiao Fang shouted in panic, Put out the fire! Hurry and save it! Her Highness the Empress is inside. Chung Yin also carried over a large bucket of water to help. his face full of anxiety. Jinger, hold on. Inside, Chung Jing's face grew paler and paler. Brother is outside. He desperately pounded on the door and shouted, I'm here. Cough, cough. I'm here. Chung Jing's voice grew weaker and weaker. No good. The smoke, it's suffocating. Yin Wuling. Chung Jing closed his eyes and fainted. Thick smoke billowed up and swallowed the whole room. Then the window was smashed open from outside. Yin Wuling hurriedly jumped in. Empress. Chung Jing struggled to open his eyes and look at her. Your Majesty. Yin Wuling gently lifted him with one arm, pulled Chung Jing into her embrace, and shouted anxiously, Summon the imperial physician at once. Chung Jing weakly opened his eyes and looked at her. Yin Wuling, this time you came to save me. Yin Wuling's eyes were full of guilt as she held him gently but tightly. This time I won't let go again. Late at night, as Chung Jing lay unconscious on the bed, Jiang Taitai reported to Yin Wuling, Your Majesty, I'm afraid the fire in the side hall this time was deliberately set. Yin Wuling roared furiously. Investigate. Investigate it for me. No matter who it turns out to be, I absolutely will not let them off lightly. At that moment, Chung Yin entered carrying a basin of clean water and said softly to Yin Wuling, Your Majesty, let this consort wipe Jinger down. Yin Wuling turned and glanced at him. You are Gentleman Chung, Jinger's elder brother. There's no need. Leave such things to the servants. Chung Yin took a clean cloth and went to the bedside, gently wiping Chung Jing down. Ying Evas Mishivos. When he was little, he was always climbing up and down. Whenever he came home, he'd be covered in mud from falling around outside. Every time he came back from playing, this consort took care of him like this. Then he glanced at Yin Wuling and said with a smile, It is your Majesty who should go back and rest early. State affairs are busy, and it is already late. The Empress has this consort to care for him. Yin Wuling laughed softly. Jinger is truly blessed to have such a gentle and attentive elder brother. You've worked hard. The moment he wakes up, report it to me at once. Chung Yin smiled and nodded. Yes. After Yin Wuling left, Xiaohua hurried over to Chung Yin and said happily, My lord, congratulations. At least today you were finally able to speak with His Majesty, and this servant thinks His Majesty likes you too. You must seize the opportunity. Chung Yin could not feel happy at all. He lowered his head and sighed. Sigh, things turn out like this, and I ended up gaining a blessing from disaster. I just don't know who could be so vicious as to treat him so cruelly. Elsewhere, La Shijun paced back and forth around the room, his face full of panic. How did this happen? This wasn't me. I haven't even made my move yet. Who on earth was it? The servant beside him hurriedly tried to calm him down. Don't panic, master. Maybe there are others who hate the Empress too. At that moment, the officers burst into the room and said coldly, His Majesty has ordered a full investigation into the arson. Search everything. Don't miss the master's quarters or the servants' rooms. La Shijun, looking extremely anxious, quickly said, Wait, you can't do this. Don't touch that. It's my dowry. One of the soldiers found evidence on La Shijun's servant and immediately reported, Sir, we found flint and firewood in this servant's room. La Shijun froze, horror written all over his face. What? That's impossible. How could this happen? This has nothing to do with me. The captain of the Imperial Guard sneered at him. It was found on a servant from your palace. If you want to explain yourself, explain it to His Majesty. As two soldiers dragged him away, La Shijun struggled in terror. Let me go. I don't know anything. This has nothing to do with me. After they took him away, the captain of the guards went to a corner and bowed to Yin Ya. Your Highness, everything has been arranged. Yin Ya smiled in satisfaction as she looked at him. Well done. These people all had grudges against the Empress, so this is perfectly reasonable. Besides, the La family has been arrogant in the court for far more than a day or two. Let his mother figure out a way to deal with it. The next day, at the Empress Dowager's sleeping palace, Empress Dowager Lu looked at Yin Ya and asked coldly, You were behind the fire in the palace next to the Empress's, weren't you? Why did you do that? Yin Ya answered calmly with a faint smile, I've always had a bad feeling about this Empress. If he isn't eliminated, he'll ruin my bigger plans. Empress Dowager Lu came down and took her hand. Why are you in such a hurry, Ya? The Emperor has no children. Sooner or later, the throne will be yours. Yin Ya looked at him coldly and replied, Just because there are none now doesn't mean there won't be later. Royal father, when you do something, you have to make sure it's done properly. Empress Dowager Lu sighed. I already chose men he doesn't like to enter the harem. With his temperament, he won't touch them. And even if he does, we can just make sure those men can't bear children. The Empress is still young. We have time. Yin Ya scratched her cheek and said, as for Yin Wuling's men, well, there's another path we can take too. Empress Dowager Lu frowned at her and asked, what do you mean by that? A slight smile appeared at the corner of Yin Ya's lips. A foolish man is the easiest to control. After an unknown length of time, Cheng Jing finally woke up in bed. Cheng Yin, who had been sitting beside him, finally felt the weight in his heart lift when he saw that he was awake. Jinger, you're awake. Quickly, go inform His Majesty. Cheng Jing sat up and looked at Cheng Yin. Brother, have you been here taking care of me the whole time? Cheng Yin smiled and replied, that's right. You nearly died in the sea of flames. It was terrifying, but His Majesty didn't care about her own safety at all. She rushed into the room and carried you out. His Majesty is truly good to you. Cheng Jing froze for a moment, then murmured, Yin Wuling saved me this time. So it wasn't a dream. After thinking for a moment, Cheng Jing lifted his head and looked straight into Cheng Yin's eyes. Brother, someone deliberately set that fire. Cheng Yin nodded. I know. His Majesty has already sent people to investigate. They found out it was La Shijun. Arson tools were found in his servant's possession. Hearing that, Cheng Jing's brows drew tightly together. La Shijun. So it really was him. He's disliked me for a long time. But this was investigated so quickly, and the arson tools weren't even disposed of before the inspectors arrived. That's a little suspicious. Just then, seeing Yin Wuling arrive, Xiaofeng said happily, His Majesty is here. Yin Wuling walked to the bedside and smiled at Cheng Jing. The Empress is awake. Are you feeling better? Cheng Jing looked at her and smiled. Much better. Thank you, Your Majesty, for saving my life. Yin Wuling glanced at Cheng Yin beside him and said softly, Go get some rest. You haven't closed your eyes all day, have you? Look, you've even got dark circles now. Cheng Yin flushed in embarrassment. I am fine, Your Majesty. Yin Wuling glanced at Xiaofeng behind him and ordered, escort attendant Cheng back to his palace. Xiaofeng quickly answered, yes. Yin Wuling suddenly called Cheng Yin back. Wait. Then she draped a cloak over him. It's cold outside. Put this on before you go. Cheng Yin stared in surprise, his cheeks turning bright red. Ah, yes. Thank you, Your Majesty. Sitting on the bed, Cheng Jing looked at the two of them in astonishment. Since when had Yin Wuling and his brother become so close? What had happened while he was unconscious? While he was lost in thought, Yin Wuling came over holding a bowl of soup and handed it to him. I noticed the Empress has still been coughing often, so I had the kitchen make chicken soup to clear the heat and reduce inflammation. Try it. Cheng Jing looked at the bowl and said softly, Thank you, Your Majesty. He picked up the bowl, took a sip, then looked at Yin Wuling and asked, How did Your Majesty and my brother become so close? Yin Wuling looked at him gently and said, The Empress's brother is truly a good man. Not only is he gentle and open-hearted, but he's also attentive and thoughtful when caring for others. For the past few days, he has stayed by your side every day taking care of you. I've seen it all. Of course, I would notice his good qualities. Once the Empress recovers, I think it's about time I raised his rank a little as well. Cheng Jing froze, unable to hide the disappointment in his eyes. He grabbed Yin Wuling's hand and hurriedly asked, Then what about La Shijun? Didn't Your Majesty already find out that he was the one behind this? How did Your Majesty punish him? Yin Wuling looked at him and said in a low voice, I demoted him. He is now a Shurilang, the same rank as the Empress's brother. I also docked a year of his stipend and confined him to his quarters. Cheng Jing stared at her. That's all. Yin Wuling lowered her eyes and gave a quiet hum. Cheng Jing looked at her agitatedly. He nearly burned me to death, and all he gets is a demotion and confinement. Yin Wuling turned her face away, looking troubled. La Shijun's mother holds an important position. Yesterday, she personally came to plead guilty before me and begged me to spare him. For the sake of the greater situation, I had to give her face. Cheng Jing lowered his head in disappointment, tears welling at the corners of his eyes. That's right. I knew it. I knew it long ago. In your heart, affairs of state will always matter more than a man like me. What was I even hoping for? He let go of Yin Wuling's hand. Yin Wuling sighed softly and said, "Empress, get some rest early." Cheng Jing lay down, turning his back to her, and gave a quiet hum. Lying there with his eyes tightly shut, he thought, "I truly hate that I can't harden my heart." Li Zhao. She is no longer the person who could share hardship and sweep across the world with me, growing old together. She is the emperor. She will always put the realm before you. She is the emperor. You will never be her only man. Rather than walk the same old road again, it would be better not to be reborn at all, to let Li Chao remain forever in the past. To live again, what for? Late that night, a voice rang out. "The empress has arrived." Yin Bing was reading when a servant outside announced Cheng Jing's arrival, leaving him startled. "Empress." Seeing Cheng Jing step in, he quickly saluted. "This subject greets Your Highness the Empress." Cheng Jing looked at the attendants and ordered, "You may all withdraw." After they left, Cheng Jing looked straight at Yin Bing and said seriously, "Chancellor Yin, I came to see you specially today." Yin Bing replied indifferently, "What matter brings the Empress here? Please speak." Cheng Jing looked at him and went straight to the point. "Chancellor Yin must also know that not long ago someone deliberately set a fire to murder me." Yin Bing nodded. "The matter has already been investigated. It was La Shijun. His Majesty has already dealt with it." Cheng Jing narrowed his eyes and asked, "Does Chancellor Yin truly believe La Shijun was the one behind it?" Yin Bing's expression did not change as he asked, "What does the Empress mean by that? Could it be that the real culprit is someone else?" Cheng Jing looked grave. "Although La Shijun and I do not get along, he would not send his own subordinate to commit arson and leave such an obvious handle for others to seize. Besides, with Lord LA's power in court, if they wanted to deal with me, there would be no need to resort to such a petty method. The shifting of ranks in the harem is merely a smokescreen. There must be someone else who truly wants me dead, because I have harmed some other interest of theirs." He lowered his head and muttered inwardly, "For example, fearing that once I grow older, I might bear Yin Wuling's child." Yin Bing could not help looking at Cheng Jing in a new light. "Indeed, it seems the Empress has her own judgment. But do you have any evidence?" Cheng Jing closed his eyes and replied lightly, "I have no evidence, nor do I wish to pursue this matter further. I only came to remind Chancellor Yin." He raised his head and looked directly into Yin Bing's eyes. "Keep an eye on Prince Yu and the Empress Dowager. Prince Yu has ambitions of his own, and the Empress Dowager is not as she appears either. She does not think solely for His Majesty's sake." Yin Bing looked at him in surprise and asked, "Your Highness trusts this subject that much? Are you not afraid I will report today's words to the Empress Dowager and Prince Yu?" Cheng Jing looked at him, his voice firm. "I trust Chancellor Yin. Chancellor Yin is someone who understands the bigger picture and plans for the long term. Besides, more than that, he had grown up with Yin Wuling since childhood. To him, Yin Wuling's safety and this empire mattered most." Yin Bing lowered his eyes and said lightly, "Does the Empress think His Majesty is unaware of these things?" Cheng Jing looked at him in surprise. "What do you mean? Does Chancellor Yin mean that His Majesty has long been on guard against Prince Yu and the Empress Dowager?" Yin Bing did not answer directly, and instead asked, "Why does the Empress think His Majesty sits upon that dragon throne?" Cheng Jing replied without hesitation, "Of course for the throne, for the empire." Yin Bing let out a soft laugh. "It seems I am still the one who understands her best." Cheng Jing looked at him, confused. "Chancellor Yin?" Yin Bing bowed slightly and said coolly, "This subject misspoke. Thank you for today's reminder, Your Highness. I will certainly keep it in mind and serve His Majesty well. By the way, has His Majesty been drinking rice wine lately?" Cheng Jing frowned. "Rice wine? His Majesty hates rice wine most of all. Why would she drink it?" A faint, meaningful smile curved Yin Bing's lips. "The Empress came specially to see this subject, and I am deeply honored. But it is late tonight. Please return and rest early, Your Highness. If the Empress's health worsens, His Majesty will be heartbroken." Cheng Jing was silent for a moment before saying, "Understood. Thank you for your guidance, Chancellor Yin." Watching Cheng Jing's retreating figure, Yin Bing softly repeated a name in his heart. "Li Chao." Back then, Li Chao had brought over a bowl of rice wine and wanted Yin Wuling to try it. Your Highness, I made this rice wine myself. Please taste it and see if it's good. Yin Wuling took one sip, her face immediately going pale and nearly spat out. Shawad, I'm truly sorry. I don't like this stuff. It would be a waste if only I drank it. Better for you to keep it for yourself. Li Chao didn't think much of it and simply lifted the bowl and drank it all in one go. All right, it's delicious. Standing nearby, Chancellor Yin looked at Yin Wuling in confusion and asked, Your Highness, what's wrong? Don't you usually like this sort of thing? Yin Wuling motioned for him to lower his voice. Sure, don't let Li Chao hear you. Chao is good at everything, but his cooking is truly beyond praise. This rice wine is more terrifying than a nightmare. From now on, just act as if I don't like it when he's around. Thinking of this, Yin Bing let out a sigh. He tilted his head back and asked the heavens, Li Chao, did you die with unresolved grievances, or is your ghost still lingering? Meanwhile, late at night, Bai Sujing came over and looked at Yin Wuling. Your Majesty, why did you summon me? Holding a wine cup, Yin Wuling smiled at her. Come, Sujing, let's have a few drinks. Seeing that her mood was off, Bai Sujing asked with concern, What's wrong, Your Majesty? Did something unpleasant happen? Yin Wuling lowered her eyes, fell silent for a moment, then asked, Sujing, do you still remember Li Chao? Bai Sujing looked at her and sighed. How could I forget? Little brother Li Chao sacrificed himself for the realm. The five of us were born in chaotic times and grew up in chaotic times. Whether studying or going to war, we were never apart. In terms of feelings, we were like real brothers and sisters. When we learned the two of you had gotten together, we were all very happy. You two really were a perfect match. Yin Wuling lifted her wine cup, her eyes full of pain and self-reproach. Back then, after I learned he was pregnant, that scene has remained unforgettable to this day. We had fought for a year before finally destroying them. It wasn't easy. Yin Wuling helped Li Chao sit down at the banquet table. Come, Chao, everyone is here now. Tonight, no one leaves until they're drunk. Bring the wine. Li Chao smiled and looked at everyone. I'm not drinking tonight. Bai Sujing folded her arms and looked at him unhappily. What's this? Little brother Li Chao, don't spoil everyone's fun. Li Chao's cheeks flushed slightly as he said shyly, but the doctor said pregnant people must not drink. The moment those words fell, a wine cup crashed to the floor. Everyone stared at him in shock. Pregnant. Yin Wuling pointed at herself in astonishment. Mine. Li Chao looked at her helplessly. Whose else could it be? Yin Wuling was unable to hide her excitement and immediately swept him up into her arms. Ha! You're pregnant, Chao. I'm going to be a mother. Li Chao hurriedly said in alarm. Careful. Sitting to the side with a wine cup in hand, Yin Bing said softly, Looks like there's one more thing to celebrate tonight. Yin Wuling said joyfully, Other than Chao, everyone else has to drink with me tonight to the very end. Unable to hide his happiness, Li Chao said softly, Your Highness, I'm going to be a father. Yin Wuling held him gently. It's just that things are too chaotic right now. Our affair was settled in such a hasty, makeshift way. Once the realm is at peace, I will definitely make it up to you, a proper wedding, an 8-bearer bridal sedan, everything you should have. Back in the present, sorrow filled Yin Wuling's eyes. In the end, that promise was never fulfilled, and again she only wounded him. Bai Sujing crossed her arms and looked at her seriously. What are you saying, Your Majesty? He's Your Majesty's man, so he should understand that much. Ordinary men may be obsessed with love, but the Emperor's man cannot be so narrow-minded. Yin Wuling shot her a glance. You talk as if you understand men so well. Haven't you never even had one? Bai Sujing sprang to her feet indignantly. Who says I don't have someone? Yin Wuling looked at her curiously. Oh, you do? Who is it? Bai Sujing answered with an embarrassed look. Now's still not the time. Sooner or later, I'll win him over, even though it's already been more than 10 years. Yin Wuling stared at her in surprise. What? It's been over 10 years, and you still haven't gotten him? Sujing, you're hopeless. Cursing, she raised her cup and drained it. Bai Sujing refused to be outdone and also lifted her cup to drink. This is infuriating. The two drunken women then started speaking recklessly. Who needs men? It's good enough for sisters to stay together. That's right, that's right. Yin Wuling planted a kiss on by Sujing's cheek, then held her face and frowned. Sujing, why is your skin so thick? Bai Sujing frowned and snapped back. I kill enemies on the battlefield. Where'd I get soft, tender skin from? Not long after, Empress Dowager Lu arrived in anger. This is utterly disgraceful. His Majesty truly is fond of women, and General Bai truly knows no restraint. Looking at Yin Wuling and Bai Sujing sprawled drunk across the table, a servant said awkwardly to Empress Dowager Lu, Empress Dowager, it seems His Majesty and General Bai are drunk. Empress Dowager Lu angrily ordered, Men, take General Bai back to her residence. The servant behind him asked in a low voice, Then what about His Majesty? Empress Dowager Lu fell silent for a moment, then said coolly, Take her to Yangxin Hall, then summon one of the young masters to attend her tonight. The next morning, in Yangxin Hall, Yin Wuling woke up. She sat upright, pressed a hand to her forehead, and frowned. Someone come. I drank too much, my head hurts. Seeing someone lying beside her, Yin Wuling asked in surprise, Who's the person next to me? The blanket slipped down. Seeing Cheng Yin lying beside her naked, Yin Wuling froze. Cheng, why are you here? And completely naked at that? Cheng Yin looked at her with reddened cheeks and answered aggrievedly, Replying to your Majesty, after your Majesty got drunk, you had someone summon this servant to attend you for the night. Does your Majesty not remember? Yin Wuling frowned at Cheng Yin. You attended me last night? Cheng Yin replied softly, Yes. Yin Wuling turned her back and said coolly, You've worked hard. Someone, take him away. A servant outside hurriedly answered, Yes. Cheng Yin got dressed and followed the servant out. He turned back to glance at Yin Wuling. Your Majesty. Lowering his eyes, he could not hide the bitterness in them. Last night, the eunuch had come to deliver the message. Congratulations, Master, congratulations. His Majesty has summoned you to attend her tonight. Cheng Yin could hardly believe it and asked in shock, Really? When he arrived at Yangxin Hall, his whole body was tense. Yet he could not conceal his anticipation. Your Majesty, I've come. Your Majesty. But what met his eyes was Yin Wuling lying unconscious on the bed in a drunken stupor. Returning to the present, Cheng Yin anxiously clenched his hand. No one should find out, right? Over here. Madame Kwong smiled as she looked at Yin Vo Lang and asked, Your Majesty, this is the first time little Master Trin has attended your bedchamber. Shouldn't he be rewarded with something? Yin Vo Lang gave an O in response. I almost forgot. Reward him with some jewelry, bracelets, and the like. She let out a helpless little sigh. Drinking really does ruin things. In the Empress's sleeping palace, Lati Quan's mother is far too arrogant. Holding the letter in his hand, Trin Tin frowned deeply. Embezzling relief funds and taking bribes. She must be a major corrupt official. Fortunately, Mother has been investigating in secret and has already gathered quite a bit of evidence. As long as some court official impeaches Laon, hand all this evidence to His Majesty. No matter how powerful she is, it'll be hard for her to argue her way out of it. If we're talking about who should expose the case against the person Laon chose, it has to be Left Chancellor Ganbang. We might as well make use of the time and go find him again. As he passed by a group of palace men, Trin Tin suddenly heard them gossiping. Have you heard? Something huge happened last night. His Majesty summoned one of the newcomers to attend her bedchamber. Was it Trin Tin Lang? Of course it was him. I told you already, among the new little masters in the harem, he's the best-looking one. Sooner or later, His Majesty was bound to favor him. Look, those people are carrying the gifts bestowed by His Majesty and heading toward little Master Trin's palace. TSK, he's really blessed. Trin Tin froze where he stood. Brother attended her bedchamber? A sharp pain suddenly stabbed through his heart. Trin Tin forced himself to stay calm. Gam Dao, Jing Ting, you have to stay calm. She is the emperor now, not that Yin Vo Lang from before. She can't spend one lifetime, with only you. That's right, the emperor having many men is perfectly normal. I'm only the empress, not her only man. Besides, that was my elder brother. I should be happy. Endure it for just a moment. But the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. No, this is still too infuriating. I can't talk myself into accepting it. At that moment, Xiao Fong came in, looked at him, and reported, Your Highness the Empress, Trin Ti Quan has come to pay his respects. Trin Tin was stunned. Jing Ti Guan, His Majesty even promoted elder brother's rank? Trin Am entered with a smile. This servant greets Your Highness the Empress. May Your Highness be blessed with peace. Trin Tin forced a smile as he looked at him. Oh, brother. Aha, what brings you here today? Trin M looked at him and said softly, Brother, according to the rules, on the second day after a newcomer attends the bedchamber, he must come pay his respects to the Empress. Only then did Trin Tin suddenly remember. Oh, right. You attended her bedchamber last night. Good news. Ha. I heard brother was promoted to Ti Quan. Congratulations. Trin Am's cheeks flushed red as he replied quietly. Thank you, Tin Ni. The two stared at each other, and the atmosphere around them suddenly turned awkward. Looking at him, Trin Tin asked worriedly, Brother, clearly you attended her bedchamber, so why do you seem not very happy? Trin Am hurriedly answered, No, not at all. Of course I'm happy. He didn't dare meet Trin Tin's eyes and hesitated before asking, Tin Ni, you don't blame me, do you? Blame me for sharing His Majesty's affection. Trin Tin quickly said, How could I? Ha. She is the emperor, after all. Of course, she'll have other men. Hearing that, Trin Am quietly sighed in relief. Then I'll take my leave. I still need to write a letter to Mother. Jing Ting not that? Go on. Trin Am quickly walked outside, his face filled with loneliness. There is no place for me in His Majesty's heart. Why everything turned out this way, only he himself knew. Everything now was false. He closed his eyes tightly, and tears rolled uncontrollably down his cheeks. Evening began to fall, and Trin Am covered his face and sobbed. At that moment, Yin Vonai walked over, looked at him, and asked, Trin Ti Quan is clearly in the midst of happy events. So why are you crying here? Trin Am looked at her in surprise. Your Highness Prince Duke. Trin Am looked at Yin Vonai in startled alarm. Why is Your Highness Prince Duke here? This is the rear palace. If Your Highness is discovered. Yin Vonai looked at him and smiled. That's why I snuck in. Trin Am pointed to the side and said softly, This way. There are fewer people over here. The two sat down on the steps. Yin Vonai looked at Trin Am and said with sympathy, This prince heard that Trin Ti Quan had received joyous favor, so I came especially to congratulate you. I didn't expect to find a beauty so dispirited. It truly pains the heart. What? Well, Jing Ti Quan? Trin Am lowered his gaze and answered softly, There is no place for me in His Majesty's heart. Last night, by the time I arrived, she was already asleep. Yin Vonai smiled at him. So that's how it is. But in outsider's eyes, attending the bedchamber is still attending the bedchamber. There's no difference. Why trouble yourself so much over it, Trin Ti Quan? Trin Am lowered his eyes, the corners of them reddening with tears. My mother has 2 sons. From childhood to now, I was always the more outstanding one, the more cherished one. Since I was little, I was raised under strict demands to become a proper man. But after the selection ceremony, everything changed. In Mother's eyes, Tin Ni became the most obedient child. Tin Ni is still so young. He covered his face and burst into sobs. It was so hard for me to finally attend the bedchamber, yet I had to use lies to deceive everyone, to deceive myself. After last night, His Majesty has been avoiding me too. I am truly heartbroken. Yin Vonai comforted him in a low voice. Don't be sad. Hearing this, it sounds like Trin Ti Quan's experience is very similar to mine. Trin Am was stunned and looked at her in surprise. Similar? Yin Vonai looked at him and said softly, Does Trin Ti Quan know that His Majesty actually once had many sisters? His Majesty ranked second during the 5-month-long era of war and conquest. Before and after that, she lost 1 elder sister and 3 younger sisters. I'm the last younger sister of hers still alive. In those years, because I was still young and couldn't go to the battlefield, I survived the chaos. At the time, my father was only a servant attendant. But because I was clever and naturally gifted, everyone thought I would be the one to unify the realm. Yet Yin Vo Lang survived from beginning to end. She fought hundreds of battles, great and small. Who knows how many times she was gravely wounded, yet she always made it through. She became the ruler of all under heaven. From then on, no one cared about me anymore. After saying that, she suddenly realized she had said too much and quickly looked at Trin Am in explanation. It's only because I feel a connection with Trin Ti Quan that I said all this from my heart. Trin Am smiled faintly and replied, I feel the same. Yin Vonai looked straight into his eyes and said softly, don't tell anyone, Trin Ti Quan. This is a secret between us. Trin Am blushed and quickly turned his face away. Let's keep each other's secrets. Prince Duke is truly considerate. Seeing Trin Am return with flushed cheeks and a shy expression, Xiaohua looked at him with a smile and said, Little master, what's this? The sky is especially beautiful today. You really do look much better after attending the bedchamber. Trin Am answered awkwardly, and no, that's not it. Outside, La Tilang heard that Trin Am had been promoted and angrily rushed over, making a scene outside. What is he supposed to be, getting ahead of me? Who knows what filthy tricks he used to crawl onto the dragon bed? If he can attend the bedchamber, then I can too. Xiaohua frowned and looked outside angrily. Master, don't listen to his nonsense. Trin Am smiled and shook his head. I don't care. Great trouble is about to fall on him anyway. Just then, a palace servant came running over in panic. La Tilang, La Tilang. This is bad. A group of ministers led by Chancellor Gon is collectively impeaching your mother in court. Judging by His Majesty's attitude, I'm afraid this time Lady La Tilang's face changed dramatically. What? Mother? In the Great Hall, Yin Vo Lang held the dossier in her hand and nodded. I've read all the memorials you ministers submitted. San so long on. Lord Trin, the two of you have worked hard. Then she glared angrily at La On and shouted, Do you have anything left to say for yourself? La On, mother of Ti Quan La, fell to her knees in panic and said, This is slander. I've been wrong. Yin Vo Lang stood up furiously and glared at her. Slander? With the evidence laid out in front of everyone, you think one word of slander can wash away your crimes. I warned you before that on matters you shouldn't do, you should know your limits. I never expected you to become even more brazen. Terrified, Lon hurriedly kowtowed and begged, Your Majesty, spare my life? Yin Vo Lang gave the order in anger. Drag her away for further interrogation. Make her confess every single thing she's done. 2 soldiers stepped in and dragged Lon away. Yes. Meanwhile, Trin Tin and Xiao Fong were walking around when they heard the palace men nearby whispering among themselves. I think His Majesty has wanted to deal with Lon for a long time. Exactly. She was far too arrogant. This time, she finally won't be able to recover. Hearing that, Trin Tin laughed to himself. This time, not only is La Ti Quan finished, but we've also rid Great Yin of a menace. It really is a good thing. All that time Mother and I spent working on this wasn't wasted. At last, it has paid off. Suddenly, Trin Tin saw La Ti Lang kneeling on the ground not far away, crying and begging, Your Majesty, please spare my mother. Woo-woo. Mother has devoted her whole life to Great Yin. She only made a mistake for a moment. Please give her a chance to redeem herself through merit. Your Majesty. Trin Tin looked at him in surprise. La Ti Quan, seeing Trin Tin approach, La Ti Lang narrowed his eyes and glared at him angrily. You, the Empress, what are you doing here? Watching me make a fool of myself. La Ti Lang sprang up in agitation and rushed over, grabbing Trin Tin by the collar. You're already the Empress, and still you scheme to destroy me and ruin the entire La family. You're truly vicious at heart. Xiao Fong hurried over to steady Trin Tin, then ordered the soldiers nearby, Quick, protect Her Highness the Empress. La Ti Lang was dragged away by 2 men, but unwilling to accept it, he shouted furiously, Trin Tin, my La family is destroyed because of you. Even as a ghost, I won't let you go. Trin Tin watched him in silence. After a while, Trin Tin spoke softly, Xiao Fong, the La family is finally finished. From now on, there will no longer be any La Ti Quan in the rear palace. No one will be able to bully me and brother anymore. Xiao Fong nodded. That's right, Your Highness the Empress. It really is something to be happy about. Trin Tin lowered his eyes, unable to feel any joy at all. I am not happy in the slightest. This isn't the life I like. In the deep palace, hearts are vast, schemes collide against schemes. The person who once crossed the world with me has changed now. If I can't bring myself to destroy everything she has, then I might as well let go sooner. Now she already has someone new. It would be fine to give the Empress's position to Brother 2. These past few days, the people in the palace have been gossiping nonstop. Hasn't His Majesty gone to the Empress for bedchamber attendance in a long time? That's right. And the Empress hasn't gone to seek out His Majesty either. What's wrong with those two? Are they having a lover's quarrel? In the study, Trin A.M. walked in and softly called, "Your Majesty." Yin Volang looked at him and asked, "Oh, you're here? What is it?" Trin A.M. raised the bowl of soup in his hands and said quietly, "This servant consort simmered a bowl of soup for your majesty. Please taste it while it's hot." Yin Volang looked at him with cold distance and said, "I haven't had much appetite lately. I don't want to drink it. You've worked hard. Keep it for yourself." Disappointed, Trin A.M. lowered his eyes. Yin Volang kept holding the memorial in her hand and continued working. Under her breath, she kept murmuring, "Empress, wait a little longer. Soon, very soon." Seeing Trin A.M. come out of the study, Yin Vo Nai pretended to be surprised. Trin T. Quan came again to bring something to his majesty. Trin A.M. looked dejectedly at her and said, "Your Highness Prince Duke," but she wouldn't drink it. Yin Vo Nai looked at him and asked, "Does it hurt?" Trin A.M. gave a bitter smile. "Let's talk over here." Once they reached a secluded corner, Trin A.M. held the bowl of soup, his face full of gloom. "Ever since the last time I attended the bedchamber, His Majesty has always treated me this coldly. But I seem to have gone him now. I don't even feel heartache anymore. I might as well just pour this bowl of soup out." Yin Vonai hurriedly caught his wrist to stop him. "Don't. It'd be such a waste to pour it out." She snatched the bowl away. "Let me drink it. It smells delicious." Seeing her drink it all, Trin A.M. was suddenly moved. "Your Highness Prince Duke." Yin Vonai looked at him and gently asked, "Does Trin T. Quan like His Majesty?" Trin A.M. lowered his face, looking confused. "Like? What is liking? I'm not even sure myself. I only know this is what I'm supposed to do." Yin Vonai leaned close to his face and said tenderly, "Once Trin T. Quan meets someone he truly likes, then you'll know what liking means." Trin A.M.'s face flushed red as he stared at her with dazed eyes. Startled, he quickly turned and ran off. "I should go now." "Thank you, Your Highness Prince Duke." Yin Vonai stood where she was and let out a soft sigh. What a simple man. On the other side, Trin Tin stood alone, gazing up at the night sky. Xiao Fong walked over and looked at him worriedly. "Your Highness the Empress, why are you still awake so late? The wind is strong here. Be careful not to catch cold." Trin Tin lifted his head to look at the sky, sorrow in his eyes. "I can't sleep tonight." "Right, it's tonight. It's almost time." Standing high above, he wrapped his arms tightly around himself. "The death anniversary of me and my child." Trin Tin looked at Xiao Fong and asked, "Xiao Fong, can you get me some paper money to burn?" Xiao Fong answered with a troubled expression, "Your Highness, the Empress wishes to burn paper for departed kin, but burning paper isn't allowed in the palace. Even for Your Highness, if others find out, it would be difficult." Seeing how tense Xiao Fong was, Trin Tin smiled lightly. "Then forget it. Don't worry anymore, Xiao Fong." He looked up at the distant sky, his heart full of bitterness. "I can't even offer a sacrifice. This must be our fate." Seeing a carriage quietly leaving the palace, Trin Tin asked in surprise, "Hey, Xiao Fong, look, why is someone still leaving the palace so late at night?" Xiao Fong stepped forward, looked at the carriage, and said softly, "Oh, that's His Majesty, Chancellor Gon, and General Bach. Your Highness, perhaps you didn't know, but every year around this time, His Majesty and the others take a carriage out of the palace in the middle of the night. No one knows what they're going to do." Hearing that, Trin Tin immediately ran after the carriage. "Xiao Fong, let's leave the palace too." Xiao Fong froze. But, Your Highness, that would be against the rules." Trin Tin turned back and smiled. "Against palace rules? Then we'll just sneak out. Think of something." Xiao Fong, mounted on horseback, carried Trin Tin after the carriage. His face was full of distress. "Your Highness the Empress is making things hard for this servant." Anxious, Trin Tin urged him, "Quick, follow His Majesty's carriage." Xiao Fong let out a helpless sigh. "Your Highness the Empress, if we're discovered, this servant will lose his head." The carriage went deeper and deeper into the forest. Trin Tin looked around in surprise. Why is the place the carriage is heading to getting more and more remote? What exactly are Yin Vo Lang and the others trying to do? Seeing the carriage stop ahead, Trin Tin jumped off the horse and said to Xiao Fong, The carriage stopped. Let's quietly follow and see." He had not far away and saw Yin Vo Lang and the others standing before a gravestone. The tomb of beloved wife Lu True and beloved son. Trin Tin was stunned. He covered his mouth with his hand in disbelief. "Here? Why is there a grave here? My grave and my child's grave." A jar of wine was poured onto the ground. Holding the wine jar, Yin Vo Lang knelt before the gravestone, her eyes filled with pain. "True, another year has passed. We came to see you. This year, too, The winds are favorable and the rain's timely. The nation is prosperous and the people are at peace. Don't worry. Madame Kwong came forward holding a large bouquet of chrysanthemums and said gently, "That's right. This realm was bought with the lives of you and your child. Everyone cherishes it dearly. Every day, we work as if our lives depend on it. His Majesty has always labored for Great Yin. She is the one who misses the two of you most." She placed the chrysanthemums before the tombstone. Heartbroken, Yin Vo Lang covered her face. Standing not far away, Trin Tin felt his heart stir. "They come here to mourn every year? I never knew." Gon Bang suddenly glanced to one side, then pretended to kneel on the ground and offered his sincere respects. "Lu Tru, rest in peace." Boktakan sighed. What happened back then? Though we grieved, we never regretted it. The chaotic age had lasted too long, and the people could not live in peace. To end everything, thinking back on it, we abandoned you and your child. That decision was made by all of us together. If you blame someone, don't blame only His Majesty. Blame us as well. Madame Kwong continued with a gentle smile. "We are all working hard for the realm that you and your child paid for, so that more people can live happier lives. So there will be no more poverty, no more war." Yin Volang gently stroked the tombstone. "Truer, I miss you so much." The four of them were heartbroken, tears filling their eyes. "We all miss you very much." Jing Ding stood frozen. He shut his eyes tightly, his face full of pain. "I can't keep lying to myself. Crying in heartbreak," he thought. "I miss all of you too." Seeing him cry so sorrowfully, Xiao Fang grew worried and quickly asked, "Your Highness the Empress, Your Highness, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" Trin Tin wiped the tears from his face and said with a smile, "It's nothing. Let's go back. His Majesty and the others are only mourning an old acquaintance. We shouldn't disturb them." From that day on, it seemed the little Empress's attitude toward His Majesty improved quite a bit. He no longer deliberately avoided Her Majesty. Though they still were not especially intimate, when he occasionally attended her bedchamber, he could at least talk politics with her. It seemed even Her Majesty herself did not know why. Every day, the young Empress was trying hard to learn how to manage the harem under the friendly guidance of Madame Jiang from the General's Manor. Looking at the piles of account books being carried in, Cheng Jing let out a sigh. There are so many. Meanwhile, Her Majesty was actively pushing for non-aggression friendship treaties with the neighboring states. And just like that, another month passed. Late at night, at the banquet, Yin Wuling and Cheng Jing sat above the others. Holding a cup of wine, Yin Wuling looked at everyone and said with a smile, "Today is the mid-autumn banquet. There is no need to stand on ceremony. Let the singing and dancing begin." Everyone answered in unison, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Suddenly, Chingyin covered his mouth and retched. "Ugh, blah." The attendant beside him looked at him anxiously. "Lord Cheng." Chingyin looked at Yin Wuling in panic and hurriedly said, "My apologies. I have been discourteous. These past few days, I've only felt bitterness in my mouth and had no appetite." Cheng Jing stared at him in shock. Bitter mouth, poor appetite, and nausea too. Wasn't this pregnancy? Empress Dowager Lu frowned and ordered, "Quickly summon the imperial physician to examine Lord Cheng." Someone below hurriedly replied, "Yes." The imperial physician quickly arrived and took Cheng Yin's pulse. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Lord Cheng is with child." Cheng Yin's face changed drastically and his whole body trembled. "Lord Cheng." Cheng Jing looked at him with a dark expression, unease rising in his heart. His elder brother's expression was very wrong. Yin Wuling's face darkened in anger as she stood up. Cheng Jing looked at her in surprise. "Your Majesty." Yin Wuling closed her eyes and said coldly, "Men, drag Lord Cheng out and execute him." After speaking, she opened her eyes, her gaze sharp and icy. Cheng Yin burst into tears and looked at her in disbelief. Cheng Jing, sitting beside her, looked at her in agitation. "What?" Empress Dowager Lu also looked at her in disbelief. "Your Majesty, have you gone mad? He's carrying a child." Yin Wuling shouted coldly. Take him away. Two soldiers hurried in and dragged Cheng-yin out. Cheng-jing quickly knelt and begged her. Your Majesty, why are you beating my brother to death? He is with child. This is clearly good news. Yin Wuling knitted her brows tightly and roared in fury. Good news? Empress, ask him yourself. Is this child the result of intimacy with someone else? Cheng-jing froze. Intimacy with someone else? His brother would never do such a thing. He had always been wholeheartedly devoted to Her Majesty. He hurriedly looked at Cheng-yin and urged, Brother, say something. Cheng-yin closed his eyes. Tears rolled down his cheeks. Jinger, don't say anything else. There's no need. Cheng-jing looked at him in stunned disbelief. Brother, could it be you? Why? Why would you do something so foolish? He recalled the intimate scene between Cheng-yin and Yin Ya from before, and his face turned pale. It was her. Cheng-yin was thrown heavily to the ground, his face deathly pale. The soldiers lifted a large rod, preparing to strike. Empress Dowager Lu hurriedly stepped forward to stop them. Your Majesty, there is no proof. This is hardly in accordance with palace rules. Lord Cheng is, no matter what, an ordinary consort of the harem. How can he simply be beaten to death like this? Cheng-jing also quickly knelt and pleaded, Your Majesty, please spare my brother's life. Beating a pregnant man to death is inhumane. Besides, Your Majesty has no evidence that my brother had an illicit affair with anyone. We can wait until the child is born before deciding. In heartbreak, he burst into tears and begged, I beg Your Majesty, don't let a pregnant man die in a pool of blood on the spot. That would be 2 lives. Seeing Cheng-jing like this, Yin Wuling could not bear it and said, Throw Lord Cheng into the great prison and interrogate him under severe torture. I will definitely find that adulteress and hack her into 1,000 pieces. Cheng-yin was tied to a pillar, leather whips lashing his body without pause. Yet he said nothing, gritting his teeth and enduring it. The officer from Ministry of Justice held a whip and glared at Cheng-yin as she shouted, Who exactly is that adulteress? Don't be so ungrateful. Cheng-yin pressed his lips tightly together and did not say a word. Tears streamed down his cheeks. When she got nothing out of him, the woman gave a cold, angry laugh. Fine then. Quite stubborn, aren't you? Let's see how many rounds you can survive. Water torture. On command, a soldier stepped forward, grabbed Cheng-yin, and shoved his head under the water. The suffocating water left Cheng-yin's face white as paper. He collapsed to the ground, coughing violently. Is the child all right? At that moment, Cheng-jing rushed over and anxiously begged for Cheng-yin. Please stop. He's pregnant. If you torture him like this, the child will die. A guard at the side chuckled softly and replied, Your Highness the Empress, rest assured. Her Majesty ordered us not to strike his belly. As long as he confesses soon, he'll be fine. Standing outside, Yin Ya frowned. Inside, the interrogator narrowed her eyes at Cheng-yin and asked coldly, Will you talk or not? If you don't want to suffer, then quickly name that person. Her Majesty is merciful. She may still spare you and the child. Tears rolled down his cheeks as Cheng-yin panted and said in a low voice, No, I won't say. Standing outside, Yin Ya heard that and her face filled with shock and reluctant pity. Foolish man? Clearly, she had only been using him. The interrogator was not angry. She pulled out a needle and walked toward Cheng-yin. Not talking? Then have a taste of this. At that moment, Yin Ya could no longer stand by and watch. She strode in and roared, Stop. Cheng-yin froze. Your Highness. The interrogator looked at her in shock. Your Highness Prince Yu. Yin Ya looked at her and said coldly, Stop. I know exactly what happened. I will personally go speak to Her Majesty. She walked over and helped Cheng-yin up, then narrowed her eyes in warning. If anything happens to him or the child, I will kill you. The interrogator, frightened, hurriedly knelt and replied, Yes. Cheng-yin burst into tears and looked at Yin Ya with gratitude. Your Highness. Cheng-jing glared at Yin Ya and said angrily, You should go explain everything clearly to Her Majesty. If you refuse to take responsibility, then you're scum. Scum. If anything happens to my brother, I will never let you off. Yin Ya fell silent and said nothing. Late that night, in the imperial study, Yin Ya and Cheng-jing went together to see Yin Wuling. Your Majesty. Yin Wuling looked at the two of them and asked sternly, You two came together to make trouble over Lord Cheng, didn't you? You still want to plead for him? Cheng Jing looked at her and quickly said, "Your Majesty, my brother attended to your Majesty and is now with child. Isn't that a good thing? Why does your Majesty insist that the child is not yours?" Yin Wuling did not answer him, but turned to Yin Yue. "Yue, do you know why?" Yin Yue shook her head. I don't know." Surely she hadn't discovered that Lord Cheng had not actually spent the night in attendance that night. Then how did she know? Yin Wuling closed her eyes and said blandly, "That makes sense. Only Prime Minister Yin has long known about this. Even General Bai and the Dowager Lady do not know." She lifted her eyes to the sky, loneliness filling them. "I cannot have children. My only son went with Li Chao." Cheng Jing stared at her in stunned shock. "What? You mean?" Yin Wuling lowered her gaze and began recounting everything. Back then, Li Chao jumped down with the child. That battle was very difficult. In the end, after taking the city, I personally killed the man who had used Li Chao to threaten me. But I was also gravely wounded and nearly died. After that, Yin Wuling seemed to sink into memory. Although I miraculously survived, I could never have children again. I sought famous physicians everywhere, but none could cure it. Tell me then, how could Lord Cheng possibly be carrying my child? Cheng Jing looked at her in shocked heartache. She could no longer have children? So for all these years, was that why she had refused to accept anyone new into the harem? Yin Yue let out a faint laugh. "No wonder you don't like men. No wonder you knew so quickly." Yin Wuling sighed. "Yue, what was the hurry?" She opened her eyes and looked at her, disappointment filling them. "I know you on the throne. You are my only younger sister. I will have no children, so sooner or later the throne will be yours. It's just that you are still young and have not been tempered on the battlefield. First, I fear unrest among the neighboring states and wars breaking out one after another. Second, I fear that as you are now, you cannot bear this burden. All these years, I have been clearing the path for you. Once you have truly matured, I would hand this position over to you. Couldn't you see that?" Yin Yue's eyes filled with tears, her heart full of regret. "Sister, imperial sister." She lowered her head, her voice full of guilt. I didn't know, and yet I never noticed at all." Cheng Jing looked at Yin Wuling and softly called, "Yin Wuling." Yin Yue kept muttering, "What should I do now?" She lifted her head, her eyes resolute, and asked, "Your Majesty, tell me, what should I do to protect Cheng Yin and the child?" Yin Wuling closed her eyes and said coolly, "I will banish Lord Cheng to the Cold Palace. The kingdom of Yuet Liang refuses to sign a peace treaty and intends invasion. I want you to lead the army and guard the Yuet Liang border for at least 5 years. 5 years. If you can hold out, return to the capital. Then I will give that man and the child to you." Yin Yue's gaze turned firm, and she answered decisively. "Yue accepts the decree. Imperial sister, wait for me. 5 years from now, Yue will definitely return." Yin Wuling looked at her and gave a slight nod. I'll wait for you." Watching Yin Yue's upright figure leave, Cheng Jing could not help but be surprised. He had thought Yin Yue was only using his brother. He had not expected her to still possess a shred of genuine feeling. 5 years. That meant his brother would give birth in the Cold Palace. Yin Wuling looked at Cheng Jing and suddenly spoke. "And what about the Empress? Are you willing to wait for me for 5 years as well?" Cheng Jing, his heart in turmoil, frowned at her. Why was Yin Wuling asking him to wait for 5 years? Yin Wuling bent down and gently cupped his face. "I've already waited for you for more than 10 years. Cheng Jing stared at her in shock. "More than 10 years? Could it be she?" Yin Wuling looked at Cheng Jing with deep affection in her eyes and asked, "Empress, though you've already died once, you should still remember what the underworld looks like, shouldn't you?" Cheng Jing gaped at her in astonishment. She knew I was Li Chao? Yin Wuling straightened and looked at him softly. "I too once went to hell. That day, after I was gravely wounded, I had already arrived in the underworld." She recalled that in the underworld, the king of hell sat in her chair, looking at the book of life and death before her, her beautiful brows slightly furrowed. What is going on? Why is the female emperor of the Yin dynasty in the book of life and death? Her great enterprise is not yet complete, and she also carries a fragment of my original soul. She clearly still has 30 years of mortal lifespan left. Great, Yin has not even been founded yet. So how could she have vanished? Was there some mistake? The judge flipped through the book of life and death, looking shocked. Impossible. I couldn't have divined it wrong. It must definitely be someone else's mistake, not mine. The king of hell's face darkened as she stood and walked out. Let's go see. The moon in the underworld was blood red. Mengpa softly called Yin Wuling. Yin Wuling sat on the ground and asked her softly, "You are?" Mengpa introduced herself. I am Mengpo." Then she handed Yin Wuling a bowl of soup. "Drink this. Drink this bowl and forget what came before. Take good care of your next life." Yin Wuling frowned tightly and hurriedly said, "Wait, I want to see someone. Not long ago, he may also have come here. His name is Li Chao." Mengpa pointed in one direction and said softly, "Li Chao is over there." Seeing the familiar figures standing on the bridge not far away, Yin Wuling called out excitedly, "Li Chao." When she saw the baby in Li Chao's arms, she was stunned. "This child, is this the unborn baby?" Mengpa nodded. "That's right. They've been wandering here for some time." Yin Wuling moved excitedly to run over. "I have to go find them." A cold voice rang out and stopped her. "Stop!" The king of hell looked at her coldly and said, "Yin Wuling, your mortal life is not yet over. If the dead see you, you will never be able to return to the world of the living." Mengpa looked at the king of hell in surprise. "Your exalted one." Yin Wuling turned to face the king of hell, her voice firm. "It no longer matters. I came here my own will. We already won this battle, and the road ahead will be easier. I also have a younger sister named YA. I came here to find them. YA will definitely be able to take over the rest." The king of hell angrily slapped her to bring her to her senses. "You wish. Do you think my domain is a place where you can come and go as you please? Return safely and finish what you ought to do. As for Li Chao and that child, I'll have them drink Meng Po's soup and reincarnate at once." Yin Wuling panicked. She quickly knelt and begged the king of hell, "Lord Yama, I'll go back. I only ask one thing of you. Don't let Li Chao drink Meng Po's soup. Don't let him forget me. Let him remain as he is. Let him be reincarnated, carrying his memories with him. I am willing to give up 10 years of my mortal lifespan in exchange for him remembering me and coming to find me again." The king of hell looked at her, puzzled. "But he hates you. If he doesn't drink Meng Po's soup, then even after reincarnation, won't he still hate you? Besides, there is no knowing whether he will be reborn male or female. When he grows up, you will be more than 10 years older than him. You would only be able to spend a dozen years together at most." Yin Wuling frowned and replied, "Male or female, it doesn't matter. This time, for the great cause of the realm, I wronged him. Even if in the next life we can only have a little more than 10 years together, I am willing." "Wuling begs your exalted one." Mengpa hurriedly cried out in refusal. "No, your exalted one, you must not allow it." The king of hell ignored Mengpa and said calmly to Yin Wuling, "Yin Wuling, you carry a fragment of my original soul. That is why you were able to overcome all hardships and survive years of war. And now you want to reduce your own mortal lifespan just to preserve one man's memories. I do not understand it, but it is interesting. I very much want to know." Mengpa looked at the king of hell in alarm. "Your exalted one." The king of hell looked at Yin Wuling and said softly, "Go." "I permit it." After Yin Wuling left, Mengpa looked at the king of hell in confusion. "Your exalted one." The king of hell looked at Mengpa sternly. "What? Do you have an opinion?" Mengpa looked at her worriedly and said, "Why your original soul is already declining, and your powers are no longer what they once were. If heaven finds out that your exalted one is acting this way again, it will surely be furious. What will you do then?" Standing on the bridge with her face propped in one hand, the king of hell looked up at the sky and sighed. "Mengpa, even without me, there will still be another king of hell. Have you ever suddenly felt that this existence is terribly dull? Though I remain here, I feel those love-struck mortals below live far more freely than I do, and understand far more than I do. If one day my original soul scatters, and I myself become only a wandering soul." The king of hell turned back to look at Mengpa and asked, "Would you be willing to follow me into the wheel of reincarnation, be reborn as a human, and live once more?" Mengpa froze and looked at her in astonishment. "Your exalted one." She slowly closed her eyes and answered softly, "No matter where your exalted one goes, or in what form, I will always stay by your side." The king of hell laughed and patted Mengpo's head. "Good girl." Yin Wuling looked at Cheng Jing and said, I used 10 years of my mortal lifespan in exchange for him carrying his memories and reuniting with me. I believed he would remember. No matter what form he took, he would definitely come find me. And so he came. Among the candidates selected for the harem, I recognized him at a single glance. Just the same as before, always full of ideas no one else could see through. Chung Jing grabbed her arm excitedly and asked, Yin Wuling, you knew all along. Why didn't you tell me? Yin Wuling looked at him and replied softly, I wanted to see how you would treat me after coming back, whether you wanted to leave or stay, whether your hatred ran to the bone, or whether your feelings had not yet ended. She raised a hand and gently stroked his head. Chung Jing closed his eyes, pain all over his face. Now, you know, Yin Wuling, no matter how well you treat me now, no matter how you try to make it up to me, what happened in the past, I will not forgive you for it. But I don't hate you that much. Yin Wuling looked at him, her voice gentle. Then stay by my side. Let's start over. Are you willing? Chung Jing kept his eyes tightly shut, was silent for a long time, then said softly, Your Majesty, this servant requests to go to the cold palace and keep my brother company until Prince Yu returns 5 years from now. Since childhood, my brother has lived in luxury. Now that he is pregnant, how can I let him give birth alone in the cold palace? Besides, my heart is in chaos. I also need time to calm down and think. A trace of loneliness flashed through Yin Wuling's eyes. 5 years. She sighed, then agreed. All right, I promise you. 5 years from now, if you are willing to return, I will arrange everything properly and welcome you back. She took Chung Jing's small hand and said gently. Trin Tin smiled and nodded. Thank you, Your Majesty. Late at night, Trin Tin and Trin Am walked into the cold palace together. Watching the two of them from behind, Gon Bang asked softly, He wants to follow Lord Trin to the cold palace? Standing beside him, Yin Vo Lang gave a quiet hum. Gon Bang turned to her and asked, You knew all along that he was Lu Tru, didn't you? Yin Vo Lang smiled faintly at him. So Minister Gon guessed it too. As expected, nothing can be hidden from Smart Man. Gon Bang lowered his eyes and said quietly, In the past, I never believed in reincarnation or karmic retribution. As a man, I overcame every obstacle in my path, and in the end managed to rise to the position of Prime Minister. He closed his eyes, hiding the pain in them. I thought I could finally stand shoulder to shoulder with you. I thought I could finally stay by your side, openly and rightfully. But in the end, all my efforts still lost to fate. He is inferior to me in so many ways, yet the things Lu Tru could do, I could never do. Yin Vo Lang turned her face away, not daring to meet his eyes. Minister Gon, your feelings. Gon Bang lowered his gaze and coldly cut her off. Your Majesty needn't say any more. We are both long past the age of youthful passion. Now, there is no need for so many explanations or so much consolation. As for the realm your Majesty wishes to protect, even if one day your Majesty is no longer here, I will still devote myself to it with all my heart. Your Majesty need not worry. Yin Vo Lang frowned slightly, then breathed a quiet sigh of relief. This was the Gon Bangage she knew. Gon Bang said nothing more. In the cold palace, His Majesty had already given instructions. Their clothing and living expenses were to be provided according to the same rank allowances as before. It was a little plain, but they would not need to worry about going hungry or being mistreated. The chief steward looked at the two of them and said to Trin Tin, Please rest assured and focus on raising the child. 5 years from now, if Prince Duke returns victorious, His Majesty will release you both. Trin Tin held Trin Am's arm and asked worriedly, Brother, are you still feeling unwell? Trin Am looked at him with heartache. Tinni, why do you have to suffer like this? You're the Empress. You're still young, and His Majesty favors you. Why come to a place like this with me? I brought this upon myself. He covered his face and sobbed. I committed a crime, so being punished now is only natural. I no longer have the face to meet my family. Trin Tin put an arm around his shoulders and comforted him. Regret is useless now. I think Prince Duke isn't entirely without feelings for you. Don't think too much. Just focus on giving birth safely. No matter what crimes you've committed, the child is innocent. I truly can't bear to see innocent children suffer again. Trin Am lifted his face and nodded. That's right. The child. I have to protect this child. Ding Ni, Tang Zhu. Trin Tin said nothing. His eyes were full of confusion and turmoil. 5 years. 5 whole years. Could I heal my pain in that time? I swear to this unborn child that I will not live this life in vain. Trin Tin and Trin Am lived in the cold palace, taken care of and comforting each other. Fortunately, they had each other for company and were not so lonely. Materially, Yin Volang never treated them poorly. The cold palace was now always lit, no longer as desolate and cold as it had once been. Not long after, Trin Am gave birth to a baby girl. She was named Tam Tam. 5 years later, Prince Duk had spent those 5 years guarding the border between Yu Liang and Great Yin, fighting more than a dozen battles large and small. In the end, she defeated Yu Liang and forced them to sign a non-aggression treaty. On the day Prince Duk returned in triumph, the one waiting for her at the city gate was Trin Am, holding a little girl as he waited for Yin Vo Nai to return. "Your Highness." Yin Vo Nai looked at him in surprise. It was him. His Majesty had indeed kept her word. At Yangshin Hall, Madame Kuang looked at Yin Volang with a smile. "Your Majesty, Prince Duk is waiting for you in the study." Yin Volang shook her head. "No pity. There is still someone I must see first." Madame Kuang laughed. "Does your Majesty mean Her Highness the Empress?" "His Highness has already been waiting outside the hall for you." At those words, the joy in Yin Volang's eyes was impossible to hide. Trin Tin had now matured as well. He smiled softly at her and said, "This subject pays respects to your Majesty." Yin Volang's eyes turned red with tears. No, Empress. He really did look so much like Tru. Trintin looked at her and said softly, "No, your Majesty. This servant is Trintin. From now on, please let me remain by your Majesty's side as Trintin." Yin Volang wrapped her arms around him and pulled him into an embrace. Onzai, Jingting, the three standing to one side, Ganbang, Madame Kuang, and Bak Takan, silently offered the two of them their blessings. Bak Takan frowned slightly, his voice trembling. "I'm scared to death. Why does the Empress look so much like Tru?" Madame Kuang added in a low voice, "Even his temperament and preferences are so alike. It's as if they're the same person." Standing beside them, Ganbang said indifferently, "They were always the same person." Madame Kuang and Bak Takan widened their eyes in shock. "What did you say?" In the study, standing with her back turned, Yin Volang said with satisfaction, "Vonai, you've done very well these past 5 years. I will find a way to give that man and the child to you." Yin Vonai said gratefully, "Thank you, your Majesty." Yin Volang glanced at her and continued, "Now you have gained enough prestige in both court and army. The borders of our great Yin dynasty have stabilized as well. The cities are prosperous, and the common people live in peace and contentment. I am thinking about when to hand the throne over to you." Yin Vo Enhai Froze, "Your Majesty?" Yin Volang lowered her eyes, looking utterly weary. "I have been busy for decades already. For the time I have left, I only want to spend it amid beautiful mountains and rivers beside the one I love. So, my only younger sister, you must do your best." Yin Vonai felt moved and guilty all at once. Her emotions tangled together. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she looked at her. Suddenly, Yin Vonai burst into tears and hugged Yin Volang tightly. "Elder sister, I'm sorry. Before, I never understood your hardships at all." Yin Volang looked at her fondly. Ever since you were little, you've been such a strong child. Big sister could only do this much for you." Standing to one side, Trintin looked at her in surprise. Outside the study, Trintin couldn't help asking Yin Volang, "Do you really intend to give the throne to Prince Duk?" This imperial throne was not easy to obtain. Yin Volang did not answer. Instead, she smiled and asked, "Tin Ni, would you like to go to the western wildlands with me like before? Of everything, what I miss most is that time." Trintin smiled and replied, "All right." Yin Volang and Trintin rode freely together across the western wildlands. The glow of dusk fell over them, painting a beautiful picture. Yin Volang looked at Trintin beside her, her eyes full of tenderness. "Tin Ni, your riding skills haven't declined at all." Jingting's, they're about the same. It's been a long time since I've been able to ride this freely and joyfully. Whether in the past or now, the scenery here is still beautiful. The two of them sat down on a hilltop and looked at the prosperous, beautiful town below the mountain. Trintin could not help sighing. So many years have passed, and this land really is far more prosperous and peaceful than it was back then. Yin Volang, you're a good emperor. The more I see these things, the more I feel that even though I died that year, it was truly worth it." Yin Volang smiled and wrapped an arm around his shoulders. "Silly Tin Ni, our future will only get better and better." Their fingers intertwined tightly as Yin Volang pressed Trintin down onto the ground. Those regrets in our hearts cannot be erased, but we will do our best to make up for them. From now on, wherever you go, I will go with you. We must live well until the very last moment of this life. We must be happy for that unborn child as well. I missed you." After saying that, she bent down and kissed his lips. Trin Tin's cheeks flushed red as he looked at her gently and replied, "Me too." After 17 years on the throne, Yin Volang passed the throne on to Prince Duc Yin Vo Nai. After Yin Vo Nai ascended the throne, she worked hard to govern, and with the help of several founding ministers, she managed Great Yan's rule steadily. The eldest son of the Trin family entered Ham Hai Palace, and when Yin Vo Nai took the throne, she conferred the title upon a man of the Lu family, Lord Lu, who brought along the imperial princess Yin Tam Tam and remained by Yin Vo Nai's side. Meanwhile, on another side, a small boat drifted along the river. Stepping out from inside the boat, Trin Tin looked at Yin Vo Lang, who was rowing, and asked softly, "Wife, how much farther until we reach the town?" "I am hungry." Yin Vo Lang smiled. "Probably another half a shurchen, you greedy little cat." Trin Tin walked over to her side and said with a smile, "By then, the sun will probably be setting too." Yin Vo Lang nodded. "Yes. Doesn't this little kitten insist on buying something tasty everywhere we go to relieve his boredom?" Holding a large tray of food in his arms, Trin Tin pouted stubbornly. "I'm not just buying things for myself. I also have to bring some back for my brother and mother, and for Sister Tun and Madame and Gon too as well. They don't get to come to such nice places." Yin Vo Lang fondly poked him on the forehead. "Eat less for now. There will be more delicious food waiting for you later." Trin Tin looked at her curiously and asked, "What delicious food?" Yin Vo Lang smiled. "You'll know once we reach Liyuan town." Late that night, Xiao Fang had been waiting for them on the shore for a long time. When he saw Yin Vo Lang stepping off the boat, he quickly bowed. "Your Majesty." Yin Vo Lang hurriedly stopped him. "Don't call me that anymore. I'm only an ordinary person now, with nowhere to belong." As she spoke, she reached out and helped Trin Tin up from the boat. "Tin Ni, come here." Trin Tin looked around, his face full of surprise. This is... Red silk hung everywhere. Crowds of people had gathered, and several banquet tables had even been set up outside the courtyard. Yin Vo Lang smiled at everyone and said, "Thank you all for coming to my wedding today. Now take the groom to get dressed up properly. Everyone, please eat and drink to your heart's content." Trin Tin looked at her in shock, his cheeks burning red. "Wife." Just then an older woman came over carrying a set of groom's clothes and said with a smile, "Groom, come quickly and change." Liyuan town lay at the center of Great Yin. Whether by water or by land, it was very convenient to reach. Yin Vo Lang had bought a house here and treated it as their new home. "The groom has arrived." Xiao Fang supported Trin Tin as he stepped out from the room. Yin Vo Lang stared at Trin Tin without blinking. "The wedding robe I owed you across 2 lifetimes. I have finally let you wear it." She walked over to him and asked softly, "What do you think of this place?" "Jingding Sly Happy Li. It's much freer here than in the palace." Suddenly he froze, staring in shock at the head of the Trin family and the middle-aged man standing beside her. "Mother, father, you came too?" Trin Tin walked over and held the family head's hand, his face full of guilt. "I'm sorry. I failed to be a proper empress and ran here to become a commoner instead." The head of the Trin family smiled gently at him. "What silly words are those? Seeing you like this, we have no regrets left. His Majesty treats you this way, so you must live well with His Majesty. As for the court, your elder brother is still there after all." Xiao Fang shouted loudly, "Bow to heaven and earth, bow to the high hall." Trin Tin and Yin Vo Lang performed the wedding bows together. Trin Tin looked at Yin Vo Lang and said softly, "Wife, if her child were still alive, she would probably be very happy right now, wouldn't she?" Yin Vo Lang smiled. "Of course she would." Then she lowered her eyes, sadly. "Tin Ni, although we could be together now, in the future, I'm afraid it will only be the two of us. Perhaps we won't have any children again." Trin Tin gently wiped away her tears. "Don't cry. You are an emperor, and today is also a great joyful day. If you cry," he softly kissed her cheek, "the child in heaven will laugh at you." Yin Vo Lang fell silent for a moment before saying softly, "I wonder where our child has been reincarnated now." In the underworld, King Yama opened a scroll and watched the lives of the two of them. The judge beside her was so moved his eyes turned red. "What do I do? I kind of want to cry." Below, Meng Pa said calmly, "But in the end, those two can finally spend a lifetime together." There will always be regrets in human life. That is exactly why people cherish what they have even more. King Yama frowned slightly. I just keep feeling a kind of dull ache in my chest. I think I understand a little now. Pampan, bring the baby to me. The judge quickly replied, all right. Mengpa looked at King Yama in surprise. The baby? Which baby? Holding the baby in her arms, King Yama smiled and said, the child that originally belonged to Lu Tru, of course. I thought she was adorable, so I secretly took her in and raised her instead of throwing her into the well of reincarnation. Seeing the baby in her arms, the little one squinted and stretched out her hands to be held. King Yama smiled and continued, see, isn't this baby adorable? The judge beside her panicked and cried out, oh no, Your Excellency, she peed on you. King Yama frowned and shot him an unhappy glance. It's fine. We could just wipe it off. Stop making such a fuss. The judge stared at King Yama in disbelief. Your Excellency, after watching so many stories, don't tell me you've suddenly developed the urge to raise a child? Mengpa wore an awkward expression. Well, holding the sleeping baby, King Yama smiled and said, since those two have gotten back together, then I'll return this child to them. Have little black and little white make the trip for me. Little one, you must grow up in your next life. Your Excellency. Mengpa looked at King Yama, hesitant to speak, clearly wanting to say something but stopping herself. Late that night, in the bridal chamber, Yin Volang pinned Trin Tin onto the bed. Tinny, are you all right? Jingting boluset in embademst. I'm fine. Just then, someone suddenly appeared. Yin Volang and Trin Tin, who had been entangled together on the bed, were so startled by the sudden appearance that they screamed aloud. Yin Volang sat up and roared angrily. Who dares barge into someone else's wedding chamber? Wu Chang frowned unhappily at her. You think I wanted to? It's a mission from above. I'm here to bring your child to you too, and to let you know as well. His Excellency showed mercy and kept the child that should have been yours. Now, while you two are busy doing good things, I'm returning her to you. A streak of light flew into Trin Tin's stomach. Trin Tin held his belly in shock. Could I really be? Who exactly are you? But they had already vanished. Having completed their mission, Black and White Wu Chang left at once. Yin Volang et sitalig that Jing Ding Shahen. Tinni, has our child returned? Jing Ding Thao This, I don't know. Yin Volang could not wait any longer and excitedly ordered the attendants outside. Quick, call the physician. 10 months later, Trin Tin gave birth to a baby girl who looked exactly like the child Yin Volang had seen in the underworld. Sitting beside the bed, Yin Volang looked tenderly at the child in Trin Tin's arms. Even though I don't have much time left, I can still see this child clumsily learning to speak, babbling, learning to walk, and I can still stay by your side and enjoy the happiness of a family with you and our child. In that case, my life has not been lived in vain. Trin Tin's heart suddenly clenched with pain. How cruel, wife. You're leaving me and our daughter behind, and making me miss you for so many years. You must wait for me down there. When I come, we'll be reincarnated in the same place. Smiling happily, Yin Volang pressed her forehead against his. That's a promise, then. In that case, we should pay our respects to dear lady, King Yama, more often. Yin Volang and Trin Tin set up a shrine to King Yama. In the underworld, while looking at the scroll, King Yama suddenly sneezed. She gave a dry laugh. Not bad. Those two are quite sincere. The judge standing beside her smiled and asked, so these two can be considered to have reached a happy ending, right? King Yama stood up and walked outside. That's right. It feels as though the knot in my heart has been loosened. I'm going out for a walk. As she walked, King Yama's expression suddenly changed. She clutched her chest, her face turning pale. Ugh. Mengpa looked at King Yama anxiously. Your Excellency, your body. It is growing weaker and weaker. For the past several hundred years, Your Excellency has always been splitting off pieces of your primordial soul and arbitrarily extending the lifespans of mortals. I never thought the effect on you would become this severe. King Yama's face was deathly pale as she said in a low voice, I am fine. Mengpa looked at her with deep worry. Your Excellency, in the future, you absolutely must not split your primordial soul again. You have already. King Yama gently interrupted her. I don't know why either, but whenever I look at those mortals, it always feels as if something in my heart is being stirred. In this dark place beneath the earth, where there is no light, King Yama lifted her head and looked up into the dark sky, her expression full of loneliness. In the end, I suppose I have simply grown tired of it. Mengpa could only remain silent, not knowing what to say. Black and White Wuchang also came to see King Yama. Wuchang looked at the judge and asked, "How is His Excellency?" The judge replied softly, meditating in seclusion. "Let's not disturb her for now." Black and White frowned slightly, looking puzzled. His Excellency was never like this before. She was always a cold and indifferent Yama sovereign. Yet over these past several hundred years, who knows what happened, she suddenly began meddling in mortal affairs. At that moment, Impermanence suddenly remembered something too. With a frosty expression, he looked at Mengpa. "Right, forget it. It was from a moment you came here." Black and White Impermanence pointed at Mengpa and frowned. "Mengpa, did you do something that caused His Excellency to be brainwashed?" Mengpa froze. Just then, a little ghost came rushing in from outside, shouting in panic, "This is bad! This is bad! My lords, people from heaven have arrived. His Excellency's matter has been exposed. The heavens have sent people to arrest her." The people in the room cried out in shock and fear. "What? We're finished this time." A general flew in from outside, his face cold and stern. Black and White Impermanence and the judge knelt on the ground and respectfully said, "Greetings, Great Emperor Dongyue." Great Emperor Dongyue looked at the three of them and asked coolly, "Where is King Yama?" Black and White Impermanence stammered in reply, "Well, today, His Excellency isn't feeling well. Igriegajis. This lowly one will go call her at once." At that moment, footsteps sounded from behind. "No need." King Yama stepped out and looked at Great Emperor Dongyue with a faint smile. "Has the Great Emperor come to my underworld today for tea and conversation?" Great Emperor Dongyue looked at her and said calmly, "You privately split your primordial soul, manipulated life and death in the mortal world, and interfered with the affairs of the three realms. This offense is unforgivable. Today, I will take you away immediately, strip you of your divine rank, and imprison you in the blood prison, where you will suffer the torment of karmic obstruction for 3,700 years. Black and White Impermanence, and the judge cried out in alarm and worry. "What?" Mengpo's face changed color. What he had feared had happened after all. "No." King Yama looked at Great Emperor Dongyue with a calm expression and asked, "Is there really nothing left to say?" Great Emperor Dongyue answered coldly, "There is no turning back now." King Yama glanced at Mengpa and called softly, "Mengpa." Mengpa looked at her anxiously. "Your Excellency." King Yama looked at him and smiled. "Do you still remember what I asked you before? If one day my primordial soul were to scatter, and even I became just another wandering soul, would you be willing to enter the wheel of reincarnation with me, be reborn as human, and live once more?" Mengpa stared at her in shock. "Your Excellency, you." Without waiting for him to finish, King Yama ran over, grabbed his hand, and started running. Then she turned to Black and White Impermanence and the judge with a smile. "Everyone, I'll trouble you to hold them off for me. Let's go." Black and White stared at her in shock. "Your Excellency." King Yama gripped Mengpo's hand tightly and refused to let go. Great Emperor Dongyue coldly ordered his subordinates, "Capture her." The two subordinates behind him hurriedly replied, "Yes." Impermanence frowned slightly. "Since His Excellency has said so." The judge beside him smiled and continued, "Then all we can do is try our best. What sin is there in following one's master?" The group immediately threw themselves into a fierce fight. "Over here." Mengpa looked at King Yama and hurriedly asked, Your Excellency, where are we going?" King Yama smiled and answered, "Where else could we go?" "To the place we should return to. Cross the river of three paths. Walk over Naiha Bridge and leap into the well of reincarnation." Mengpa looked at King Yama and asked hesitantly, "You are willing to become human?" The two stood before the well of reincarnation. King Yama held his hand tightly and smiled. "What's so bad about that? Even if I'm no longer here, the underworld will gain a new master sooner or later. The order of the three realms will not change because of me. Look, those people's primordial souls and memories have all returned to my body. Very soon, I will personally understand what joy, anger, and sorrow are, and what love, hatred, passion, and grievance mean. This is the most carefree day of my life. The most carefree day." As she spoke, she glanced at Mengpa and asked, "Are you jumping or not?" Meng Po looked at her in silence for a long time. King Yama, losing patience, frowned at him. At a time like this, you should say, "If you jump, I jump." Meng Po looked at her and asked softly, "Do you really not want to remember anymore?" The two raised their bowls of Meng Po soup. King Yama smiled faintly and answered, "No more remembering. Come, let's finish this bowl of Meng Po soup." King Yama tilted her head back and drank it all in one gulp. She wiped the corner of her mouth, then looked at Meng Po and said, "Don't worry. No matter who we are in our next lives, we'll meet again soon enough. No more talking. I'm going first." With that, King Yama laughed freely and jumped into the well of reincarnation. Meng Po let out a helpless sigh as he watched her. "Your Excellency, honestly, even at the very end, you're still this stubborn." He poured his bowl of Meng Po soup onto the ground and followed her into the well of reincarnation. "I'm coming too." No, none of this will do." A large stack of memorials was slapped onto the table, along with an angry voice. "All of these need to be rewritten." Yin Weia sat in the study with several huge piles of memorials in front of her, her face full of misery. "Oh, this is so hard. So being emperor is actually this troublesome." Yin Bing stood beside her, frowning tightly as he lectured her. When the retired emperor was on the throne, she never needed this minister to review memorials. Every time this minister recalls it, the late emperor had already finished handling them. Such a small matter, yet after months, Your Majesty still can't manage it? Yin Wuya's face was full of grievance. Yin Bing was way too fierce. He hadn't been this fierce when they were little. Suddenly, an idea came to her, and she smiled as she quietly asked him, "Speaking of which, Prime Minister Yin, why are you still unmarried?" Her Majesty the Empress entered the palace and married the Emperor when she was only 20. Such a small matter. So how is it that after all these decades, Prime Minister Yin still hasn't married anyone? I want revenge. Prime Minister Yan's face darkened with anger, and he looked at her coldly. "Your Majesty, do you have too little state business to attend to?" Yin Wuya gave a frightened, awkward laugh. No, I was only joking. How about this? Let's arrange a match for Prime Minister Yin." The next day, in the Imperial Palace, Yin Bing entered the Imperial study and softly asked Yin Wuya, "Your Majesty, what instructions did you summon this minister for?" Yin Wuya pointed ahead with a smile. "Prime Minister Yin, look." She pointed at the people standing below and excitedly introduced them. "These are all the outstanding candidates of Great Yin that I selected for you. Not only are they proper in appearance, they're financially stable, and their character and family backgrounds have all been carefully screened. Madame Ma is one of Prime Minister Yan's most capable subordinates. She's about the same age as you, and you two are old acquaintances. I think she's very suitable." Madame Ma smiled shyly and scratched her head. "Well, Prime Minister Yin, if Prime Minister Yin is willing, then this subordinate." Before she could finish, Yin Wuya pointed at the person beside Madame Ma and continued, "This is Miss Jean, the richest woman in the capital. She just turned 27 this year. If you marry her, our national treasury will never have to worry again." Miss Jean smiled confidently. "As long as Prime Minister Yin agrees to marry me, I am willing to donate 1/3 of my fortune." Yin Wuya pointed to the last person and smiled. "And this one is my very, very, very distant younger cousin. She's 18, young, lively, and full of energy. I wonder if Prime Minister Yin likes this type." Prime Minister Yan's face alternated between dark and pale as he glared angrily at Yin Wuya. Sweating nervously, Yin Wuya laughed dryly at him. "Prime Minister Yin." Yin Bing looked at her with icy eyes. "Your Majesty, have things been too peaceful lately?" Yin Wuya helplessly clutched her head and cried out, "Help, help! I really am thinking about Prime Minister Yan's lifelong happiness. Does Prime Minister Yin dislike all of them? Quick, bring in the next one." At that moment, Bai Sujing came running in from outside in a panic. "Your Majesty, this minister requests an audience." Yin Wuya looked at her in surprise. "General Bai?" Bai Sujing hurriedly said to Yin Wuya, "I heard that your Majesty is choosing a wife for Prime Minister Yin." When she saw Yin Bing standing beside her, Bai Sujing's cheeks instantly turned red. She gave an embarrassed laugh. "Oh, Prime Minister Yin, you're here." Yin Wuya stared at Bai Sujing thoughtfully. "So, General Bai rushed here the moment she heard I was choosing a wife for Prime Minister Yin." "I see. It was I who was foolish. Someone come. I wish to issue a marriage decree for Prime Minister Yin and General Bai. Bai Sujing's eyes lit up as she excitedly replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Yin Bing, standing beside her, spoke calmly. "Your Majesty, regarding so great a matter as marriage, I asked to decide it for myself." Bai Sujing looked at him in disappointment. "Prime Minister Yin." Yin Bing turned and looked at her, speaking softly. "General Bai, let's talk elsewhere." Outside in the garden, Yin Bing stood with his back to Bai Sujing and sighed. "Sujing, we've known each other for many years. Were you serious just now?" Bai Sujing looked at his back, her voice full of certainty. "Of course I was serious. That's right, after all these years, Prime Minister Yin never noticed. Because your eyes were always fixed on Wuling. You never once looked at me." The more she spoke, the more she could no longer hide the desolation in her voice. Yin Bing turned to look at Bai Sujing and asked softly, "Now there is no more war, and the world is at peace. We're not young anymore either. Is love still that important?" Bai Sujing looked at him with unwavering eyes. "It is. Precisely because the affairs of the realm are settled. We can now pursue our own happiness, can't we? We both devoted the first half of our lives to the Yin dynasty. Our youth passed in the blink of an eye. I fought desperately on the battlefield for 20 years. Now it's time for us to think about ourselves." Yin Bing lowered his eyes and said softly, "Sujing, you're right. I'll think it over carefully." Bai Sujing looked at him curiously. "Think over what?" Yin Bing glanced at her and answered gently, "Think over the matter of you and me, starting now." Bai Sujing stared at him in shock, her eyes shining. "Prime Minister Yin, does that mean you agree?" Prime Minister Yin turned his face away and replied coolly, "Not yet. In another 2 years. I'll see how you behave." Hearing that, Bai Sujing's eyes brightened even more. "We still have to wait 2 years. Can it be 2 days instead?" Yin Bing cast her a cold glance and spat out 2 words, "No way." Late that night, the cry of a newborn echoed through the residence. A servant pushed open the door and entered, saying joyfully, "Master, the child is born. It's a girl." The woman in the room could not hide the joy in her eyes as she excitedly asked, "Really? That's wonderful." That day, a baby girl was born into the Mo family. From then on, the Mo family had its eldest daughter. The head of the Mo family was overjoyed and named her Sui Xen. The eldest young miss cried loudly from the moment she was born. One look, and it was obvious she had a boundless future ahead of her. At the same time, in the rear courtyard of the Mo residence, a woman stood anxiously in the room, trying to encourage the man on the bed. Almost done. Hold on just a little longer." The man on the bed had a pale face. "I can't do this anymore." The woman anxiously asked the servant behind her, "What do we do? Ah Feng is having a difficult labor. This child really is tormenting people." The man named Ah Feng lay on the bed, sweating all over as he weakly said, "It's no use. I'm done for. Let me go down there and beg King Yama to spare this child's life." As soon as he said that, a beam of heavenly light flashed by, and at last a baby boy was born. The woman and the man named Ah Feng both knelt on the ground and thanked heaven and earth. "Thank heaven and earth. Thank Lady Yama." After giving thanks, the woman happily ran off to inform the Mo family head. Master, our Ah Feng has also just given birth. It's a boy." The Mo family head held Sui Xien in her arms and smiled. "Oh, is that so? I didn't expect him to share the same happy day as our eldest young miss." The woman smiled and rubbed her head. "Born on the same day, same month, and same year. These 2 children are truly fated." The steward standing nearby frowned and angrily shouted at her, "How rude. How can the eldest young miss be said to share fate with the child of a servant like you? Don't you know your place?" The woman, frightened, quickly lowered her head and replied, Yes. 5 years later, 5-year-old Imo Suishin sat on the back of a big dog, her face full of excitement. Go, run faster." The steward stood behind her and looked at her anxiously. "Eldest young miss, it's dangerous. Please come down quickly." Imo Suishin smiled brightly and replied, "It's fine." Urkyu is very obedient. A purple-haired woman standing to one side gently stroked the hair of a 5-year-old boy and said, "Ah Xing, do you see? That is the Mo family's eldest young miss. In the future, she will be the one you must serve." Ah Xing smiled and obediently answered, "Yes, mother." As Imo Sushin rode Urkyu, she suddenly spotted the boy and asked curiously, "Huh? Who's this?" Ah Xing knelt on the ground and smiled. "Young miss, from now on Ah Xing will be your servant. Ah Xing will always stay by young miss's side, protect young miss, and obey young miss's commands." Sitting atop Urkyu, Mo Suishin shouted, "As if this young lady needs your protection. Urkyu, get him!" Urkyu charged forward and licked Ah Xing's face. Axing froze. Wah! Mo Suishin looked at Ah Xing and burst into laughter. "With the way you look now, if you want to protect me, you'll need another 800 years. Still, letting you be my attendant isn't impossible. You have to play with me every day, and you have to help cheer my mother up too. Write for me, take notes for me, stand punishment in my place, and sweep the courtyard." Ah Xing obediently replied, "Yes, yes." Ah Xing is willing to do anything. From then on, the two were inseparable. Mo Suishin hugged the trunk of a large tree and climbed upward. Ah Xing climbed the tree. Ah Xing stood below, looking at her worriedly. "Eldest young miss, I can't climb up. Please be careful." Scene change. Ah Xing carried a pile of things in his arms and frowned as he looked at Mo Suishin. "How much more does young miss want to buy?" Mo Suishin happily replied, "We've only just started." Whenever the Mo family head scolded her, Ah Xing would immediately step forward and take all the blame. "Master, it has nothing to do with young Mississippi." Ah Xing wet the bed. Mo Suishin stood beside him, crying her eyes out. Wah! And so year after year passed, and by now the two had grown up. Mo Suishin looked at Ah Xing and asked, "Ah Xing, why are you so good to me?" Ah Xing looked at her and smiled. Ah Xing belongs to young Mississippi. Of course Ah Xing has to treat young miss well. "Young miss, hurry to class. If you're late, the teacher will punish you again." Mo Suishin suddenly looked at Ah Xing and asked, "Do you like me?" Ah Xing froze as he looked at her. "I." He smiled and murmured inwardly, "Your Excellency, this heart has never changed." When Mo Suishin turned 14, the Mo family began to feel that something was not quite right. "Ah Xing, you look so good in this." Wearing a beautiful outfit, Ah Xing said shyly, "Young miss, these clothes are too expensive. Ah Xing can't afford them." Mo Suishin looked at Ah Xing and smiled. "If I say you can wear it, then you can wear it. This is a birthday gift from this young lady to you." Seeing this scene, the steward frowned and complained to the Mo family head, "Master, look at the young miss. She spends every day with that Ah Xing. It's one thing when they grew up together and are close, but Ah Xing is a servant after all. Their statuses are different. It could be overlooked when they were younger, but now they're both grown. Sticking together all the time is improper." The Mo family head nodded. Ah Xing's birth mother has served us for decades and has always been loyal. It wouldn't be good to force them apart now. Suishin should be married in another year or two anyway. In that case, while Ah Xing was washing clothes in the courtyard, the steward came to find him and said with a frown, "Ah Xing, the master is calling for you." Ah Xing looked up and quickly replied, "Yes, I'm coming right away." In the study, Ah Xing knelt on the floor and softly called out, "Master." The Mo family head sat in a chair and glared at him angrily. "Ah Xing, you've got some nerve. A mere servant, yet you dare seduce the young miss. Tell me, have you been harboring improper intentions toward the young miss?" Hearing this, Ah Xing hurriedly explained, "Master, Ah Xing would never dare. Ah Xing truly does like young miss, but Ah Xing knows our statuses are different and would absolutely never dare entertain presumptuous thoughts. Toward young miss, I have only fulfilled my duty as a servant. I have never once acted beyond my station. Please see this clearly, master." The Mo family head nodded in satisfaction. "You are honest, at least. I've already discussed this with your mother. Since you and the young miss have feelings for each other, and you're both of age now, why not let the young miss take you in first as a bedchamber attendant? What do you think?" Ah Xing looked up at the Mo family head in shock. "A bedchamber attendant?" Ah Xing's mother stood beside him and smiled as she urged him on. "Ah Xing, what are you standing there in a daze for? Hurry and kowtow to the master." Only then did Ah Xing come back to himself and immediately nod in thanks. Thank you, master." Outside, when Mo Suishin saw that Ah Xing had come out, she ran over anxiously and asked, "Ah Xing, why was my mother looking for you? Did she find out that I skipped class again and punish you for it?" Ah Xing shook his head. "No, that's not it. The master didn't punish me. She only told me to become young Mrs. Bedchamber Attendant." Mo Suishin looked at him blankly and asked, "What's a bedchamber attendant?" The steward standing nearby smiled at her and said, "Young miss, it means letting Ah Xing become your personal attendant. From now on, he can serve young miss properly." Mo Suixin looked at her blankly. "But Ah Xing already serves me very well now." Ah Xing, standing beside her, lowered his eyes slightly. "Yes, Your Excellency, even after choosing to become human, your nature still hasn't changed at all. As for this play, I have no idea how it's supposed to end." On their wedding night, Ah Xing and Mo Suixin sat upright on the bed, the air thick with awkwardness. Mo Suixin turned to Ah Xing and frowned. "Ah Xing, why are you sitting on my bed? Aren't you going back to sleep?" Ah Xing looked at her and smiled. "From today on, Ah Xing belongs to young Mississippi. Ah Xing will attend to young Miss as she sleeps." Mo Suixin frowned at him and asked, "What does that mean?" Ah Xing took off the outer robe he was wearing and moved closer to her. "It means this. Your Excellency, you should be about to understand now, right?" Mo Suixin raised her hand and covered his mouth. She grabbed his shoulders, her face full of seriousness. "Xing, what are you doing? As a man, you should have some self-respect. How can you just take your clothes off so casually?" Xing looked at her helplessly. "Miss, today was supposed to be the night arranged for us to consummate the marriage. How is it that after reading so many stories, Your Excellency still doesn't understand this?" Mo Suixin's cheeks instantly flushed bright red. She scratched her face awkwardly. "So that's what sharing a bed means. Then that won't do. How can you be a maidservant? I should marry you instead." Xing took her hand and said gently, "For Miss to feel this way is already enough for Xing. But Xing's background is not worthy of Mississippi. In the future, Miss will surely have a noble young master of equal status as her husband." Mo Suixin looked at him heartbrokenly and asked, "Then don't you feel wronged?" Xing smiled happily. "Xing doesn't feel wronged. I've already lived for so long. Miss being happy is what matters most. Just live this life well." Deeply moved, Mo Suixin threw her arms around him. "Xing, you're too good. Don't worry. We grew up together. I won't let you down." Xing smiled and nodded. "Yes, Xing also believes Miss will treat Xing well." Mo Suixin straightened up and asked shyly, "Then what should we do next?" Xing lowered his head and gently pressed a kiss to her lips. "Let Xing teach Mississippi." Mo Suixin slowly opened her eyes and looked at him hazily. That day, Mo Suixin suddenly felt that she had grown up. The next morning, a servant came running over shouting, Miss, it's time to get up and study." Mo Suixin came out of the room, practically glowing. "Coming, what are we studying today? I'll definitely listen carefully and learn properly." The servant smiled and looked at her curiously. Miss never liked studying before. Why are you suddenly so serious?" Mo Suixin clenched her fists, her eyes shining as she smiled and said, "From now on, I'm a woman now. I have to take responsibility for my family and my man. As the head of the household, I must be able to shoulder that responsibility." The servant beside her covered her mouth and laughed softly. Oomph, she really did grow up overnight. In the room, Xing sat on the bed, gently combing his hair. Though he had lived for so long and witnessed countless cycles of reincarnation, right now, the feeling of being an ordinary husband to Your Excellency was so wonderful. Maybe coming to the mortal world this time really had been the right choice. Outside the Mo residence, the great emperor of Mount Tai asked in surprise, "That's the king of hell and Lady Meng?" The servant behind him looked at him and frowned. What exactly is the king of hell thinking? He really sent Lady Meng to reincarnate, to live an ordinary life in the mortal world. "What should we do, great emperor? Do we still arrest her?" The great emperor of Mount Tai replied indifferently, "No need. Since she's human now, we can't disrupt the rules of the mortal world. Human lifespans are only a few short decades. It'll pass in the blink of an eye. Sooner or later, she'll return to the underworld." In the study, the head of the Mo family looked at Xing with satisfaction and said, "Xing, I heard you serve her very well last night. Suixin seems like a completely different person today. That child has finally grown up." Xing knelt on the ground and answered calmly, "Serving Miss is what Xing ought to do." The head of the Mo family grew more pleased the more she looked at him. "It's good that you understand your place. Although Suixin likes you now, you must never forget your duty. In the future, work hard to give our family another girl. If you serve wholeheartedly, it's not impossible to raise you to the position of secondary husband. But Suixin's principal husband must definitely be a noble young master from a family equal to ours. You must not forget that." Xing nodded. Yes, Xing understands. Late at night, Mo, Suixin, and Xing went strolling through the streets together. Mo Suishin held a candied haw skewer and smiled brightly. Shing looked at her and asked with a smile, "Why is Miss so happy?" Mo Suishin looked at him and said, "Aren't you happy too, Shing? I like wandering around the market the most. There's such lively human warmth here." Shing lowered his head and smiled. "That's right. I like it too. Your Excellency, after staying in the underworld for so long, this can be considered the fulfillment of your original wish, can it?" Mo Suishin pointed at a lantern and asked with a smile, "Shing, does this lantern look nice?" Shing smiled. "It does." Mo Suishin immediately picked out a flower lantern and a rabbit-shaped one. "One for you, one for me. Let's go release them by the river. Remember to make a wish." Mo Suishin set the rabbit lantern onto the water and began to pray. "Please let me pass the provincial exam. If I fail, I'll go join a martial academy. I don't want to spend all day just studying books anymore. And also, please bless Shing and me so we can be happy and love each other for life and let Shing have a baby soon." Shing looked at her with a forced smile. Was he really supposed to have a baby in the human world? The rabbit lantern and the flower lantern drifted along the river. Mo Suishin turned and looked at Shing. "Shing, did you make your wish?" Shing smiled and replied, "Yes. Bless her, wherever she is, whatever her status, that in every life she may be safe and happy." Unfortunately, Mo Suishin's literary talent was truly awful, and she failed the exam rankings, wasting quite a bit of time. Mo Suishin sat on the bed, covering her face and crying loudly. "I'm sorry. I'm such a useless wife. I couldn't even pass the provincial exam." Shing sat beside her, comforting her gently. It's all right. You can take it again later. You're still so young. You still have chances." After hearing Shing comfort her like that, Mo Suishin was fired up again. "I'm giving up literature and turning to martial arts. I'm going to take the martial examination." 3 years later, Mo Suishin displayed astonishing talent in martial arts. Unexpectedly, at the age of 17, she won the title of the current martial Zhuangyuan. Mo Suishin beamed on horseback, overjoyed. "I won. I'm a martial Zhuangyuan. I've become the pride of the family." Shing hurried to her side. "Miss." Mo Suishin smiled at him. "Shing, I won." Mo Suishin joyfully lifted Shing into the air. "I'm a martial Zhuangyuan." Shing smiled at her and said, "Miss is amazing." Not far away, Princess Jinping had been watching Mo Suishin the whole time. Seeing how outstanding she was, she couldn't help praising her. My, this year's martial Zhuangyuan is actually such a handsome young girl. What do you all think of this Mo Suishin?" The maid beside her answered in a low voice, "She's excellent. Whether in looks or talent, there's nothing to criticize." The head of the Mo family looked toward the person beside her and called softly, "Luo, come and take a look." The person called Luo walked over to her side. "Mother." Jean Luo looked at Mo Suishin in the distance, deep in thought. "So she's this year's martial Zhuangyuan. She really is quite suitable for me. But that man beside her, could it be she already has a husband?" The servant beside him leaned close and whispered, "Young master, this servant just asked around. That's not her husband, just someone from her household." Princess Jinping said gently to Jean Luo, "For a well-born noblewoman like her, it's perfectly normal to have 1 or 2 men in her room before marriage. If you like her, I'll find someone to speak on your behalf." Jean Luo's cheeks reddened slightly as he nodded. "That's fine. She's so talented, and with mother supporting her, her future will definitely be bright." Everyone, seeing the head of the Mo family, politely offered congratulations. "Minister Mo, congratulations, congratulations." The head of the Mo family responded modestly, "Not at all, not at all. You're too kind." Mo Suishin sat on the roof, taking a big bite of an apple as she lazily looked down below. "Haha, after all these years, this is the first time I've seen my mother so happy." Shing sat beside her, looking at her gently. "Miss has a promising future." The family head is naturally very happy. Mo Suishin turned to look at him and frowned. "Come to think of it, Shing, stop calling me miss and all that. We already have that kind of relationship now, so you should call me head of the household." Shing's cheeks turned red. Lowering his eyes, he replied softly, "Shing is only a bedchamber attendant, a servant. Miss is Mississippi. The rules cannot be broken." Mo Suishin looked at him and smiled. "Didn't my mother say before that she could raise you to secondary husband?" Shing looked at her and answered quietly, "The condition is that I have a child first." Mo Suishin's eyes lit up as she excitedly grabbed his hand. "Then let's work harder so the baby can come sooner. Ashing stared at her in shock. That. He let out a sigh, then lowered his head shyly and replied, I'm right. Just then, a servant ran over shouting, Miss, hurry. Someone has come to propose marriage. He let out a sigh, then lowered his head shyly and replied, All right. Just then, a servant came running over, shouting, Miss, hurry. Someone has come to propose marriage. Mo. Suishin frowned tightly and shouted angrily, A marriage proposal? For whom? Ashing is mine. You can't give him to anyone else. Standing behind her, Ashing looked at her with a helpless smile. It must be a proposal for you, Mississippi. The servant came over and said with a smile, I heard it's from Princess Jinping's household. Mo Suishin crossed her arms and looked at him. Is Princess Jinping especially good at fighting? Behind her, Ashing looked full of disappointment. Sure enough, she had only just become the Marshal Zhuang Yuan, and already people had come to discuss marriage. In the study, Mo Suishin went in, knelt on the floor, and called softly, Mother. The head of the Mo family held a portrait in her hand and smiled at her. Suishin, come here quickly. Look, this is from Princess Jinping's residence. This is a portrait of their young master. Take a good look. He's 2 years younger than you, named Jin Luo'er. His appearance is proper and refined, and he is educated as well. You two are a perfect match. And with Princess Jinping as your backing, you're about to be promoted in the Ministry of War. Your future will be bright. And Mo Suishin frowned and said, But I have Ashing. Ashing hurriedly covered her mouth. Miss is just too happy and saying things without thinking. He leaned close to Mo Suishin's ear and whispered, Miss, you know Ashing's status. If you use Ashing as an excuse to reject a good future and a good marriage, then Ashing will become the culprit behind it all. And Mo Suishin lowered her head, looking troubled, and asked him, But Ashing, don't you mind? Ashing looked at her and answered through gritted teeth, I don't mind. How should he put it? He had lived long enough and seen enough separations and reunions, joys and sorrows. In just a few short decades, perhaps there was nothing left that he truly minded. After countless twists and turns, he still could not monopolize even one lifetime of hers. Even if in this life she fell in love with someone else and lived a life unrelated to him, a few decades later they would still meet again. As long as she lived this life well, then none of it would matter. Seeing that Ashing truly didn't seem to care, and Mo Suishin's expression turned disappointed. Her heart sinking. In anger, she agreed to the marriage. I understand. If Ashing doesn't mind, then Mother can agree. He wouldn't even get jealous. Seeing her suddenly get angry like that, Ashing looked completely baffled. Just like that, the marriage between Mo Suishin and Jin Luo'er was settled, and the two families chose an auspicious day to marry Jin Luo'er into the Mo family. At the wedding ceremony, husband and wife bow to each other. Princess Jinping watched Mo Suishin and Jin Luo'er marry, unable to hide her joy. Good, wonderful. Beside her, the head of the Mo family also looked delighted. The two of them truly are a match made in heaven. Ashing stood to one side with lowered eyes, secretly thinking happily to himself, Your Excellency looks so beautiful in wedding robes. After Jin Luo'er entered the household, he displayed all the proper qualities expected of a noble young master. Mother, Father, Luo'er greets you. Mo Suishin's father smiled and nodded repeatedly. Good. Look how well-bred our Luo'er is. The head of the Mo family beside him said with satisfaction, As long as the two of you are harmonious, we'll be happy. Have a son and a daughter soon, and add more members to the family. Jin Luo'er replied gently, Yes, Mother. Luo'er will certainly do his best. At that moment, Ashing walked over and handed Mo Suishin her money pouch. Miss forgot to bring her pouch. Mo Suishin looked at it blankly. I was wondering why I felt like I was missing something. Ashing, you're dressed so lightly. Aren't you cold? Ashing smiled and replied, I'm not cold. I rushed over to bring the pouch, so I didn't put on an outer robe. Seeing how intimate the two of them were, an idea suddenly formed in Jin Luo'er's mind. He stepped forward and affectionately wrapped himself around her arm. Head of the household, didn't my mother give us a large residence? Now that we're married, it's a bit inconvenient to keep living with your parents. Why don't we move there soon? Luo'er wants to spend blissful days alone with the head of the household in our own home. Mo Suishin nodded in agreement. That's fine. I'll go speak to Mother. Then younger brother, Ashing will come with us too, right? Mo Suishin put an arm around Ashing's shoulders and smiled. Of course. Ashing is definitely coming with me. Jin Luo'er frowned, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. Once we leave the main family and get to my territory, let's see how I deal with this brat. Sure enough, once everyone moved into the residence prepared by the Jean family, Jean Luo'er showed his true colors. He sat to one side and gave a cold snort as he watched Ashing working. Ashing, come wash my feet. Ashing carried over the foot-washing basin and replied with a smile, yes, master. Ashing sat down and lifted Jean Luo'er's foot. Jean Luo'er deliberately made things difficult for him. He kicked over the basin and pretended to cry out, ow, the water's too hot. You've scalded my feet. Ashing tested the water again and frowned. But the water isn't hot. Jean Luo'er angrily shouted at him. Then hurry up and bring another basin. You're so clumsy. You can't even handle something this small. Ashing carried the basin, looking at him blankly. But the water really isn't hot. Seeing Ashing walk out with the basin, a servant came over and patted his shoulder in consolation. Ashing, you've got it rough. With a principal husband this hard to serve, your future is going to be miserable. Ashing looked at the other person in confusion and asked, why do you say that? The servant frowned. Can't you tell? Master Luo was obviously making trouble for you just now. Only then did Ashing realize. Startled, he exclaimed, so just now he was bullying me? How could he bully me? After that, many similar things happened again. Jean Luo'er glared at Ashing angrily and shouted, Ashing, do you know how to massage my back? It hurts me to death. From now on, Ashing can only eat in the kitchen. He is not allowed to sit at the table with us. Who are you dressing so flamboyantly to seduce? Go kneel outside. An angry voice rang out. We really can't keep watching this. Black and white impermanence, and the judge appeared before Ashing. Impermanence glared at Ashing angrily. He told you to kneel outside, and you're really going to kneel? You're just going to let him bully you like this? Ashing looked at the three of them in surprise. Huh, why are you all here? It's been a long time. Why are you here? The judge looked at him and sighed. We've been secretly watching you and your excellency for a long time. Tell us, what is wrong with your excellency? She was doing perfectly well as the king of hell. So why did she run off to the mortal world and start taking civil and martial examinations? She married a man and now lets him bully people. We really can't bear to watch anymore. At that moment, Jean Luo'er came running out. He looked at Ashing and shouted angrily. Who are you talking to? Why aren't you kneeling yet? Who are these people? Jean Luo'er looked at the group of black and white impermanents in surprise. Why are these people dressed so strangely? Are they beggars? Black and white impermanence's faces darkened in anger. Impermanence roared furiously. You still dare ask who we are? Huh, we're here to claim your life. Right now, this lady wants to drag you down to the underworld and let you experience it for yourself. The judge hurriedly stopped her. Calm down, calm down. Then he looked at Jean Luo'er hesitantly and said, in short, we're Ashing and Lady Meng's friends. If you dare bully Ashing again, these two big sisters beside me definitely won't let you off, understand? Hearing that, Jean Luo'er angrily shouted, where did these freaks come from? Throw them out at once. Impermanence ground her teeth in fury as she looked at him. Ew. Ashing quickly stopped her. Hey, wait, let me. He closed his eyes and used his yin-yang eyes to look at Jean Luo'er's past life shadow. When he saw that Jean Luo'er's previous life had been a little puppy, Ashing ran over excitedly and grabbed his hand. So it was you. You're that dog. Jean Luo'er angrily yanked his hand back, his face turning pale and green. How dare you call me a dog? Ashing, are you tired of living? The judge looked at Ashing and asked in a low voice. Well, Ashing smiled and said, do you all remember the little dog your excellency used to keep? That puppy had been waiting by the Naiha Bridge. It was waiting there, seemingly for its owner, but several hundred years passed, and the owner never appeared. The puppy gradually lost all spirit. Your excellency found it pitiful and adorable, so she kept it by her side and played with it for a while. Impermanence frowned unhappily. The puppy played with your excellency for a while? Black hurried to explain from his side. Your excellency was only playing with it. Your excellency just found things too dull. But the puppy felt that your excellency had given it new love and become its new master. Who would have thought that after reincarnating, the puppy would become the young master of Princess Jinping's household and even marry your excellency? Perhaps deep in its heart, it still carries gratitude and love for your excellency. Impermanence frowned slightly, looking at Ashing in confusion. Why do I feel like he's kind of touching? The judge beside her looked equally puzzled. Aren't they supposed to be love rivals? Kim lak ni sao tet angry. Damit, you call me a dog? How could you call me a dog? The judge looked at Ahan and asked, seeming unable to truly hate Kim Lackney anymore. Lady Ming, you're not going to fuss over this either? Ahan smiled and replied, after all, I still have my memories from before. It was only a little over 10 years. How could I really argue over such things with a mortal? No matter what, the fate between him and your eminence was ordained by heaven. It really is a happy thing. At that moment, Mo Tai Tam walked over from afar and looked this way in surprise. Oh, it's so lively here. Why are there so many people? The moment Kim Lackney saw her, he immediately threw himself into her arms and pretended to be pitiful. Wife, you're back. These strangely dressed people were bullying Lackney. Ahan even called Lackney a dog. Mo Tai Tam smiled and rubbed his head. Good boy, Lackney, seeing how obedient he became after being praised by Mo Tai Tam. Black and white impermanence, and the judge could not help but sigh. He really was just like a dog. Mo Tai Tam looked at the three of them, and a strange sense of familiarity rose in her heart, so strong that even she couldn't understand it herself. It feels like I've met you two somewhere before. One of the impermanences folded her arms and frowned. That's right. You haven't just met us before. You were once very close to us. Black impermanence patted white impermanence's shoulder as a reminder. Little sister, it's not very appropriate to say these things right now. Let's just let your eminence spend a few decades here. White impermanence walked over, patted Kim Lackney on the shoulder, and said sincerely, Dog, congratulations. You got some taste. Behave yourself. We're leaving. After saying that, the three of them vanished. Kim Lackney's face turned pale with fright. They really were. Ahan stood behind him and smiled. Friend from the underworld. Kim Lackney was so frightened he nearly fainted. The underworld. From then on, Kim Lackney no longer dared bully Ahan. Seeing Ahan and Kim Lackney getting along harmoniously, Mo Tai Tam was a little surprised. Oh, you two actually get along pretty well. Kim Lackney smiled and nodded. That's right, wife. Ahan and I are very close. Noticing that Ahan's complexion was off, Mo Tai Tam hurriedly asked with concern, Ahan, what's wrong? Ahan covered his mouth, his face pale. I feel a little nauseous. Excited, Mo Tai Tam grabbed his hand. Could it be that you're pregnant? At those words, Kim Lackney's expression changed at once. How? How is that possible? A moment later, the physician hurried over and took Ahan's pulse. Congratulations. This young master has been pregnant for over a month. Mo Tai Tam happily held Ahan's hand, her face full of joy. That's wonderful. I'm going to be a mother. This is my first child. Ahan covered his mouth, his face twisted in discomfort. But I feel so nauseous. I can't eat anything. The physician smiled and said, Young master, this is perfectly normal. It's called morning sickness. It happens to people at the start of pregnancy. It'll pass after 3 months. Ahan lowered his gaze, his face gentle. So this is what it feels like to conceive and bear a child. I never thought that after coming to the mortal world, I would be able to experience what it feels like to be a father. Overjoyed, Mo Tai Tam pulled him tightly into her arms. Ahan, I'm truly so happy. This is our child. Ahan smiled softly. Your eminence, you wanted to experience the joys, anger, and sorrows of the mortal world. Now your heart can be considered fulfilled. Kim Lackney stood outside the door, looking gloomy. Damn it, I want one too. I'm furious, but I don't dare lay a finger on him. 8 months later, Ahan gave birth to a baby girl. Looking at the newborn, black and white impermanence, and the judge all knelt to the ground. Greetings, young mistress. Holding the baby, Ahan gave the three of them an awkward smile. That really isn't necessary. The judge carefully took the child into his arms and cradled her tenderly. Standing beside him, black and white impermanence's eyes lit up. Oh, she's so adorable. Have you thought of a name yet? Ahan smiled and replied, Not yet. Wife is still thinking about it. When white impermanence heard Ahan address her that so intimately, her face darkened. Wife? Oh, so now you don't call her your eminence anymore. You call her wife. Lady Ming, don't think that just because you've secured your place at your eminence's side, your status is higher than ours. Black Impermanence glanced at Kim Lackney. Seeing him standing alone in the corner, Black Impermanence looked at Ahan and asked quietly, Does that little dog still bully you? Ahan shook his head. Not anymore, but for some reason, lately he's been avoiding me. At that moment, Mo Tai Tam walked in from outside. Looking at black and white impermanence and the judge, she smiled and asked, "Oh, you're here? Ahan's friends. Have you come to see my precious daughter too?" Kim Lak Ni ran over and hugged her arm, looking aggrieved. "Wife, those people are so strange. Can you not let them come again in the future?" Mo Tai Tam glanced at him, expression calm. "Why? I think they seem quite kind." Kim Lak Ni nervously looked at the way black and white impermanence were glaring at him as if they wanted to devour him alive. "Kind?" Mo Tai Tam walked to the bedside and said gently to Ahan, "Ahan, listen, I've thought a good name. How about we call her Mo Tianci from now on? She's a child heaven bestowed upon us." Looking at the baby in his arms, Ahan nodded. Tianci. Mo Tianci suddenly burst into loud cries. The two of them began a hectic life of raising a child. Seeing Mo Tianci crying so loudly, Mo Tai Tam looked flustered and panicked. "Why is she crying again? Help!" Standing beside her, Ahan hurriedly said, "Is she hungry? Let me feed her some milk. Why isn't she eating? Wasn't she hungry? Did she wet herself?" When they noticed Mo Tianci's pants starting to smell, Mo Tai Tam's face fell in despair. "Ugh, it stinks." Ahan quickly supported her swaying body, then instructed the servant beside them, "Quick, bring the things here." The servant hurriedly replied, "Yes." A while later, Mo Tai Tam carried a bowl of soup to the bedside and handed it to Ahan. "Drink some of this while you're recovering. It'll be good for you." Ahan smiled. "Thank you, wife." Mo Tai Tam sat down by the bed, looked at him, and smiled. "I already spoke to my mother. She agreed to elevate you to be my secondary husband." Holding the bowl of soup, Ahan said gently, "What Ahan values is not status. Right now, what I cherish most in this life is this period of being a mother and father together with wife. Perhaps one day, perhaps in only a few short decades, these bodies of ours will return to dust. But the memories left behind in my heart will be treasures bestowed by heaven." Mo Tai Tam was promoted in the Ministry of War and, with the support of the Kim family, was soon elevated to Assistant Minister of War. Her official career was bright, and at home, she had husbands and a child. Mo Tai Tam was at the height of her success, but then an accident occurred. The ministers reported to the emperor, "Your Majesty, the Kim family cannot be underestimated. Not only is their power growing by the day, but recently Kim Ping Prince's son-in-law, Mo Tai Tam, has been making a name for himself in the Ministry of War. You must be on your guard." In the imperial palace, a eunuch held the imperial edict and read aloud, "By decree of His Majesty, Assistant Minister of War Mo Tai Tam is transferred to Shangzhou to assume office. She is to handle the unrest among the border civilians." Everyone was shocked and exchanged looks. Shangzhou was a bitter place, desolate and barren. With those conditions, why would His Majesty suddenly do this? This is clearly aimed at our young master. I heard our household has also been implicated because of Prince Kim Ping. Shangzhou is so far away, and His Majesty is deliberately making things hard. Once she goes, who knows whether she'll ever return. Mo Tai Tam knelt on the ground and accepted the decree. Her mother-in-law had changed so quickly. The Kim family. Prince Kim Ping sat in her chair and said coldly, "Since His Majesty is ordering you to go, then go. But Lakni cannot go with you. Lakni must stay behind." Kim Lakni looked at her in shock. Mother, I want to go with wife." Kim Ping Prince glared at him angrily and shouted, "Go where? Do you know what kind of place Shangzhou is? You've been spoiled since childhood. How could you endure a place like that? Lakni, come with me. Tai Tam, go to your work properly. Ma Dui Dam stay silin." Late at night, she sat alone in the garden drinking. Ahan walked over and looked at her worriedly. Wife, stop drinking." Mo Tai Tam looked at him and asked softly, "Ahan, is Tianci asleep yet?" Ahan looked at her with heartache and nodded. "Tianci is already asleep. Wife, let's rest early." Mo Tai Tam lifted her wine cup and laughed mockingly. "Where exactly did I go wrong? I was diligent and devoted in the Ministry of War. I haven't treated Kim Lak Ni badly either. But now His Majesty has cast me aside, and the Kim family has abandoned me. I'm like a discarded blade of grass. My mother and father raised me and placed such high hopes on me. But how can I still have the face to face them?" She raised her head and looked at Ahan sorrowfully. "And now I have to bring you and the child to Jingzhou to suffer." Ahan gently held her hand and said softly, Look at it from another angle. The people of Shangzhou suffer so much. There are so many suffering people under heaven. But as for wife, even if we go to Shangzhou, you still have me, and you still have our child by your side. We still have food and clothes. Living unhappily is a lifetime. Living happily is also a lifetime. There are some things we cannot choose, but at the very least we could try to make our own lives a little better. Ahan will definitely work hard together with wife. Moved, Emotai Tam pulled him tightly into her arms. Ahan smiled and hugged her back. Wife. Emotai Tam looked at him with admiration and said, Ahan, you're amazing. Why is it that no matter what happens, you never panic and always see everything so clearly? Are you not even afraid of death? Ahan smiled at her and thought to himself, it's all right, wife. Even if I die, I'll only be returning to the underworld. There's nothing scary about that. The next day, the head of the Mo family and Emotai Tam's father looked at her and said gently, don't worry about us at home. Once you reach Shangzhou, serve His Majesty well. Your father and I can take care of ourselves. Don't worry. Ride home often. Mother, father. The carriage set off. Sitting inside the carriage, Emotai Tam frowned in thought. There's unrest in Shangzhou, and several officials have already been replaced without solving it. If I can handle this well, His Majesty will surely summon me back. No matter what, I can't keep letting Tianci and Ahan suffer. The guard riding outside turned back toward the carriage and reported softly, My lord, we're almost there. Looking at the tiny, crude dwelling before her, Emotai Tam was stunned. Here? This thatched hut? The guard beside her nodded. Yes, this is the place. My lord, the people of Shangzhou have long lost the will to live. Having even one place to stay is already not bad. Please wait here for a moment. Mo Tianci suddenly burst into loud cries. Emotai Tam hurriedly asked anxiously, What's wrong with Tianci? Ahan frowned and replied worriedly, It seems she has a fever. We were jostled on the road for too long. Then he looked at the guard beside him and asked, Is there a physician here? The guard behind them replied awkwardly, Well, maybe we can go out into the wilderness and see if we can dig up some herbs. Emotai Tam clenched her fists and said with a frown, Ahan, take Tianci back inside first. I'll look around and see if there's anything useful. The guard behind her shouted a warning. My lord, be careful. Be careful of the rioters here. Don't go too deep into the mountains. Emotai Tam frowned and surveyed the surroundings. This place is far too desolate. I heard that over 10 years ago people could still barely survive here. But with the constant warfare in recent years, on top of several years of drought, has it really become this bad? Although we did ultimately win the war, the sacrifices here never reached the distant imperial capital. She crouched down and picked some herbs. Living and dying like this really is insignificant. Emotai Tam crouched there, gathering a few herbs. This place is so barren. Forget medicinal herbs. Even wild grass growing here is a luxury. I truly can't understand how the people here survive. If this continues, Tianci's illness. Just when Emotai Tam was at a loss, suddenly a group of people came running from afar. Emotai Tam looked over warily. Who's there? The ragged crowd, their faces dirty and their hands gripping sticks, ran over and glared at her angrily. So it's you, is it? The new official? You've got some nerve. The rioters had appeared. One of them glared at her furiously and shouted, Corrupt official! Everyone grab her! Emotai Tam frowned tightly and looked at them in astonishment. No way. This bat. She grabbed the leader of the group, who was caught completely off guard. Emotai Tam pressed a knife to the person's neck and said to the rioters in panic, Don't move. Don't come any closer. Seeing that she dared to do such a thing, the rioters became even more agitated. Corrupt official, you dare disregard human life and use the people's lives to threaten us? How despicable. The leader she had seized shouted angrily, Forget about me. Kill this corrupt dog official. Then take that dog official's head and exchange it for grain. Terrified, Emotai Tam hurriedly tried to calm them. Wait. Everyone don't get excited. I won't do anything to her. Please calm down and listen to me first. My name is Emotai Tam. I just arrived here, so I'm not familiar with this place yet. If you have any needs, just tell me. I'll help you. The rioters, furious, refused to listen to her explanation. Who wants to hear a corrupt official like you spout nonsense? Everyone charge. Seeing the situation, Emotai Tam pressed her lips together and quickly thought of a solution. No, these riders are too agitated. There's no way to talk to them properly. For now, I should avoid a direct clash. She immediately hoisted the leader onto her shoulder, turned, and ran off. Sorry, but you'll have to come with me. The leader froze and screamed in fear. Ah! The rioters stared in shock as she fled. Damn it, she got away. This dog official's martial arts are actually pretty strong. Back at the thatched hut, the leader, now tightly bound and sitting in the courtyard, let out a cold snort. Kill me or cut me down. Do as you like. These days aren't worth living anyway. Emotai Tam crossed her arms and looked at her, sighing. Brother, calm down a little. No one wants to kill you. I just want to understand the situation from you. The leader didn't believe her and snorted again. Why should I believe you? Emotai Tam held up a steaming bun in front of her. Hungry. The leader's eyes lit up and drool nearly spilled out. She grabbed the bun and devoured it. What do you want to ask? Ask. Let me see the situation first, then I'll answer you. After carefully asking about conditions in Shangzhou, Emotai Tam discovered that it wasn't that the unrest here had always been impossible to suppress. Rather, no one had ever wanted to govern it at all. The huge sums the court spent every year on managing Shangzhou were all embezzled layer by corrupt officials. And as long as Shangzhou remained chaotic, the court would keep sending money down, allowing those people to profit forever. She never expected that what the court saw as a troublesome hardship was actually an easy post. If not for the fact that the unrest couldn't be suppressed, this position would never have fallen to me. After understanding the situation here, Emotai Tam became furious. Looking at the leader coldly, she said, In any case, I still have some food and drink here. Take them and distribute them to the people from today. I hope they won't be so agitated and can talk with me properly. I really did come here to solve the problem. The leader frowned and looked at her in surprise. Really? You can help us? Really? You're really going to let me go? Late that night, Emo Tinsi ran a high fever and cried loudly. Emotai Tam looked anxious and full of self-reproach. I am sorry. I couldn't find any useful herbs. Cradling Emo Tinsi, a Han sighed. Let's wipe her down with a cloth first to cool her. Emotai Tam looked at the little girl in pain. Tinsi, you must pull through. At that moment, the leader of the rioters from earlier walked in holding a small pouch. Official Mo, grind these herbs and apply them to the child. They'll help reduce the fever. Please take them. Emotai Tam looked at her in astonished delight. It's you. She quickly accepted the pouch of herbs. Thank goodness. Tinsi is saved. Thank you, all of you. The rioter looked at her seriously. We hope Official Mo will keep her promise and resolve the hardships in the lives of Shangzhou's people. Don't worry. While writing urgent letters to the capital to request grain and arranging escorts, she also distributed what supplies were already on hand and set up multiple relief stations for the refugees. At the same time, she managed to buy a batch of seeds and led the locals and try to cultivate the land. At last, a little life began to return to the drought-stricken soil, and the refugees could use fruit to ease their hunger. Eliminating dangers, rescuing disaster victims, reclaiming wasteland, channeling water in. Just like that, many years passed. Shangzhou gradually began to recover. The people's lives stabilized again, and the rioters no longer caused trouble. This year, Tinsi was already 8 years old. A guard came running in from outside, a letter in his hand, shouting excitedly, Official Mo! Official Mo! A letter from the capital. Emotai Tam opened the letter and read it. Sitting beside her, Mo, Tinsi looked at her curiously. Mother, what's wrong? What does the letter say? Emotai Tam smiled and said, it's good news. His Majesty sees that I've done well, so I'm about to be transferred back and promoted. Though this was the good news she had always hoped for. Ahan had been sick for a long time already. Sitting on the bed, Ahan coughed a few times. Mo Suishin walked into the room and asked softly, Shing, Are you feeling any better today? Ashing looked at her and smiled. I'm still all right today. I heard His Majesty wants to transfer you back. That's wonderful. Haven't you been waiting for this day for a long time? Imo Suishin sat down beside him and nodded. That's right. If I go back there, it'll also be easier to treat your illness. Ashing tugged at the coat around him and said quietly, my condition isn't urgent. You're hesitating because of them, aren't you? Just then, the townspeople, having heard the news, hurried over to find her. Official Imo, you can't leave. It wasn't easy for Shangzhou to finally start getting better. We've only had a few good years. If you leave now, what will the people here do? That's right, Official Imo. We don't trust anyone else. We only trust you. Imo Suishin sighed and looked at everyone in distress. Everyone. Ashing looked at her and smiled. Over the years, you really have grown deeply attached to this place. If you're only thinking of staying for my sake, there's no need. I'm Yufine. Just follow your heart. Imo Suishin frowned at him and said, Ashing, all right. I'll think it over again. Watching her leave, Ashing fell silent. The judge suddenly appeared and looked at him in confusion. Are you sure this is all right? It would be better to tell her the truth as soon as possible. Ashing lowered his eyes and asked softly, how much time do I have left? The judge opened the book of life and death, frowned, and replied, about 2 more years. Ashing smiled faintly. If this is fate, then whether I go back or not, it won't change anything. Don't we both know that? Fortunately, Tianxi is already grown. She's made it through the hardest part. Even without me, she'll still be able to keep going. Human life really is very short. 2 years later, Ashing's life finally came to an end. Imo Suishin gently held Ashing in her arms and asked with concern, Ashing, are you cold? Resting against her shoulder, Ashing replied weakly, I'm not cold. Imo Suishin looked at him in heartbreak. I am sorry. I searched for every famous physician in the world, and in the end, I still couldn't cure you. Ashing raised his head and looked at her comfortingly. My wife, don't be sad. Ashing isn't afraid at all. Imo Suishin looked straight into his eyes and asked softly, you're really not afraid? You've always taken suffering lightly, but I have knots in my heart I can't untangle. Maybe I'm just not as strong as you. Lying in her arms, Ashing said gently, humans come from one place and go toward another. The difference is that in one lifetime, they must go through all kinds of partings and deaths, love and hate, affection and resentment. My wife, in this life you must also taste sweetness, sourness, bitterness, and spice. Ashing's leaving is just one difficult step in your life. But Ashing will never leave you. Even through hundreds and thousands of reincarnations, we will meet again. Moved, Imo Suishin held him tightly. Ashing's hand fell limply, and Imo Suishin's face filled with desolation. Ashing, my heart hurts so much. Welcome back to the underworld. Black and white impermanence. The judge and the little ghost joyfully waited to welcome Mengpa back. Welcome. A warm welcome. You're finally back. Mengpa lowered her head, touched and embarrassed. There's really no need. Impermanence pointed to the empty spot beside her and said, hurry up, we saved you a seat. We even prepared melon seeds. Let's watch and see what happens next. Looking at the scroll, painting on the table, Mengpo's heart was in turmoil. But I don't dare look. Over there, black and white impermanence suddenly cried out in surprise. Wow, look, Tianxi has grown up so much already. She's a grown young lady now. Mengpa hurried overexcitedly. Where? Let me see. By then, Imo Tianxi had already grown up. She sat in her room with a book in hand, reading. Tianxi is studying? Shangzhou has even built a proper school now. Looks like it's developed quite well these past few years. The town in Shangzhou was also gradually prospering. His Excellency is truly amazing. She did such a good job, even as an official in the mortal world. I bet she'll stay in Jizhou and won't want to come back anymore. Looking into the scroll, black and white impermanence asked curiously, where is His Excellency? At that moment, Imo Suishin was standing before a gravestone, her face full of longing and pain. Meng Po looked at her heartbroken. My wife, black and white impermanence, looked at him with envy written all over their faces. His Excellency still hasn't remarried, even now. Meng Po, His Excellency really does care about you. Impermanence looked jealous. How annoying. It's enough to make anyone envious. There, Imo Suishin stood before the grave and murmured to herself, Xing, it's been 5 years since you left. Though it's only been 5 years, I feel as if I've been separated from you for a lifetime. I always thought that as long as you were by my side, any hardship could be overcome. But after you left, I realized there was a hole in my heart. No matter what I do, I can't fill it. This heart has ached for 5 years already. Maybe it will hurt for the rest of my life. Meng Po's eyes filled with tears, her heart a tangled mix of pain, emotion, and sweetness. My wife. Beside her, black and white impermanence got goosebumps. Good grief. His Excellency is really good at saying romantic things. Xing lowered his eyes and said softly, 5 years means nothing to us, and yet so much can happen in the mortal world. After that, Prince Jinping was overthrown, all his property was confiscated, and he was reduced to a commoner. Jean Le ended up wandering the streets, where several traffickers caught him and planned to sell him into a brothel. A generous benefactor, who never left a name, sent a servant to buy Jean Le. That person also left him some money so he could buy a small house and live there with his family. Jean Le knew that person was his wife. Until the day Jean Le died, Imo Suishin never met him again. Though they had once shared a bond, they missed their chance, and that too became a whole lifetime. In the underworld, black and white pointed outside and said coolly, look, the dog's back. The moment Jean Le saw black and white impermanence and the others, he froze in shock. It's you, aren't you Xing? Meng Po smiled at him. Well, it's a long story. Impermanence looked at Jean Le and smiled. In any case, welcome to the underworld. Come on, I'll show you around. Jean Le frowned and looked at Impermanence warily. I'm not stupid. I'm staying here to wait for my wife. I have so much I want to say. I died before I ever got the chance to tell her in this lifetime. The judge opened the book of life and death and coldly poured water on his hopes. Then I'm afraid you'll have to wait a while. I checked. His Excellency lived to the age of 88. Quite a long life. Jean Le looked devastated. I still have to wait more than 50 years. Hearing that, even Xing looked a little surprised. 88. Impermanence let out a faint laugh as he looked at Jean Le. If you can't wait, I can arrange a VIP reincarnation slot for you right now. We can pull some strings here. I guarantee that in your next life, you'll be reincarnated right by His Excellency's side. Overjoyed, Jean Le looked at Impermanence and asked, really? Impermanence nodded. You can keep being a dog. Jean Le was so miserable he couldn't even cry. What? Ignoring his resistance, Impermanence forcibly dragged him off to reincarnate. Come on, dog. Time to send you off. Jean Le turned pale with fright and cried as he begged. No, let me go. 50 years later, Imo Suishin, the prefect of Shangzhou, reached the end of her lifespan. Her daughter buried her together with Xing. At last, she returned to where she had originally belonged. The king of hell returned to the underworld and looked at Meng Po in astonishment and disbelief. Xing, is that you? Meng Po turned to look at her and said softly, Imo Suishin, I am Meng Po. I've been waiting for you here. Drink this bowl of Meng Po soup. Cross this bridge, then enter the wheel of reincarnation well, and you can be reincarnated. The king of hell ran over, held Meng Po's face, and asked with a frown, Meng Po, why do you look exactly like Xing? Meng Po looked at her calmly. My wife. At that moment, black and white impermanence, and the judge came running out joyfully. Your Excellency, you're back. Your Excellency. The king of hell looked at the three of them in shock. It's you? What exactly is going on? Meng Po lowered his eyes and said softly, I am Meng Po, and I am also Xing. Xing was my first reincarnation in the human world, and you were once the master of the Hall of Yama. Impermanence quickly added, that's right, you are Lady Yama, though you don't remember it. The judge beside them chimed in. At the beginning, it was you yourself who wanted to drink Meng Po soup and reincarnate. The king of hell scratched her head and looked at them blankly. I really don't understand what you're all talking about. Black and White looked at her and smiled. Your Excellency, right now, you can choose to regain your power and return to the Hall of Yama as its master, or you can continue to drink Mangpa soup and be reincarnated as a human again. What will you choose? The King of Hell was stunned for a moment, then turned to Mangpa and asked softly, what about a Xing? Mangpa looked at her in surprise. The King of Hell looked at him gently and said, no matter who you are, you still call me your wife. You still want to go with me, don't you? Mangpo's cheeks flushed red as he looked at her with sweet happiness. Of course. The King of Hell walked over and gently took his hand. Then let's go together. Didn't you once say that even 100,000 reincarnations could never separate us? Mangpa looked at her and nodded softly. This time, I'll drink Mangpa's soup too. Impermanence looked at the two of them in shock and frowned. You're really going to do this? The judge beside them also looked flustered. You two really don't plan to come back here anymore? You're going to be ordinary humans. Standing on the Naiha Bridge, the King of Hell looked toward the distant horizon and said calmly, perhaps in the next life we'll be born into war and famine. Perhaps in the next life we'll become rulers above all others. Perhaps it will be painful, or perhaps easy. Life is short, but every lifetime is different. I may not remember what I thought when I was the King of Hell, but I'm certain I won't regret my choice. To live, I want to live. I want to look upon thousands of mountains and rivers, to experience pain and sweetness, and then in every reincarnation, to end up here again, embracing death in peace together with you. She gently embraced Mangpa. Mangpa looked at her and nodded softly. Let's go. The King of Hell turned back and looked gratefully at Black and White Impermanence and the judge. Thank you, everyone. The three of them had tears in their eyes as they watched the King of Hell and Mangpa leave, reluctant to part. Your Excellency, Mangpa, you must be happy. We'll do our very best to pull strings for the two of you. Mangpa and the King of Hell gradually disappeared. Above them, the great Emperor of Dongyue silently watched everything. The attendant beside him looked at him and asked, Great Emperor, are we still waiting for the King of Hell to return? The great Emperor of Dongyue said indifferently, what a drama. Very well. Since she no longer remembers anything here, then sooner or later, this Hall of Yama will have a new master. The life and death of mortals no longer has anything to do with her. Besides, let's see what kind of fate she still has left after 100 reincarnations. He glanced behind him in surprise. Was that an illusion? It somehow feels as though a ray of light has entered this underworld. The story ends here. If you enjoyed it, please give a like and share, so I'll have more motivation to make more videos. Don't forget to follow for the next episodes. Wishing you a day full of energy.